People like to call me the Lord of War, but that's just a ridiculous title they give me. But to me, it's just that they are afraid to shout out their true name, Devil. I never argue, because lies and fear maintain peace, a peace that belongs to me. After my rebirth, I conquered the world with the help of munitions. No one knows how the young man who inherited his father's security company in his previous life was able to create a giant enterprise that was superior to the country in just a few years. My weapons factories are spread all over the world, and countless governments are rushing to sign orders with me, and they are eager to hand over their armies to me for arming. However, this was not enough. I created the most powerful mercenary army in the world. Task Force 141, the Wolf Mercenaries, the Satan Mercenaries, and even the dreaded Black Devil Squad. They fought for me, and I never joined their wars. Some people laughed at me and thought I was just a merchant selling death. But in my opinion, the world never needs heroes, only rule makers. You started a war, countless people accused me. I just smiled, lighted a cigar with my fingers, and exhaled a circle of smoke. No, I said, I never start a war, I just make it regular. My rules for survival are simple. Never go to war, especially with yourself. Today, my name is engraved in the history of United HG. No country dares to mess with me because they know that once I take action, the war will end at nuclear peace. It all started 5 years ago when I received the first task assigned to me by the system. System prompts, congratulations to the host for receiving the first stage mission reward. Italian Politician Protection Team. System prompts. This is a well-trained and well-equipped world-class special forces unit that protects government officials and visiting heads of state and distinguished guests from other countries. It is known as the protector of dignitaries on the FK front. The system prompts. The implanted identity is a security guard who saw the host's recruitment information and came to apply for the job. Looking at the prompts and the 6 figures that appeared on the screen, I was stunned for a moment, and then I couldn't help but curl the corners of my mouth. This is good luck. Although it is not the 141st Task Force I have been dreaming of, NOCS is strong enough. They are proficient in various tactical operations and special skills, and can fully meet my current needs. Just as I was thinking, there was a knock on the office door. I looked up and saw Alice leaning against the door, saying in a playful tone, "Boss, there are 6 applicants coming to the security department for an interview." It was a very fast movement. I secretly praised the efficiency of the system. I ignored the little thoughts in Alice's eyes and waved my hand to let her bring people in. Soon, 6 strong men filed in. Each of them was nearly 2 meters tall, and their straight black suits made them look like moving iron towers. As soon as they stood there, I knew these people could get things done. I walked up to the leader and asked, "What's your name?" "Victor," he answered simply. I said, "From today on, you are the head of the security department." He replied, "Yes, boss." I nodded and told Alice to arrange the contract procedures. I was satisfied with the clean and efficient way Victor led the team, but there were more things to do next, and I didn't have time to waste on this. A week later, I just walked out of the bedroom, and Victor came over quickly. "Boss, there are uninvited guests outside the manor." I asked who. Victor said, "The biggest gang in Tiago, the KKK." My heart sank as I immediately realized that these people were coming for the 5 million yuan in high-interest loans that my father owed during his lifetime. According to their practice, coupled with the snowballing high interest rates, the money would have probably multiplied several times by now. I frowned and asked, "How many people are there? What weapons do they have?" "1 Ford, 1 Cadillac, 8 people, all armed." Victor reported calmly, then pulled out a Glock 17 pistol. Looking at the gun, the system's virtual screen suddenly popped up the detailed parameters of the weapon. This identification function gave me a deeper understanding of the system. It is simply a tool tailor-made for arms dealers. Something in my mind moved me, and I pointed to the door. "Let's go and meet them." When I arrived at the entrance of the manor, I saw 2 cars parked outside the iron gate, and the Cadillac was particularly eye-catching. A bald white man came out of the car, smoking a cigar and looking a bit arrogant. He glanced at me and Victor and the others behind me, and frowned slightly. Obviously, he also realized that these people were not ordinary bodyguards. "Mr. Chu," the bald white man stepped forward, exhaled a puff of smoke, and said provocatively, "I heard that you Chinese have an old saying that the son pays the father's debt, right?" "That's right." I smiled slightly, and then looked at the debt contract in his hand. "Your father owes us 5 million, and now with interest, the total is 15 million. If you can't pay it back, you can use the manor to pay off the debt," he said aggressively, pointing to the manor behind him. his eyes full of greed.
I pushed aside the contract he handed me and stared at him with a sneer. Mr. Fletcher, we Chinese have a saying you may not have heard. The one who borrows money is the grandson, and the one who pays back is the grandfather. I borrowed it based on my ability, so why should I pay it back? Fletcher was stunned for a moment. Then his eyes turned cold, and he gritted his teeth and said, "Do you know the consequences of not paying back the money?" I responded without giving in. "What? Feed it to the fish or put it in the blender?" This completely ignited his anger. He called on his men to show their weapons, and some of them simply took out their MP5 submachine guns and pointed them at us. Victor and his 6 men moved quickly, pulling out their pistols and opening their briefcases to form bulletproof shields, protecting me from behind. Both sides moved quickly, and the atmosphere instantly became extremely tense. The iron gates separated us, and a stalemate occurred. Fletcher stared at me coldly, his face livid. "Mr. Chu, I'll give you 3 days. After 3 days, if you can't pay, even with these bodyguards, you can't save your life." After saying these harsh words, he drove away with his men. I stood at the door, watching the 2 cars disappear at the end of the road, feeling heavy-hearted. Returning to the manor, I looked around the empty courtyard and quickly organized a strategy in my mind. No matter how powerful Victor and his 6 companions are, they cannot fight against the entire KKK by themselves. This is not a Hollywood blockbuster, and there is no such thing as personal heroism in reality. But giving up is not my style. I must complete the tasks issued by the system as soon as possible. Only then can I strive for a turnaround. In the basement, my eyes rested on the slightly raised area in the corner. According to my memory, my father had hidden some weapons here, but I didn't know the exact location, so I had to find it by myself. I walked over and touched it with my hand, and sure enough, I felt a little looseness. Taking a deep breath, I pressed the mechanism, and with a slight click sound, a section of the wall slowly opened to both sides, revealing a hidden arms cabinet. Various weapons were neatly arranged inside. Automatic rifles, sniper rifles, submachine guns, and even several boxes of grenades, and a large amount of bullets. Although the security company that my father had worked hard to run over the years was on the verge of bankruptcy, these weapons were preserved intact. I picked up a silver-white Desert Eagle, and familiar gun parameters instantly appeared before my eyes. Although the Desert Eagle is a classic, it is not practical in actual combat, and is more often a favorite of collectors and gun enthusiasts. Putting it down, I picked up a Type 56 automatic rifle and pulled the bolts skillfully. The crisp metal sound made me feel good. Although this gun is not as famous as the AK-47, it is just as practical and is especially suitable for harsh environments. Looking at the weapons and bullets on the shelves, I already had a plan in my mind. Although these stocks are not suitable for selling in bulk to warlords, they can definitely be exchanged for a sum of startup capital on the black market, which is just enough to complete the tasks issued by the system. At night, Tiago City's black market was bustling with lights and partying. I took Victor and Chris to avoid the KKK's eyes and quietly came to an abandoned factory in the suburbs. This is the largest black market in the area, selling all kinds of guns, ammunition, and contraband. This place is a mixed bag, with all kinds of people doing business here, and even the police station turns a blind eye. The stalls on the first floor were filled with all kinds of contraband, and the lighting was dim and blurry. I didn't stay for long and went straight to the 3rd floor, which is the core area of arms trading. The stalls around were filled with all kinds of weapons, even a small amount of heavy equipment, making it look like a cyberpunk arms supermarket. I glanced around casually and finally stopped in front of a stall. This stall prominently displays an M2 heavy machine gun. Although it is disassembled, it still attracts attention. The United States has strict controls on heavy weapons, and the fact that the stall owner dares to sell them openly on the black market shows that he has an unusual background. The stall owner was a white man with tattoos all over his body. When he saw me stop, he immediately came up to me with a big smile. "Sir, what do you need? We have everything here. Put away your guns?" I said straight to the point. He was stunned for a moment, obviously not expecting me to sell guns, but he quickly regained his composure and asked, "How many guns do you have?" "About 1,000 pieces, all new, but of a mixed variety. You can check out the samples if you want." When he heard the amount, his eyes flashed, but he did not show any eagerness. He just nodded and said, "Okay, then leave me your address and I will visit you in person tomorrow." I handed over a business card with Chairman of Hualong Security Company, Chu Zihong, printed on it. He glanced at the business card with a thoughtful look. After agreeing on a time, I took my people and quickly left the black market, not wanting to stay any longer. Back at the manor, I sat in the living room and thought about tonight's trading arrangements. This batch of weapons can not only help me complete the system mission, but also exchange for the much-needed startup funds. As long as we get the reward, things will open up completely. The next morning, I completed a 5-kilometer training on the treadmill, and my muscles began to ache. Although the high-intensity training in the past week has improved my physical fitness a lot, today I was determined to break my limits and manage to finish the 5 kilometers. The result was quite unexpected. My pace in the last kilometer was actually faster than the previous ones. It was as if my legs no longer belonged to me. There was only one thought left in my mind: to run. Some people say that running beyond the limit will reach the extreme point of the human body. As long as you cross that hurdle, you will have a second breath, and everything will become easy. For me, the joy of this breakthrough was indescribable, but I knew it was far from enough. If you want to become the strongest military contractor, you cannot gain a foothold without a strong body, let alone protect yourself. This world is extremely cruel. Who can guarantee that your loved ones will not sell you out for profit one day? The only way to survive is to control your own destiny. I wiped the sweat off my forehead and was about to start the next training when Victor pushed the door open and said, "Boss, the black market arms dealer Vito Don Corleone, who we met last night, has arrived." I looked at my watch. It was only 7:30. This guy came early. You go and entertain him first. I'll change my clothes. 10 minutes later, I finished washing up and walked into the reception room wearing a navy blue suit. Vito Don Corleone was sitting on the sofa, crossing his legs and drinking coffee, while his bodyguard Michael was standing beside him. The big guy looked like someone who was not easy to mess with. Seeing me come in, Corleone looked a little surprised, as if he was looking at me again. "Mr. Chu, let's get straight to the point. Can you show me the weapons?" "Of course, please follow me." I extended my hand and gestured for them to go to the basement. The lights in the basement shone on the neatly arranged weapon racks, and all kinds of firearms were clearly visible. There are pistols, assault rifles, shotguns, and even military grenades, all preserved in near-perfect condition. A smile appeared on Corleone's face. "Oh my God, this is a place that can open a gun store." "Tiago has more gun stores than McDonald's." "Not really," I responded blandly. 10 minutes later, Corleone and his bodyguard checked all the weapons and finally showed a satisfied smile on his face. "Mr. Chu, the quality of this batch of weapons is impeccable. They are all new." "Then let's talk about the price." I looked at him, waiting for the next step. He pondered for a moment and suddenly said, "Mr. Chu, this batch of weapons is too diverse. It would be too troublesome to count them one by one. How about unifying the price according to the type of firearms?" I glanced at him and sneered in my heart. This guy was calculating well, sorting by category, obviously trying to lower my price. Did he take me for a fool? Capitalists are indeed all vampires. Unfortunately, I'm short of money now and have to rely on him to complete the task. Sell by type? Sure, how much exactly? I put my thoughts aside and put on a smile. "Yes, Mr. Chu," Corleone explained with a smile. "Your weapons are too diverse. It is too troublesome to count them one by one. It is more convenient to calculate them by type. I promise that you will not lose money." I raised the corner of my mouth and said calmly, "Then, Mr. Corleone, what price do you think these weapons should be given?" He looked apologetic and shouted to Michael, the bodyguard beside him, "Give me the calculator." Michael then pulled out a palm-sized calculator from his briefcase and handed it to him, watching him tap on the calculator. I couldn't help but feel a pang in my heart. Why does this painting look so much like a vegetable market? And that reset button? Is it a domestic product? Too lazy to complain, I waited patiently for him to finish. He handed the calculator to me and said, "Mr. Chu, how about this number?" I looked down at the screen and frowned. This price is too outrageous. More than 1,000 weapons. Only 500,000 miles down. Do you really think I'm a fool? I sneered and pushed the calculator away. "Mr. Corleone, your price is too insincere, isn't it?" Corleone immediately put on a smiling face. "Mr. Chu, the price is not suitable. We can talk about it again." "Negotiate? What do you think is there to negotiate about 500,000? My voice was as cold as ice. The market price of that batch of automatic rifles alone could be sold for 300,000 or 400,000 yuan. But he actually wanted to pack all the goods at half the price. Did he think I was selling cabbages? Seeing this, Corleone quickly changed his words. "Then, Mr. Chu, please tell me the number." 1 million, as a minimum, no retreat. I held up a finger, my tone firm. I thought he would object, but he agreed readily. "Okay, 1 million is 1 million. I was stunned and looked at him with a subtle expression. He was so aggressive just now, but now he is so happy. His expression changed faster than turning the pages of a book. But how can I care about him? As long as I don't lose money, it's fine. After shaking hands, the arms deal was officially concluded. I know in my heart where these guns go, and what they are used for has nothing to do with me. I sell guns, and at least they have safety bolts. Compared to those things that hurt people, that's actually kind. After seeing Corleone off, I finally breathed a sigh of relief. The system prompt sounded in my mind at the right time. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for completing the first phase of the main mission, successfully selling a batch of arms. no less than 200 in quantity. Mission accomplished. I was so excited that I finally took the first step. Rewards are being distributed. Please wait. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a 416 Hong Kong dollars automatic rifle manufacturing blueprint, a tactical level special forces team, and a random draw. When I heard about this reward, my eyes lit up. 416 Hong Kong dollars? This gun is not simple. For those who play shooting games, its renamed version M416 has long been a legendary existence. The actual 416 Hong Kong dollars is produced by Hans Heckler Koch. It has high precision and strong stability and can be called a groundbreaking product. In this era, the mainstream is still the Soviet AK series and Sam's M16 series. But what about the reputation of the M16? It has a serious old problem of jamming and is completely unreliable in harsh environments. Once the 416 Hong Kong dollars is released, it will definitely set off a buying frenzy in war-torn areas. Warlords will definitely scramble to buy it in order to equip their own guards. The system continued. Congratulations to the host for successfully summoning a tactical special forces team. The team has its own weapons and equipment and will appear when the host is in danger to protect the host's safety. I frowned slightly. It turned out to be a protective umbrella hidden in the dark. This is in line with the style of the special forces. However, what we lack most now is capable manpower. The arrival of this elite group of people will come in handy. It is detected that the host has one more chance to draw a random prize. Do you want to use it? Without hesitation, I said, draw. A golden virtual turntable appeared before my eyes. It was gray, and I couldn't see the specific prizes clearly, but I was already ready to try. The golden turntable began to spin rapidly, and I prayed in my heart, I will hit the target with one shot, and I will be blessed with good luck. The turntable slowly slowed down, and my heart nearly jumped into my throat. As the turntable stopped, the system prompt sounded at the right time. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for drawing the special character, Kataria. This character will appear beside the host at the right opportunity. Kataria? I was slightly stunned, and then I realized that this was the ruthless character in the movie Deadly Black Orchid. The top killer who single-handedly wiped out the entire underworld was actually chosen by me. Although it wasn't the expected reward, it wasn't bad to draw her. Female bodyguards are scarce, especially killers like Kataria, who are strong and good at disguise. Having them in a security company is undoubtedly a great help. Whether she is disguised as a secretary or a female companion, she can always achieve the unexpected effect. What annoys me a little, though, is that she won't show up right away. Forget it. Now is not the time to worry about these things. I have more important things to do. I returned to my study and began to think about the direction of Umbrella Corporation. My headquarters must be located in a third world country. The United States is not suitable. The cumbersome regulations such as customs and Interpol will only drag me down and are costly. I think third world countries not only have fewer rules, but more importantly, they can conduct business more freely. But where should I choose? I was unsure, so I called Victor for help. He was a veteran who had been through many battles and had much more experience than me in this area. Victor, which third world country do you think would be a good place for Umbrella Corporation to have its headquarters? Victor came to the unfolded world map, scanned it, and pointed to two places. Boss, if you're not just looking for military resources, Ghana is a good choice. If you prefer military resources, Somalia is the best choice. Tell me about Ghana. I motioned for him to explain in detail. Victor pointed to Ghana and said, Ghana has a stable political situation and is located on the Gold Coast in the west of Africa. It has good ports and trade conditions. If the company wants to do legitimate business, it is undoubtedly the safest place to start. But if we develop military resources, he pointed to Somalia on the map, this is more suitable. Somalia is a gathering place for major mercenary organizations. For example, the world's top organizations such as the Lord's Armed Forces and EO have their headquarters there. There are few rules and no one is in charge of taxes, which is suitable for our business. I stared at the familiar location on the map, thought for a moment, and nodded. Somalia, let's go. Although Somalia is in chaos, victory can only be achieved in chaos. Today Somalia has just ended colonial rule and is not completely out of control. But I know that in 2 years this place will be plunged into civil war with political power split and multiple factions. Now is a good time to make arrangements in advance. I have made a decision, and the next step is the internal organizational structure of the company. The existing structure is too simple and not conducive to long-term development. I plan to build a new umbrella corporation based on giants such as Umbrella and Titan, add my own ideas, and create a brand new umbrella corporation. At the same time, in the Lincoln car in the suburbs, Corleone shook the red wine glass in his hand, feeling very comfortable. Michael, who was sitting in the passenger seat, couldn't help but ask, Boss, weren't you only going to pay $500,000? Why did you give me another $1 million? Corleone glanced at him and said calmly, Michael, you are always just a bodyguard, not a boss. Don't just look at the surface when you look at things. What do you mean? Michael was obviously confused. Corleone took a sip of red wine and continued. Didn't you notice the bodyguards around Chu Zihong? Their positions, reactions, and even their aura. They are not ordinary bodyguards, but more like those from the Secret Service. Michael was stunned, and then he carefully recalled the status of the bodyguards, and suddenly he realized it. What is the most important thing for a security company? Corleone asked. Of course it's the elite security personnel. Michael blurted out. Yes, elite security is the core. And the group of people around Chu Zihong are enough to bring the Chu family back to life. Corleone smiled. Of course, this alone is not enough. But I believe that with Chu Zihong's performance, we may be witnessing the rise of a big man. What if he fails? Michael asked. If it succeeds, we'll do you a favor so we can work together in the future. Corleone said calmly. If it fails? He's just an ordinary customer. What does it have to do with us? After saying that, he drank the red wine in his hand, with a shrewd look in his eyes. The next morning, I drove 2 SUVs with Victor and others to the company. For some reason, I always felt uneasy, as if something was about to happen. But with Victor and the others protecting me, I feel a little more at ease. However, the traffic jams during the morning rush hour made me feel even more uneasy. The car was stuck on the Tiago Bridge and couldn't move forward or backward. Just then I looked through the rearview mirror and noticed something was wrong. 2 silver-gray business cars, one in front and one behind, just sandwiched our car in the middle. Looking around, we saw that several cars had surrounded us invisibly. Victor, who was sitting in the passenger seat, apparently noticed that the atmosphere was not right and frowned slightly. Victor put his hand on the headset. Everyone, pay attention. There is danger. Get ready for battle. His alertness saved our lives. Bang! The doors of several commercial vehicles opened at the same time, and a large group of people rushed out. They wore black masks and carried pistols, Uzi submachine guns, and even shotguns. They were obviously scum of the KKK. When I saw their tattoos, Hugh Fletcher's face immediately came to my mind. The guy I offended 3 days ago really took action. Boss, there are enemies. Find a chance to run later. Victor handed me a bulletproof vest and a Glock pistol, while pulling out an Uzi submachine gun and 2 grenades from under the seat. I put on my bulletproof vest and sneered. KKK? They're coming pretty fast. The gunmen around me were getting closer and closer. I saw their steps through the front windshield and rearview mirror, and snorted in my heart. You want to kill me? You will never come back. However, when the gunman was less than 10 meters away from the SUV, swoosh! A sudden sharp sound of braking through the air broke the deadlock, and 2 RPG rockets flew over from nowhere and hit the group of gunmen directly. Boom! Boom! The explosion was deafening, and debris and corpses were blown into the air and then fell heavily. 4 or 5 gunmen were killed on the spot, and several nearby cars were shattered. But our SUV was only scratched on the surface, and the body vibrated slightly. Before I could react, several smoke bombs and stun bombs were thrown at me one after another. In the thick smoke, I heard a burst of rapid and rhythmic footsteps. Da-da-da! The next second, 8 fully armed Special Forces soldiers filed out from the smoke. They were wearing urban camouflage, wearing gas masks, and holding M4A1 rifles. Their movements were precise and neat, like ghosts walking out of the fog. Bang! 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 Their guns spewed flames, and the gunmen had no room to resist. The KKK members had just struggled to get up when they were shot in the head and quickly fell to the ground. The Special Forces team acted extremely swiftly, as if they were following a rhythm. Every shot hit the target, leaving no chance of survival for those people. In just a few dozen seconds, more than a dozen gunmen were eliminated. I was stunned. What was going on? Before I could even start, these guys who came from nowhere beat the KKK to a pulp. Victor seemed to have reacted, and as he looked at those people, his expression relaxed a little, even with a bit of kindness. My mind raced, and I immediately realized that this was a tactical Special Forces team summoned by the system. However, this group of people did not come to join me. After getting rid of the gunmen, they quickly evacuated to the bridge and then jumped off the bridge without hesitation. I stared with wide eyes, stunned, as they disappeared under the bridge. No, you guys just left without saying goodbye. What do you mean by jumping into the river? Victor reminded. Boss, we can't stay here for long. We have to evacuate as soon as possible. I came back to my senses and took a look at the chaotic scene after the explosion. The traffic jam was actually relieved a little after this series of shocks. Let's go, get out of here. Although I didn't have the opportunity to meet this special team in person, just as the system said, they would show up when my life was in danger. And today, this has obviously been verified. But with such a big commotion, the FBI or something will probably be here soon. I don't want to attract too much attention right now, Saving my life is the most important thing. The wind is strong. Hurry up. As Victor stepped on the accelerator, our SUV quickly drove away from the scene. In my heart, I have already started planning the next step. 3K clan, since you dare to take action, don't blame me, Chu Zihong, for being rude. After arriving at the company, I finally breathed a sigh of relief, but my expression was gloomy. Without the timely rescue of those special forces, I'm afraid Victor and I would have died on the Tiago Bridge today. Victor, find out whether it is the KKK who wants to kill us, or someone is behind this. I can't just let this go. Understood, boss. Victor nodded and left the office. But a moment later, he knocked on the door again and came in. I frowned. Victor, what else? Boss, Miss Kataria is here. She's just outside the door. When I heard the name, I relaxed. The heroine of Deadly Black Orchid was finally here. I hurriedly said, let her in. Not long after, Catalaya appeared in front of me. She had a hot body, delicate features, and a hint of Latina charm, which made her look both cool and dangerous. I extended my hand and said with a smile, Catalaya, welcome to our big family. Thank you, boss. She smiled sweetly and gently shook my hand. We're all family from now on, so don't be polite. Kataria gave a playful smile. Boss, I brought you a big gift. A big gift? I became interested. She walked to the computer and tapped the keyboard skillfully, and a video popped up on the screen. I stared at the screen. My eyes gradually became sharper. The person in the screen was Hugh Fletcher, the head of the KKK in Tiago. When did you approach him? I asked. Boss, of course I use beauty. She blinked and smiled. Men are animals that think with their lower body. For professional killers like us, the body is the greatest weapon. I was slightly stunned. Why did this sound like a hint of something to me? But I had to admit that she was right. The advantage of a professional female killer is that she can use her beauty to lure her targets and kill them with one strike when the men let their guard down. From today on, you are responsible for the company's secret line. I turned and walked to the window, looking at the busy street outside. I continued, I want you to spread our spies all over Tiago City within a month. Boss, I promise to complete the task. I nodded. Also, train another group of killers. How much startup capital do you want? 30 million. She held up 3 fingers. 30 million. I couldn't help but gasp. I just made $1 million from selling arms, and I'm going to invest the money before it even warms up? Let's put it on hold for now. I waved my hand. I'll talk about it when I get the money. After seeing Alcataria and Victor, I fell into deep thought. Money is the root of everything. Without funds, all plans are castles in the air. After much thought, the only way to make the most money is to sell arms. I immediately called Corleone. When the call was connected, Corleone was standing leisurely on an ocean-going freighter, and his voice was filled with sea breeze. Chew, do you need munitions? Yes, light weapons, preferably AK-47. Are you planning to join this industry too? He asked with a hint of amusement. I said calmly, as an international security company, arms are naturally one of our businesses. Okay, how many Angel Kings do you need? Angel King? I was stunned for a moment. Then I realized. AK's nickname? That's right. After all, smuggling arms is all done in jargon. Chew. How much do you want? What's the price? Second-hand refurbished goods, sold by the kilogram. Sold by the pound? I was almost choked by this sentence. AK-47 is so cheap. New products are of course more expensive than this. Refurbished second-hand products have lower costs and are just as good to use, Corleone explained. I was silent for a moment and suddenly realized that guns are consumables. Who can tell after refurbishment? As long as it is used smoothly, this is definitely a lucrative business. I want 5,000 AK-47s. What's the price? $1 million delivered to your door in 3 days. It's a deal. I gritted my teeth. Although it was painful to spend $1 million, I had no choice but to invest it for the greater benefit. After hanging up the phone, I sat in the chair and sneered. If I refurbish 5,000 AKs and then sell them, I can make at least several times the profit from this business. The huge profits in the arms business finally revealed its true colors, but I also understood that being a middleman was not a long-term solution. The real arms tycoons rely on self-production and self-sales to form their own industrial chain. That is the real money-making machine. Lockheed Martin, Raytheon, which of these military industry giants did not make a fortune by independently developing weapons? When I arrived at the company, I finally breathed a sigh of relief, but my face became gloomy. If the special forces hadn't rescued us in time, Victor and I would probably have died on that bridge today. Victor, find out whether it is the KKK who wants to kill us or someone else who wants to sow discord. I will not let this account go easily. Understood, boss. Victor nodded and left the office. Not long after, he knocked on the door again and came in. I looked up, a little confused. Anything else? Boss, the people from Fable are here. I looked at my watch. It had only been half an hour since the shooting. The FBI's sense of smell was really sharp. Take them to the conference room. I'll be there in a moment. Victor led 3 white men to the conference room, led by Claude, a senior agent from Tiago City Fable. Not long after, I straightened my suit and pushed the door open. Claude seemed polite, but his question was aggressive. Mr. Chu, why did you leave immediately after the shooting? Why didn't you wait for the police to arrive? I sneered in my heart. This is nonsense, and it makes sense to ask. Should I stay here and wait for someone to collect the body? I smiled and responded, Agent, as the boss of a security company, of course I have to ensure my own safety and evacuate immediately under the protection of my men. Is there anything wrong with that? Claude shrugged. Of course not. This guy looked at me with some suspicion in his eyes, but he knew that he couldn't get anything useful out of me, so he took his people away. But before leaving, he turned back and looked at me on purpose, and that look made me feel a little uncomfortable. Victor walked up and whispered, Boss, I'm afraid Fobler won't give up. He may keep a close eye on us for about 3 days. 3 days? I frowned, thought for a moment, and nodded. Then, for the next 3 days, the arms business will remain on hold to avoid unnecessary trouble. For the next 3 days, I stayed at the manor and continued my physical training with Victor. After this period of strengthening, I clearly feel that my physical fitness has improved a lot, and now I can at least compete with ordinary people. At the same time, Fopol surveillance also yielded no results. Claude must have been very angry, but when the 3-day deadline was up, they withdrew. The Tiago City Bridge shooting ultimately became a complete mystery. 3 days later, Corleone arrived as promised, but empty-handed. Corleone, where are the goods? Didn't you say they would be delivered to your door? I frowned. True, there's a little trouble. Customs has been checking strictly recently, and the goods can't be imported. Corleone explained with embarrassment. So, I can't get the goods now. Sorry. But Chu, I can provide global delivery services, provided that your products are not sold domestically. My eyes lit up. Can it be delivered worldwide? Of course. Corleone smiled confidently. Okay. Can you deliver it to the port of Baseso in Somalia tomorrow? No problem, he said, and then reminded. But Chu, Somalia is very dangerous now. Many arms dealers have listed it as a forbidden area. Are you sure you want to send it there? I chuckled and said, wealth and honor come from risk. Just send it over. After agreeing on the time and place, I waved him off. This transaction involves 5,000 AK-47s. If I sell them successfully, I can not only recover the cost, but also make a fortune. But I know very well that being a middleman is not a long-term solution. Real arms tycoons all have their own production lines, and they produce and sell their own products in order to maximize their profits. My eyes gradually became sharper, and a clearer path emerged in my mind. It is November 12, 1989. The end of the Cold War is approaching and Russia is beginning to collapse. There was internal inflation and rampant corruption. Many officials and the military even began to secretly sell weapons. Guns, ammunition, tank parts, and even nuclear weapons could be obtained as long as the price was right. If you want weapons, why do you have to look for a middleman like Corleone? Wouldn't it be better to go directly to Russia and buy a batch of them at the lowest cost? This time, I, Chu Zihong, will open up my own arms channels and form an industrial chain. Chapter 11. AK-47 obtained, arms sales started. Most of Somalia has a tropical desert climate, which results in high temperatures, dryness, and little rainfall all year round. Even in November, the weather here is still as hot as summer. The port of Bosaso, under the scorching sun. Only 1 or 2 medium-sized cargo ships stopped at the dock to load and unload cargo and replenish fresh water. In such horrible weather, port workers would rather stay in the air conditioning than come out to work. Not to mention that black people are lazy and will be lazy whenever they can. The entire port is sparsely populated and seems unusually quiet. Just at this moment, 2 off-road vehicles suddenly drove into the port's dock and finally stopped in front of a cargo ship named Cruston. The car doors opened one after another. 6 tall and strong white men got out of the car. They were all dressed in suits, sunglasses, and earphones. They had cold expressions, and it was obvious that they were professional security guards. After looking around and finding no danger, a white man stepped forward and opened the door of the second car, and a young Chinese man got out. It was Chu Zihong and his group who came to Bosaso. At this time, Corleone on the deck of the freighter saw Chu Zihong coming and immediately took his men off the ship to greet him. Chu, thank God you are here at last. After saying that, he gave Chu Zihong a big hug, very enthusiastically. A hint of discomfort flashed across Chu Zihong's face, but he quickly concealed it. Then after some polite words, Corleone then ordered his men to unload the boxes one by one off the ship, which were filled with refurbished AK-47s. Chu Zihong asked Victor to pry open a box, took out an AK-47 with gun oil, and looked at it. Then he reached out and gently stroked the gun, just like stroking a girl's skin. Finally, Chu Zihong pulled the bolt with his backhand, and there was a crisp click sound. Hearing such a beautiful and pleasant sound, Chu Zihong's adrenaline instantly surged. I even felt that every cell in my body was jumping for joy, involuntarily. Chu Zihong couldn't help but get excited at the thought of getting these weapons and completing his first big arms order in his life. He found himself more concerned about this taboo, restricted and condemned industry. So much so that he felt extremely excited. Why didn't I realize before that I was born to do this? Seeing this, Corleone smiled and said, Chu, these are 90% new, absolutely worth the money. Chu Zihong suppressed his thoughts and put the AK-47 in the box. Mun, you don't have any extra bullets? Chu, the bullets are charged separately, but since we are friends, I will give you 50 boxes of bullets for free. As he spoke, Corleone had another 50 army green boxes brought down. When I opened it, I saw bullets shining yellow in the sun. Thank you, Corleone. Chu, we are all friends, aren't we? Corleone said with a smile. Chu Zihong smiled and didn't answer. Friend? In the face of huge interests, not to mention friends, even relatives may betray you. Once you embark on this path, you are destined to only trust yourself. Make sure there is no problem with the goods. Chu Zihong ordered Victor to transfer all the 1 million Mi Dao to Corleone's Swiss bank account. After successfully receiving the 1 million meter knife, Corleone hugged Chu Zihong warmly again and said goodbye and left. Chu Zihong looked at the boxes of weapons in front of him and felt somewhat excited. This is all money. As long as you have money, even ghosts can grind for you. When interests speak, God must remain silent. Victor looked at the box full of guns in front of him and couldn't help asking, Boss, can we really sell all these weapons? I don't expect to sell all of them, but I hope to make a name for myself in Boseso with this batch of weapons. Chu Zihong said, smiling and shaking his head. He knew very well that 5,000 AK-47s would not be easy to sell in Somali, which was still in a stable state. So first of all, you have to build your reputation so that you can have a steady stream of business. So, boss, what should we do next? Victor asked. Chu Zihong stared at the pile of weapons in front of him and thought for a while, then asked, which is the largest tribe in Bosaso at present? Boss, it's the Digil tribe located east of Bosaso. They are a branch of the Sabu tribe, one of the two major tribes in Somalia, with a population of over 10,000. Just go to the Digil tribe. Chu Zihong waved his hand and then asked someone to call the port staff to put the weapons in the warehouse they had rented in advance and left someone to guard it. Finish all of this. Chu Zihong and his men immediately rushed to the Dijur tribe in the eastern suburbs of Bosaso. However, Chu Zihong didn't know. At this moment, the Digil tribe was in a gloomy mood. The entire tribe seemed to have just experienced a great war, with smoke and ruins everywhere. Some tribal soldiers were carrying corpses on the road. There was a strong smell of blood in the air. Although Somali appears stable on the surface, in reality, the tribes within it often fight for territory. You should know that the entire population of Somali is 14.3 million, the vast majority of whom are Somali people, who are divided into two major ethnic groups, Samael and Sabu. Among them, the Samurai ethnic group accounts for more than 80% of the country's population and is divided into four major tribes, Darid, Hai, Isaac, and Diar. The Sabu ethnic group is divided into two major tribes, Dijur and Rahanwan. Among these two major ethnic groups, the Samurai have long been dissatisfied with the current Somali government. Among them, the more radical Dir tribe even openly opposed the existing government in order to become the master of Somali. It's basically lip service. If the government forces had not been slightly stronger, they would have been overthrown long ago. The Digil tribe and the Sabu clan, because they supported the government, was naturally targeted by the Dir tribe, which opposed the government. Since the government cannot defeat them, can it not defeat the Digil tribe, which is weaker than itself? The Dir tribe began to attack and harass the Digger tribe, intending to annex them and strengthen their own power. If the Dijur tribe had not fought hard, it might have become a thing of the past. After several months of battles of all sizes, the Dijur tribe suffered heavy losses, especially in terms of weapons, which were very backward. The Dir tribe has Western support, and all of them use M16, and even have a number of light and heavy weapons. But what about the Dijur tribe? They're even still using weapons from World War II, so what's the point of having more people? Instead, they were suppressed by the smaller Dir tribe, and were almost unable to hold on. Ahmed, the chief of the Dijur tribe, was extremely worried. If things continued like this, their tribe might really be destroyed. We asked the government for help, but they didn't want to get involved in the intertribal fights at all. This made Ahmed feel that his tribe had been abandoned by government forces. Faced with such a dilemma, Ahmed felt that he was really annoyed and wished he had known better than to support the government. Now, I'm in a difficult situation and I am not popular with anyone. Just when Ahmed was frowning, a soldier came to report, "Chief, there is a group of Westerners coming to the tribe and they want to see you." "Westerners? You want to see me?" Ahmed frowned, looking somewhat doubtful. "Westerners want to see me at this time? Do they want to support me?" "Think of this," Ahmed said quickly. "Quick, ask them to come over." "Yes, Patriarch." The soldier nodded and turned away. At the same time, outside the Daijir tribe, Chu Zihong looked at the Daijir tribe who seemed to have just experienced a battle. There was a hint of shrewdness in his deep eyes, and he became more confident that he could make his first arms deal. "Put away your scrutinizing gaze." Chu Zihong turned his head and asked Victor beside him, "Cat Alia, have the investigation results been sent over?" "Boss, I just received it. It contains all the information about the Digital tribe." As Victor spoke, he handed the 3200 model black and white screen mobile phone produced by Motorola in 1988 to Chu Zihong. This mobile phone, commonly known as the Brick, has a small screen and can receive text messages. It was introduced into the domestic market in 1995, and most people call it a big brother. Taking the phone, Chu Zihong browsed the messages sent inside. When they learned that the Digital tribe had been suppressed and beaten by the Dir tribe because of their backward weapons, Chu Zihong was shocked. "What a good opportunity. It seems that my 5000 AK-47s have been found. It's just a coincidence that a blind cat meets a dead mouse." Chapter 12. Ahmed, the Sucker. Digjur tribe, Patriarch's residence. Led by the soldiers, Chu Zihong and others came to a luxurious building with an Arabic style. However, in the yard, Chu Zihong and others were stopped by a strong black man, who asked them to hand over their weapons. Victor and others were naturally unwilling to do so and watched the situation become deadlocked. A soldier ran out and whispered something in the ear of the strong black man at the door. The burly black man then let Chu Zihong and the others enter the building smoothly. Before entering, Victor glared at the burly black man in a demonstrative manner. "You're just a gatekeeper? What's so cool about you?" A middle-aged black man wearing a white hat had been waiting for a long time. When he saw Chu Zihong coming, he immediately came up to greet him warmly. The level of enthusiasm made Chu Zihong feel a little embarrassed. Although the Somali region is well known around the world as a den of pirates, in fact, when Somali people interact with foreign guests, they always take the initiative to say hello, and their greetings are a series of words. This is similar to how people in Beijing always ask you, "Have you eaten?" when they meet someone and greet them. After some polite words, Ahmed welcomed Chu Zihong into the house, while Victor and others waited outside the door. After the two sat down, Ahmed looked at the yellow-skinned Chu Zihong opposite him and couldn't help asking, "Sir, are you from South Korea or Japan?" Chu Zihong shook his head upon hearing this and said, "Chief Ahmed, allow me to introduce myself to you. My name is Nicholas Yuri. I am an arms dealer who is interested in world nuclear peace. I am Chinese." "Chinese?" Ahmed was stunned for a moment, and then said with a hint of apology in his tone, "Mr. Nicholas Yuri, you are from an ancient Oriental country. I am so sorry. I thought you were—" "Chief Ahmed, you don't have to apologize because this is not your fault." Chu Zihong waved his hand to indicate that it was okay. "As a descendant of the dragon, I do have this kind of tolerance. As expected, you Chinese are really considerate, much better than those hypocritical Westerners." When Ahmed learned that Chu Zihong was Chinese, his attitude was obviously different. Although the country did not support Somali during this period after the diplomatic policy of Zhou, even if it was poor, it would squeeze out a little money from its tightened belt to support the countries of the Black States. Basically, people in Black States are quite friendly towards Chinese people and will not make things too difficult for them. It doesn't seem like there is any hostility towards Westerners. In order to gain the support of the Black State, Duke Zhou paid a lot of attention to diplomacy. This is also the fundamental reason why most of the votes of support for China's return to the UN Security Council came from Black States. Chu Zihong waved his hand modestly and said, "Chief Ahmed, you are too polite." Ahmed laughed heartily, then stared at Chu Zihong and said, "I wonder why you came to our Digital tribe this time, Mr. Yuri." "Chief Ahmed, I am an arms dealer. I am here to sell arms to you." Chu Zihong narrowed his eyes and went straight to the point. Ahmed was delighted to hear that Chu Zihong was an arms dealer. The reason why the Digjur tribe couldn't defeat the Dir tribe was because they were weak in weapons, right? If they had equally advanced weapons, their Digjur tribe would not have been beaten so badly by the Dir tribe. But you can't show it, otherwise it will be difficult to bargain. Ahmed remained calm and said, "I didn't expect Mr. Yuri to be an arms dealer. I didn't expect that. But Mr. Yuri, our Digjur tribe is strong and powerful, and it seems that we don't need any weapons. Chu Zihong glanced at Ahmed and questioned, Chief Ahmed, that's not necessarily true, right? From what I understand, your tribe was suppressed by the smaller DR tribe due to its backward weapons, and many of its members died. Don't you want to buy some advanced weapons to avenge your dead tribesmen? Chu Zihong's words immediately made Ahmed's expression gradually gloomy. The atmosphere suddenly fell into silence. But from Ahmed's eyes, Chu Zihong could still see a trace of unwillingness and hatred. What does this mean? There's hope. Then keep adding fuel to the fire and try to win it. As a result, before he could add fuel to the fire, Ahmed suddenly raised his head and looked at Chu Zihong and said solemnly, Mr. Yuri, I wonder what kind of arms you sell? M16, or? Chu Zihong shook his head and denied it. The M16 is too delicate and can easily get stuck, especially in windy and sandy conditions. It is not suitable for use in Somali. Oh, then what kind of gun is suitable for use in Somali? Ahmed immediately became interested when he heard this. It was the first time he heard such a statement. Of course, it's the AK-47 produced by Russia. This gun is suitable for any extreme environment. It is easy to operate and can fire continuously. It has excellent firepower suppression. In terms of practicality, the AK-47 is far superior to the M16. After saying that, Chu Zihong looked at Ahmed, waiting for him to give his suggestions. Ahmed frowned and asked, Mr. Yuri, how many AK-47s do you have? 5,000 AK-47s, plus 10 boxes of bullets. Chu Zihong said without hesitation. Bang! Ahmed slammed the table, stood up and said, Mr. Yuri, I want them all. You make an offer. Chief Ahmed refreshing. Chu Zihong stood up with a smile, stretched out his hand and gestured. The price is 10 million miles Dow, and I won't charge you for the 10 boxes of bullets. I'll give them all to you as a gift. What do you think? 10 million? Can it be cheaper? Chief Ahmed, this is a very reasonable price. The market price of an AK-47 is worth several thousand yuan. I gave you a lot of discounts, and now I'm almost losing everything. Chu Zihong said with a sad face. In fact, he is a liar and a big liar. The market price of AK-47 is that you can buy it for 300 or 400 meters. Even after the 1990s, weapons such as AK-47 and M16 were sold by the kilogram. European capitalists are bloodsuckers, and Chu Zihong just gnaws their bones. It's so heartless. 10 million is 10 million. Ahmed gritted his teeth and decided to buy it. With this batch of weapons, does the Dijur tribe still need to fear the attacks of the Dir tribe? In other words, the opportunity for revenge has come, but he had no idea that he was being taken advantage of. Ahmed's frankness was within Chu Zihong's expectations. The weapons owned by the entire Dijur tribe are still from the World War II era, and their backwardness is self-evident. Faced with the Dir tribe, which had the support of the West, they were naturally beaten and had no idea what to do. Both parties are not on the same level, so it's useless even if there are more people. Chapter 13 My dream is for love and peace. With 10 million in hand, Chu Zihong felt that the arms business made money quickly. With a cost of 1 million, he earned 10 million. It's a huge profit. Chu Zihong looked at Ahmed, who was being taken advantage of, with a smile, and something in his heart moved. We have to continue to fleece the wool. He is not merciful. As long as his pockets are full, he doesn't care whether someone is black-hearted. Money is a good thing. With it, you can replace President Sam. Think of this. Chu Zihong struck while the iron was hot and wanted to make more money. It's a waste if you don't masturbate, right? He said with a smile. Chief Ahmed, in order to give back to our customers, our umbrella company has also launched an event. Ahmed became interested and asked, Mr. Yuri, what event? The AK-47 originally cost several thousand yuan, but we are offering a 50% discount, free gun oil, and lifetime factory repair service. Ahmed was shocked by this. Oh my Allah! Is this Chinese crazy? 50% off? Free maintenance gun oil and lifetime factory repair service? What's the difference between this and pie in the sky? If the discount is 50%, the weapon I just bought will cost 10 million. Ahmed suddenly felt that Chu Zihong's activity was really out of line. The other party is so sincere. No, I feel that I cannot let Mr. Yuri do business at a loss. Mr. Yuri, aren't you losing money on this activity? Losing money? It's worth it even if it means making a loss in order to make friends with you, Chief Ahmed. Chu Zihong acted as if he was really sincere in making friends. Loss? Not happening. When you have $10 million, spend half of it to buy a lot of liquor and daily necessities. Then charter a plane to Urxiong and exchange it for tens of thousands of AK-47s, or even more weapons. Joke! Will labor and management do a business that will lose money? In addition, it can also earn Ahmed's gratitude and deep friendship. This deal is so damn worth it. Do you see how righteous I am? Capitalist rotten ass. Ahmed would never have imagined that Chu Zihong had no other weapons except 5,000 AK-47s. The activities launched now are nothing more than empty promises. It's typical that someone has been sold out but is still helping others count their money. As expected, Chu Zihong's words immediately moved Ahmed, and he developed a brotherly feeling towards Chu Zihong. Look, this is the kind-hearted Chinese. Much better than those hypocritical Westerners. Mr. Yuri, it is my honor to meet a friend like you. Seeing Ahmed taking the bait, Chu Zihong's eyes flashed with a gleam of success. Chief Ahmed, you can call me Yuri, sir, it's too strange. We are friends now, aren't we? Oh yes, Yuri, we are friends. Ahmed was so happy that his eyes turned softer and kinder when he looked at Chu Zihong. Perhaps he was tempted by the activity just launched by Chu Zihong. Ahmed couldn't help but ask, Mr. Yuri, how much can you provide for the next batch? Chu Zihong knocked on the arm of the chair. See how much you need. Another 5,000 AK-47s. It would be even better if there were RPGs, tanks, light and heavy machine guns. Ahmed rubbed his hands and said expectantly, no problem, but you need to pay a deposit in advance. Chu Zihong glanced at Ahmed, who looked expectant, and rubbed his fingers. How many? Not much, maybe 3 million meters. When can the goods be shipped? Ahmed asked. About a week. After all, smuggling arms is very troublesome. Chu Zihong shrugged and explained. Very good. Ahmed was very satisfied. Without saying anything else, he took out a travel bag from the safe and threw it in front of Chu Zihong. As soon as you open it, Franklin's portrait comes into view. Chu Zihong took a glance, and although he was a little green, the old man was quite good-looking. Within a week, our umbrella company will deliver the goods to your door. Chu Zihong reached out his hand and grabbed a handful of rice knives from his bag, stuffed them into Ahmed's hand and said, I don't have anything to show you. These are just a gift for meeting you. Yuri, you're so polite. Although Ahmed spoke politely, his hands were very honest. We are friends, aren't we? Chu Zihong asked back with a smile. Ahmed was delighted to hear this. Yes, Yuri, we are friends. Then I wish us a happy cooperation. Haha, happy cooperation. After informing Ahmed of the address of the warehouse where the 5,000 AK-47s were stored, Chu Zihong said goodbye and left Ahmed's residence. As soon as you get on the bus, Chu Zihong immediately ordered, Victor, go to Mogadishu airport immediately and return to Tiago. Victor was stunned, turned around and asked in confusion, Boss, the location of the headquarters has not been determined yet, so we are going back now. There's no rush for headquarters matters. The most urgent task now is to get a batch of arms. Chu Zihong shook his head and said, Understood, boss. Victor nodded and didn't ask any more questions. Two off-road vehicles accelerated towards Mogadishu, raising a cloud of dust. Looking at the vast desert disappearing into the distance outside the car window, Chu Zihong narrowed his eyes and fell into deep thought. Although the current situation in Somalia seems stable, in fact, there have been undercurrents within it and it may fall apart at any time. According to the timeline, 2 years later, in January 1991, the Said al-Said regime in Somalia would be overthrown, and the entire Somalia would fall into an era of warlord fighting and the coexistence of multiple regimes. In other words, within these 2 years, he must establish his own power in Somalia. Even if Somalia was in complete chaos, he would not have to fear any warlord. But the best way is to control the entire Somalia. How can you deserve the title of Umbrella Corporation when you are confined to one place? If you want to do it better and stronger. It started from Somalia and gradually expanded across the globe. Heh! An ambitious smile involuntarily appeared on Chu Zihong's lips. 2 days later, Chu Zihong returned to Tiago City again, but this time he came to purchase a large amount of liquor and daily necessities. At the same time, in order to be able to fly into the territory of Urshion, he also needs people to handle some formalities. After all, the Russian Bear and Sam are still in a hostile relationship. Otherwise, fly directly to the territory of the two wizards. There will be only one result. That means it was shot down by missiles from the Urshion military. So this time, Chu Zihong once again found his father's best friend, his dear Uncle Phelps. But when Phelps heard that Chu Zihong was going to Urshion's territory, he got furious. What? You're going to the Second Bear territory? Chu, are you crazy? Do you know that the two countries are now in a hostile relationship and a war may break out at any time? Uncle Phelps' roar on the phone forced Chu Zihong to keep the cell phone away from his ears. So scary. He felt his ears were buzzing. Only when the sound from the other end died down did Chu Zihong move the mobile phone to his ear. Dear Uncle Phelps, I'm only going there to complete a foreign trade business. It's safe. Besides, I am Chinese. I believe they will not make things difficult for me. Phelps frowned when he heard this. What kind of business requires you to go there in person? Chu Zihong quickly explained. This is a business that can bring my company back to life, so I hope Uncle Phelps, you can help me. Hear this. Phelps suddenly fell silent and did not respond for a long time. Chu Zihong was not in a hurry and waited quietly. Probably a few seconds passed. Phelps's deep voice came again on the phone. Chu, do you think you are a fool? I don't believe you went there to sell Pepsi. Is this how you want to be remembered by future generations? Chu Zihong was slightly surprised when he heard this, but it turned out that the old ones are the most experienced and solve the problem in one sentence. He said bluntly, Uncle Phelps, I don't want to be remembered in history. If I do, it means I'm dead. Phelps sighed and said, Are you really determined to take this path? It's not that I want to go down this path. I'm just trying to make every civilian's voice the loudest. If no one listens to civilians, then let the bullets speak. Everyone should be respected. This is my dream for love and peace. And the biggest arms dealer in the world is President Sam, who sells more in a day than I do in a year. Then why can't I do it? Phelps? Fuck, what kind of crooked theory is this? But I have to admit, damn it, he was actually convinced. Chapter 14, Dear Davari, we are brothers forever. Hang up the phone. Chu Zihong breathed a sigh of relief. It was done. However, he did not expect that his father and Uncle Phelps had once been involved in the arms smuggling business together. No wonder there are so many weapons and ammunition in the basement. The reason why the two men stopped the arms smuggling business was because their father was going to inherit the family property and Uncle Phelps had children and family concerns. So, the two of them retired from the business. One became the owner of a security company, and the other became a famous legal pioneer in Tiago. He also wondered why, in the late 1980s, when racial discrimination was so severe in the United States, there were very few white people who had such a deep friendship with the Chinese. It turns out that these two are friends who are willing to die for each other. In the previous call, Uncle Phelps promised to help me complete the transportation procedures to Wuklan. Got the procedures. The next step is to purchase large quantities of liquor, daily necessities, and also charter a transport plane. As for the umbrella company in Tiago City, Chu Zihong directly found a headhunting company to recruit a professional manager for it. The surface security business still needs to be operated to deal with the tax department of the United States, otherwise it will become a shell company. As for personnel, he let the professional managers recruit them themselves, and Chu Zihong still kept Catalia as a secret agent. Although the headquarters is not within the territory of Sam country, Chu Zihong will naturally not let go of this rich land. When I come back next time, the US market will definitely be conquered by me. What's more, the United States is a country controlled by capitalists. As long as the money is in place, supporting a puppet president is not a problem. 2 days later in the morning, at Tiago Municipal Airport, a Boeing 747 large transport aircraft is parked at the airport. The cargo hold under the belly was opened, and box after box of cargo was loaded into it, until the entire cargo hold is filled. Chu Zihong stood aside and looked at the big guy in front of him, and his mind couldn't help but think of the world's #1 military transport aircraft, an 225. That big guy is much larger than the Boeing 747 in front of us, which weighs only 100 tons. It is a super transport aircraft equipped with 6 engines, and can be called a giant in the sky. Both its wingspan and length are more than 80 meters. When it is parked on the ground, its floor area is roughly equivalent to 2 international standard football fields. If Bolt ran from one end of the wing to the other, it would take about 9 seconds, unless he fell in the middle. Unfortunately, only one of these behemoths is in use, and the other was only half produced. He remembered that in his previous life, this famous super transport plane was destroyed in the conflict between Mao and Mao and became a thing of the past. But now the world is not destroyed. You can definitely get it yourself. However, it has only been about a year since the In-225's first flight on November 30th, 1988. It is the focus of Mao's attention, but it is still a bit difficult to get the drawings. Although the big Mao is close to disintegration, a lean camel is still bigger than a horse. If you are targeted by the KGB, one of the world's major intelligence organizations, you will be badly injured if you don't die. Chu Zihong is a person who fears trouble. He doesn't want to provoke this group of hunting dogs before he rises. Since the In-225 cannot be obtained, it would be a good idea to get the drawings of the In-12 or IL-18 transport aircraft. He remembered that since the 1970s and 1980s, the superpower empire of Russia began to breed corruption, and it was corruption at the national level. Moreover, poor internal management and inadequate supervision resulted in many subsidies and allowances that were originally intended to be paid being embezzled. More than half of the empire's enterprises went bankrupt, and many were forced to close down by the top management. How serious is the corruption? A head of the Reserve Bureau took advantage of his position to sell MiG fighter jets to a shell company that had no qualifications to purchase arms for 153 rubles, about 35 RMB. Even later aircraft carriers could be purchased for only $60 million. Only the price you can't imagine. You can exchange dozens of tons of meat products or daily necessities for cruisers, destroyers, and even MiG fighters and T-72 main battle tanks. This shows how corrupt this super empire is. If a country is plagued by corruption from top to bottom, its disintegration is inevitable. Even if Gorbachev did not carry out reforms, the various contradictions and problems accumulated from history and reality would lead the superpower empire of Russia to its demise step by step. It's just a matter of time. A few minutes later, the cargo was loaded. The huge Boeing 747 aircraft slowly entered the runway and took off. The last one rushed into the sky and disappeared into the horizon. A great arms dealer. About to rise. Lviv. Founded in 1256, it borders Poland and is the main city in western Ukraine. It is also the main industrial, cultural, and educational center of Ukraine, with many large factories and famous ancient buildings. Lviv is covered in snow in November, and everything is white as far as the eye can see. The sky is just getting light. In the sky, a large civilian transport plane, Boeing 747 from the United States, slid into the runway of Lviv International Airport in the wind and frost. I saw the tires nearly 2 meters high under the belly of the plane, roughly rolling over the smooth runway, making a harsh braking sound. Finally, it stopped steadily at the designated airport, and the ladder truck that had been waiting for a long time immediately pulled up. As the hatch opens, Chu Zihong, who was in high spirits, took Victor and others and got off the plane via the ladder truck. With his feet on the ground, Chu Zihong felt an extremely satisfying sense of security. Although the journey was smooth and there were no major problems, Chu Zihong still felt uneasy about the plane. Everyone says airplanes are safe, but in his opinion, airplanes are the least safe. So in his previous life, when he was on a business trip, he would rather take the high-speed train than take a plane. At this moment, Victor's eyes locked on a military jeep that was driving towards them quickly, and he quickly reminded, "Boss, there's a car coming." Chu Zihong looked in the direction of the voice and saw a military jeep driving towards him quickly. With one final beautiful drift, it stopped steadily in front of them. An officer with a black beard and the rank of colonel came down from the car. His belly was as big as a baby in the first month of pregnancy. His uniform could not even contain his huge body. At the same time, a guard with a submachine gun followed down, staring at Chu Zihong and the others with his deep blue eyes with extreme vigilance. It seemed that as long as the officer gave the order, he would raise the submachine gun in his hand and shoot Chu Zihong and others. However, when the officer approached, Chu Zihong smelled alcohol. They are indeed a fighting nation of drunkards. If this happened in the Chinese army, would they dare to drink? Just wait for a serious warning and solitary confinement. The pot-bellied, black-bearded officer glanced at Chu Zihong and the others and asked, "Which one of you is Nicholas Yuri?" "Dear sir, my name is Nicholas Yuri. I presume you are Ivan Ivanovich, the commander of the 103rd Border Defense Division." "It's a pleasure to meet you, General." After saying that, Chu Zihong smiled and stretched out his hand. He may have done his homework before coming. The names of Wuklan people are composed of the first name, the father's name in the middle, and the last name at the end. If peers address each other, they must add the other person's father's name, which is a sign of respect. Calling people by their first names is something that should be done between elders and relatives. If you call them by the wrong name, it can easily lead to misunderstandings. When Ivan Ivanovich Ivanov saw that Chu Zihong was actually a Chinese, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes, and then a brilliant smile broke out on his old face. He straightened his clothes before extending his hand to shake hands with Chu Zihong. "Mr. Nicholas is actually Chinese? This is rare. I thought it was one of Sam's white pigs. But I like Chinese food very much. But the Chinese restaurant in Lviv is run by an Indian. When I think about them cooking for me with their hands that have been used to wipe there, but I want to vomit. If you have the chance to come to Chinatown in the United States, I will definitely take you to taste the most authentic Chinese food. It is definitely the most delicious food in the world." Chu Zihong said politely. "We will definitely become good friends." "No." Chu Zihong's expression fell, and he shook his head and said, "We are brothers. We will never forget the help that the Davari family has given to our motherland. We will always be brothers." "Ha! Yes, we are brothers." Victor on the side looked at Ivan Ivanovich Ivanov, who was laughing, and the boss, who looked serious. The corners of his eyes twitched slightly, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Aren't these two really good at acting? Even an Oscar-winning actor would feel ashamed in front of both of you. Still Davari? An arms dealer talking about history? And the corrupt general is recalling the martyrs? Victor felt his scalp tingling and couldn't bear to listen any longer. Fortunately, both of them knew that this was obviously not the time to reminisce, so they changed the subject and got back to the point. "Nicholas, although the broker has already communicated with me, I still need to take a look at your goods first as required." Ivan Ivanovich Ivanov rubbed his hands and said with an embarrassed expression, Of course, no problem. Chu Zihong shrugged, then turned his head and ordered Victor, open the cargo hold immediately and show the goods to our customers. Yes, boss. Victor nodded and immediately waved to the pilot at the front of the plane. The pilot understood what he meant and immediately opened the tail door of the plane. Chapter 15: Buy 72 main battle tanks and get one free. Bargain price. Click, click, click. As the tail door under the belly of the aircraft opened, the full cargo inside was revealed. Ivan Ivanovich looked through the open gap with his eyes wide open. Suckabuli. This stuff weighs dozens of tons, right? Chu Zihong glanced at the expression of Ivan Ivanovich next to him, and a smile appeared on his face. Once a person becomes greedy, it is easy to deal with. As the old saying goes, money makes the world go round. If it doesn't work, it just means you didn't pay enough. There is nothing that cannot be solved by throwing money at it. Therefore, Chu Zihong felt more confident about the upcoming trip. The tail door on the belly of the aircraft is fully opened. Chu Zihong took the lead and entered the cargo hold. He came to a box labeled wine and took a look at it. Then he snapped his fingers. Victor, bring the knife. Yes, boss. Victor took out a sharp paratrooper knife from his waist, walked quickly to Chu Zihong, and handed him the knife. Take the paratrooper knife. Chu Zihong reached into the box without saying a word, then pulled it hard. Snap! The paratrooper's knife instantly cut a long hole, revealing the white wine inside. The words on the liquor bottle are not foreign languages, but familiar Chinese characters. There are 5 simple characters on it. Red Star Erguo. See Erguo come into view. Chu Zihong smiled slightly. He believed that there was no big-haired man who didn't like this wine. Taking out the wine, Chu Zihong turned around and handed it to General Ivan Ivanovich, who came over. General, this is the white wine from our hometown. It tastes very strong. Try it. From the moment Chu Zihong opened the box, Ivan Ivanov's eyes never moved away. His dog nose had already smelled the scent through the wine bottle. No big hairy man could refuse liquor, especially strong liquor. There is nothing that a little liquor can't solve. And if it doesn't, just have a few more bottles. How does the saying go? Birdie vodka. Ruthless harassment. Nicholas, this is not good, right? I have military duties later and cannot drink. Ivan Ivanovich stared at the Erguo and pretended to refuse. General, this is not wine. It's just a drink. Chu Zihong said with a smile. Drinks? Oh yes, it's a drink. Ivan Ivanovich understood what he meant and quickly took the Erguo from Chu Zihong's hand. Gurgle. His throat rolled, and he honestly unscrewed the bottle cap, then raised his head and gulped down the liquid impatiently. In the blink of an eye, he showed off a bottle of Erguo in front of everyone. Chu Zihong rolled his eyes when seeing this scene. They are indeed a fighting nation. They are not drinking liquor at all. They're drinking beer. Belch! A burp! Ivan Ivanovich licked his lips and savored the taste, but he still seemed unsatisfied. Nicholas, this is the best drink I've ever had, second only to vodka. Can I have another bottle? General, please. Chu Zihong smiled and took out another bottle of Erguo from the box and handed it over. This time, Ivan Ivanovich stopped after drinking 1/3 of the bottle, his rosacea red as a circus clown. He wiped his mouth and said happily, Diwali, we are brothers forever. Now, I'll show you my goods. Ivan Ivanovich enthusiastically put his arm around Chu Zihong's shoulders and was about to take him to his jeep. General, what about my people? Chu Zihong naturally couldn't put himself in danger, so he quickly pointed at Victor and others. Small problem. Ivan Ivanovich patted his chest, picked up the radio hanging in the car, and talked to it incoherently. After a while, a black Volga sedan with a troop carrier drove up to Ivan Ivanovich, Chu Zihong, and others. A squad of soldiers got off the troop carrier, each holding a submachine gun and fully armed. Chu Zihong showed a trace of doubt and asked, General, you are? Nicholas, don't get me wrong. Ivan Ivanovich explained with a smile. I called them to protect the transport plane. After all, there are so many goods in it. It will always attract people with ulterior motives. Chu Zihong nodded when he heard this. General, you are very thoughtful. There's a part of me in it after all. Ivan Ivanovich laughed loudly, then took the initiative to open the door of the Volga sedan for Chu Zihong. Nicholas, you are the guest, please go first. Thank you, General. Chu Zihong thanked him and got into the car without any hesitation. Victor and others got on the jeep at the back, led by the Volga sedan, and drove to the base of the 103rd Border Defense Division, 50 kilometers east of Lviv, a major town in western Ukraine. An hour later, they entered the camp of the 103rd Border Defense Division unimpeded. At first glance, Chu Zihong saw through the car window a regiment of T-72 main battle tanks lined up in an orderly manner on the playground. At first glance, it looks like a torrent of steel, extremely shocking. Chu Zihong was so excited seeing this. During more than 40 years of the Cold War, Russia's powerful industrial system created the largest arsenal on the planet. European countries, which have always been under the huge shadow of Russia, are trembling in the face of Russia's steel torrent. This reminded Chu Zihong of the unprecedented super exercise held by Deng Mao in 1981. In this exercise, codenamed West 81, Russia dispatched more than 10 army groups, reaching the largest scale in history. In this exercise, Russia demonstrated its strong strength. When observers from European countries saw with their own eyes thousands of tanks rolling across the mountains and fields, they, who were regarded as imaginary enemies, could not help but feel horrified. Many people understand that this is naked military deterrence, and this military deterrence is progressing very smoothly and almost completely achieving Russia's goal. After this exercise, observers from European countries clearly came to the conclusion that Europe cannot stop the steel torrent of the Great Russia. When the war began, they could only pin their hopes on the other superpower across the ocean. But the United States was too far away, and Russia was too close. When receiving military support from the United States, Russia's million-strong army was already standing on the Atlantic coast, ready for battle. If we talk about the most powerful tank, it must be Russia's Iron Torrent. When thousands of tanks roll towards you like a flood of beasts, I'm afraid he has already been scared to death. For example, when the Japanese saw the steel torrent of Russia, they ran away. There was no Bushido spirit to speak of. Escape is the most important thing. Seeing Chu Zihong staring at the main battle tanks outside, Ivan Ivanovich came over and said, "Nicholas, are you interested in these tanks?" Chu Zihong retracted his gaze upon hearing this, and turned his head to look at Ivan Ivanovich Ivanov, who was approaching. "Can you sell it?" "Sure, how about this, buy 6 and get 1 free?" Ivan Ivanovich was like a salesman, selling goods that were about to expire as promotional items. Chu Zihong looked at Ivan Ivanovich Ivanov in surprise. It would be such a shame if this guy didn't become a salesman. Buy 6 get 1 free. Are you buying laundry detergent? It has to be said that when Russia was about to collapse, the arms business was at its busiest. The arms market opened its doors. Guided missiles, unguided missiles, mortars, mines, armored vehicles, entire tank armies, and even helicopter gunships can all be had at the cheapest price. In that case, if you don't take advantage of a good opportunity, you're a fool. Chu Zihong enthusiastically bargained with General Ivan Ivanovich for the batch of main battle tanks that had just passed by. Chapter 16. 3 main battle tanks for free. This deal is worth it. 20,000? No way. Nicholas, you have to know that this is a world-class main battle tank, at least one that costs 30,000 bottles of the kind of wine you just ordered. Ivan Ivanovich stared, shook his head, and told the price he had in mind. Okay, General, give me a tank company for the price you asked. Chu Zihong's eyes flashed with cunning when he heard that. He stopped bargaining and made the final decision. The price of 30,000 bottles of Ergo-2 is about 450,000 renminbi, while the suggested price, given by the T-72 main battle tank system, is 3 million renminbi. I really got a great bargain. Sure enough, there is no price you can't imagine. To buy 18 T-72 main battle tanks worth $3 million US, he only had to pay 450,000 bottles of Ergo-2. In addition, as Ivan Ivanovich Ivanov said, buy 6 and get 1 free, you can get 3 main battle tanks for free. This business is so damn worth it. Ivan Ivanovich blinked, wondering if the price he had called out was a little too low. Why did Nicholas agree so readily? He was still bargaining with me just now. But the words have been spoken, and he can't take them back. He sold an entire tank company at a very low price, and the key point was that he was complacent and felt he had gotten a good deal. He even wanted to sell some tanks, but he considered that too many tanks reported damaged might attract the attention of higher-ups. Ivan Ivanovich Ivanov had no choice but to give up and not be greedy for too much. Because compared to the immediate benefits, if you lose your job, you will really have nothing. As for how to transport a company of tanks, Ivan Ivanov will send people to deliver them to the port. Before Chu Zihong came, he had already chartered a large ocean-going cargo ship, which would probably arrive at the port of Kiev tomorrow. Passing through the tank camp, the group continued along the road into the camp. As he went deeper into the camp, Chu Zihong also discovered that since he entered the camp, he rarely saw soldiers conducting daily training on the road. In the huge garrison, apart from those steel behemoths, there were very few soldiers to be seen, not even one on guard. They are a border defense force after all, but their military discipline is so lax. Take the tank just now, for example. The tank was covered with visible dust, and it was obvious that it had not been used or maintained for a long time. That's the T-72 main battle tank, a legendary tank of its time. What a waste of natural resources. It really proves the old saying, those who are thirsty will die of thirst, and those who are flooded will die of flooding. It seems that there is a reason why Russia, a superpower, collapsed and disintegrated. It's like this from top to bottom. Basically, such an empire is gradually heading towards its end. A few minutes later, led by Ivan Ivanovich Ivanov, Chu Zihong and others came to a huge, desolate warehouse. The warehouse was locked with a thumb-thick chain, and Ivan Ivanovich Ivanov immediately signaled to the adjutant beside him to open the warehouse. The adjutant rummaged through a bunch of keys before finding the key to open the warehouse. The rolling door of the warehouse slowly rises. Suddenly, there was a crackling sound, as sharp and harsh as sawing wood. Apparently, the rolling door was a bit rusty. Chu Zihong rolled his eyes when he saw this. How long has it been since this warehouse was opened? Are you sure the things inside haven't rusted due to disrepair? However, when the rolling shutter door was fully raised and the sunlight shone into the interior, Chu Zihong was shocked. In the warehouse of nearly 1,000 square meters, there are rows of huge shelves that almost reach the roof. These shelves are filled with neatly stacked, undefeated AK-47s. In addition, there are other firearms also displayed here. For example, the AK-74, which was later called the Bionic Gun Dad, and the AKS-74U, which was used by child laborers when they were underage. The last one is a classic sniper rifle that appears in many games. The Dragunov sniper rifle, also known as the SVD sniper rifle, uses 7.62 x 54 mmR rifle bullets, with a total capacity of 10 rounds, an effective range of 800 meters, and a maximum killing range of 1,300 meters. The Type 79 sniper rifle and the improved Type 85 sniper rifle finalized by China in 1979 were imitations of the SVD. After recovering from his initial shock, Chu Zihong walked into the warehouse and came to the shelves to look them over. Finally, he stopped in front of the shelf where AK-74s were stacked, reached out and touched it, and saw a layer of dust. I don't know if it can be used. Chu Zihong turned his head and asked Ivan Ivanovich Ivanov, who was following behind him. General, how many guns are there here? Wait a minute, let me take a look. Ivan Ivanovich called his adjutant to bring the warehouse inventory list and immediately looked through it. There are 20,000 AK-47s, 10,000 AK-74s, 5,900 AK-74s, and 1,000 SVDs in the warehouse, totaling 40,000. How come a border defense division located in a strategic location has only a few guns? Chu Zihong turned around and looked at Ivan Ivanovich Ivanov meaningfully. General, you need to apply for another batch of weapons from the logistics factory. Ivan Ivanovich seemed to understand the hidden meaning in Chu Zihong's words, and his expression restrained. If the higher-ups find out, I'll be in big trouble. Chu Zihong smiled and gave his suggestion. General, I believe that no one can resist the temptation in the face of huge benefits. Why not try to pull him in with you? Become a grasshopper in the same boat. Hearing these words, Ivan Ivanovich stared at the smiling Chu Zihong for a while. Then he took out the bottle of wine from his pocket and took a sip before speaking again. Nicholas, you were so right. Why didn't I think of that? General, now you should understand what to do. Chu Zihong reached out and patted Ivan Ivanovich on the shoulder and said with a smile, Clear. Ivan Ivanovich nodded, then waved his hand and said, Nicholas, here are 40,000 guns, all at very cheap prices. I can sell you the entire warehouse, provided that I want more than half of the goods you bring. When it comes to price, Ivan Ivanovich Ivanov paused, then assumed an air of accepting no objection. Chu Zihong frowned, shook his head, and said, General, I brought nearly 100 tons of goods. Isn't it a bit too greedy for you to just take half of it? I can only take out 20 tons at most. Nicholas, you have to know that I took a huge risk by selling all the weapons in this warehouse to you. My soldiers are without weapons. If they're discovered, I will. Chu Zihong naturally understood the hidden meaning of Ivan Ivanovich Ivanov's words. He sneered in his heart. Don't release the eagle until you see the rabbit. For the sake of long-term interests, Chu Zihong could only endure it temporarily. Who can resist money? An entire warehouse of weapons would be worth at least several $100 million if all were sold. Pay a small price and get more gold and silver. He still has this bit of magnanimity. Chu Zihong snapped his fingers and said, Victor, bring the box over here. Victor stepped forward and presented the suitcase to Ivan Ivanovich Ivanov. Snap! The box opened, revealing a box full of Franklins. See the money inside. Ivan Ivanovich Ivanov's eyes suddenly widened. He laughed and quickly reached out to close the suitcase before taking it in his own hand. No problem. 20 tons is 20 tons. Then, General, I wish us a pleasant cooperation. It's been a pleasure working with you. Ivan Ivanovich Ivanov shook Chu Zihong's hand enthusiastically with a smile on his face. Chapter 17, Get a Me? 24 Hind, a competitor appears. Seize the entire warehouse of 40,000 guns. In addition, another 3,000 bottles of Ergo-2 were exchanged for 100,000 bullets. These weapons and ammunition were delivered to the airport by Ivan Ivanovich Ivanov. After unloading nearly 30 tons of Ergo-2, there were only more than 40 tons of cargo left in the cargo hold of the Boeing 747, all of which were daily necessities, and there was very little liquor left. However, the remaining daily necessities are enough for him to obtain some heavy weapons, such as armed helicopters, armored troop carriers, etc. In the final analysis, it's because Mao is too poor. The military competition between the two superpowers has caused Russia, a superpower, to engage in war at home and provide foreign aid to tigers. Although the output value of heavy industry and aerospace industry is incredibly high, the light industry and agriculture are too poor, coupled with the siege and blockade of external factors. In addition, the country's national economic structure is irrational. The privileged class is rampant, and investment in the military industry exceeds its national strength. It eventually became the last straw that broke the camel's back. It's like AT-80 without fuel. No matter how powerful it is, it can't move without fuel. Anyone comes with an RPG and a box of rockets and attacks you. In the end, it didn't survive and became history. Chu Zihong still remembered his previous life and had watched relevant videos and documentaries before the disintegration of Big Mao. An Asian man exchanged a truckload of sugarcane for Russia's most advanced T-80 tank. This price is simply unbelievable. The price of cabbage is good. There are also coats and fruits in exchange for military armored vehicles, bulldozers, and the like. They even exchanged daily necessities for airplanes, cruisers, etc. In short, these things happen one after another. There is nothing you can't buy, only the price you can't imagine. Chu Zihong stood at the door of the warehouse, watching the military trucks transporting weapons and ammunition away one by one. He seemed to see mountains of gold and silver waving at him. But these weapons are far from enough. If they want to become the world's strongest military contractor, they can't just rely on selling assault rifles. After all, assault rifles are small fry, while guided missiles, armed helicopters, armored vehicles, and fighter jets are the big spenders. With this thought in mind, Chu Zihong looked again at Ivan Ivanovich Ivanov, who was sipping wine. General, I wonder if you are interested in selling the attack helicopter? Of course, but we have a small-scale military exercise at the end of the year and can't sell too many, but we can sell one. Ivan Ivanovich wiped his mouth, glanced at Chu Zihong, and said, "What price can you offer?" This time he learned his lesson and did not proactively propose a price, but instead asked Chu Zihong. Chu Zihong knew all of this very well. He hesitated for a moment and said, "General, how about 1 ton of daily necessities? Make a deal." Ivan Ivanovich Ivanov agreed without hesitation. If you take a ton of daily necessities to Kiev and sell them, you won't have to worry about the money you earn in your next life. Then Ivan Ivanovich Ivanov took Chu Zihong and others to the hangar where the armed helicopter was parked. After a while, they came to an open hangar. A Mi-24 Hind attack helicopter was parked quietly inside, and a young corporal soldier was cleaning and maintaining it. When Chu Zihong saw the Mi-24, his eyes lit up. This is the world's first generation of multi-purpose medium-sized helicopters for both armed and transport purposes. It continues the wide fuselage of the Mi-8 and has a troop transport cabin for 8 infantrymen. This is a major difference between the Mi-24 and Western armed helicopters represented by the AH-1. The Mi-24 is equipped with a 12.7mm 4-barreled Catlin machine gun under the nose, and the short wingtip weapon racks can carry 4 AT-2 fly swatter anti-tank missiles. The short-wing underwing weapon racks can carry UV-32-57 rocket launchers. Each rocket launcher can be equipped with 32 57mm rockets, 1,500 kilograms of chemical or conventional bombs, and other weapons. Together with the troop transport compartment, the Mi-24 can be called the BMP-1 in the air. In particular, the troop transport compartment allows the Mi-24 to first suppress ground enemy forces with its own firepower, and then quickly airdrop infantry to a specific area, making it very suitable for coordinated airborne operations with Army units. The most accurate artillery was specially designed to fight against the United States, but unfortunately the war never happened. In the system introduction, the suggested price is 5 million per unit. A ton of daily necessities would only cost about 100,000 yuan. It's totally worth it. Nicholas, how do you plan to transport it? I heard that military helicopters are strictly inspected. Ivan Ivanovich Ivanov pointed at the helicopter and asked, "It's simple. Remove its weapons, transport it separately, and then disguise it as a humanitarian rescue helicopter." Chu Zihong shrugged, his tone calm. Sharp. Ivan Ivanovich Ivanov was very impressed when he heard this and couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. Chu Zihong smiled and came to the corporal who was maintaining the Mi-24. "Corporal, can you fly this big thing?" "Of course. Even if I take it apart completely, I can still restore it to its original state." The corporal turned around and smiled very confidently. What a talent. Chu Zihong had a big smile on his face. and he was thinking of taking it for his own use. General, can you give me this pilot? 200 bottles of wine, and I'll retire him immediately. Ivan Ivanovich Ivanov didn't care whether the soldiers agreed or not. He just patted his chest and made the promise. General, you really are better at doing business than me. Chu Zihong shook his head helplessly and said, Haha, same here. The helicopter was finalized. When Chu Zihong was about to ask about other equipment, a military jeep drove over. The car just stopped. A soldier rushed down hurriedly and headed straight for General Ivan Ivanovich Ivanov. General, there's a white man named Theon Stark outside the camp who wants to see you. He says he is your old friend. Stark, why is he here? Ivan Ivanovich Ivanov frowned when he heard this and subconsciously glanced at Chu Zihong. Arms dealers are all competitors, and it is really a coincidence that Stark appears at this time. Chu Zihong also heard the soldier's report, and his eyes moved slightly. Theon Stark is also an arms dealer from Sam, but he is much stronger than himself. He is the agent of several military factories, including the largest arms manufacturer, Lockheed Martin. It is also a purchaser for many third countries, a powerful and established arms dealer. He is definitely a strong competitor. It seems that I am not the only one who smelled the scent before me. Seeing that Chu Zihong was unmoved, Ivan Ivanovich Ivanov made some decisions in his heart. Tell him I have a guest. Ask him to come another day. General, but he has already come in, and he is accompanied by Colonel Dimich. Ivan Ivanovich Ivanov. Subikale, what is Dimich doing here? General, if you want to meet me, go ahead. I'm Fina. I'm just a competitor. I believe that the brotherhood between us can stand the test of time. Seeing Ivan Ivanovich Ivanov frowning and looking serious, Chu Zihong couldn't help but speak. All right then, Nicholas. Seeing that Chu Zihong said this, Ivan Ivanovich Ivanov had to ask the soldiers to bring the person over. Soon, a Rolls-Royce drove over. An old white man dressed as a gentleman and holding an exquisite gold-plated cane got out of the car. At the same time, a middle-aged colonel came down. He looked upright and gave people a very decent feeling. Chu Zi raised his eyebrows slightly, with a bad feeling in his heart. I always feel that these two people are going to ruin my own business. Dare to block your own financial path. Then don't blame yourself for being rude. Send them to see God. Chapter 18. If you block my path to wealth, I don't mind sending you to see God. General Ivanov, it's great to see you again. Theon Stark walked over and held out his hand with a smile. Stark, it would be better if you brought a bottle of vodka. Ivanov shook hands with him and said shamelessly, Does face matter when it comes to delicious liquor? If it was before, he would definitely save face. However, the vodka that Kiev originally equipped each border defense division has become a blank check amid the nationwide economic crisis. Not to mention vodka, even the feces of the Wuklan stinky pigs were snatched away. The Soviet army would not be able to shout Euro without wine. Next time, General. Theon Stark naturally agreed. Alcohol is the lifeblood of the Soviet people. With it, everything becomes much more convenient. Just when the two of them were being polite, Colonel Dimich, who came with Theon Stark, set his sights on Chu Zihong and others. Especially Chu Zihong, a Chinese face that stands out among white faces like Victor. And among them, Chu Zihong seems to be the boss of these white strong men. He frowned. As the deputy chief of staff, he was naturally well aware of the 103 RD Division's arms trafficking, and he also participated in it and got his own share. But it seems that I can't get it today, because he was the person who introduced Theon Stark to General Ivanov, or in slang, a broker. If Stark couldn't buy weapons from General Ivanov, where would he get his commission and generous remuneration? So Dimich regarded Chu Zihong and others as saboteurs who were trying to sabotage his chances of getting the money, and naturally he was not in a good mood. He even wanted to make things difficult for him or disrupt his arms business with General Ivanov. But he didn't know. It is no exaggeration to say that the benefits Chu Zihong brought to General Ivanov are as valuable as mountains of gold and silver. Who will let the cooked duck fly away? But self-righteous people like Dimich always like to seek death. Dimich came to Chu Zihong arrogantly, took a look and said, Are you Korean or Japanese? Mr. Colonel, I am a Chinese. A cold light flashed in Chu Zihong's eyes, and he replied politely, Chinese? China and the Soviet Union have severed diplomatic relations. What is your purpose in coming here? Dimich approached Chu Zihong aggressively, with a questioning tone in his voice, as if he regarded Chu Zihong as a spy from China. Mr. Colonel, I think you misunderstood. I am from the United States, and I am of Chinese descent. Chu Zihong smiled slightly, as steady as a rock. Sam country? A gleam of light flashed in Dimich's eyes, and then his expression became stern, and he said, So, you are a spy sent by the United States? After saying that, he took a step back and put his hand on the holster at his waist. Just when he was about to draw his gun and arrest Chu Zihong, someone was faster than him. Victor took a quick step forward and stretched out his left hand to hold down Dimich's hand that was drawing the gun. Dimich wanted to struggle, but found that the other person's hand was holding his hand tightly like a vice. Subukale, what do you want to do? Dimich was angry and glared at Victor with murderous eyes. Facing the murderous gaze from Dimich, Victor remained unmoved, and his big hand still restrained Dimich's hand that was about to draw the gun. Dimich struggled several times but couldn't get away, and he was so angry that his face turned green. Chu Zihong saw this scene and stepped forward and said, "Colonel, if you don't want to die, don't struggle." Dimich felt the verbal threat from Chu Zihong and stopped fighting alone. He shouted directly, "General Ivanov, these people are spies from the United States. Catch them quickly." The words haven't been finished yet. A gunshot rang out at the door of the empty hangar. Sudden gunshot. Ivanov and Stark, who were being polite to each other, were also startled and looked in the direction of the voice. Chu Zihong was seen holding a Glock 17 pistol with an extremely indifferent expression. Looking at Dimich opposite, there was a blood hole the size of a little finger on his forehead. The situation at the scene was clearly visible. For some unknown reason, Chu Zihong fired a shot, blowing Dimich in the head. This scene shocked everyone, and Dimich could never have imagined that the Chinese on the other side would dare to kill him in their Soviet military camp. "Are you really that brave?" Thump! With reluctance and disbelief, Dimich fell to the ground and died. Where did the gunshot come from? The young pilot in the hangar rushed out with a submachine gun. When you see what's happening outside, the young pilot returned to the hangar without saying a word. He acted as if he didn't see anything and just went on doing what he was doing. The matters between the big guys are not something that a small soldier like him can interfere in. Your life is at stake, so run away if the wind blows. Sublika, Nicholas, what did you do? At this time, General Ivanov also reacted and walked over with big strides, looking shocked and angry. He came to Chu Zihong angrily and asked, "Why did you kill Colonel Dimich? Are you crazy?" Chu Zihong threw the gun in his hand back to the NOCS protection team member beside him. Then he spread his hands and explained, "General, if someone blocks your way to wealth, what will you do? What's the meaning?" Ivanov frowned, and his anger eased a little. "I think the general has heard it just now. Colonel Dimich thinks we are spies from the United States and wants to arrest us. Of course, it's okay to catch us. But what would it mean if this matter got reported to the higher-ups, especially the KGB? General, you should understand, right?" Ivanov frowned deeply, and his expression became completely gloomy. He turned around and looked at Dimich, who was unwilling to die with his eyes open, with a fierce light flashing in his eyes. Damn, of course he understands what it means. If this matter gets to the hands of the KGB, there will be no good consequences. It is not certain whether you can get out alive. All in all, it was a very scary place. He didn't want to go in. Naturally, I don't want my family to go in. Seeing that General Ivanov seemed to have made his choice, Chu Zihong took the opportunity to say, "General, Colonel Dimich died in the line of duty while trying to capture a stowaway. He was a hero who defended the country's borders and a true Bolshevik fighter." Hearing this, Ivanov turned around and looked at Chu Zihong, and his originally gloomy expression suddenly turned from cloudy to sunny. "Nicholas, you are right. Colonel Dimich is a hero, a true Bolshevik fighter, and he deserves to be a role model for our 103rd Division." "Yes, General." A smile appeared on Chu Zihong's lips, and his eyes turned to Theon Stark, who remained silent. At this moment, Theon Stark stared at the dead Dimich for a while, and then heard the conversation between Chu Zihong and General Ivanov. He originally looked down on Chu Zihong, but now, Stark had to admit that he no longer dared to underestimate Chu Zihong in the slightest. Because Chu Zihong is definitely the most different among all the timid Chinese people he has ever met. This person is cruel and ruthless, and extremely bold. He is also calm and mature in handling matters. Just a few words made General Ivanov stand with him. This was a very formidable rival, but it only made Theon Stark put aside his contempt. "I am not a soft persimmon that can be easily bullied by others. Back off? It's impossible. It's impossible in this lifetime. It is still uncertain who will win." The changes in Theon Stark's expression were also seen clearly by Chu Zihong, who had been staring at him. This is an old fox. However, even if it blocked his way to wealth, Chu Zihong didn't mind having one more white pig in his hands. Chapter 19, Umbrella Express, mission accomplished. "Stark, do you think Colonel Dimich is a true Bolshevik fighter?" Ivanov looked at the silent Theon Stark and asked. As he spoke, his adjutant quietly approached Theon Stark, his hands also on his waist. All Ivanov needed was a look, and the adjutant would pull out his gun and kill him. Obviously, this was a test from Ivanov, as he was wary of Theon Stark's identity. But if he admitted that Dimich was a Bolshevik fighter, it meant that he had made his choice and turned a blind eye. But if he didn't admit it, Ivanov would have no choice but to send him to see God. As an old fox who has experienced many battles, Theon Stark naturally knows what to choose. Of course, General. Colonel Dimich is a true Bolshevik fighter. Seeing this, Ivanov waved his hand and asked his adjutant to stop the action. Then he smiled and said, Stark, your price is not bad. I am very tempted. But I'm sorry, I have already sold all the arms this time to others. I'm afraid you will return empty-handed. In that case, General, I can only take my leave. Theon Stark naturally understood what Ivanov meant. He was ordering them to leave. Ivanov showed a little glimpse of the window and apologized again. Stark, I'm really sorry for making you come here in vain. General, it's okay. Theon Stark shook his head nonchalantly and said, then we'll see each other later. After saying, he glanced at Chu Zihong and others, then got into his Rolls-Royce and left quickly. The meeting of two arms dealers. Chu Zihong's side gained the greatest benefit. Looking at Theon Stark leaving, Chu Zihong recalled the look he gave him before he left, which seemed to be quite meaningful. He raised his eyebrows slightly. It seemed that the old guy was holding a grudge. But is he afraid? We are all arms dealers. I'll go first. Do you have any objection? Sorry, go to hell. This industry is full of swords and blood, and only the winners emerge from the mountains of swords and seas of blood. Whoever laughs last is the king. The rest is bullshit. General, would you like to continue my business? Chu Zihong walked to Ivanov and asked with a smile. Ivanov glanced at Chu Zihong and said, Nicholas, do you know that Sean Stark's price is much higher than yours? But for the sake of the deep brotherly friendship between you and me, I rejected him. General, I understand. Chu Zihong is also a smart man. How could he not understand what Ivanov meant? This guy wants benefits. In order to get more arms, Chu Zihong naturally chose to cater to the other party's preferences. General, for the sake of our friendship, I am willing to give you 3,000 bottles of Ergo 2 and 1,000 winter coats for free. Ah, Nicholas, I knew we would be brothers forever. Upon hearing this, Ivanov burst into laughter and gave Chu Zihong a bear hug. There is no early rise without gain. In the face of huge interests, it is no problem to become sworn brothers or recognize someone as your godfather on the spot. Bro, come on. My good brothers are in my heart. I will be missing if something happens. Chu Zihong sneered at this, but he still had a smile on his face. Because Chu Zihong understood that greedy people often don't have a good ending. The deal with Ivanov was the first and last. This springboard no longer has what I need. An ordinary border defense division, there is nothing good about it. Let go of Chu Zihong. Ivanov asked kindly, Dear Mr. Davari, do you want some other goods? For example, RPG, armored vehicles, machine guns, etc. Oh yes, there are also Hurricane large caliber cannons, but they are a little expensive. Chu Zihong. Oh my god. Are you planning to sell all your eating utensils? You don't plan to live anymore? While being speechless, Chu Zihong once again felt the undercurrent beneath the Empire State Building of Damao. This is just an ordinary border guard, and I'm also an ordinary buyer. If it is a national level wool pulling, if he still doesn't die like this, then he is definitely a cockroach. Let's talk about the price. Diwali, let's talk in my office. The group got on the jeep, chatting and laughing, and headed to Ivanov's office. Negotiation is painful, just like the haggling between aunties at the vegetable market. It is a long and tedious battle. We talked until 3 or 4 in the afternoon. Chu Zihong left the barracks of the 103rd Border Defense Division and headed for the dock. However, the final result of the negotiation still made Chu Zihong very satisfied. 3 of the most advanced T-80 tanks, 8 BTR, 40 armored personnel carriers, as well as RPD light machine guns, RPK machine guns, and the 103rd Division had 300 more, all of which were collected by Chu Zihong. For this, he paid with his last 10,000 bottles of Ergo 2 and nearly half a ton of daily necessities. Overall, if all of this batch of arms were sold, it would bring Chu Zihong hundreds of millions in revenue. It turns out that making profits from selling arms is much faster than working hard for PMC. At least you don't have to face the hail of bullets and worry about losing your life at any time. In addition to these weapons, through Ivanov, Chu Zihong also obtained the contact information of Lieutenant General Joseph Pushkin, head of the Soviet Air Force's 5th Army stationed in Kiev. This contact information alone cost Chu Zihong $10,000. It's so damn expensive. This General Ivanov really values money more than anything else. As for why? Of course Chu Zihong went in the IL-12, IL-18, IL-76 heavy transport aircraft, as well as the MiG series fighters. As an arms dealer, what would it be like if you didn't have decent transport planes? Of course, the most important thing is that he must build up his own global air routes as soon as possible before other arms dealers emerge and quickly expand and strengthen his power. In this way, he can also provide global express services, medical services, humanitarian relief, and even help in wars and provide fire support to customers in need. If you want to become the world's strongest military contractor, you can't just rely on arms. It is also necessary to provide some other services, and customer satisfaction is the most important thing. Umbrella Express, mission accomplished. Imagine if a military resources company had the power to invest in the military globally. Well, that would be an unimaginable thing. You know, after the collapse of the Soviet Union, only superpower, the United States, has the ability to deploy its soldiers to any corner of the world at an extremely fast speed and provide strong firepower support. As an umbrella company, all of this is essential and an integral part. Crunch! The moving car suddenly slammed on the brakes, instantly bringing Chu Zihong back to reality. What's going on? Chu Zihong rubbed his painful forehead and asked with a bad look on his face. Fortunately, the car was not going very fast, otherwise we would have had to brake suddenly on the highway. He estimated that it had passed through the windshield and flew out. Boss, a Rolls-Royce is blocking the road. It seems to be the car of Theon Stark. Chu Zihong frowned, his face looking gloomy. This old guy blocked my way. Maybe he wanted to get out of the car and see what's going on. Be careful. Yes, boss. Victor nodded, pulled out the Glock pistol from his waist, and got out of the car with another NOCS member. The two walked over carefully. But, at this moment, the door of the Rolls-Royce blocking the road suddenly opened. Theon Stark, dressed as a gentleman, holding a gilded cane and exuding an aristocratic air, got out of the car. He looked at Victor and the other man approaching with weapons in hand and said calmly, "Mr. Nicholas, you and I are both arms dealers. Would it be convenient for us to get out of the car and meet?" Victor and his men stopped and stared at Theon Stark. Chu Zihong, who was in the car, curled his lips when he heard Theon Stark calling him. "If you tell me to go out, I will go out. Wouldn't that be embarrassing for me?" But after sitting for a few seconds, Chu Zihong still made a choice, opened the car door, and got out. It's not the law of true fragrance. Instead, he wanted to see what this old guy was up to. Whether it's a mule or a horse, come out for a walk. Chapter 20 threatening me? I'm so scared. On the road to Kiev, Theon Stark, leaning on a gold-plated cane, looked at Chu Zihong who was walking towards him and greeted him with a smile. "Mr. Nicholas, nice to meet you." Chu Zihong stopped 2 meters away from Sean Stark and said jokingly, "Mr. Sean Stark, with your wealth and status, you shouldn't want to rob people on the road, right? I'm sorry to meet Mr. Nicholas in this way. Please forgive me." Theon Stark was not angry. Instead, he apologized with great sincerity. This smiling tiger is actually cruel and ruthless. Chu Zihong didn't believe that this old guy stopped him just to apologize. "I forgive you. Mr. Stark, please get out of the way. Theon Stark." The other party doesn't play by the rules. Suddenly, the words that were about to come out of Theon Stark's mouth were stuck for a moment. Deliberate, absolutely deliberate. He suppressed his anger and said with a smile, "Mr. Nicholas, as colleagues, can we talk? We're competitors, what's there to talk about? Besides, we don't know each other well." Chu Zihong waved his hand without giving any face, turned around, and walked back to his car as he pleased. "He stopped Lousy's car and caused me to hit my head. You expect me to treat you well? What are you thinking?" Foreign devils are hypocritical. Seeing Chu Zihong not giving him face. No matter how good-tempered Theon Stark was, he couldn't help it. His fair face suddenly turned from sunny to cloudy and terrifyingly gloomy. There was a hint of chilliness in his pair of deep blue eyes, like the coldest days of winter, which was chilling. He stared at Chu Zihong's back and shouted in a cold voice, "Mr. Nicholas, you have a big appetite. Be careful not to eat too much." Chu Zihong, who was walking to the front of the car, stopped and smiled when he heard this. He turned around and stared at Theon Stark with narrowed eyes. "Mr. Stark, can I understand that you are threatening me? Really? I'm just reminding Mr. Nicholas that you are too sensitive." Theon Stark shrugged and said. Chu Zihong was not angry at all and raised his lips. "I don't know if it's sensitive or not, but I'm not familiar with you, and I don't need your reminder. Oh, by the way, I've always had a big appetite. I can eat anything." After saying, Chu Zihong opened the car door and got in, no longer paying attention to Theon Stark. "If we have different ideals, we cannot work together. If you are not from the same village, you cannot eat from the same pot. What is there to talk about among colleagues? Just do it." Chu Zihong and others bypassed the Rolls-Royce that blocked the road and headed straight for the dock. Theon Stark stood at the intersection, staring at Chu Zihong's convoy in the distance with gloomy eyes, motionless. I don't know what conspiracy this old fox is planning in his mind. "Boss, Theon Stark is an agent of multiple countries and the military industry. I'm afraid he won't give up." In the car, Victor turned his head, looked at Chu Zihong, who was resting with his eyes closed in the back seat, and spoke. "If an enemy comes, we will stop him. If a flood comes, we will block it with earth. If you embark on this path, it is inevitable that some evil spirits will block your path to wealth. Chu Zihong closed his eyes and said slowly, "Then what should we do? We can only completely remove the guys who are in the way, and then the road will be clear." Speaking of this, Chu Zihong's eyes suddenly opened, revealing a pair of deep eyes filled with murderous intent. "Block your own financial path? No matter you are a dragon or a tiger, you have to call me Dad. If you want to become the world's strongest military contractor, you must be decisive and ruthless. Being kind to your enemies is often cruel to yourself. If you don't kill him today, he will kill you tomorrow. Even if you are not afraid, it is very likely that a friend or close person will die as a result. Just like Colonel Dimmich before, he is trying to find ways to make things difficult for you, and even wants to kill you, and wants to randomly accuse you of a crime. In this case, do you still need to be polite? The arms business is not a game. Either you die, or I live. If you don't act decisively and cautiously, you will not be able to survive in this cannibalistic industry. No matter whether he is really able to be cold-blooded and ruthless in his heart, reality requires him to do so. At the same time, Chu Zihong is also a person who is afraid of trouble. He doesn't want endless troubles to come to him, and would rather cut the roots and solve the problems in advance. As the saying goes, if you don't remove the roots of the grass, it will grow again in the spring breeze. Victor, send Theon Stark's information to Kataria. I don't want him to appear in the Soviet Union again." Chu Zihong looked at the scenery flashing by outside the car window and gave the order. "Understood, boss." Before the sun sets, Chu Zihong and others rushed to the port of Kiev. However, along the way, Chu Zihong saw an extremely depressed Kiev. As the capital of Ukraine, one of the 5 founding states of the Soviet Union, it was once so prosperous. But as the empire state building gradually moves towards its doom, the national economy continues to deteriorate. No matter what kind of reforms Gorbachev carried out, even if he changed the state system. However, despite serious internal and external troubles, the Soviet Union could not be saved from collapse. Its fate has already been determined. More than 40 years of military competition had deeply overdrawn the Soviet Union's national strength and exceeded its endurance limit. Once the big countries got involved, the corrupt national economy collapsed completely. The disintegration of the Soviet Union is inevitable. So when Chu Zihong saw the depressed Kiev along the way, he felt very emotional. The Bolsheviks, once extremely powerful, were one of the world's 3 great powers. The army's iron torrent is invincible. Nowadays anyone can get a piece of the pie, which is really sad. It turns out, how wise were the ancestors of the Chinese nation? They did not follow the trend, but instead found their own way to become a strong country. Return your gaze to the port. A large ocean-going cargo ship, like a towering mountain, was quietly docked at the dock. Workers are carefully tying up each T-72 tank with ropes and then using a crane to transport the tanks onto the freighter. There are also various military equipment on the dock, such as armored vehicles, RPGs, anti-aircraft missiles, armed helicopters, etc. General Ivanov was very efficient and delivered all the arms purchased by Chu Zihong to the dock first. The other part was sent to the airport. Boss, General Ivanov was quite proactive and transported the arms to the dock ahead of time. Victor said with a smile as he looked at the dock, filled with military equipment. "Can you not be positive?" Chu Zihong put his hands in his trouser pockets, looked at the mountains of gold and silver in front of him, chuckled and said, "We are his big money sponsor now, and he expects us to bring him more benefits in the future." However, Chu Zihong did not intend to continue doing business with him, as Ivanov's 103rd Division did not have any decent equipment. Therefore, his usefulness has been eliminated until this batch of arms is sold out. Chu Zihong set his sights on the Kiev Military District and the 5th Air Force Army. These are the elite troops of the Russians, so they must have a lot of good stuff. But there is a price to pay. I'm afraid it's much more expensive than Ivanov's 103rd Division. After all, the higher the general's position, the bigger his appetite. Well, it's big, so what? The wool comes from the sheep. We have to continue to fleece the wool. Chapter 21. The more chaotic it is, the more suitable it is for arms dealers, isn't it? When all the ammunition was loaded onto the freighter. It's already 11 o'clock at night. The process went very smoothly, and there were no problems. This made Chu Zihong feel relieved. The Soviet KGB was very active during this period, eliminating dissidents everywhere, investigating corruption and bribery, and clearing obstacles for Gorbachev's reforms. Once you are targeted, it will be difficult to come to the Soviet Union next time. May the Jade Emperor bless you, and may everything go well. Boss, the airport is ready. Can we take off? Victor came to Chu Zihong with a satellite phone and reported. Take off, Chu Zihong instructed. By the way, tell Baroque and the others that everything has been arranged at the Boseso airport. The goods will be unloaded directly to the warehouse we rented. Boss, can Baroque and Danny occupy the warehouse? After all, there are tens of thousands of guns. I have already informed Ahmed of the Dajur tribe, and he will send troops to assist. Although Chu Zihong knew that relying on local forces was not a solution, he had no other choice. In addition to the 6-member Italian politician protection team, there is also the top killer Catalia. For example, this time, when the arms were being transported away, he had to select 2 people from the protection team around him to be responsible for the airport. There are still too few people under my command. As for the tactical level special forces team that the system rewarded last time, they never appeared again after helping him resolve the crisis. The entire special forces team seemed to have disappeared from the face of the earth. According to the previous system prompts, the special forces team will appear at the right opportunity when you encounter danger. He doesn't know when the next time he appears, and he can't wait to see it. However, with a tactical special forces team hiding in the dark, Chu Zihong felt a lot more at ease. At least you don't have to worry about encountering danger. After comforting himself, Chu Zihong took Victor and others on board the cargo ship and set off for the return journey to the port of Maribosasso. First, deliver the guns and ammunition ordered by Ahmed, and then go from Somalia to Canaria in West Africa. This is one of the 5 most chaotic places in the Black State. The more chaotic the place, the more suitable it is for arms dealers, isn't it? This is also the place he spent half a day studying the map and then decided based on local conditions. Canaria was a very unstable place, coupled with the Black State famine in the late 1980s. Suddenly, the situation of most of the poor countries on this continent became even worse. The people were starving and civil unrest naturally broke out. Ganilla is one of them. Although the country achieved independence the following October 1990, it is still in dire straits. The government forces and the rebel forces are equally matched, and the fighting is fierce. Go ahead and fight. The more chaotic it is, the more opportunities you have to make money. It was a week later when we arrived at the port of Bosaso in Somalia. Stepping on the stable land, Chu Zihong was so moved that he almost kneeled down and kissed the ground hard. A week of life at sea made Chu Zihong feel like he was in ecstasy. It's so King painful. Not a day went by without shakiness, and every time I went to sleep I worried whether I would wake up lying on the floor the next morning. Not to mention food. It's either canned food or compressed food. The food makes me want to vomit. I have no appetite at all. Bathing was also a problem. Now he felt that every part of his body smelled of seafood. It's so salty. He had to admire the sailors who were at sea all year round. It was not easy for them to make a living. The first thing after getting off the ship, Chu Zihong quickly ran to the shower room at the port and washed himself thoroughly. After shaving his untidy beard, Chu Zihong once again became a handsome and energetic young man. However, this sea trip left a deep impression on Chu Zihong. I will never take a private jet next time. Isn't it better? After getting ready, I had a big meal at the restaurant at the airport. After eating, have another cigarette. Hey, that's like a god. After a comfortable meal, Chu Zihong returned to the dock again and looked at the ship full of cargo. He had a headache. Did he buy too much? There is absolutely no place. Just when Chu Zihong was worried, Reed, the head of the port of Bosaso, was already jogging over. This is a black man who wears glasses, a suit and tie, and looks quite gentle. When he arrived at the dock, he saw the cargo on the freighter. His eyes widened instantly in shock. Oh my God! What he saw! Tanks, armored vehicles, and armed helicopters. There are still so many. Is this going to start a local war? Mr. Nicholas, it's nice to see you again. How many warehouses do you need this time? After being shocked, Reed quickly came over with a flattering smile. When the black man smiled, his big white teeth sparkled in the sunlight. As the person in charge of the airport, of course he likes this group of capitalist vampires. With so many arms, the entire warehouse at the dock could be rented out. That's all money. Who can refuse money that comes to your door? Chu Zihong glanced at the flattering Reed, like a cat smelling fish. I want all the warehouses on the docks, and a group of porters. Mr. Nicholas, how many workers do you need? Reed rubbed his hands, his eyes flashing with anger. The more warehouses he rents, the more money he will make, and he can then get more kickbacks. In his eyes, Chu Zihong is a wealthy man. 50 people, 1-meter knife per person per day. Chu Zihong stretched out a finger and quoted a price. A 1-meter knife can definitely attract a group of strong young men. After all, this is a considerable income in poor Somali, equivalent to 21,000 Mali shillings, which can feed and clothe a family for a month. As one of the least developed countries in the world, it suffers from a shortage of daily necessities. Residents' lives are not guaranteed. More than 75% of the population have no access to safe drinking water, and the average life expectancy is 47 years. The extremely poor population with an average daily income of less than $1 accounts for 43% of the total number, and the poor population with an average daily income of less than $2 accounts for 73% of the total number. The infant mortality rate for children under 5 years old is 22%. The school enrollment rate for school-age children is 22%, and about 47% of the working population is unemployed. Economically prosperous countries promote democracy, freedom, and world nuclear peace everywhere. It is a poverty-stricken country that has lost its sovereignty, and its people live in fear of war and hunger every day. Every day I have to worry about whether I can see the sun the next day after a good night's sleep. It is extremely unfortunate to live in such a country. Okay, Mr. Nicholas, I'll arrange it for you right away. Reed didn't dare to neglect his financial sponsor and quickly turned around to make arrangements. In a hurry, as if his boat was on fire. Money makes things easier, no matter where you are. After a while, 2 large trucks drove over, packed with a group of young and strong black guys. With this group of people, the unloading speed of this batch of arms is naturally very fast. Due to lack of staff, Chu Zihong naturally personally supervised the unloading of the goods. As the strongest man on Earth in the future, he actually has to supervise the work personally. What bullshit. The system is unreliable. I must expand my staff. With so many weapons, I would feel more at ease if I had my own people guarding them. Think of this. Chu Zihong took out a satellite phone and called Uncle Phelps, who was far away in the United States. This time, they went to the 103rd Border Defense Division of Wuklan and contacted General Ivanov. It was Uncle Phelps who found the broker for me. Otherwise, I would have no other connections. But the fee of this middleman also cost Chu Zihong a lot of money. Although it hurts, there is nothing we can do. Before you grow up, you still have to spend the money you should spend. But I will get this money back sooner or later. Chapter 22. Shortage of Manpower. Capital Vampire Chu Zihong. This story is purely fictional and contains artistic exaggeration. Please do not apply it to reality. However, the call was not connected. Only a voicemail message was left. Chu Zihong then remembered that it was already the middle of the night in the United States, disturbing others in their sleep. It is a very impolite behavior. Chu Zihong quickly hung up the phone and looked at Victor beside him. Follow the instructions before the system. These summon tools were given appropriate identities in this world and had relevant experiences. Naturally, I know a lot about mercenary agencies. So why should I go to such lengths and just ask Victor directly? Victor, I need to recruit some people. Do you have any recommendations for mercenary agencies? Victor paused for a moment and said, Boss, there are currently 3 famous mercenary agencies in the world, but the prices are a bit expensive because most of the people they recommend are retired special forces from various countries. But I don't think it's too safe. It's hard not to guarantee that there are agents planted by various countries among them. That's true. Chu Zihong frowned, thinking that he had not thought it through carefully enough. Boss, you need to recruit people. I have a few friends who are professional mercenaries. They are all well-known masters in the circle. If that's okay with you, I can have them come over. Victor looked at Chu Zihong hopefully and said, the friends he mentioned did not have a fixed mercenary team or joined a military resource company. Basically, I take some odd jobs. However, these odd jobs usually have no security, and it is easy for the employer to default on their payments, and they are also very dangerous. The most important thing is the money you make, which isn't much. Not to mention replenishing consumed guns and ammunition, and purchasing new equipment. It is not even enough to support the family, and despite going through life and death, life is still very tight. After all, he was once an elite in the military, but now his life is so frustrating. Victor naturally didn't want to miss the opportunity to help his comrade who had shared life and death with him. Okay, call them all over, annual salary $50,000. Chu Zihong agreed without hesitation and offered extremely attractive benefits. As the saying goes, money makes the world go round. Money can make people work for you and take bullets for you. Mercenaries are under fire every day, and once they encounter danger one day, it is difficult to predict what the future holds. At the same time, the mercenaries' long-term dangerous missions have made them make many enemies, and they will have to risk being hunted down by their enemies in the future, which is also quite scary. Life is precious. Is this much money? Among capitalists, Chu Zihong is already very conscientious. Thank you, boss. Victor was overjoyed and quickly expressed his gratitude. The loyalty to Chu Zihong exploded at this moment. No need to thank me. Chu Zihong waved his hand and said, after all, you have gone through life and death, and you have earned your money through hard work. I cannot treat my own people unfairly. Besides, your welfare benefits are the same. Victor was so moved that he had nothing to say and could only express his loyalty through immediate action. Looking at Victor, who was contacting his friends, Chu Zihong felt that there were still not enough people, and a few mercenaries could not solve the urgent problem. He still needs more manpower, but where can he find so many people at once? At this moment, an idea suddenly occurred to Chu Zihong. The United States launched many wars in the 1980s, but after the wars ended, A large number of soldiers retired due to battlefield stress disorder. Of course, Delta Force, Navy SEALs, and Rangers are among them. In the late 1980s, some of the more famous PMC companies in the previous life had not been established. These soldiers who only know how to fight have nowhere to go. Some lived on the streets, some did hard labor, and some worked as mercenaries doing odd jobs. But most people still became homeless. As a result, there are about 7,000 to 8,000 homeless people on the streets of New York, or even more. You thought it was paradise on earth. In reality, it is hell on earth. So why don't you go to the streets of New York and recruit some help? In addition, there are the famous Cossack mercenaries from the previous life. After the collapse of the Soviet Union, the Cossacks living in the Don River, Central Asia, and the Far East once again became a popular source of mercenaries in the CS and even the world. Because the Cossack paramilitary organization in Russia has more than 1 million soldiers, willing to serve the national government, business oligarchs, and even arms tycoons at any time. The most outstanding advantage of the Cossacks is their natural love for weapons and their loyalty to their mission. In March 2000, 90 Cossack paratroopers fighting bandits in Chechnya fought fiercely with 2,500 bandits for 3 days. On average, one paratrooper dealt with more than 20 illegal armed elements. They fought with the bandits until the last moment, and only 6 people survived. Wouldn't that way you have your own manpower? However, now that we have so many arms on hand, we need to avoid being targeted by those with ulterior motives. Chu Zihong needs to sell it as soon as possible. The matter of recruiting people can only be postponed. But having a goal will prevent you from running around like a headless fly. At the same time, the company's organizational structure also needs to be readjusted, such as referring to Umbrella's original mechanism or combining it with the Titan Group. Afternoon, Chief Ahmed of the Dijur tribe personally led his men to the port of Bosaso. I saw that all the warehouses at the dock were filled with arms. Ahmed was completely shocked. A company of tanks, armored vehicles, and mountains of guns and ammunition. If he was not mistaken, there were also armed helicopters. Oh my Allah! Is that guy Nicholas trying to overthrow a country? After the shock, Ahmed swallowed and felt very excited. He really wanted to take them all down in one go. With these weapons, if the Dil tribe comes again, he will be absolutely sure to destroy them. You little bastard, I'll teach you how to be so arrogant. But when he touched his pocket, Ahmed suddenly came to his senses. The dream is good, but the money is not enough. Even if you spend all your money, you can only buy 3 or 4 tanks. The reality is too cruel. Ahmed, how about it? Do you need tanks or armored vehicles? If you buy more than $10 million from us, we will give you a 9.5% discount. And if you buy more than $50 million, we will give you a 15% discount. If you reach over $100 million, you will be given a distinguished platinum membership card of our company, which will give you a 40% discount on all arms, lifetime maintenance, and free shipping. Chu Zihong introduced enthusiastically like a salesman. Although Ahmed was very moved after hearing what Chu Zihong said. But unfortunately, there is not enough money, which limits the purchasing power. It's like having a stunning beauty in front of you, but you can only look at her, but not touch her. It's simply a torture. Ahmed, who was short of money, finally left in disgrace with 5,000 AK-47s, 10 mortars, 40 RPGs, 2 tanks, and an armored transport vehicle. Out of sight, out of mind. The weapons he had on hand almost bankrupted Ahmed. The 50 million Mi Dao that he had diligently accumulated were gone in an instant. It hurts. Chu Zihong stood in front of the warehouse, looking at Ahmed, who disappeared without a trace. He turned his head and couldn't help asking, "Victor, am I selling it too expensive? That guy, how can he run so fast?" "Boss, it's a bit expensive. It's more than twice the market price," Victor said with a wry smile. He suddenly felt that his boss was really good at using the capitalist tricks. He also has the ability to deceive people, and he even fooled Ahmed. For example, in terms of discounts, he was full of admiration. The price was so much higher than the market price. If there is another discount, won't it return to the original price? The key is that the other party believed it and paid for it. He suddenly felt a little sympathy for Ahmed. It's like being sold out and still helping others count money. Chapter 23 from Stark's Imagination. CIA appears. Kiev was founded in the second half of the 5th century. It is located in the north-central part of Ukraine, bordering Belarus to the north, and covers an area of 28,900 square kilometers. During World War II, Kiev was ravaged by war, but recovered quickly after the war and became the 3rd largest city in the Soviet Union, known as the Garden City and the Hero City. However, the economic crisis that broke out in the once prosperous Kiev has led to a very depressed street life. Most of the shops on the street were closed, and there was a long queue outside the only open bakery. Due to the economic crisis, this led to an extreme shortage of food and daily necessities across the Soviet Union. What's the use of having the world's largest arsenal? Can I eat it? Ultimately, the weapons that were created at the expense of national strength were not used against the enemy. Instead, it caused the entire empire to collapse and become history. City center. Inside a luxury hotel, Theon Stark, a big arms dealer, holds a glass of red wine and overlooks the depressed streets of Kiev. Behind him stood a fierce-looking, muscular white man and a middle-aged white man wearing glasses and a suit. At this moment, both of them were thinking about various things and did not disturb Theon Stark, who was enjoying the scenery. Who could have imagined that this superpower standing at the top of the world would fall into such a state of disgrace? Is this a joke from God? Theon Stark took a sip of red wine, turned around and looked at the two of them and said, "Boss, this will give us the opportunity to make more money, right?" The gentle middle-aged white man raised his head and smiled. "Fallen, you are right." Theon Stark was very satisfied with his men's answer, and the smile on his face deepened. But he suddenly thought of something. A smiling face suddenly disappeared. "Fallen, what do you think of the Chinese named Nicholas Yuri?" Fullander frowned and said in a deep voice, "He is decisive in killing, calm and experienced, and should not be underestimated. But one thing, I'm quite curious." "At what point?" Theon Stark sat down and asked with interest. "We learned from the government that the Soviet Union was experiencing internal turmoil and that it was likely to disintegrate in a year or two. So, the only arms dealers in the Soviet Union right now are us, Great Britain, and the oligarchs." "I'm not surprised they knew." Fallen frowned and analyzed. "But according to the investigation results reported domestically, this person has no background and only owns a private security company that is about to go bankrupt. How did he get the news?" "Fallen, do you think there is a possibility that he received intelligence from China?" Theon Stark narrowed his eyes, looking shrewd and calculating. "Boss, if that's the case, then everything can be explained clearly." Fallen nodded in agreement. "The CIA will not allow Chinese forces to enter the Soviet Union and divide this piece of the pie." "Fallen, do you understand what to do?" Theon Stark lowered his head, stared at the bright red liquid in the wine glass in his hand, and said meaningfully, "Boss, I understand." When Fallen heard this, the corners of his mouth rose, and murderous intent flashed in his eyes. "Send the two men away." Theon Stark put the wine glass on the table, took out his phone, and made another call. He stood up and walked to the French window and said, "Director Pierce, I want half of the arms this time." When Chief Pierce on the other end of the phone heard this, his brows furrowed. "Stark, did Satan's little devil kick you in the head? Half? Are you crazy? Or did I hear you wrong? I heard such abusive words." Sean Stark was not angry and said with a smile, "Director Pierce, killing a Chinese person is very troublesome, and it will bring revenge from China. And in order to get this batch of arms, I bribed the entire Kiev military district's top brass. The price I paid was too high. I want half. Is that too much? Director Pierce?" There was silence for a moment. Pierce seemed to have compromised and said, "Stark, half is too much. I can't explain it to the Ministry of Defense. How about 40%? Make a deal." Seeing that his goal had been achieved, Theon Stark agreed without any hesitation. He is not a fool. He dares to ask the military for so much. After all, it was a military district's munitions, worth tens of billions. Open your mouth halfway, so as to better achieve your goals. Once the goal is achieved, it is natural to take a step back. Theon Stark's ready agreement immediately brought the CIA director back to his senses. "Fuck. Damn capitalist, I actually got fooled. Hang up the phone." Theon Stark was in a happier mood and decided to call over a beautiful woo-clackling girl to relax and unwind. He immediately called the hotel front desk and asked for a stunning beauty to come to his house for service. Little did they know, the danger of death is also approaching him. Kataria, disguised as a white beauty, took the elevator straight to Theon Stark. This top killer from the deadly Black Ranch. She will complete her second assassination mission since coming to this world. A sexy red miniskirt shows off her devilishly charming figure to the fullest. With an angel's face, any man who sees it can hardly take his eyes away. The 4 white bodyguards outside the presidential suite where Theon Stark was located were no exception. When I saw the beauty coming out of the elevator, my eyes widened. His mouth was full of drool, and it was all over the floor. Kataria, who was walking over with her slender waist twisted, saw it all. So her expression became more charming and enchanting. The 4 white bodyguards instantly fell into it and couldn't extricate themselves. But think of your responsibilities. The 4 of them reluctantly withdrew their gazes, but the next body search process. Suddenly, the leading bodyguard's eyes became hot. Such a top-notch product. If you can't touch it, it's great to touch it once. As expected, the leading bodyguard touched Kataria several times, causing the men around him to feel envious and jealous. However, the 4 of them didn't notice the cold, murderous intent that flashed across Kataria's eyes. The body search lasted nearly half an hour. The bodyguard reluctantly let him enter the presidential suite. After entering the room, Kataria glanced around the room, then took off all her clothes. He came naked in front of Theon Stark, who had been waiting for a long time, and the other party's breathing quickened. Seeing this, Kataria smiled charmingly, which really lived up to the saying that a single smile can bring out all the charms in a woman. Immediately following, she twisted her willow-like waist and walked step by step towards Theon Stark, who was lying on the bed. For a top female killer, your body is your weapon. Of course, only beautiful women are included. If you look like Ruhua, do you still need to rely on your body? Just a face is enough to scare people to death. Theon Stark on the bed was deeply immersed in it, and even a little impatient. He had no idea that death was approaching him step by step. Chapter 24. It is true that the Russians drank and flew planes. The port of Boseso at sunset. A disassembled Me-24 Hind was restored to its original state by skillful assembly by a white pilot. This includes 4 AT-2 fly swatter anti-tank missiles on weapon racks and 4 portable UV-32-57 rocket launchers. This thing is an S-5 rocket, which flies at a speed of Mach 2. It can be used for collision bombing or close-range bombing, and has a maximum range of 5,000 meters. One rocket pod can carry 32 missiles, and 4 of them can carry 128 missiles, with the amount of explosives being similar to that of a 100mm howitzer. If they open fire at full strength, their instantaneous firepower will be equal to that of 2 artillery regiments, leaving no place to collect the bodies. Therefore, some arms dealers will dismantle the UV-32-57 rocket launchers and sell them separately to armed groups in war-torn areas. They are usually bought by armed groups, modified and mounted on pickup trucks to form powerful mobile firepower. After completing the assembly, the white pilot jumped down the ladder, came to Chu Zihong with a smile, and said proudly, "Boss, how is it? Whether it's disassembling it or putting it back together, for me it's time to drink a bottle of vodka." Belinsky, well done. Chu Zihong had to admit that he had found a treasure. In less than half an hour, a dismantled Me-24 was restored to its original state. As expected of a fighting nation, they are born with some talents in certain things. To reward Belinsky, Chu Zihong asked Victor to bring a bottle of Ergo-2 and threw it directly to him. For a Soviet man, it is impossible to shout Yura without drinking. "Thank you, boss." Belinsky was very happy to take the wine. He unscrewed the bottle cap, tilted his head back, and gulped it down. Chu Zihong shook his head when he saw this. These Soviet people were indeed drunkards. No longer paying attention to Belinsky, who was drinking, Chu Zihong looked around the Me-24, then reached out and patted the big guy. "Next time I go to the Soviet Union, I must bring back a few more. In addition to selling it, your own umbrella company can also use it." In his opinion, this thing is not much worse than a Black Hawk helicopter. In third countries, it is absolutely welcome. The price is also cheaper than Uncle Sam's Black Hawk, only $5 million US. A Black Hawk helicopter is worth $67.25 million US, equivalent to about 438 million renminbi, making it the most expensive medium-sized rescue helicopter in the world. This price is somewhat daunting. Just as Chu Zihong was looking at the Me-24, Victor hurried over. "Boss, there's an incident at the airport." Chu Zihong frowned when he heard this and asked in a deep voice, "What's going on?" Victor immediately reported everything that had happened. Because Boseso Airport is very close to the territory of the Dir tribe. Whenever valuable goods appear at the airport, they will be targeted by the Dir tribe and violently snatched away. The airport dares not say anything unless it risks its life. So when the Boeing 747 was unloading at the airport, the large amount of arms was seen by an insider of the Dir tribe planted at the airport. Upon receiving the news, the chief of the Dir tribe, Ahad, sent his son Hamandi to lead troops to the airport to seize the airport. Fortunately, Chu Zihong had a trick up his sleeve and paid Ahmed's guards to protect this batch of arms. These guard members are elite warriors carefully selected by Ahmed and trained as professional mercenaries. Although there were only 200 of them, they were all elite soldiers who could fight 10 enemies at a time, and they were all equipped with AK-47s and RPGs. Ahmad, the chief of the Dir tribe, suffered a lot from Ahmed's guards. Therefore, the more than 100 soldiers brought by his son were defeated. That batch of arms was temporarily saved. However, the airport was surrounded by reinforcements from the Dil tribe, and the tribe leader Ahad was on his way to the airport with a large force. Once the Dir tribe's heavy troops arrive, Ahmed's guards will not be able to withstand it no matter how powerful they are. Learn the ins and outs. Chu Zihong's expression instantly darkened. "Mud, is it easy to bring back some arms after all the hard work? Who wants to step on me? If I don't show off my power, just think of me as Hello Kitty. Victor, please notify Ahmed immediately and ask them to send troops for support. It doesn't matter how much you charge. Yes, boss. Victor nodded and immediately contacted Ahmed, the leader of the Djur tribe. This is the only tribal armed force that Chu Zihong is relatively close to in Somali. After Chu Zihong gave his instructions, he immediately grabbed Belinsky, who was still drinking next to him. Belinsky, stop drinking and come with me. Boss, where are you going? Kill. When Belinsky heard these two words, he was suddenly shocked. Then, excitement. No problem, boss. Without saying a word, he stuffed the bottle into his pocket, opened the cockpit of the Mi-24 and jumped in. Victor, who had just contacted the person, saw Chu Zihong wanted to go to the airport and hurriedly stopped him. Boss, it's too dangerous for you to go to the airport. Let me take someone with me. I want to get my goods back myself. Chu Zihong glanced at Victor and said in a tone that did not allow for rejection. Seeing this, Victor sighed and did not try to stop him. He could only bring his weapons and equipment and warn his men to protect Chu Zihong well. Buzz, buzz, buzz. As the helicopter's propellers turned rapidly, the Mi-24 Hind took off from the ground in an extremely rough takeoff posture. The fighting nation's takeoff posture is always so simple and crude. At this moment in the cockpit of Mi-24, Belinsky held the operating lever in one hand and held the ergo-2 in the other, and drank the remaining wine with his head tilted back. A blush appeared on the fair face, and the nose instantly turned into a red rosacea, like a clown in a circus. Finish the ergo-2. Belinsky immediately said excitedly. Drink some wine, and you will be more energetic when flying a plane. On the passenger seat. When Chu Zihong saw this scene, his heart suddenly skipped a beat. Dig the hole. Drunk driving. It turns out that it is true that Soviet people drank alcohol while flying planes. Although Belinsky drank a bottle of ergo-2, he flew the helicopter very steadily. This made Chu Zihong feel relieved. These fighting people really can't live without alcohol. At the same time, Bosaso Airport has been surrounded by a group of hundreds of armed men. All passengers and staff in the airport were confined to a corner. A black man with a big gold chain, well-developed muscles, and a fleshy face was holding a golden AK-74 and staring at these people viciously. This man was Hamandi, the son of Ahad, the leader of the Dir tribe. After being defeated in the battle, he targeted these innocent passengers. And over at the airport warehouse, he had personally led his men and surrounded the area. The warehouse's door was blocked by two overturned SUVs, forming an entrenched position. A soldier from Ahmed's guard aimed his gun at the DR tribe soldiers outside. Behind them were mountains of guns and ammunition, so they don't have to worry about not having weapons and ammunition, as they have enough to defend for a long time. Among these black warriors, two tall, white men stood out. They were Baroque and Danny, members of an OCS. As Chu Zihong's men, they naturally became the temporary commanders of Ahmed's guard. Baroque, Ehad is here in person. I'm afraid we can't hold out for long. The guard leader, Kazit, said with a frown. Reinforcements are on the way. Hold on, Baroque soothed. Okay, we'll try our best. Kazit shrugged helplessly and agreed. At this moment outside the warehouse, Ehad hid behind a pickup truck, staring at the warehouse in front of him with binoculars. Through the gap, he saw the mountains of guns and ammunition inside. Suddenly, his heart was moved. This number of weapons and ammunition is at least tens of thousands. If he gets these weapons, he can recruit soldiers again and expand his army. Even overthrowing the Syed al-Saud government is not a problem at all. So no matter what, the warehouse must be taken. No matter what the cost, I will do it. Chapter 25. Mi-24 floor scrubber is deployed, and the arms warehouse crisis is resolved. When you actually see the mountains of munitions in the airport warehouse, the endless desire and greed in Ehad's heart were completely aroused, and even his breathing became faster. He immediately ordered the tribal soldiers to launch another strong attack. Two pickup trucks equipped with machine guns drove over first, and the soldiers on them immediately turned their guns and aimed at the overturned SUV outside the warehouse door. Shit! When Baroque saw the machine gun, he was shocked and angry. What the hell is this? How can the AK-47 in your hand defeat the two machine guns on the opposite side? And besides that, he also saw the Type 63 107mm multiple rocket launcher pickup and the Type 75 105mm recoilless gun Toyota pickup in the rear. The Dil tribe was determined to take over the warehouse and mobilized almost all of their firepower. Baroque no longer hesitated and shouted, "Everyone, retreat into the warehouse. They don't dare to force their way in. There is something they want inside." The guards immediately did as they were told. They didn't want to die here either. Retreat inside the warehouse and close the door immediately. But in this way, they all became trapped. See the warehouse door closed. Ehad sneered and gave the order to open fire. The two machine gun pickups opened fire instantly, flames gushing out and making drum-like boom-boom sounds. The next moment, the two off-road vehicles blocking the door exploded instantly, and flames splashed everywhere. Without anything blocking the way, the soldiers of the Dill tribe surrounded them with weapons in hand. Facing the closed door, Ihard waved his hand and ordered his men to blast the enemy open with RPGs. Can a mere aluminum alloy door stop it? He ordered the soldiers to be ready to storm the warehouse at any time, and several machine gun pickups were also aimed at the warehouse to prevent anyone from breaking out. 3 soldiers carrying RPGs fired a barrage of rockets at the warehouse door. Boom, boom. The entire door was blown open in an instant. Seeing this, Ehad shouted, "Go in, be careful of the ammunition inside." After receiving the order, the soldiers rushed in, but were met with a dense network of fire. Bang, bang, bang. A dozen unlucky DIR tribal soldiers were beaten into sieves in an instant. The rest of the soldiers turned around and ran away, escaping the disaster. More than a dozen soldiers were lost at once. Ehad was so angry that his face turned blue, and he wished he could cut the person inside into pieces. But he still pulled the people down. The large amount of munitions in the warehouse made him hesitant, and he didn't dare to use his machine gun pickup to fire into the warehouse. Otherwise, the warehouse would have exploded long ago. In this situation, Ehad felt a little embarrassed as he couldn't get it. It will be even more difficult once support from the Digil tribe arrives. However, when he thought that this batch of arms was related to the Dijur tribe, Ehad became even more jealous. If the Dijur tribe got hold of these arms, it would be more difficult and costly for him to capture Boseso. If they can't get it, they can forget about it. Think of this. A cold light flashed in Ehad's eyes. Since we can't take it down, let's blow up the entire warehouse. Although the mountains of munitions inside made him feel painful, it was still much better than having them taken by the hostile Dijur tribe. Khazid, plant bombs around the warehouse immediately. I want all these people to go to hell. As soon as the words fell, suddenly, a roar was heard from the sky. Not only Ahmad looked in the direction of the sound, but all the soldiers of the Dill tribe also looked up at the sky. This is attack helicopter. Ehad's eyes widened instantly. A chill surged from the soles of my feet to my heart. That's right, the Mi-24 Hind that was on its way to the warehouse was looking at the helicopter. Below me, I saw hundreds of DIR tribal soldiers wearing black shirts, looking like the KB members in the movies. Chu Zihong decisively ordered Belinsky to fire downwards and send these DR tribal soldiers to meet their god Allah. Belinsky was very excited because he had never killed the enemy in a helicopter since he joined the army. I hear the instructor say every day that Sam is their enemy, but he has never fought with anyone. Now that they finally have a chance to kill the enemy, the fighting nation's innate warlike cells completely erupt. Opening the missile launch key cover, Belinsky pressed it decisively. Little chicken, tremble. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 4 anti-tank missiles on the weapon racks flew out in a flash, targeting those armed pickup trucks. At the same time, 4 rocket nests released S-5 rockets one after another towards the ground like fireworks. You should know that a Mi-24 rocket pod can carry 32 rockets, and 4 pods can carry 128 rockets, which is about the same amount of explosives as a 100mm howitzer. When firing at full force, the instantaneous firepower is equal to that of 2 artillery regiments, and there is no place to collect the bodies. So the DIR tribe is in trouble. In addition, the airport warehouse is in full view with no obstructions at all. As for cars, all of them became explosives. The first to bear the brunt were the armed pickup trucks, which were blown up by anti-tank missiles. What followed was an extremely bloody scene. The soldiers of the DIR tribe were all blown to pieces by S-5 rockets, with flesh and blood splattered everywhere, just like the Azura hell. The air was filled with smoke and a sickening smell of blood. Just a dozen seconds. There was no living person standing in the open space outside the warehouse. There was only the burning car frame and the glaring red blood and human organs on the ground. On the Mi-24 helicopter, Chu Zihong glanced at the tragic scene below and couldn't help swallowing. The firepower of the Russian armed helicopters is so damn brutal, isn't it? It is simply the most powerful floor scrubber. For countries with insufficient firepower, being equipped with such a powerful and economical armed helicopter is simply a blessing. But it is also because of the fierce firepower of Mi-24. As a result, some countries that imported this helicopter frequently flew the Mi-24 into war, causing the casualty rate of Mi-24 pilots to be the highest among all pilots. Seeing that all the enemies below had been cleared, Chu Zihong prepared to let Belinsky descend. But Victor came over and said loudly, "Boss, there is a group of soldiers from the Deer tribe over at the aviation building. Guarded by Ahmed's son, Hamandi, they held dozens of passengers hostage." Chu Zihong frowned when he heard this and was about to say something. Suddenly, there was a huge explosion from the aviation building, The ground shook, and a small mushroom cloud appeared. Chu Zihong was shocked and picked up the telescope, looking at the aviation building in the distance from the air. All I could vaguely see was a fierce gun battle breaking out in the aviation building, accompanied by explosions. In addition, he saw two Humvees with Gatling guns mounted on them, firing into the aviation building. There was actually an armed helicopter in the sky, but the model looked a bit like the AH-1W Super Cobra made in the United States. Victor, Ahmed's support has arrived? Chu Zihong put down the telescope and asked in confusion. Boss, it will take Ahmed and the others about 10 minutes to arrive, Victor explained. Who was attacking the deer tribe over at the aviation building? We haven't. Chu Zihong was halfway through his words when he suddenly thought of something. Could it be the tactical special forces team that saved me last time and hasn't appeared since? Yes, that's the only way it can be explained. After all, he only cooperated with Ahmed's Dajur tribe in Somali and had no cooperative relationship with other forces. If there is a third party that suddenly appears, then it can only be the elusive tactical level special forces team rewarded by the system. Belinsky, go to the terminal. Yes, boss. Belinsky immediately turned the plane around and flew towards the aviation building. The battle in the aviation building is extremely fierce at this moment. Chapter 26. The terrifying tactical special forces team. A few minutes ago, inside the airport terminal, Ahmed's son Hamandi stood in front of all the passengers and airport staff holding a golden Alaska, like an ancient tyrant, giving people a sense of fear and oppression. Everyone was angry, but dared not say anything. They could only squat in the corner obediently. Not only were they afraid of the ferocious Hamandi, but they were also afraid of the DR tribal soldiers around them who were wearing black gowns and holding AKs. Maybe it's just not fun. Harmandi found a chair and sat down in front of the hostages. A pair of extremely aggressive eyes began to look at and linger on some good-looking white women. As for the women in his country, he didn't even look at them. When the lights were turned off, no one could be found. What about the entrance to the cave? Finally, his eyes stopped on a white stewardess with a good figure. You come out. Seeing Harmandi pointing a gun at him, he asked himself to come out. There was a hint of fear in the stewardess's eyes, even though she was unwilling in her heart. But for the sake of her own life, she stood up tremblingly, and then slowly walked towards Hamandi. The soldiers with guns around stared at the walking stewardess with a playful smile on their faces. When the stewardess was less than 1 meter away from Harmandi, a hint of impatience appeared on Harmandi's face. He simply reached out and pulled the stewardess in front of him. Then, like a pervert in the movies, he sniffed the stewardess's neck and hair hard. He even stuck out his tongue and licked the stewardess's pretty face, scaring her so much that she trembled. Hamandi felt the fear of a lamb to be slaughtered in his hands, and a very satisfied expression appeared on his fat face. That sick look is scary. Take off your clothes. Hamandi pushed the stewardess away, then poked her lower abdomen with the AK in his hand, and said with a smile. The stewardess's expression turned pale, and her playful fear became even stronger. She took a step back and clutched her collar, unwilling to take off her clothes. I'm a French citizen. You can't do this. False? Hamandi narrowed his eyes, and a dangerous aura like a wild beast suddenly emanated from his body. Are you threatening me? No, you misunderstood. The flight attendant took another step back in fear, the fear on her face becoming even more intense. Misunderstanding? Ha! Harmandi smiled and raised his gun to shoot the stewardess. Just at this moment, a strong sense of crisis suddenly struck Hamandi's heart. Years of frontline combat experience have changed Hamandi's expression drastically. There's a sniper. Without saying a word, he rushed to the side. But a crisp gunshot rang out. I saw a bright yellow bullet piercing through the glass of the terminal at a speed invisible to the naked eye. Although Hamandi sensed the danger and dodged his head, the bullet still severed his left hand at the shoulder. In an instant, blood and flesh flew everywhere. He fell to the ground and let out a heart-wrenching scream. Ah! The bloody scene made the flight attendant scream, and she squatted down with her head in her hands. Just as the surrounding soldiers reacted, two Hummers suddenly appeared outside the floor-to-ceiling windows. Click! Along with it, there was a sound of mechanical rotation. The Gatling guns on the roofs of two Humvees opened fire at the deer tribal soldiers in the terminal. Da-da-da! Dense bullets poured towards the soldiers like a storm. Puff, puff, puff. The soldiers of the DR tribe were instantly cut in half, and the scene was extremely bloody. Under the intertwined firepower network formed by the two Gatling guns, the soldiers of the Dill tribe were completely powerless to fight back. Some soldiers holding RPGs died before they could even pull the trigger. After dying, you will be blown up again by the exploding rocket. So miserable. The sudden change scared the passengers and staff in the terminal so much that they all lay on the ground in the corner. Avoid innocent people being affected. The person controlling the Gatling gun also deliberately bypassed the hostages and only targeted the soldiers of the DIR tribe. The DIR tribal soldiers in the terminal were almost crushed to the point that they couldn't even raise their heads. Faced with the issue of life and death, Hamandi, whose left hand was blown off, endured the severe pain and crawled behind a wall, not daring to show his head out at all. He was furious, but helpless. The firepower network formed by the two Gatling guns is extremely terrifying, unless you wait until the opponent runs out of bullets. Otherwise, don't even think about fighting back. At the same time, the Deer tribe soldiers outside the terminal quickly surrounded the two Hummers. Two pickup trucks armed with heavy machine guns took the lead. However, whoosh! Suddenly, a whistling sound was heard in the sky. Two anti-tank missiles, dragging long tails, whizzed in the blink of an eye. Boom! Two pickup trucks armed with heavy machine guns were instantly blown over and flipped 2 meters into the air. Then it smashed down hard, completely turning into a ball of scrap copper and iron wrapped in flames. The soldiers of the DIR tribe looked up and saw an AH-1W Super Cobra made in the United States appear on the horizon. At the same time, they also saw the dazzling flames gushing out of the rocket nest of the AH-1W Super Cobra made in the United States. That is, rockets, run! The soldiers of the DIR tribe turned around and ran, and the brave ones picked up their RPGs and fired one shot. However, the AH-1W Super Cobra dodged the attack flexibly, and the soldier who fired the RPG was killed. A shot in the head. It wasn't a helicopter kill. Instead, it was a sniper on a billboard not far away who completed the kill with one shot. After the AH-1W Super Cobra appeared, one by one, Special Forces personnel wearing pure black combat uniforms and a full set of individual combat equipment slid down the airborne rope. After landing smoothly, 12 Special Forces personnel launched an attack with extremely standard tactical offensive moves. They are so well trained, as if they are special forces from a big country. Wherever you go. Without exception, all the soldiers of the DR tribe were shot in the head. The level of accuracy is jaw-dropping. Special forces from a big country are no more than this, right? When an amateur player met a professional player. That is death. Bang, bang, bang. Fierce gunfire continued. At the same time, there was an earth-shaking explosion. That was the noise made by the AH-1W Super Cobra launching anti-tank missiles. A group of ragtag DIR tribal soldiers suffered countless casualties. In less than a moment, there were nearly 1,000 soldiers from the DIR tribe, but less than 100 or 200 were left. I have to say, this Special Forces unit that has only just appeared now is really extremely brutal, well-trained and well-armed. It can be said that if gods stand in the way, gods will be killed. If Buddhas stand in the way, Buddhas will be killed. By the time Chu Zihong's Mi-24 arrived at the terminal, the battle was basically over. Seeing a one-sided battle, Chu Zihong was also extremely shocked. Oh my goodness! Is this the terrifying power of the Tactical Special Forces team? This is like a sheep walking into a tiger's mouth. They are like a group of ferocious tigers entering a flock of sheep. But after the shock, Chu Zihong couldn't help but wonder, wasn't the system rewarding a Special Forces team? And on the Tiago Bridge last time, there seemed to be 8 people who showed up to save me. Now it's probably more than that, right? There are at least about 20 people. Could it be that? Is this a complete Tactical Special Forces team? At this time, the gunshots were already sparse. By the time Chu Zihong came to his senses, the gunfire in the terminal below had completely stopped. Ahad's son Hamandi became the last survivor of the DR tribe and was successfully captured by the Special Forces team. Belinsky, get down! Chu Zihong immediately stopped Belinsky and landed the helicopter. He couldn't wait to meet the members of this elusive Tactical Special Forces team. Every time it appears, it's so timely. It is no exaggeration to say that it is like providing timely assistance or giving a pillow when you are dozing off. Chapter 27. Shocked, it was the USS Rapid Response Force. As the Mi-24 landed in the open space in front of the terminal, 25 Tactical Special Forces team members were already lined up waiting. Hamandi was also tied up and thrown on the ground, with blood flowing from his broken leg. His mouth was stuffed with someone's smelly socks, and he was struggling and whimpering. The fate that awaits him will be miserable. When Chu Zihong jumped off the helicopter and saw 25 Special Forces team members waiting in line, his eyes suddenly lit up. All members of the Special Forces team wore black combat boots, pure black combat uniforms, combat vests, 4-eye night vision goggles, and Kevlar bulletproof helmets. The back of the combat vest and the side of the helmet were printed with military emblems that Chu Zihong felt very familiar with. And each member of the Special Forces team wears an SF-10 gas mask that looks a bit like an octopus face, as well as a communication device that integrates a personal radio headset/microphone. These equipments completely defeat the Special Forces of this era. as if they were Special Forces fighters from the future. At this moment, the 25 Tactical Special Forces team members saw Chu Zihong and immediately saluted in unison with loud voices. Commander, USS Rapid Reaction Force reports to you. USS. Chu Zihong was stunned when he heard this, his eyes full of surprise. It turned out that the Tactical Special Forces team that he had dreamed of at night was the Umbrella Security Service, USS in the Resident Evil. This is the secret force of the Umbrella Corporation, a secret force that only a few people inside know about. All members are retired soldiers from elite special forces of various countries. They are experts in fully obeying and effectively completing orders, and there is no emotion between members. The system first asked me to change the name of my company to Umbrella Corporation, and now it's sent the USS Rapid Reaction Force. Obviously, this is to allow himself to create the Umbrella Corporation in another time and space. But I like it, especially the T-virus. If we can get a little bit of it, wouldn't it be easy to destroy Uncle Sam? But if you want to be more powerful, of course you have to follow the route of the Colossus Group in Call of Duty. In terms of technological strength, the Titan Corporation is superior to Umbrella Corporation. First of all, the technology of both sides is different. Umbrella can only be considered modern black technology, while Titan Corporation is definitely near-future technology. Moreover, the Giant God Group is a legitimate PMC. Not only does it have regular military forces and scientific research teams, it can also launch military operations around the world under legitimate names. At the same time, through war zone stabilization, VIP rescue, and post-disaster reconstruction, it has become the only PMC that can join the United Nations. One is the party that focuses almost entirely on biochemistry. One is a top boss who has comprehensive technological development and is 20 years ahead of the world. Naturally, the strongest is still the Giant God Group. Future technology determines everything. Chu Zihong came back to his senses and looked at the 25 special team members in front of him with a very satisfied expression. He waved his hand and said, "Comrades, thank you for your hard work. It's not hard for us to serve the commander." 25 members of the Special Forces team responded immediately, their eyes determined and unwavering. Chu Zihong felt so happy after hearing this, especially the kind of high-spirited feeling, which made Chu Zihong deeply feel it. Very cool. After secretly rejoicing, Chu Zihong also noticed that the Special Forces members were wearing SF-10 gas masks with octopus faces. How suffocating must that be? Now that the battle is over, take off your masks and get some fresh air. Yes, Commander. As the 25 Special Forces team members took off their octopus-shaped SF-10 gas masks, faces of different skin colors were suddenly revealed. Most of the people are white and black, with only 3 Asians. But these 3 people made Chu Zihong's eyes flash with surprise. Zhuangyan? Wang Yi? Xing Tian? What the hell? I'm the protagonist of Special Forces, Wang Hui, the protagonist of Breaking Out of the Amazon, and the protagonist of the Wolfpack novel. He actually appeared in front of me all at once. Especially Xing Tian, who is from the Wolfpack, the world's #1 mercenary group. With the halo of the protagonist, isn't this awesome? It's okay, I like it. Chu Zihong's gaze lingered on the 3 of them for a while. Then, he glanced at the other USS team members who had a strong aura. Who is the captain among you? As soon as he finished speaking, a tall and strong white man and a white woman stepped out together. Hank, captain of the USS Alpha team, meeting the commander. Karina Lesbrix, captain of the USS Delta team, meets the commander. Chu Zihong was stunned when he heard this and was surprised again. Damn, Hank the Death? He is a key figure in the Resident Evil series and a member of the Umbrella Corporation's Special Security Forces, nicknamed Death Hank. He was once a squad leader of the 22nd Special Air Service, SAS, of Great Britain, the early prototype of the USS unit. The other team leader is Wolf Mother Looper, a retired French Special Forces soldier and a key figure in the Resident Evil series. She led the team to train in the manor of Delta Force to serve the security of Umbrella Corporation. She called her training method Wolfpack Warfare, which earned her eventual nickname, Lupo She-Wolf. The sudden appearance of 2 important USS team captains made Chu Zihong feel like he had won the jackpot. Of course, it would be even better if it was the creator of USS and UBCS, Supreme Commander Sergei Vladimir. This former Soviet colonel was the original tyrant, and the tyrant that Spencer studied was cloned from him. Therefore, the tyrant can be considered as his brother. But as human beings, we should be content with what we have, otherwise we will be greedy and end up swallowing an elephant. These 2 team captains are enough. The USS Rapid Reaction Force has arrived, and his own umbrella company is complete. Our own PMC Military Resources Company can also start to get on the right track. After getting to know the 2 team captains and other team members, Chu Zihong finally understood what identities the system had assigned to these people. It turned out that they were a group of orphans trained by the Chu family in the early years. Later, it became a global mercenary organization and ranked among the top 5 Wolf Warriors mercenaries. And they have been hiding in the dark to protect Chu Zihong. This is why they are so elusive. This identity arrangement is really fucking reasonable. Learn the identities of the team members. Chu Zihong's gaze moved to the tied-up Hamandi. His eyes narrowed slightly, and a cold light flashed. You're trying to rob me, but you're robbing me? He is so bold. Boss, he is the son of Ehad, the chief of the Dir tribe. He has done many evil things in the local area. Victor came over and introduced. Upon hearing this, Chu Zihong suddenly remembered a tyrant warlord in Mali in his previous life, who seemed to be named Hamandi. Regardless of whether it is the same person or not, killing him is at least part of getting rid of harm to the people. Give me your gun. Yes, boss. Victor immediately took off the safety of his Glock 17 pistol and handed it over. Taking the pistol, Chu Zihong fired 3 shots at Hamandi, who was struggling on the ground with an indifferent expression, all hitting the vital parts. Hamandi died with his eyes wide open. Salt Harmandi. Chu Zihong threw the gun to Victor. The first time he killed someone, he didn't feel sick, but excited. But the second murder was uneventful, just like drinking plain water, extremely dull. Just at this moment, Baroque's voice came from the intercom in Victor's hand. Captain, all enemies have been cleared and the warehouse is safe. Hear the report on the intercom. Chu Zihong turned his head and said, Tell Baroque to continue to defend the warehouse. I will send an elite special forces team over there. Okay, boss. 10 minutes later, the attack on the airport took place. Ahmed then arrived with a large force and was relieved to learn that the matter had been resolved. You can get money without paying a price. Nature is excellent. However, when he learned that 20 of his guards had died, he felt a pang of pain. It is not easy to train these elite guards, and it costs real money. Every death means money, which naturally makes Ahmed very sad. These people died to protect their own arms, so Chu Zihong would certainly not treat them unfairly. He directly took out $2 million and gave it to Ahmed as pension. The family of each sacrificed soldier can receive 100,000 Medeo, which is considered rich in Somali. Ahmed was extremely happy, especially when I learned that the chief of the Dir tribe, Ahmad, and his son Hamandi were both dead. He was even more excited and danced. The biggest threat has been killed, and the leaderless Dir tribe is no longer a concern. In the whole of Boseso, the Dir tribe is the only dominant one. Just ask who else. Ha! Chu Zihong curled his lips in disdain at Ahmed's excitement. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. It is not certain whose territory Boseso belongs to. I haven't said anything yet. Why are you so excited? Chapter 28. Supporting the weak and suppressing the strong. Supporting puppet forces. There was an incident where the arms were stored in a warehouse at the airport and were almost robbed. Chu Zihong understood that he had to determine the headquarters of Umbrella Corporation as soon as possible and expand his own strength, or support local forces, such as the Dir tribe. As for why he did not choose the Dir tribe ruled by Ahmed, it was because he clearly understood the principles of supporting the weak and suppressing the strong and balancing power, which were passed down by his ancestors. The Dir tribe is now leaderless and can be easily controlled by the puppets they support at a small cost. But the Dir tribe is different. It is in a period of prosperity, with its power expanding. Especially after they purchased arms from him twice, their strength is far greater than that of the previous Dir tribe. This time he was willing to help me, and I paid for it myself. But as their desires and ambitions grow, do you think they won't target your money and arms? This is a truth that even a fool can understand. So Chu Zihong would certainly not be so foolish as to support a force that is not under his control. Especially after a year, Somali will fall into anarchy, with warlords emerging and piracy rampant across the country, becoming one of the most chaotic regions in the world. To put it bluntly, it is a chaotic situation in which bandit gangs fight for territory and are in a state of anarchy. As the only strongest tribal force in Boseso, would Ahmed have no ideas? In Chu Zihong's opinion, if you want to survive in this world, never underestimate a person's humanity. The darkness of human nature is like Lucifer falling from heaven to hell and becoming a fallen angel. Now he and Ahmed are in a cooperative relationship, but that may not be the case in a year. To this end, supporting the Dir tribe and curbing the Dir tribe is what Chu Zihong will do next. 3 days later, Boseso Airport Warehouse. Baroque stood beside Chu Zihong respectfully. Boss, all the arms have been transported to the dock. Well done. Chu Zihong glanced at the empty warehouse and smiled with satisfaction. At this moment, Victor came in hurriedly. Boss, last night the USS Alpha team, led by Captain Hank, has eliminated the other 2 strong competitors of the Dir tribe except Muhammad Syed. This morning, the USS Delta team, led by Captain Karina Lesbrix, has taken control of the entire DIR tribe. It's quite efficient. Chu Zihong smiled when he heard this. No wonder my left eye twitched when I woke up this morning. This is really good news that makes me feel refreshed. Let's go to the DIR tribe. Half an hour later, Chu Zihong and his men rushed to the DIR tribe, 50 kilometers east of Boseso Airport. The entire DIR tribe looks like a slum, much poorer than the Digger tribe. But the place where Patriarch Ahmad lives is magnificent, a typical Arabian-style castle building. No wonder this guy died. The entire DIR tribe was in chaos. This is unpopular. Shouldn't we set off fireworks to celebrate after death? When Ahmad went to steal his weapons, he took away most of the DIR tribal soldiers. This resulted in a lack of military strength within the tribe. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Chu Zihong immediately sent people to bribe several members of the DIR tribe after Ahmad's death and started a plan to sow discord among them. The effect was very good, and it easily provoked a conflict among the three major forces within the organization. The limited number of troops was almost exhausted in an instant. See, the time is ripe. Chu Zihong immediately dispatched 2 USS teams to invade the DIR tribe at night. A small team wiped out the other 2 forces with great force, leaving only Said's forces. This force is the weakest of the 3 and is also a puppet that is easier to control. The remaining team controls the entire DIR tribe. The plan was very successful and achieved Chu Zihong's expected goals. He had to admire from the bottom of his heart the USS Rapid Reaction Force with tactical level special capabilities. The effect exerted by only 25 people is comparable to that of thousands of troops. If this expands to hundreds or thousands of people, wouldn't it be easy to overthrow a third world country? As expected, products produced by the system must be high quality. Enter the castle. Hank and his men came over and said, "Commander, the mission you assigned us was successfully completed." "Well, good job." Chu Zihong patted Hank's shoulder with a smile on his face, and then asked, "Where are the people?" Inside, Hank quickly took Chu Zihong into the main hall of the castle, where a strong-looking black man was kneeling on the ground. His hands were tied behind his back and his body was covered with incomprehensible symbols tattooed all over his body. It should be the text of some religion, otherwise it wouldn't look like scribbles. And this black man is Syed, the weakest of the 3 major forces of the DIR tribe. It is said that he is Ahmad's cousin, but he is a hopeless person. Such trash. Isn't it just right to be your own puppet? Chu Zihong looked Syed up and down with a smile, then pulled a chair over and sat in front of him. "Are you Muhammad Syed? Who are you? Why did you invade our DIR tribe?" Syed raised his head and glanced at Chu Zihong, who had a Chinese face, and thought to himself, "This Chinese man looks approachable. He should not be a bad person." Approachable? Maybe he doesn't know some people who appear to be very kind and friendly. But in fact, such a smile. It is simply impossible for this to happen to a man who is determined to become the most powerful arms dealer on Earth. They have been on the edge of a knife for many years and have been at the forefront of the war. Could an arms dealer worth hundreds of millions really have such an approachable smile? That's because they have mastered a skill that involves deception. That's just pretending. To put it bluntly, it means being able to act, a skill that all capitalists in the world are good at. The last second he was laughing at you. The next second, it will launch a thunderous attack and devour your skin and bones. Take away your company and all your property. This is the true face of capitalists. When Chu Zihong heard Syed speak pure English, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. How come all the people in Maldives can speak English now? However, Chu Zihong seemed to have forgotten that Somalia had been a sovereign state before entering the 21st century. Although it is not rich, at least the domestic situation is peaceful. The people live and work in peace and contentment, and make money based on their own abilities. In terms of education, economy, and other aspects, it is also just barely passable. In addition, its geographical location is on the sea trade transportation line, and cargo ships from various countries often stop by. It is not surprising that Somalians can speak English. Chu Zihong smiled with interest. "I am an arms dealer. 3 days ago, your clan leader actually set his sights on my arms, and he ended up dying in my hands. The wolf has set its sights on the hunter's prey. As a hunter, what do you think I should do?" After saying that, Chu Zihong stared at Syed with a smile, waiting for him to speak. Upon hearing this, Syed lowered his head and fell silent, his Adam's apple rolling up and down. Obviously, he was extremely uneasy. Seeing that Syed was still keeping his head down and silent, he couldn't say a word for a long time. Chu Zihong asked, "Why are you not talking? What do you want to do? You're not just going to chat with me and say this, are you?" Syed raised his head and looked at Chu Zihong. "You are very smart, and I also like to talk to smart people." Chu Zihong grinned and then said, "What do I want to do? It's very simple. I want you to integrate the entire DIR tribe within 3 days. Can you do it?" Syed frowned, feeling that things were not that simple. The other party wants to integrate the tribe by himself. I'm afraid he wants to control the entire tribe through me. If I don't agree, the only outcome will be death. So, why do you have to make things difficult for your own life? Think of this. Side no longer hesitated and said, Sir, I can do it, but what good can it do me? The benefit is that you will rule the deer tribe, and I will pay you 1 million Medeo support funds every month, including weapons and equipment and personnel benefits. You can decide how to use them to the best effect. Chu Zihong put forward his own conditions. As a result, Side agreed without any hesitation. $1 million a month. It goes without saying that this is an astronomical figure in backward Somali. Being a puppet does not put your life in danger, and you can make a lot of money. Why don't you agree? As for whether to give it to the people below, he has the final say. How much does it cost to support a tribe? Little did they know that in later times, as the DIR tribe grew stronger, its population increased. The money he spent far exceeded the 1 million in support funds given by Chu Zihong. They even have to pay out of their own pockets to buy weapons and equipment from the Umbrella Corporation. After a few transactions, the 1 million finally returned to Chu Zihong's pocket. In other words, Chu Zihong didn't lose anything, but got an armed tribe with unlimited development for free. Sure enough, the evil capitalists. It's just like a barbecue stall in summer, where you can eat XYZ kilograms of braised shrimp for every 100 kilograms. You think you made money, but in fact it is the boss who made money. It not only attracts a lot of popularity, but also earns money in your pocket. As for whether the shrimps are real shrimps, you can only rely on your stomach to judge the authenticity. Since ancient times, both ancient and modern, both in China and abroad, merchants are all profit-oriented and will never do business at a loss. Chapter 29, 1 million. Took it, but it seems like I didn't take it. Out of the DIR tribe. Victor couldn't help but ask, Boss, the benefits you promised are too good. Can he really obey? The way out is in front of Syed. If he is smart, he will do as I ask. He is not smart. He is asking for death. The worst that can happen is that I can just change another puppet. Besides, apart from the $1 million a month, if Syed wants to recruit soldiers and buy arms, he can only use it from the $1 million. Using 1 million to support an armed force of tens of thousands of people, do you think it's worth it? Chu Zihong shrugged and said calmly, Boss, it's worth it. You're so smart. Victor suddenly understood what was going on and had to admire his boss's cleverness. Spending only $1 million a month can gain a sustainable and growing armed tribal force. In addition, Syed had to come back to them to buy arms, and the money went back into their pockets. This is simply freeloading. In the end, Syed still had to pay out of his own pocket. 1 million a month, it's like I'm not getting it. As if, well, I took a lonely one. High. Too high. Victor admired him in his heart, and then said, Then boss, do you need to send someone to keep an eye on him? Of course, inform Kataria. She will be in charge of this matter. The reason why Chu Zihong put Kataria in charge was that she was a black woman, and it would be easier for her to carry out intelligence work in East Africa. And the last assassination of Theon Stark was done quite well. After killing the target, you can also escape safely. No one is more suitable than her. So Chu Zihong felt quite relieved to leave the task to this top female killer. The matter on Boseso's side is settled. Chu Zihong left the USS Rapid Reaction Force to guard the arms in the dock warehouse. He took Victor and others to Mogadishu on a cargo ship loaded with arms. After staying for a few days, from Mogadishu, via the Gulf of Aden, head directly to Ganilla. Woohoo! The cargo ship, as huge as a mountain, blew a deafening whistle and then slowly sailed away from the port of Boseso. Chu Zihong and others successfully arrived in Mogadishu, the capital of Somalia, before sunset that day. Mogadishu, which has not experienced war, is quiet and beautiful. The whole city is covered with lush trees, and there are no tall buildings. Only the beige top of the mosque rises into the sky. Rows of Arabian-style houses sit on the protruding hills like lions. The street is straight and flat. If you walk east from the Baidova Hotel for dozens of minutes, you can see an ancient castle with a history of thousands of years, towering on the seashore like a giant. Chu Zihong was amazed to enter such an ancient city. Mogadishu that I saw on TV in my previous life. It can be said that the place is devastated, with broken walls and ruins everywhere, like a doomsday scene. War destroys everything. It's amazing to think that such a beautiful city would be destroyed in the Battle of Mogadishu a year later. Chu Zihong couldn't help but feel a sense of regret. It's such a shame that such a beautiful ancient city was destroyed. The convoy entered the city and soon arrived in front of a 4-star hotel. This 4-star hotel is also the only upscale hotel in Mogadishu. Naturally, it has also become a place for the Somali government to receive foreign guests, dignitaries, and investors from various countries. Get out of the car. Chu Zihong raised his head and took a look at this magnificent 4-star hotel. It is hard to believe that in 1 or 2 years this place will become a ruin. He couldn't help but shook his head with regret. The weak cause war, while the strong maintain world nuclear peace. It will always be the most realistic polarization on this planet. Come to the presidential suite on the top floor. Chu Zihong did not enter the room immediately, but Victor and a group of NOCS members checked the room. Only after making sure there were no eavesdropping, monitoring, or other spy equipment did they allow Chu Zihong to enter the room. As an international arms dealer, it is easy to become a target of Interpol or some major powers. Security and anti-eavesdropping are compulsory courses for every arms dealer staying in a hotel. After entering the room, Chu Zihong sat down on the sofa and crossed his legs comfortably. Victor came up to him and said, "Boss, the investigation information you asked for about Mohammed Farah aided is out. Tell me about it." Chu Zihong lit a cigarette for himself and said, Mohammed Farah aided joined the army in 1950 and later served in the colonial troops recruited by Italy in Somali. After receiving military and language training in Italy, he returned to Somali in the 1960s and was promoted to colonel. He is currently the military leader of the United Congress Party of Somali and has the support of most of the Somali military. Victor reported the findings. He is almost the same as Aidid, the biggest warlord in Somalia and the famous leader of the Battle of Mogadishu in his previous life. It was he who would overthrow the current Bar regime a year later, plunging the entire Somali into 20 years of civil strife. But he needs to do business with him. After all, as an arms dealer, there are only customers in sight, no distinction between good and evil. And he also needs to obtain some land from him to build the headquarters of Umbrella Corporation. Also, don't think black people are stupid. Although they are really stupid, most of those who have managed to achieve a certain status have received higher education abroad. For example, Aidid had experience studying in an Italian military academy. Otherwise, how could he dare to call himself the legendary 4,000 Tiger Guards who fought against the hundreds of thousands of troops of Soviet Marshal Vasily Ivanovich Petrov? Do you think Aidid is a vegetarian? Therefore, Chu Zihong will not underestimate the future biggest warlord in Somalia. The man who caused Uncle Sam to suffer his second Waterloo since the Hawaiian War. But since they were going to beat Sam, he had to help out. Selling a batch of arms is also a great idea. Finished reporting Aidid's personal information. Victor seemed to have thought of something and added, Boss, tonight is Aidid's birthday. He has invited ambassadors from various countries to Somali, as well as local dignitaries. I think this is a great opportunity to get in touch with Aidid. After saying that, Victor considerately took out an invitation letter, which he bought from Aidid's younger brother, and cost him $5,000. The loss of half a month's salary made him feel painful for a while. Damn you vampires! Chu Zihong glanced at the invitation letter, slowly exhaled a smoke ring from his mouth, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. It seems we need to prepare a gift for meeting you, a rather large gift. Boss, the gift you're talking about is money? Victor asked curiously. Money? That's so vulgar. If you want to give a gift, give melatonin. Chu Zihong spoke fluently, and an advertising slogan came out subconsciously. Victor immediately showed a white man's question mark face, melatonin. What is this? Ahem. Chu Zihong realized that he had said the wrong thing and coughed lightly in embarrassment. What do you think is the most important thing for a warlord? Victor was stunned, as if he had thought of something. Boss, isn't this a bit too expensive? You get what you pay for. We can use Aidid's birthday party as an advertisement for our weapons. So, boss, how much do you plan to give? 1 T, 80 main battle tank, 1 box of RPGs, and 2 boxes of rockets. Victor, this gift is really big. If you remember correctly, in order to get the T-80 main battle tank, the boss had a lot of conversation with General Ivanov. Finally, I got it at a high price. As a result, it was sent out like this. It's true that people with money can do whatever they want. Chapter 30. Acting in a high-profile manner, the long-lost system is alive. Yeah, very handsome. Aidid looked at his appearance in the mirror and smiled with satisfaction. In a neat army green uniform, his energy and spirit have improved a lot, and he exudes a domineering aura as if he can control the world. In his opinion, he should be the president of Somalia, not the hypocrite bar. Sooner or later, I will overthrow this hypocrite. General, your pistol. At this time, the servant handed over a Desert Eagle, not the usual silver one, but gold. Aidid turned around and took the golden Desert Eagle. After playing with it for a while, he put it directly into the holster on his waist. This is a golden pistol that he specially asked Magnum Research to customize as a sidekick for important occasions. Thump, thump, thump. A burst of hurried footsteps was heard, making Aidid frown and look in the direction of the sound. He saw his adjutant running towards him with excitement on his face. Lux, did you take any doping? Or did you find the money? General, a guest has given you a super gift. Lux explained excitedly. A big gift? Aidid frowned and said, How big can it be to excite you like this? General, you should go and see it yourself. Full of confusion, Aidid followed his adjutant to the balcony, looked down at the yard, and saw many guests surrounding a big guy. When you see the true face of the big guy. Next second, Aidid's eyes widened instantly, and an expression of disbelief appeared on his face. This is the Soviet Army's third-generation main battle tank T-80. War Day. Did I see it right? A T-80 main battle tank sits in the center of the courtyard. Its huge, dark green figure reveals its beast-like ferocity and dominance under the shining lights. A tank? What a big deal. Being in public, he was a little too arrogant. But I like it. Aidid's face was full of smiles, and his vanity was greatly satisfied. He felt relieved when he thought of the civilians looking at him in awe as he drove his T-80 tank through Mogadishu. Whose gift is this? General, it belongs to Mr. Nicholas. Lux pointed at his hand nearby. That's it. Aidid quickly followed the direction and looked over. Suddenly, I saw an Asian man wearing a black suit and holding a glass of wine standing next to the tank. A strong face with an approachable smile can easily make people feel good about him. Chinese. Aidid narrowed his eyes slightly, and no one knew what he was thinking. At this time, next to the tank, after Chu Zihong felt Aidid's gaze, he raised his glass to toast him. Then he spoke in fluent English to the guests around him. Ladies and gentlemen, I am honored to attend General Aidid's birthday tonight. In order to express our respect for the general, we at Umbrella Corporation have specially prepared a T-80 tank worth $3 million as a birthday gift for the general. The price Chu Zihong called out instantly caused the guests to exclaim in surprise and whisper to each other. At this time, several people were talking in the villa, and suddenly they heard Chu Zihong's words outside. They all stood up and went to the window, looking at the yard in surprise. And there the ambassadors of major powers such as Sam, France, and Great Britain to Somali. Asian face? Islander, or Nanon? The U.S. ambassador asked doubtfully. Apparently no one could answer this question. Umbrella Corporation, have you ever heard of it? Judging from his behavior, he should be an arms dealer. These people are ambassadors of a country, which would be provincial governors in ancient times. Everyone stared at Chu Zihong, some with meaningful expressions, some didn't care at all, and some were deep in thought. But there is one thing that all great minds see in common. That is the name Umbrella Corporation, which has been deeply remembered by them. As the Soviet Union's third-generation main battle tank, the T-80 is currently only equipped with the Soviet Army's elite troops or border defense forces. Very little is even exported. How did this Asian get it? Chu Zihong naturally had no idea what these ambassadors were thinking and how they would investigate him later. Even if I knew, I wouldn't care. Arms dealers always have to show up in the public eye and then become a thorn in the eyes of various countries. When embarking on this path, Chu Zihong was already mentally prepared to deal with any danger. At this moment, he saw the expressions of Aidid and the guests around him. He knew that his goal had been achieved and that he had left a deep impression on everyone. The price paid is worth it. After all, it's advertising at a celebrity's birthday party. Among all the arms dealers in the world, Chu Zihong is probably the only one. Go down and meet this gentleman. Aidid straightened his clothes, did not hide his happiness, and walked quickly downstairs. At this moment, Chu Zihong was surrounded by a group of guests, as if he was the protagonist of the banquet, holding a glass of wine and moving freely among the crowd. Such a high profile naturally attracted the attention of ambassadors from various countries. In particular, the U.S. ambassador immediately sent someone to contact CIA intelligence personnel in Somalia to investigate Chu Zihong. The appearance of an Asian arms dealer here is definitely not simple. Chu Zihong didn't care about being targeted. His purpose of coming here was to make a name for himself. This is the only way to get business. You know, he is now in Somali, in such a war-torn place. There are arms dealers of all sizes all over the streets. You could say that you can catch a handful of them. So what's the point of being low-key? In a place like Somali, only by being high-profile can you get things done. Being low-key all the time will only make people here think that you are easy to bully. Chu Zihong is not yet in his 70s or 80s, so he needs to bide his time. What he needs is to create a market and make a name for himself. Obviously, he achieved his goal today. After dealing with the crowd, Chu Zihong walked straight into the villa. Because he had already seen Aidid coming down from upstairs, and this person was his main target for fleecing. Big money daddy. The moment Chu Zihong stepped into the villa, the long-lost system notification sound that Chu Zihong felt he had almost forgotten suddenly rang in his mind. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for achieving a minor level of fame. Fame is a must-have cash cow for an arms dealer. Congratulations to the host for becoming somewhat famous in Somali. Reward. Randomly draw arms from a powerful military country in the host's previous life and 10 special talents. Do you want to extract? Chu Zihong's eyes lit up fiercely. Extracting weapons from a military power in the previous life? I live in the late 1980s, and there is still more than 2 months before I enter the 1990s. If I draw the weapons from my previous life, for example, 4th and 5th generation fighter jets, or drones, laser cannons, etc., it's no exaggeration to say that it's a complete defeat of this era. However, the aloof system suddenly spoke. Host, this system needs to remind you. The randomly selected previous life equipment is located in the 1980s where you are currently, and will not exceed the level of the current parallel time and space. Chu Zihong was stunned when he heard this, then gave a bitter smile. It seems that I think too much. How could something so good happen? Host, there is actually no need for you to be disappointed. The random weapons and equipment that follow will increase according to the number of years in your parallel time and space, and weapons and equipment of the corresponding number of years will be added in sequence. Another purpose is to ensure that the military technology progress of the original countries in the parallel world is not destroyed to the greatest extent, thereby triggering the correction force of the world. System. What if the technology I'm researching exceeds that of this world? Will it trigger the world's correction force? Chu Zihong asked in confusion. As long as it does not interfere with the military technology of various countries in the current normal parallel time and space, it will not be triggered. Why? Because as long as it is normal research behavior that exists in this parallel world, it will be regarded as the items and technology of this world by default. Hearing this, Chu Zihong's eyes lit up. This is good. The system is considerate. Love it. Chapter 31. Arms dealer? No. I'm a peace ambassador. Extract. Chu Zihong took a glass of red wine from the wine tray brought by the servant and made his choice in an instant. Next second, I saw the national flags of many countries flashing across the virtual screen in front of me, including many familiar countries. For example, the world's only superpower is the United States, followed by the 5 permanent members of the UN Security Council, namely China, the Kingdom of Winter, France, and Great Britain. Compared to some of the military powers out there, Chu Zihong prefers China and Winter Country, as the weapons of the 2 countries are not expensive and can meet the firepower requirements. At this point, both countries have inherited the Soviet Union's weapon manufacturing style very well, making their weapons sturdy, durable, and inexpensive. After all, the Soviet Union's military strength is clearly reflected in its weapons. They are more interested in studying the quality and power of the weapons themselves, rather than pursuing advanced concepts like the United States. Therefore, it is more practical for the manufacture of weapons. For example, the AK-47 assault rifle, the Typhoon-class strategic nuclear submarine, the Tu-160M strategic bomber, etc. These weapons and equipment are still in service and their performance is still very good. Chu Zihong silently prayed in his heart that he would draw China or Winter Country, but things will not always go as you wish. A 2-color national flag consisting of blue on top and yellow on the bottom finally stopped on the virtual screen. This is Wu Kellen. Although Chu Zihong wanted to curse his father, he suddenly thought that it was not so bad. After the collapse of the Soviet Union in 1991, Vuk Krumlov inherited a very powerful legacy. According to incomplete statistics, there are more than 6,000 ground combat tanks, more than 7,000 armored vehicles of various types, and more than 7,000 artillery pieces of various models. 19 of the most famous aircraft, the Tu-160, were owned by Wu Kellen. At that time, the Kingdom of Winter had less than 10 Tu-160s, and there were also nearly 32, 95, and Tu-22 bombers. In addition, a large number of transport aircraft were also inherited. There are more than 100 IL-70 SIXS, 25 and 124 strategic transport aircraft, and the world's only Tu-25 Dreamliner transport aircraft. In addition to an astonishing number of various weapons and equipment, Wu Kellen also received various advanced weapons design military units. Among them, the famous Antonov Design Bureau was inherited by Ukraine, as well as a large number of nuclear weapons research during the Soviet period. More than half of the people in these defense units are technical staff and experts, all of whom have strong experience in weapons design. Nearly half of them had direct contact with weapons production, and even the United States at that time went to Wu Clan to recruit talents. In summary, after the collapse of the Soviet Union, Ukraine not only has the 3rd largest nuclear and conventional weapons in the world, but also ranks 3rd in the world in military production capacity. So Chu Zihong was quite satisfied that he could draw Wu Kellen. The most important thing was that the Tu-25, which he had been dreaming about for a long time, was also among them. After locking on Wu Kellen, the system prompt sounded immediately afterwards. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for winning Wu Kellen. Now we will start randomly drawing weapons and equipment from that country. The draw is complete. Get 50 T-72S, 100 T-64 tanks, 30 BTR-60s, 20 Me, 24 Heinz, 10 tons of AK-47 assault rifles, 5 tons of AKM automatic rifles, and 20 tons of grenades and bullets. Warm reminder. All weapons are from legal and reasonable sources and will be transported to the port of Boseso in 3 days. Chu Zihong no longer knew what words to use to express his emotion. I can only express my feelings with one word: digging. If we sell all these weapons and ammunition, we will make at least tens of billions, right? So cool. But unfortunately, there are no flying vehicles. It seems that next time I go to Kiev, I will have to pay a lot to get a plane. Exit the thoughts. Chu Zihong drank the red wine in his hand in one gulp, then looked at Aidid, who was going downstairs. As the warlord who stirred up the turmoil in Mali and defeated Uncle Sam. This was the first time he saw a real person. Before, he had only seen it in documentaries or on Baidu. Now seeing the real person, it seems that he doesn't have 3 heads and 6 arms. He is completely no different from the ordinary people outside, except that he is thinner. Wearing a neat military uniform, he looked more like a child wearing his parents' clothes. It looks ridiculous and has none of the heroic spirit of a soldier. Maybe it's because he has been in a high position for many years. He exuded the aura of a superior and was full of majesty. Money makes cowards brave, and power makes a man stand up straight. Unfortunately, he's just a circus clown after all. No matter how powerful he is still a clown who can make people laugh. Chu Zihong curled up a smile and said something disdainful in his heart. Thank you for your gift, Mr. Nicholas. From today on, you are my brother. Aidid held Chu Zihong's hand tightly, and a smile bloomed on his wind-dried old face. General, this is just a small token of my respect. Chu Zihong smiled modestly, but in his heart, he was extremely disdainful of the brother he was talking about. Good brothers are in my heart. What if I am missing someone? All the pleasantries. Aidid glanced at the ambassadors from the major powers who kept looking in their direction and said, Mr. Nicholas, there are too many people here, so it's inconvenient to talk. How about we go upstairs and talk? No problem, General. Chu Zihong naturally also felt the prying eyes of the people around him and readily agreed. Then, Mr. Nicholas, please follow me. Eddie held Chu Zihong's hand and made an elegant gesture of invitation. When the butcher learned Western civilized etiquette, this shows that he is trying to use civilized etiquette to cover up the dirty smell of blood on his body. Chu Zihong deeply agreed with this statement. The decoration on the second floor of the villa is even more magnificent, full of gold and silver, and is no less magnificent than the ancient imperial palace. In addition, there are several famous paintings from the Europa castle hanging on the walls. Although he couldn't understand why these weird things could be called paintings, soon, under the leadership of Aidid, they arrived at a room deep in the corridor. The style of the whole room is a little more normal, pure Arabic style. A large self-portrait of Aidid hangs above the fireplace. Into the room, Aidid greeted him warmly. Mr. Nicholas, please take a seat. Thanks. Chu Zihong nodded in thanks and sat up straighter. Aidid sat down and glanced at his adjutant Lux. Lux understood what he meant and brought him a cigar, and Aidid handed one to Chu Zihong. He was not used to this food and declined politely. Aidid lit his cigar and took a puff. He looked at Chu Zihong, who was sitting upright, and asked tentatively, I heard that Mr. Nicholas is an arms dealer? No, General. I need to correct you. I am an envoy for maintaining world nuclear peace. I am responsible for bringing hope to people. Chu Zihong waved his hand and explained, World nuclear peace? Aidid shook his head and said with a smile, Isn't it a bit contradictory for an arms dealer to say this? Nicholas, this joke is not funny. General, I'm not kidding. Chu Zihong began to use his eloquent tongue to deceive people. The people of third world countries should not just live in poverty. They need weapons to find their future. And Allah guided me here. He said that he did not want everyone who believed in him to live in poverty. He wanted everyone to be happy and bathed in his holy light. Guidance? Allah? The corners of Aidid's mouth twitched. What bullshit? What does this have to do with world nuclear peace? I have dealt with quite a few arms dealers from Europe. Some of them are tough and greedy, while others are peaceful and gentlemanly. But no one has ever been as deceptive as the Asian man in front of him. You even brought out Allah. As a Muslim, what else can I say? General, I am here to bring warmth to the people who need weapons. When he said this, Chu Zihong's eyes were unusually firm. Aidid. He rubbed his eyebrows with his hands, not wanting to listen to Chu Zihong's nonsense anymore. Nicholas, can I see your weapons? No. Hopefully? No problem. Chu Zihong spread his hands. I have a batch of Soviet goods on hand now. Of course, General, I can get whatever you want. You can order it if you don't have it. Do you have an AK-47? General, how many tons do you want? No. How many handfuls do you want? Well, I almost told you the price. Chu Zihong straightened his body and made a gesture. An 800-meter knife and 10 bullets. If you want 1,000, I can give you an 80% discount. What do you think, General? Action is worse than thought. Aided clenched his fist and glanced at Lux, who shook his head slightly at him. Chapter 32, Caring for the Mentally Handicapped, is Chu Zihong's virtue. Nicholas, I do have an idea for what you said, but can you offer a better price? Well, I met that stingy Zhou Paopi again. Isn't $800 cheap? You poor bastard, I really want to kick your ass hard. Of course, Chu Zihong would not show these, and still had an approachable smile on his face. General, this is already a fair price. Others sell the sword for several thousand kilometers each. Besides, it was quite troublesome for me to transport the weapons here. I needed to arrange everything so as not to be targeted by Interpol. Besides, I have a bunch of people under me waiting to be paid. I have to make some money. I can't lose money, right? Ahem. What you said makes sense. Aided nodded in agreement and continued. But Nicholas, the quantity I want is a bit large, about the strength of a division. I want to equip them all with Soviet goods. Look, can't you offer a better discount? General, let me think about it. Chu Zihong pretended to be embarrassed, but in fact he was cursing Aided as a poor bastard. An 800-meter knife is still too expensive? When I sold it to Ahmed, I directly asked for a price of over $1,000. And now he agreed without saying a word. Do I have to bargain here? The Somali warlord? Bullshit, just a pauper. Of course, this business still needs to be done. He also had to get land from Aided to build the Umbrella Corporation headquarters. Out of self-interest, Chu Zihong decided to take a step back. After all, an AK-47 only cost 3 or 400 yuan. It's okay to earn a little less, just $700. Then Chu Zihong started acting and pretended to be a big spender. General, for the sake of our brotherhood, I will earn less. 700-meter knife, what do you think? Nicholas, now that you've said that, it would be petty for me to bargain any further. You pay the price you say. General, straightforward man, cash or wire? Chu Zihong gave a thumbs up and then took out a Siemens POS machine from his pocket. The entire POS machine is as big as a brick, comparable to a mobile phone. Nicholas, don't worry. Aided glanced at the POS machine, smiled, and waved his hand. Chu Zihong's eyes flashed, and he became a little alert. Shua, is this monkey planning to default on his payment? He immediately laughed and said, General, you are from a wealthy family, so you don't want to? He didn't finish his words. Lux, who was standing next to Aided, interrupted. Mr. Nicholas, you misunderstood. Our general means that we need other munitions. I see. I thought. It was me who was being abrupt. I'm sorry, General. I apologize. Chu Zihong smiled embarrassedly and apologized directly to Aided. It's okay. I understand. Aided was not angry, but waved his hand generously. But the next second, he showed a bargaining face and said, Nicholas, in this case, can the price be a little cheaper? No problem. I'll give you a 20% discount. Chu Zihong agreed generously, and then cursed Aided again in his heart as a poor bastard. So, General, what else do you need? Do you have the T-80 you gave me? Aided went straight to the point. General, you are really making things difficult for me. Chu Zihong looked embarrassed and said, I bought the T-80 specifically for you at a high price. If you still want it, I really can't do anything about it. Aided didn't hesitate and asked, Where's T-72? Yes, 5 million each. How many do you want, General? Chu Zihong offered his own price, which shocked Aided so much that his eyes widened slightly. Then it quickly returned to normal. 5 million mi Dao? Isn't that a bit too expensive? General, this is the internationally unified market price. After all, this is the best tank in the Soviet Union. It is also one of the best main battle tanks in a major country. Aided pondered for a moment, sat up straight, and said, For 4 million miles Dao, I want a tank company. This? Chu Zihong hesitated for a moment, then gritted his teeth and said, Okay, deal. Haha, Nicholas, you were such a friend. Aided laughed and enthusiastically extended his hand to shake hands with Chu Zihong. I also need some RPGs, grenades, light and heavy machine guns, and armored vehicles. Is there? Yes, but the general's price really can't be any cheaper. Otherwise, I won't make any money. Don't worry, I'll go with the price you said this time. Aided was too embarrassed to bargain any further and readily agreed. An hour later, General, please stay. Chu Zihong was at the door, smiling brightly as he waved his hand to Aided, who had escorted him to the door. In addition, the arms you requested will arrive at the Mogadishu port at 1 p.m. tomorrow afternoon. After saying that, he got into the car parked at the door and drove away. In the dark night, with bright moon and few stars, 2 red taillights gradually disappeared at the end of the street. The entrance of the villa. Aided still stood there with a restrained expression, looking at the end of the dark street. Next second, he suddenly said, Lux, how much do you think you can trust what this Chinese person says? Lux hesitated for a while and said, Given his Chinese identity, I think he can be trusted. Unexpectedly, when Aided heard this, he smiled coldly. Very disdainful. Chinese? A country as poor as theirs? Can it be trusted? Take someone to pick up the goods tomorrow. After saying this, Aidid turned and left. A black SUV was driving steadily on the dark streets of Mogadishu. Caring for the mentally retarded has always been Chu Zihong's virtue. But among the mentally retarded, there are inevitably a few smart people. Chu Zihong thinks Aidid is it. He never speaks in a sloppy manner and has a broad vision among East Africans. He also understands that whoever controls public opinion and the military controls the right to speak. On the first day he entered Mogadishu, he took control of all the radio stations in the city and publicized his achievements from time to time, commonly known as brainwashing. This is also why he shouted on the radio when the US military was arresting him later. Suddenly, thousands of people from Mogadishu rushed out with rusty AKs or sticks. As expected, if he can gain a foothold in Somali, he can't be an idiot. Chu Zihong felt more and more that the T-80 tank he gave was the right gift, and it successfully became a chain to exchange the interests of both parties. Earned $1.5 billion and a bag of blood diamonds. Diamonds are the most commonly used currency in Africa, also known as blood diamonds, because they are often used to finance bloody wars. It was dyed red with blood and filled with resentment. It's a dirty thing. It's so valuable. No matter whether you are dirty or not, businessmen only care about profits. This deal made Chu Zihong very satisfied. Get the land you want and the right to use Mogadishu airport for 10 years. Boss, why do you do business with such a warlord? Victor, who was driving, couldn't help but say. Chu Zihong smiled when he heard this and asked an unrelated question. Victor, who do you think will rule the planet? Forehead. Victor was a little confused by the question and said tentatively, Sam? The Soviet Union? No, it's an arms dealer. Why? Because other countries are busy killing each other. Chu Zihong said with a smile. Hearing this, Victor fell silent. Obviously, Chu Zihong hit the nail on the head and got to the point. Chapter 33. Soviet ambassador invites. Big liar Chu Zihong appears. 10 minutes later, Chu Zihong successfully arrived at the hotel. If this happened to Somali in his previous life, he would probably be in a pirate den now. I'm waiting for someone. Come and redeem him with money? Enter the magnificent hotel lobby. Something suddenly popped into Chu Zihong's mind. He stopped, turned around, and said to Victor who had caught up with him, Victor, tell Baroque to remove all the composite armor from that tank company. Oh, and take down the machine gun on top of it as well. Boss, if these things are removed, the defense capability of the T-72 tank will probably be much weaker. Victor didn't quite understand why his boss did this. Without these things, can the T-72 still be called a tank? He's totally become a tough guy. It's right that they are weak. Only then can they come to us for repairs, or buy a new batch of tanks with composite armor and machine guns. We can make a lot of money, so why not? Chu Zihong said this with a smile, looking like a profiteer. After hearing this, Victor felt a little sympathy for Aidid. It cost a lot of money. The result? A batch of weakened T-72s. It's even more tragic than Shakespeare's tragedy. The boss is still taller. The capitalist tricks are put into practice, and we understand clearly. I've given you my orders. Chu Zihong was about to walk towards the elevator. A white man in a suit and tie came up to him quickly. Hello, sir. Excuse me. Are you His Excellency Nicholas Yuri? Yes, that's me. Chu Zihong admitted generously. Mr. Nicholas, I am a staff member of the Soviet Embassy in Somalia, Poroshenko. Our ambassador Sergei Schmeigel invites you to come to the embassy for a drink and get to know each other. Chu Zihong's eyes flickered when he heard this. It seemed that his high-profile presence at Aidid's birthday party had attracted the attention of many ambassadors from powerful countries. As soon as I returned to the hotel from Aidid, someone was sent to look for me. But surprisingly, the first one to come to him was actually the Soviet Union. He thought it was the United States. After all, they're the world's largest arms dealers. Since I stole their cake, they will definitely come after me first. No matter what you say, you become their puppet. Disagree? Then tomorrow will be your Memorial Day. A brutal robber. Do you expect them to shower and change clothes with you, and then ask? Since it was not Uncle Sam, but Mr. Davari who invited you, why not go? Who knows what good things might happen? The Soviet Union's national destiny was close to collapse, and it only had a few years left. Not to mention the domestic officials who are looking for a way out for themselves. The ambassadors abroad are naturally no exception. The only thing that gives people a sense of security is money. Tonight is destined to be a sleepless night. The embassies of various countries in Somali are very close to the hotel where Chu Zihong is staying. Just walk across the street and turn a corner and you'll arrive. The Soviet embassy is located in the innermost building, which is the largest and most magnificent of all the embassies. That classic red flag. It rustles in the night wind and is so conspicuous. Look away. Under the leadership of Poroshenko, Chu Zihong entered the embassy unimpeded. After turning left and right, I finally arrived at a huge office. The first thing that catches your eye is the portraits of the three big guys who led Mao to the top of the world. Then there is the classic red flag, which reminds people of the popular online game Red Alert. At this moment, behind the circular table, a middle-aged white man with a mustache saw Chu Zihong coming and immediately greeted him with a smile on his face. Mr. Nicholas, you are young and promising. Nice to meet you. It is also my honor to meet the ambassador. As the saying goes, don't hit a smiling person. So Chu Zihong greeted him with a smile. Both sides exchanged pleasantries. Sergei Schmeigel looked at Poroshenko standing at the door and waved his hand. Poroshenko, you go down first. Yes, ambassador. Poroshenko nodded and immediately turned and left the office. Schmeigel pulled Chu Zihong to the sofa and took out a bottle of long-treasured red wine to entertain him. At the same time, he complained to Chu Zihong about red wine, saying it was not as delicious as the vodka produced in the Soviet Union. Unfortunately, it is difficult to drink pure vodka in Somalia where supplies are scarce. It is not easy to get a bottle of Connie red wine. Therefore, Schmeigel was always reluctant to drink it and usually saved it for distinguished guests. It's obvious that there's something else behind his words. How could Chu Zihong not hear it? Fortunately, he was prepared in advance and took a bottle of Erguotu from the room before leaving the hotel. Mr. Ambassador, although I don't have vodka, I have some white wine that I brought from my homeland. How about you try it? After saying that, Chu Zihong took out a palm-sized bottle of Erguotu and placed it in front of Schmeigel. I heard it was white wine. Schmeigel swallowed and then said with a smile, "That's so embarrassing." Although he said sorry, his body was very honest. The law of true fragrance. It's the same everywhere. Schmeigel couldn't wait to unscrew the lid and immediately smelled a strong smell of alcohol. The smell is not much worse than vodka. Then he took a palm-sized bottle of Erguotu, tilted his head back, and gulped the wine into his stomach. In a flash, the bottle was empty. For Soviet men, alcohol is truly the lifeblood of life. As long as he drinks, he can become your brother and sworn brother. I will even give my daughter to you as your wife, and I will do whatever you say. Finish the Erguotu in one gulp. Schmeigel wiped his mouth and showed a satisfied look. Thank you so much, Mr. Nicholas. Your Erguotu is a great wine. Where can I buy it? Mr. Ambassador, if you like it, I have a lot more. I'll give them all to you. Chu Zihong waved his hand generously and said, Really? That's great. Schmeigel stood up excitedly, as happy as a 300-pound fat man. Chu Zihong laughed secretly in his heart. The Soviet Union loved wine like their life, and a bottle of wine could gain brotherhood. And he is not hypocritical, but truly treats you as a brother. This is a real man, not those hypocrites in the West. Chu Zihong showed his sincerity, and Schmeigel didn't waste any more time and went straight to the point. Nicholas, are you an arms dealer? Mr. Ambassador, I need to correct you. I am an ambassador who brings peace and hope to the world. Schmeigel, Sublika, this Chinese is speaking against his conscience. Doesn't it hurt? Nicholas, you are really good at talking. Schmeigel had no choice but to give a compliment and pass it on. Mr. Ambassador, although I have some talent for languages, I find that knives, dinars, drachmas, rubles, rupees, and pounds are more persuasive. As he spoke, Chu Zihong took out a 10,000-meter knife and pushed it in front of Schmeigel. The meaning is self-evident. He believed that Ambassador Schmeigel would not come to him just to chat, but most likely to sell arms to him. These officials who are able to serve as ambassadors all have complicated family backgrounds. You're right, I think so too. Seeing this scene, Schmeigel immediately smiled and agreed. At the same time, he unceremoniously took the 10,000-meter sword that was pushed in front of him. Nicholas, I called you here because I have a big business to discuss with you. Chu Zihong's eyes flashed when he heard this. It was indeed so. He smiled and said, I wonder what big business it is. My brother has a batch of arms in the country that needs to be sold. I wonder if Mr. Nicholas is interested. Schmeigel sat up straight and stared at Chu Zihong with narrowed eyes. Mr. Ambassador, as long as it's about arms, of course I'm interested. Chu Zihong spread his hands and said, I am a peace-loving arms dealer. Schmeigel rolled his eyes and said it was bullshit. Peace is the biggest risk for arms dealers. And you actually say that you're a peace-loving person? Sublika, this Chinese guy is really good at fooling people. Chapter 34. Self-production and self-sales are the only way to be a qualified arms dealer. Mr. Ambassador, I wonder how much arms your brother can provide. How much can you eat? Schmeigel smiled meaningfully and asked back directly. Chu Zihong was stunned by the other party's question. This. I didn't expect to make a fortune from aided tonight, and now I meet a big client again. God has been very kind to me. Chu Zihong suppressed his inner restlessness and smiled with confidence. As long as your brother, Mr. Ambassador, pays, I will have the capital to eat as much as he wants. Mr. Nicholas, you have a big appetite. Schmeigel glanced at Chu Zihong, who was confident, and asked again. My brother controls an army. Are you sure you can handle it? An army group? When Chu Zihong heard this, a hint of doubt appeared in his eyes. No way? No way? Is it just such a coincidence? He quickly asked, Mr. Ambassador, which general is your brother? Schmeigel said proudly, My brother is the commander of the 5th Air Force Army, Lieutenant General Joseph Pushkin. Chu Zihong? Well, that's true. If he had known that he could get in touch with Lieutenant General Joseph Pushkin for free, why would he spend $10,000 on Ivanov? And with the relationship with Schmeigel, he would be a guest of honor of Lieutenant General Joseph Pushkin. The price paid will also be much smaller. It's the wrong time. Seeing Chu Zihong suddenly silent, Schmeigel asked in confusion, Nicholas, what's wrong? Mr. Ambassador, it's all right, let's talk about this big deal. Chu Zihong waved his hand. Of course, he would not tell Schmeigel that he had spent 10,000 Medeo swords to get your brother's contact information. The following conversation basically revolved around the batch of arms that Joseph Pushkin was going to sell. When Chu Zihong learned that his brother was interested in selling the IL-76 and In-124 strategic transport aircraft, his eyes lit up. The In-124 is the second largest transport aircraft in the world, with a payload capacity of 229 tons. IL-76 transport aircraft, load capacity 60 tons. In comparison, China's Y-20 has a carrying capacity of 66 tons, and Uncle Sam's largest transport aircraft, the C-5 Galaxy, has a carrying capacity of 120 tons. Both of the above transport aircraft were obtained. He can build global air routes and truly realize free shipping of arms around the world, so that they can be delivered to customers in any corner of the world. Umbrella Arms, mission accomplished. In addition, once the PMC is established, it can then expand into helping third countries fight wars, eliminating hostile forces, providing medical services, humanitarian rescue operations, etc. It will be all over the world. Second only to Uncle Sam is the ability to deploy troops across borders around the world, as well as military contractors to support operations. A private military resource company with global military investment is simply awesome. If we can get the In-225 Dream transport aircraft, as well as Tu-160, Tu-95, Tu-22 and other strategic bombers. Chu Zihong has already imagined an umbrella company under his control with a grand blueprint for the future. So no matter what the cost, we must get it. I'll go bankrupt, even if it means losing everything. TMD, I'm going to fight. It was 2 o'clock in the morning when we left the Soviet embassy. Chu Zihong, however, was not sleepy at all. He was so excited that he couldn't sleep. If the goods were not ready, and the appointment was made for a week later, he now wished he could fly to Kiev immediately. Chu Zihong suppressed his inner urge and said to Victor, who was following him, Victor, when will the people you called come over? Boss, they're on their way and will be in Boseso in about 3 days, Victor explained. 3 days later? It is consistent with the time of Wu Kellen's arms transported by the system. Chu Zihong asked again. How many people are there? 13 people. Some are from the French Special Forces, some are from the SAS Special Air Service Regiment, and the NOCS. That's right. We should invite more people like this. Chu Zihong was very satisfied. He believed that the company would become stronger with these people joining. In Somali late at night, it was so quiet that it seemed as if time had stopped. Such a quiet and peaceful night. In Somalia a year from now, I'm afraid it will just be a memory in my mind. By the faint moonlight, the two of them disappeared into the street, one in front and one behind. And in the Soviet embassy, a window on the second floor. Ambassador Schmeigel stood there and watched Chu Zihong leave. He didn't close the curtains again until he could no longer see anyone. Turning around, Poroshenko, who had brought Chu Zihong here before, quietly appeared here. Ambassador, as a KGB agent, what do you think of Mr. Nicholas? Schmeigel sat down by himself, and after lighting a cigar, he looked up at Poroshenko. Poroshenko thought for a moment and said, a shrewd and ambitious guy. I'm afraid his goal will not stop at the arms dealer industry. More than that, right? I've seen his ability to fool people. He can even make a dead person look alive. Schmeigel added, thinking of Chu Zihong's previous tricks. The ambassador has hit the nail on the head. I am ashamed. Schmeigel smiled and ordered. Poroshenko, you go to Boseso in a week and take him to Kiev. I hope there are no other greedy guys who will block our chance to make a fortune. Mr. Ambassador, don't worry, I know what to do. There was a chilling light in Poroshenko's eyes, and he spoke respectfully. Schmeigel was very satisfied and took out a 10,000-meter knife from the drawer and threw it on the table in front of Poroshenko. Do your best, I can't do without you. Yes, Mr. Ambassador. Poroshenko glanced at the 10,000-meter knife and grinned. Stop yourself from getting rich. He didn't mind having a few more souls in his hands. Returned to the hotel room. Chu Zihong suddenly remembered that the rewards from the system had not been used up yet. System. Do I still have rewards that I haven't used up? Summon special talents X10. Call. Chu Zihong confirmed it directly, with some anticipation in his heart. I wonder what the special talent that will be summoned will be. Task Force 141, Satan Mercenary Group, Angel Mercenary Group, Black Devil, Giant God, Arctic Fox? If the talent comes from these powerful teams, it would be really cool. It is a pity. Chu Zihong thought too much. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 3 financial talents, 2 high-tech talents, and 5 firearms technical talents. Warm reminder. The above special talents will come to the host as headhunters in 3 days. The host can contact and talk with him at any time. This character will gladly agree to the host's recruitment and will never betray the host. Well, isn't it? Oh shit, Chu Zihong thought the system summoned mercenaries. The result is these auxiliary talents? I didn't expect that, although disappointment is not what I think in my heart. However, these special talents are also rare and necessary auxiliary talents. For example, for financial talents, the operation of the company requires professional managers to be responsible. The boss only needs to be responsible for the strategic guidelines and the general development direction of the company. The boss does everything himself. Wouldn't he be exhausted? In addition, the collapse of the Soviet Union brought with it, in addition to arms, countless mountains of gold and silver. You should know that one of the important reasons that led to the disintegration of the Soviet Union was economic issues. In the 1980s, the Soviet Union had to borrow money from various countries because its income was not enough to cover its expenditure. At that time, the global monetary system had not been fully established and the ruble was still very valuable. The exchange rate between the ruble and the US dollar once reached 1:1. 100 US dollars can only be exchanged for 60 rubles, and even the ruble is slightly ahead. And the ruble has depreciated sharply. This immediately made these borrowing countries become malicious and start making huge money in the Soviet Union. You can't imagine that a 100-meter knife in 1991 could be exchanged for 17,000 rubles. And this ratio is even increasing. By 1995, the ruble had become almost worthless. 100 US dollars is equivalent to 450,000 rubles. Financial tycoon Soros made his fortune from the collapse of the Soviet Union. As a reborn person, of course, I would not miss such an opportunity to make a fortune. With financial talents, we can start to lay out our business in the Soviet Union. In addition to finance, the most important thing is firearms-type technical talents. Chu Zihong did not forget that he still had the manufacturing drawings of 416 Hong Kong dollars in his hand. With these talents, you can build your own arsenal. Self-production and self-sales, independent research and development. This is a qualified international arms dealer. Chapter 35, what is the most important thing in the 20th century? Talent, of course. In addition to finance and firearms talents. The last high-tech talent made Chu Zihong excited. What are high-tech talents? For example, what invented and improved the steam engine, which brought mankind into the steam age and promoted the progress of the Industrial Revolution. It also enabled the British Empire to rapidly develop into the world's #1 power at that time. To put it bluntly, he is a top scientist and an all-rounder. With the addition of these scientists, Chu Zihong will master world-leading technology. It truly became the umbrella corporation of the real world. The system's rewards are so awesome. Don't be fooled by the fact that the system is usually silent and as cold as an iceberg. But as soon as he appeared, basically, you will give yourself a big surprise. Chu Zihong wanted to hug the system and give it a few hard kisses. With talent, the next step is to speed up the process, establish the umbrella corporation headquarters, and start construction. It is no longer a dream to bring down Lockheed Martin, the world's largest arms supplier. But it's reality. The next day, at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Mogadishu port. Nicholas, I hope we can work together again next time. No problem. Chu Zihong smiled and stretched out his hand to shake Lux's hand, then said, please tell the general that if he needs customized weapons and equipment, he can come to me. I studied design at the University of California. If the general needs me, I will definitely help his troops design the most ergonomic equipment configuration. Lux tilted his head. Studying design at the University of California? Is there a major in designing weapons and equipment? How come he hasn't heard of it? But after looking at Chu Zihong's confident expression, he suppressed the doubts in his heart. I'm mainly worried that if I say it out loud, I'll be laughed at by the other party. Little did they know. What kind of design did Chu Zihong learn? He was a prodigal son in his previous life, spending his days in debauchery with a bunch of bad friends. It's not like going to college, it's more like a vacation. What I just said, it was just Chu Zihong trying to trick Lux. Lux then did not stay any longer, confirmed the quantity of arms was correct, and left with his men. On the cargo ship, Chu Zihong watched the huge convoy leave with arms worth over 10 billion yuan. I'm afraid that the batch of arms that aided purchase from me was a preparation for overthrowing the Bar regime. Tanks and armored vehicles can easily defeat everything in Somali. 1 year later, the world in Somali will change completely. But the more chaotic the place, isn't it more beneficial for arms dealers? As for what Aidid did to Somali, it had nothing to do with him. Chu Zihong only cared about whether the franklin in his pocket had increased. Isn't it good to be a slave to money? Former slave, yep. Current slave, roger that. No one is dirty at the beginning, but when you realize that without money, you are nothing. For example, when your girlfriend who you have been in love with for many years is about to marry you. But when you can't come up with the bride price, you get looked down upon by your mother-in-law. You will understand. Money is really important. The most despicable nobleman and the most majestic untouchable can be seen in a rice knife. Chu Zihong likes the former. The latter can only be pitiful. He admitted that he was a vulgar man. But that's the reality. Chu Zihong held the railing at the edge of the deck and smiled at himself. Victor informed the captain and asked him to drive the freighter back to the port of Boseso first. Yes, boss. Thanks to the systematic transport of arms and personnel, the system arrived at the port of Boseso 3 days later. Chu Zihong had to change his itinerary and postpone his trip to Canary Islands. The ocean-going freighter returned with the remaining munitions. Chu Zihong took Victor and others to an abandoned town 30 kilometers east of Mogadishu. That was the land that Aidid promised to give him. An abandoned town that had once suffered a massacre also cost Chu Zihong a lot of money. 15 million US dollars, plus the right to use Mogadishu airport for 10 years. Damn, a vampire more cruel than myself. This is also one of the reasons why Chu Zihong removed the composite armor and machine guns of a tank company. And next time if Aidid comes to me to buy arms again, I will definitely give him a good meal. We drove along the road for half an hour. Chu Zihong and others finally arrived at a small town full of ruins. Saw the town in ruins. The corners of Chu Zihong's mouth twitched, and he cleaned up the entire abandoned town. Then rebuilding it would cost a considerable amount of money. My money! The flesh ached for a while. Chu Zihong stared at Victor and the others and wandered around the abandoned town. There were ruins everywhere and traces of fire. Obviously, there had been a raging fire here. The fire is quite big. It is hard to imagine what horrific things have happened here. But the town is quite large and can meet the company's needs. This made Chu Zihong satisfied. After walking around for a while, Chu Zihong did not find any signs of human life. The area has been abandoned for at least 3 or 4 years. Victor, what do you think of this place? Chu Zihong stopped and turned to look at Victor beside him. Boss, if we build the company headquarters here, we also need to build a wall on the edge. Victor said, pointing to the edge of the town. What else? The wall should be no less than 20 meters, and Vulcan cannon turrets should be installed on it. Anti-aircraft weapons, infrared rays, radars, and other defense equipment should also be installed to enhance the defense capability. Are you sure you are building a wall and not a military fortress? Chu Zihong showed a strange expression when he heard this. But Victor's suggestion really touched Chu Zihong's heart. After all, we will have to produce and sell our own products and conduct independent research and development in the future. Therefore, in the future, Umbrella Company will not only be targeted by local forces in Somalia, but also by various countries. Especially if you snatch someone else's cake, they will inevitably reach out to you. It will not work if it is not built into an impregnable military fortress. In addition, some important military factories, laboratories, and the like cannot be built on the surface. Then we need to learn from Umbrella and dig holes underground to build an underground military base. Important buildings are developed underground, and the upper floors are used as company offices, employee dormitories, entertainment facilities, etc. to conceal their presence from the public. Well, let's do it. For specific construction, you still need to find professionals. But who should I look for? Keep it secret, and we are one family. So, just recruit by yourself. The first thing that came to Chu Zihong's mind was the Soviet Big Brother. Before their disintegration, they did more than just sell arms. There are countless talents, several tons of daily necessities. Even a cruiser can be exchanged. What about people? A bottle of wine will do. There is no Soviet man who does not love vodka. If I don't drink, I won't have the energy to work. So a week later, during his trip to Kiev, Chu Zihong decided to recruit a construction team from the Soviet Union. There's basically nothing to see next. Chu Zihong came here today just to check out the place and see what his future empire will be like. About to leave, Victor, who was following him, suddenly became alert. Years of experience told him. Someone was watching them secretly. Who was there? Come out. Victor protected Chu Zihong behind him, took out the Glock in his hand, and aimed at the 1 o'clock direction. There was a half-collapsed wall, and among the ruins stood so many outstanding figures. The other three NOCS personnel also reacted and pulled out their pistols to form a left and right encirclement. Victor, what's going on? Chu Zihong asked with a gloomy expression. Boss, there's someone secretly watching us behind that wall, Victor explained. Force him out and capture him alive. Yes, boss. Victor then signaled to his men with his eyes, and the three of them understood, raised their guns, and slowly surrounded them. Maybe someone behind the wall knows. If I don't come out, I might be shot to death. He shouted, Jili Guala. The general meaning is, don't kill me, I'll come out now. Then a white man dressed like a beggar, with his hands raised, walked out from behind the wall. Two NOCS personnel immediately rushed forward and performed a series of skilled grappling moves. The man was already pinned to the ground by a backhand. A gun was put to his head and a nylon tie was tied around it. In the blink of an eye, he turned into a meat dumpling and couldn't move. Chapter 36, picking up a mercenary on the way. The two bodyguards searched the beggar-like white man's body and found that he had no weapons. He was immediately picked up and half-dragged in front of Chu Zihong and Victor. Chu Zihong took a look at the white man. He had long black hair that went past his neck, a long beard, deep eyes, a face full of dirt, and his clothes barely covered his body. Was this person just released from prison? Or are they foreign tourists who were robbed by the locals and ended up in trouble? Both of you, let him go. Boss, he might be a mercenary or a spy, so you'd better be careful. Victor quickly stopped him. He looks so weak that a woman can take care of him. Let go. Chu Zihong waved his hand and said. The two bodyguards immediately let go of the white man, who fell to the ground helplessly. Hey, can you speak English? Chu Zihong squatted down in front of the man and used his gun to push back the long hair in front of his forehead. First, sir, I will speak. The white man forced himself to stand up, looking weak. Who are you? Why are you here? The man didn't answer. Instead, he swallowed his saliva and acted as if begging for mercy. Sir, can you give me something to eat? I hadn't eaten for 3 days, and I felt like I was going to die. From the man's eyes, Chu Zihong saw pleading, pity, despair, and regret. But he saw something else. That is the hint of cruelty hidden deep in his eyes. This guy has a story. Victor, is there anything to eat? Chu Zihong turned his head and asked Victor behind him. Yes, in the car. Victor nodded. Go get some, and some water. Yes, boss. Victor did not go in person, but sent one of his men. He needs to protect his boss's life at all times. Soon the bodyguard brought a bag of dry bread and a bottle of water. The beggar-like man quickly snatched the bread, tore open the bag, put it in his mouth, and gobbled it up. It seems that he is really hungry. Eat slowly and don't choke. Drink some water. Chu Zihong had to remind him, fearing that he would choke to death. After a while, the man finished the bread and water, but seemed still unsatisfied. After recovering some strength, he immediately answered the question that Chu Zihong had asked before. After getting the answer he wanted, Chu Zihong had a strange look on his face. The man's name is Chris Collett, a retired Special Forces soldier from the former French Special Forces. Because he doesn't know anything else but special operations. To make money, he took his few remaining possessions and came to Mogadishu alone, planning to join his former close comrade in arms. As a result, the mercenary team that his comrades belonged to took on a big job the day before he arrived. He tried to assassinate the leader of a tribe near Mogadishu, but was unfortunately ambushed by the tribe. The entire mercenary team was wiped out. His comrades in arms were gone, and he had no money left. He could only walk back to Mogadishu and planned to go to the French embassy for help. I don't know if this guy is the reincarnation of a jinx. What bad luck! We encountered a sandstorm in the desert again. Special forces can survive in the wild, but not in the desert where there is only yellow sand. Even a skilled cook cannot cook without rice. In the end, it turned into the horrible look that Chu Zihong saw. Penniless and without food. After walking for a day and a night, we finally found the way out of the desert and arrived at an abandoned town. Colette was looking for some food when she saw Chu Zihong and others. Seeing that there were so many people, I wanted to observe them. As a result, he was discovered by Victor. This guy is so unlucky. He is a Special Forces soldier after all, right? Even though he looks like such a shabby guy, he is still an extraordinary talent. Lost interest. Chu Zihong stood up and prepared to leave. As for whether this guy will live or die, he doesn't need to care. It was enough that I gave him bread and water so that he would not starve to death here. After all, small dogs have dignity. What about people? First, sir. Seeing Chu Zihong and others were about to leave, Colette shouted hurriedly. The former paused and turned his head in confusion. Then Colette swallowed nervously. Can you give me a job? Even a 100-meter knife will do. Hotel, inside the presidential suite. Chu Zihong was sitting on the sofa with his legs crossed, smoking a cigarette. Opposite her was Colette, who was eating voraciously, as if she was a starving ghost. The food crumbs fell from the corners of his mouth and were all over the carpet. Cough, cough, cough. Perhaps because he ate too fast, he choked accidentally. His face turned red and he kept coughing. Victor rolled his eyes, a little uncomfortable, hand over a bottle of mineral water. Colette thanked him and drank half the bottle in one gulp. Only then did his expression ease a lot. But at this time, he was also full. Seeing Colette was full, Chu Zihong put out his cigarette and said, "Now that we are full, let's get down to business. Joining our umbrella corporation, you will often go to war-torn areas. So the annual salary is $30,000 and the death pension is $500,000. We have all the benefits that other mercenary organizations have, such as insurance, medical care, vacations, holiday gifts, etc. In addition, we have 2 months of vacation a year. Would you like to consider it? Being a civilian is much better than dying somewhere on Earth and being treated as feces by wild beasts." Chu Zihong stared at Colette, who was in a daze, waiting for her response. And Colette was completely stunned. Annual salary of $30,000? A death pension of $500,000? Oh my God! Did he hear it right? The monthly salary of the middle class in France is only around 1 or 2,000 yuan. But he has an annual salary of 30,000 yuan? With such good benefits, what reason does he have to refuse? I agreed to join without hesitation. Before the end of the 21st century, the average salary in Europe and the United States did not reach tens of thousands. During this period, you could have a good meal in the United States for only $1. A 100-meter knife? Unimaginable. It can be said that the welfare benefits offered by Chu Zihong have exceeded those of most mercenary organizations. Annual salary is $30,000 and the sacrifice pension is $500,000. Just for the benefits. As long as he waved his hand, countless mercenaries would come one after another. The smell of money is always so charming. Welcome to Umbrella Corporation. Our company's purpose is, all actions are for world nuclear peace. Chu Zihong stood up and extended his hand to Colette with a smile. In fact, he didn't necessarily want Colette. But now, there is no one else in the entire Umbrella Company except the dozens of people summoned by the system. As the family business grows, we are seriously short of people. After all, Colette is a retired French Special Forces soldier. Being a cannon fodder is better than being an ordinary person, right? Besides, would Chu Zihong do something that has no benefit? He is a highly educated person, although he dropped out of school midway. But he is not stupid to be admitted to the University of California. Well, that was bought by my predecessor's father. But even so, he is also a college student, isn't he? As the saying goes, we are not afraid of hooligans being cruel, but we are afraid of hooligans knowing the law. Boss, I will do my best. Colette excitedly held Chu Zihong's hand, acting like a lackey. The company's PMC will be established soon. If you have friends or comrades, you can bring them over. $500 introduction fee for each person. Chu Zihong made a gesture, a true money temptation method. Chapter 37 France? Surrender? It is impossible to surrender. Early morning. The first ray of sunlight shines into the luxurious interior, making the house warm as before. Chu Zihong was half lying on the bed, watching the CNN morning news on the TV screen. CNN International News Network broadcasts live news reports to the world 24 hours a day. When faced with breaking news, we will provide on-site reports. CNN News is broadcast in more than 210 countries and regions around the world. Although Chu Zihong knew in his heart that these CNN reporters were notoriously unscrupulous and lacked public knowledge. In particular, they fabricate stories and maliciously smear the sovereignty of other countries on issues concerning human rights and freedom. It is easy to mislead others by promoting your own ideas recklessly. For example, on CNN's Connect the World program, they shamelessly spread rumors and talked a lot about the so-called human rights issues in the Rabbit West and the attitude of the future U.S. government. CNN even mistook a small town in Guangdong province for XJ province and marked XJ in Guangdong province on the map. It's simply speechless. The mother of speechless opened the door to speechlessness. Speechless to the extreme. What you see is their public opinion orientation for political purposes. It is no longer news that CNN reports on the world with bias. It is no longer the first thing to know in the world. Journalist? Bullshit. It's just a propaganda tool used by capitalists and politicians to maliciously attack other countries. However, these did not prevent Chu Zihong from understanding the world situation through CNN. This is his daily habit. It is also a compulsory course for an arms dealer. Otherwise, how do you know where the mess is? There is only regional chaos. Only arms dealers have the opportunity to make a fortune. After watching for a while, Chu Zihong turned off the TV. Everything in the world is normal. Perhaps this is the last calm in the 21st century. After entering the 1990s, the world pattern has undergone earth-shaking changes. especially several local wars that have attracted global attention and have far-reaching impacts. He put on his clothes and went to the French window. You can see the whole Mogadishu at a glance. The scenery is beautiful. Compared to the big cities with skyscrapers in developed countries, Mogadishu is like a town. There were very few tall buildings apart from the mosque. The only other thing was the four-star hotel where he was staying. The only advantage is probably that you can see the bright starry sky at night and breathe fresh air without any industrial smell. And all this, in a year, all of this will become a memory of the past. Dada. There were light footsteps behind him, but Chu Zihong did not turn around, because he knew that the person who came was his bodyguard, Captain Victor. Boss, Colette took the money you gave her and took the earliest flight to France. You are very efficient and a man of your words. Chu Zihong turned around and said with a smile. Boss, what if he doesn't come back? Victor asked about the doubts in his mind. Colette took away 2 million knives, which was a huge sum of money in that era. Who can resist the temptation of money? It's not like this guy came from the same place as them and was loyal to his boss. If he ran away, it would be really embarrassing. In my country, there is a saying, don't employ people you doubt, and don't doubt people you employ. Speaking of this, Chu Zihong changed the subject again. If he really runs away with the money, just treat it as a pile of shit taken away by a dog. Victor, this metaphor is quite bossy. In fact, to Chu Zihong, the French special forces recruited by Colette were just cannon fodder. France, once the First Empire, during the Second World War, he had an unyielding spirit and would never surrender. What is the reality? Before the enemy troops entered Paris, France, the white flag of surrender had already been raised over the French Parliament. No one could occupy France before Paris surrendered because France would surrender only faster than the enemy. This surrender plot has been played out internationally, but the French cannot make any excuses for it. Because during World War II, the First French Empire, which was known as the world's #1 army, decisively raised the white flag to the Han's kingdom in less than 40 days after the war broke out. France fought so bravely in World War I that it lost 5 million young men. A generation of young people died on the battlefield. From then on, they learned the lesson of saving the living while remaining and started to act cowardly on the battlefield, entering a long-term mode of passive preparation for war. We have to thank Charles de Gaulle for being able to become one of the 5 permanent members of the UN Security Council. French soldiers? He didn't expect Colette to bring him anything powerful, just enough to supplement his manpower and serve as cannon fodder. I'm going to Mogadishu airport today. Aided has promised to give me the right to use it for 10 years. Chu Zihong sat down on the sofa, picked up the breakfast bread on the coffee table, and took a bite. There are 4 airports in Mogadishu. Except for the international airport, the other 3 are military airports. They are Essar Airport, 18 kilometers north of the capital, Caruso Airport, 50 kilometers southwest, and Baladigal Airport, 105 kilometers northwest. The latter 2 airports are transit points for Djibouti-based Daru Airlines and Nairobi-based Black Continental Express Airlines. The airport that Aided agreed to give himself the right to use for 10 years was the Mogadishu International Airport located in the Old City. After the Civil War broke out, the airport became one of the main battlefields fought over by several parties. In 1992, it suffered heavy losses due to the bombing by the Americans. This was a complete hot potato, but Chu Zihong still took it. With him here, I have the final say on my own territory. If you dare to stretch out your hand, I will chop it off. No matter how much bullshit you talk, it won't be as decisive as a bullet. On the contrary, for Aided, Somalia has few fighter jets and helicopters, and the airport is completely useless. It would be better to exchange it for money, since it's only the right to use it for 10 years. No matter what happens during this period, he can still return compulsorily. The 2 old foxes, one old and one young, are up to some ulterior motives. Boss, Aided's words are more effective than the president's? Victor frowned and said, Aided now controls the entire country's army and has the support of most of Somali's tribes. Bar must be crazy to offend him. Chu Zihong took a sip of hot milk and swallowed the bread in his mouth. Isn't it a puppet? Almost the same, but better than a puppet. He has some real power and controls part of the army. He still has a say in Mogadishu. But when I got down there, I just laughed. The current Bar government is like the Zhou dynasty during the spring and autumn period and the Warring States period, when the Zhou emperor's words were limited to the capital. Once you leave the capital, you will see whether the princes of the 7 surrounding countries will pay any attention to you. For a president to achieve this, he is unique among scorpions. Paris, France. Following the flow of people at the airport, Colette walked out, wearing a pair of sunglasses, a black handbag in her hand, and a black suit. I didn't think so. I thought it was a man in black. He took a deep breath and smelled the familiar air. He is finally back. This is his hometown. It has been more than a month, but it feels like decades away. The motherland is still so kind. Damn, who could imagine what he went through out there? Chapter 38, Today's Brest Law, Banning Flights from Powerful Countries. Out of the airport, Colette walked to the taxi stand and queued up to get on the taxi. Seeing the passengers getting in the car, the taxi driver turned his head and spoke authentic Parisian French. Good afternoon, sir. Welcome to Daniel Taxi. Where are you going? District 19? Thank you. The driver, Daniel, was about to put his hand on the passenger card when he paused and turned around to ask, Sir, the security in District 19 is very poor. It's where drug addicts, gangsters, and homeless people live. Are you sure you want to go? Of course. Any problem? Colette looked at the driver with a firm gaze. No problem, sir. Please fasten your seatbelts. We are leaving. The driver shrugged when he saw this, gave a reminder, turned around, and started the car. Exit the airport and head straight onto the expressway. The 19th district where Colette went was called the Stalingrad district. This area is considered to be the poorest and most chaotic area with the highest risk of crime among the 19 neighborhoods in Paris, also known as the slums. Most people think that slums only exist in third world countries or developing countries. Developed countries are so rich, how can there be slums? In fact, in developed European countries, the gap between the rich and the poor is huge. The existence of slums is not surprising. Capitalists only care about making money. Who cares about the poor? Besides, the area is infested with drug addicts, gangsters, and homeless people, and has become a problem neighborhood that the Paris city government is unable to get rid of. Every evening, dozens of people gather on the canal bank to smoke the drug. Sometimes more than 400 people gather. Drug addicts gathering together can lead to many problems, such as noise, robbery, fighting, etc. Some local residents were so disgusted by this that they attacked the drug addicts who gathered together with paintballs from upper floors, while others felt helpless sympathy for these patients. The police would intervene from time to time, but they would only move the trading venue 500 meters away. Once the patrolling police leave, these people will move back little by little. This is also where the most homicides occur. Since this is a tourist area, all tourists who have been here call Area 19 the trash can. The chaos in the 19th arrondissement has been a headache for the Paris authorities, who have racked their brains to find ways to deal with the area. After repeated setbacks, it still thrives again. An hour later, the taxi passed through the bustling streets of Paris and came to an extremely deserted street. And this is the 19th arrondissement of Paris. The depressed scene forms a sharp contrast with the prosperous streets ahead. That moment, it doesn't feel like I have arrived in one of the most developed countries in the world, but rather as if I have arrived in Heilongjiang in India. Colette glanced outside the car and saw a homeless man with a dirty head defecating on the street, as if no one was around. Although the people around him looked disgusted, they all seemed to be used to it. Colette was accustomed to such an uncivilized scene. Western countries always consider themselves civilized and regard backward countries as barbarians. But in fact, they themselves are. It's ridiculous for a bunch of barbarians to call themselves civilized people. Crunch! The car stopped when its tire crushed a used glass syringe. Sir, here you are. The total is 25 francs. Daniel pointed at the meter and motioned Colette to check it herself. Colette directly pulled out a 50-meter knife and said, No need for change. Sir, you are so generous. The taxi driver was so happy to meet such a generous customer. Colette smiled, opened the door, and got out of the car. As soon as I got off the car, I could clearly feel the eyes around me looking at me with scrutiny, fear, and covetousness. Most of his eyes stayed on the suitcase in Colette's left hand. A high-level chest with a code. There is either money or valuables inside. Colette frowned, reached out, and touched her waist, revealing a bulging, hard object. Gun! Saw the other party carrying weapons. Most of the covetous gazes disappeared in an instant. Colette walked towards the southwest street according to her memory. If you remember correctly, most of the retired soldiers who had experienced the war were there. Although France lost the battle, it won the war. But as we became the victorious nation, we gradually regained our confidence. Confidence is back. But after World War II, France's international status had plummeted. The proud Gallic rooster will naturally strive to restore its status as a powerful country in the world. So they followed Uncle Sam and launched a series of foreign wars of aggression, such as the Suez Canal War, the Anti-Japanese War, the Algerian War, the Gulf War, etc. They also tried to restore their rule over the colonies in Black Africa. But the world situation has changed and France is declining. After the war broke out, French society was permeated with a strong anti-war sentiment. After many soldiers who participated in the war returned, they became the targets of public criticism and were called executioners. This also led to extreme discrimination against these veterans in French society, making it difficult for them to find jobs. Many people went bankrupt and suffered from severe post-war anxiety, and many veterans committed suicide. After the war, politicians shook hands and made peace. Capitalists made a fortune, and mothers buried their children in tears. The soldiers who survived, however, suffered from psychological problems left over from the war. Therefore, many veterans who suffered from great psychological ups and downs eventually became homeless or joined the mafia to make a living. These were the men Colette was looking for, along with the French Foreign Legion. He plans to attack from these two directions. As long as you have money, are you afraid that these people will refuse? Spent a day in the 19th district and left before the sun went down. There were already a dozen homeless people following behind Colette, and they carried a foul smell wherever they went. It's hard to imagine that the man leading the way is in a suit. But the people who followed were ragged and smelled terrible. What a strange combination. In order to give these people a makeover, Colette had to take them to the hotel to have them washed and put on clean clothes. Otherwise, he couldn't stand the smell. The next day, Colette took two veterans who had changed their appearance and went to Aubergine, a suburb of Marseille in southern France. That place is the headquarters of the French Foreign Legion, maximizing benefits in the world. No one can resist the temptation of money. With money paving the way, nothing is a problem. If there is a problem, it only means that there is not enough money. Colette had a great harvest and thought of bringing these people to the boss. The smile on Colette's face was as bright as fireworks. Ouch! Chu Zihong, who was at Mogadishu airport, suddenly sneezed. He rubbed his nose, feeling quite confused. As the saying goes, first think, then curse, and then complain. I seem to be alone. Who would miss me? If not, it just means you have a cold. In the summer like Somaliland, the only thing that can cause a cold is the scorpion shit. Mr. Nicholas, what's wrong with you? The airport manager, Sinis, looked at Chu Zihong, who had suddenly fallen silent, with concern and asked, "Oh, I'm fine." Chu Zihong came back to his senses and waved his hand. "You continue." Mr. Nicholas, although we are an international airport, there are actually very few flights. Except for airlines from Sam, Great Britain, and France, no other airlines have landed. After saying that, the airport manager Sinis sighed helplessly. Fewer flights means they basically earn very little. Little did they know. After hearing this, Chu Zihong said something shocking. In that case, all flights should be stopped. Stop flying? Sinis was stunned, thinking he had heard wrongly. Since your government has leased me the right to use it for 10 years, this place will naturally become my territory from now on. The entire airport can only accommodate aircraft belonging to our umbrella corporation. Chu Zihong's tone left no room for doubt. When Sinis heard this, he looked as if he wanted to say something, but hesitated. Obviously, there is something to say. Because of the concerns in my heart, I can't say it out loud. Is this Asian crazy? If you dare to suspend flights to the powerful countries, you are courting death. Aren't you afraid that those ambassadors will skin you alive? Chapter 39 Capitalists. No one cares about things that don't benefit them. Sir, please forgive me for being blunt. If flights to major countries are suspended, it will not only put great pressure on the government, but may also lead to the revocation of your right to use the service. Although Sinis thought Chu Zihong might be crazy, he still explained to him the causes and consequences of banning flights from major powers. After all, this matter might implicate me and cause me to lose my job. Without an income source, will the whole family eat sand in the desert? What are you afraid of? Aren't there other airports? Just let them go there. Chu Zihong waved his hand nonchalantly and said, "This?" Seeing that the other party insisted on doing so, Sinis didn't say anything. We can only think of another way. Fortunately, he made a lot of money at the airport over the years. It was enough for their entire family to leave Somali and go to European countries. There's gold all over Europe, as long as you have hands and feet. Hey man, stop thinking about it and get moving. Immediately send a fax to several major airlines, telling them that starting tomorrow, all flights, except those of the Umbrella Corporation, will be banned. Chu Zihong patted Sinis on the shoulder and sent him away. The other person shook his head and turned away. Victor glanced at Sinis, who was leaving, then moved closer to Chu Zihong. "Boss, let's offend the powers now, okay? Somali is now a sovereign state, and the hypocrites of the great powers will not blatantly violate international law. Besides, who would be interested in him if there is no benefit?" Chu Zihong sneered, his tone somewhat nonchalant. Somalia has been colonized by European countries for a long time in modern times. After its independence in the 1960s, the domestic situation has been unstable. Later, China relied on the Soviet Union. With the help of the Soviet Union, the country gradually stabilized and developed better and better. However, Somalia relied on the Soviet Union to make a fortune and soon began to become arrogant. In the early 1970s, Somalia took advantage of the civil unrest in Ethiopia to start a war with the other side. This time, Somalia overestimated itself and underestimated its opponent, and the Soviet Union, which had always supported Somalia, changed its attitude. After the Soviet Union abandoned Somalia, Somali's situation was extremely unfavorable. Having lost the Soviet Army's equipment supply, Somali could only seek help from the international community. Although I received some support, my grandma and uncle still didn't love me. After the Battle of Mogadishu, Uncle Sam lost interest in Somalia and withdrew his troops and embassy. Finally, the rampant piracy posed a threat to their own country's maritime trade, which led to the escort of warships from various countries in the Gulf of Aden. As for wiping out the pirates, that is even more impossible, because it is impossible to eliminate the Mali pirates at a low cost. The waters where Somali pirates appear are located at the intersection of the Red Sea, the Arabian Sea, and the Indian Ocean. The sea conditions here are complex. Not only are the waterways narrow, but the surrounding coastal areas are also densely populated with ports and branches, allowing pirates to quickly break free from entanglement and hide. Internationally, if we want to eliminate pirates, we must also consider the sovereignty of Mali. No country can easily enter the territory of another country to carry out military strikes. In addition, as the Somali pirates are operating in such a lawless area, many countries are unwilling to intervene, fearing that they will get into trouble. There is no benefit, but you still have to pay a price. The capitalist vampires in Europe naturally turned a blind eye. If it were a country in the Middle East, they would definitely rush over with a roar. Banning their flights is not a big deal for them, and they still have other airports to fly to. The most he can do is put pressure on the Somali government. With aided protecting him, what is he afraid of? If the sky falls, there will be something higher to hold it up. When Victor heard what his boss said, he felt that there was some truth to it. He is Italian, so he naturally knows the true faces of these European countries. The government supported and controlled by capitalists only does things that are in their own interests. There is no benefit, so I don't want to care. Next, Chu Zihong took Victor for a tour around Mogadishu airport. I just realized that the whole airport is so fucking simple. Can this be called an international airport? There are no basic supporting facilities. The terminal is just an enlarged bungalow with floor-to-ceiling windows. The airport fence is directly surrounded by barbed wire, and a high-voltage electric wire is hung on it, which is dangerous. Not to mention surveillance cameras. There's not even any fucking wires pulled. Are you trying to fool someone? I'm afraid the entire airport doesn't even meet the minimum standards. Apart from the standard runway of nearly 3,000 meters, it was the only place that satisfied Chu Zihong. At least it can meet the takeoff and landing requirements of an IL-76. But it is far from enough, so Chu Zihong needs to spend money to expand the entire airport. The main places are the airport runway, walls, warehouses, and towers. As for the remaining vacant land, of course, he was planning to use it as a training base, so he could take advantage of this great location in Somali. 10-year airport use rights? Now that it's in my hands, can I still run away? The abandoned town serves as the headquarters of the Umbrella Corporation and an underground military base, while the Mogadishu airport is an informal mercenary base. Informal mercenaries, as the name suggests, are cannon fodder. Presidential Palace, Mogadishu. A female secretary walked into the presidential office and placed a document in front of President Mohammed Sidebar. President, this is a fax from the airport that needs your signature. Sidebar turned his boss chair and took a look at a document. Suddenly he frowned. Did Sinis have a brain cramp and ban the flights of the great powers? President, the day before yesterday, General Aidid rented the Mogadishu airport to an Asian from the United States for 10 years. I think this is the fax that the Asian guy asked Sinis to send. The secretary explained. I heard it was the operation of an old rival. Sidebar seemed to have figured something out, and his frown relaxed. At the same time, the look on his old face suddenly changed from sunny to cloudy. Since General Aidid has agreed, I will sign it reluctantly. That's all. He readily picked up the pen and signed his name on the document. Then, give it to the secretary. You should immediately send the documents to the embassies of various countries. Quickly. Yes, President. The female secretary looked at Sidebar meaningfully, took the documents, and walked out. As a smart person, how could she not understand what the president was up to? It is nothing more than using the no-fly ban to let the great powers put pressure on Aidid. He can reap the benefits while sitting back and waiting. Could the person who could launch a coup and become president be an idiot with a simple mind and strong limbs? Of course not. They're all wily old vixens. A few minutes later, at the same time, major airlines such as SAM, Britannia, and France received faxes from the presidential palace in Mogadishu. It was a document signed by Somali President Syed Barre requiring them to ban flights to Mogadishu airport starting today. Because starting tomorrow, all international flights will be banned from Mogadishu airport. They were all stunned by what they saw. What is the Somali government doing? However, since the no-fly order was issued by a sovereign state, they can only comply. But of course there were still some opinions, and the flight ban was suddenly implemented. What should be done with customers who have bought flight tickets from their airline and are traveling to Somalia? Doesn't this affect their company's reputation? The matter was soon reported to the embassies of various countries in Mali. But in the end, it came to nothing. How could Aidid not be aware of this? Naturally, he called Chu Zihong in advance and just said some words like he was under pressure and so on. But Chu Zihong was a person who feared trouble, so he simply used money to shut Aidid up. Receive money. Aidid naturally hung up the phone with satisfaction and then used the benefits to take care of embassies of various countries. A no-fly ban could be a big deal or a small deal. What's more, there are only 2 or 3 flights to Mali a week. There are 2 other airports around Mogadishu, and at worst we can just switch to those 2 airports. The interests involved are negligible. Naturally, big things will become small, and small things will disappear. President Syed Barre, who learned the outcome of the incident, was furious. Once again, the plan failed. Damn it, Aidid. However, while President Syed Barre was full of hatred and anger, he also had his eyes on Chu Zihong. I can't afford to offend Aidid. TMD, can I deal with you? Chapter 40. Someone from the Chinese embassy came, but Chu Zihong refused to meet him. Mogadishu International Airport, inside the office. Chu Zihong stood in front of the window, looking at the entire airport through the blinds. At the same time, he was smoking. The room was filled with a choking smell of cigarette smoke. The cigarette he smoked was called Marlboro. In the 1980s and 1990s, it was considered a world-famous cigarette brand. It comes in 3 flavors: strong, mild, and mint. Chu Zihong Glanix mean flavor. It can refresh your mind and help you think about problems better when you are tired or have a headache about something. For example, now, thinking about the fact that a few minutes ago, Aidid knocked away 2 million meters of knives from here. He felt that he had underestimated this man's greed. But greed is good, which means it has disadvantages. Better use this shortcoming to get what you want. Aidid? Let this guy live for a year first. If anyone dares to take his own money, he is destined to be dead. Dong dong. There was a knock on the door, and then the office door was pushed open. Victor walked in. Boss, there is a man outside who claims to be the military attaché, Yao Yin from the Chinese embassy, and wants to see you. Chu Zihong paused while smoking and suddenly turned around to look at Victor. Victor, say it again. I was just thinking about something and didn't hear clearly. Hearing this, Victor had no choice but to repeat it again. After confirming that it was from the Chinese embassy, Chu Zihong frowned and fell into silence. After a while, he then said, Victor, tell him I'm not here and ask him to leave. Boss, since he is from your country, why don't you meet him? Victor asked puzzledly. Chu Zihong didn't want to explain too much, so he waved his hand and said, do as I say. Okay then, boss. Looking at Victor leaving, Chu Zihong rubbed his brows and sighed. I almost forgot one important thing. At this time, the rabbit had gradually become stronger, and its economic and trade exchanges with other countries became closer. At that time, a very important market was Africa, and rabbits had gained many benefits from trade with Africa countries. One of them was Somali. At first, Somali hoped that the rabbits could join the war to help it, but rabbits naturally would not intervene in the war. Later, Somali changed his attitude and no longer asked the rabbits to join the war, but hoped to buy the rabbits' fighter planes. Faced with this proposal, the rabbits naturally would not refuse. Somali had been isolated from the world at that time and could not buy any equipment at all. The rabbit had become the only country it could rely on. For the rabbit, the country at that time was in great need of doing business with other countries to earn foreign exchange. And Somali had a lot of things in his hands that the rabbit was interested in. That is, Somali has the engine of the Su-22 fighter jet. This extremely advanced fighter jet engine is very important to the rabbit. Finally, the 2 sides reached a contract worth $33.1 million US. The rabbit sold 26 Luyes, and in addition to paying for the goods, Somali also gave the rabbit 4 Su-22 engines. These engines were sent back to the country and inspected and analyzed by relevant experts. They played a huge role in the future development of the Air Force. However, after the transaction was completed, Rabbit set up a permanent office in Somali. However, although Somali purchased these aircraft, their significance to their war was not as great as imagined. Because Somali not only lacks fighter jets, but also lacks the entire supporting industry. Soon they ran into a predicament of lack of weapons, ammunition, and maintenance equipment. This is also the reason why Aidid felt the airport was useless and rented it to Chu Zihong. The black state market is a big cake that many arms dealers are eyeing. The same is true for countries around the world. I thought that there might be some conflict with China in the arms trade. Chu Zihong felt overwhelmed, so he simply refused to meet, but he still had to do business. We'll talk about it when we meet again in the future. My own interests are the most important right now, and I don't want to care about anything else. Minimize contact. Airport office building. It is more like a 5-story bungalow than an office building. At this moment, there was a jeep parked downstairs. A Chinese man wearing a black Zhongshan suit with sharp eyes tough features and a military air, stood beside the car. He is the military attaché sent by the Chinese embassy that Victor just mentioned, Yao Yin. Military attaches stationed abroad are responsible for military diplomacy and military intelligence work and are dispatched by their own country's military intelligence agencies. Yao Yin raised his head and looked at the scorching sun above his head. It was really hot in this place. It's November, but it feels like summer. It's still more comfortable in China. Just as he was sighing, the sound of footsteps approached from afar, which made him immediately turn his attention and look over. The person who came was Victor. Yao, I'm sorry, our boss is not here. Please go back. Not here. Yao Yan's eyes flickered when he heard this, and then a smile appeared on his face and he said, that's really unfortunate. In that case, we can only come back another day. Victor looked apologetic and said, I'm sorry, Yao. It's okay. We are sorry for disturbing you. Yao Yin waved his hand nonchalantly. Then he shook hands with him, said goodbye, and left. As the jeep drove away, Victor turned and went back to his office. At the same time, inside the jeep that was driving away, Yao Yin sat in the back seat with a calm expression, looking at the airport outside the car, wondering what he was thinking. On the passenger seat, a young guard turned his head and glanced at Yao Yin, with an expression as if he wanted to say something, but hesitated. Yao Yin seemed to notice that the young man was hesitant to speak, and glanced at him unhappily. Xiao Lu, if you have something to say, just say it. Don't be so hesitant like a woman. Captain, the Chinese man named Nicholas Yuri is obviously upstairs. Why do you want people to say he's not there? Is this looking down on us? Or has this guy forgotten his roots? Upon hearing this, Guard Xiao Lu immediately spoke out indignantly. You can't say that. Yao Yin shook his head and said, these overseas Chinese grew up abroad and received the European education. Although it's the same face, it's actually different from us. If we don't share the same ideals, we can't work together. It's normal for him to refuse to see us. But isn't it the same for Mr. Qian and the others? Isn't it? Before Xiao Lu could finish his words, Yao Yin stopped him with a look. Okay, stop saying these things. Ambassador Ouyang just asked us to try the invitation. It is not surprising that the other party refused. All right, Xiao Lu didn't know what to say, so he turned around silently. Yao Yin looked out of the car again, at the airport that was gradually moving away. There was thought and some speculation in his eyes. Chapter 41 Revenge from President Barr. Shortly after the people from China left, a group of fully armed Somali police suddenly drove into Mogadishu International Airport. The security personnel tried to stop them, but were quickly controlled. Soon, the news reached Chu Zihong. In the office, Chu Zihong heard that a group of fully armed Somali police rushed into the airport and headed straight for the office building. His brows furrowed, and he immediately felt that something was unusual. Most of Mogadishu's police are directly controlled by President Sidebar. This is why Ada controls most of the military, yet he can sit safely in the presidential palace. After all, he is still nominally the president recognized by various governments. Ada naturally didn't dare to do that, so what about Barr now? A year later, he completely controlled Mogadishu. It's hard to say. In other words, this group of police who suddenly rushed and might have been appointed by President Sidebar. It seems that President Sidebar doesn't dare to do anything to Aidid. So he's targeting me? Hey, do you really think you are easy to bully? Think of this. Chu Zihong picked up the phone and called Aidid. The phone beeped twice. Then Aidid's own voice sounded from the other end of the line. I'm Aidid. Who is this? General Aidid, this is Nicholas. After Chu Zihong introduced himself, he immediately started to question him. General, please tell me that a group of heavily armed Mogadishu police have arrived at my airport. Did you mean that or someone else? Upon hearing this, Aidid immediately gave a hypocritical smile and said, of course, that's not what I meant. Nicholas, we are brothers, aren't we? Don't worry, I will help you deal with this matter and will definitely give you a satisfactory answer. I hope so. Chu Zihong sneered and hung up the phone. I heard a busy tone on the phone. Aidid glanced at the phone in his hand and his expression darkened. Since taking control of Mogadishu, it was the first time he saw someone dare to hang up on him. According to his previous character, people like this would have been dragged out and shot to death long ago. However, considering that Chu Zihong was at his birthday party, his vanity was greatly satisfied. In front of the great powers, he showed off. Then he brought him a batch of arms. This kind of arms dealer was exactly what he needed. After all, ever since the Soviet Union stopped supporting them in Somalia, their situation has been deteriorating day by day. The national economy is in an even bigger mess. When we seek help from the international community, the resources we receive are even more pitifully meager. Let's trade with China and get a batch of fighter jets. There is still a payment of $17 million for goods that has not been settled. The appearance of Chu Zihong gave him hope. Naturally, he does not want his financial backers to have problems and overthrow the current government in the future. The army's weapons still need Chu Zihong's help. He can only bear it. But that guy's sidebar actually dared to ruin his own business. Immediately, Aidid transferred this breath to sidebar. He immediately turned cold and shouted outside, "Lux!" The next second, the door opened. Lux hurried in and said respectfully, "General, what do you want?" "You must take a team of personal guards to the airport immediately and drive away those guys who are in the way. Kill the obstructionist." "Understood, General." Lux's eyes flashed and he turned away. Soon, a well-equipped and well-trained guard team boarded an armed pickup truck and quickly left the huge Aidid villa. At the same time, Mogadishu International Airport office building. The entire office building has been surrounded by Mali police, and a team of police, led by a middle-aged black man, is about to rush in. Victor showed up with 4 NOCS members and stopped them. One by one, they raised their MP5 submachine guns and aimed at the Somali police who were about to rush in at the door. "May I ask what the Mali police are doing here fully armed? Don't you know that this is the airport rented by the Umbrella Corporation of the United States? Good at private territory, like invading Sam's territory." Victor glanced at the Somali police who were about to rush in with a sharp gaze, raised the flag of the United States in his hand, and looked righteous. "See the flag of the United States." The middle-aged black man who was in the lead frowned, clearly a little frightened. The surrounding police looked at each other and put down their guns. The United States is one of the 2 superpowers in the world. The military is strong and spread all over the world. Currently, there is a SAM military base in the suburbs of Mogadishu. What's more, there is the embassy of the United States in the city. Offend them. This is not a consequence that a mere police chief like him can bear. Unless he doesn't want to live anymore. The black police chief immediately raised his hand and said flatteringly, "Sir, please don't misunderstand me. I am Amir, the chief of the Mogadishu Police Department. I received a report an hour ago. There are several anti-government elements hiding at the airport. I'm just following orders to search. I have no intention of being any expert." Upon hearing this, Victor sneered and said, "Mr. Director, why do you Somali people like to talk nonsense so much? Except for our Umbrella Corporation employees, where else could the anti-government elements come from?" Forehead. Amir was so embarrassed that he was speechless. He had to admit it. My statement is indeed a bit far-fetched. But this was also the reason given to him, and it was even written in the search warrant. What do you want him to do? Damn. Destroy it. That's what I thought in my mind. In reality, of course, he wouldn't do that. "Sir, this is a search warrant. I'm also an employee." Amir quickly handed over the search warrant in his hand. Victor didn't answer it, but glanced at the search warrant. "Look, the signature above is not from Aidid but from President Sidebar." His eyes flashed, and he immediately understood what was going on. Aidid and President Sidebar are political enemies and have always been at odds with each other. Even when Sidebar came to power, he sent Aidid to prison for several years. It's basically a fight between you and me. A life-and-death feud that cannot be reconciled at all. The boss did a business deal with Aidid, and Sidebar must have received the news. Don't dare to attack Aidid. President Sidebar can only vent his anger on their boss. Figure this out. Victor said, "Mr. Director, I want to inform our boss. Before that, don't even think about going in." "Of course, sir." Amir shrugged and immediately ordered his men around him to retreat a distance. See the other person's sincerity. Victor ordered his men again. Stay outside and shoot if they dare to come in. "Yes, Captain." Victor glanced at Amir and the others again, then turned and went into the office building. Soon, he came to Chu Zihong's office upstairs. "Boss, those Somali police were sent by President Sidebar." Chu Zihong stood in front of the blinds, staring at the situation below. Hear Victor's report. He turned his head and squinted his eyes and said, "Sidebar, it seems that we have become Aidid's scapegoat. Boss, what do we do now?" "Wait, Aidid will send someone to deal with it." Chu Zihong pulled out the boss chair and sat down calmly. Without the Soviet support of Somali, there would be no equipment supply. Basically, you become a headless fly with no support. Moreover, shouldn't the neighboring countries that were once bullied by Somali take this opportunity to seek revenge? My appearance gave Aidid hope. He couldn't just ignore it. Now all we can do is wait quietly. But what happened today gave him a wake-up call. An arms dealer without fangs. He is not a real international arms dealer. Fortunately, tomorrow is over. The staff you need will be in place. Think of this. A chilling, cold light flashed in Chu Zihong's eyes. "Siedba. Wash yourself and wait to die. It is never too late for a gentleman to take revenge." Bullshit. I take revenge and never save it for the new year. Chapter 42, Let the Bullets Fly for a While. Mogadishu Airport inside the office. Chu Zihong leaned back in his boss chair with his eyes closed, tapping the table rhythmically with his right fingers. Victor stood in front of the blinds, looking at the situation below. Just at this moment, he saw 6 or 7 armed pickup trucks driving towards him aggressively not far away. At the same time, he also saw a number of fully armed soldiers sitting in the dump box of the armed pickup truck. The fluttering flag was black, the symbol of Aidid's personal guard. Such a big commotion. Naturally, it also attracted the Somali police outside the office building, who followed the sound and looked in the direction. Police Chief Amir's expression changed drastically in an instant. Damn, it's Aidid's personal guards. They're a group of well-trained killers who kill without blinking an eye. Almost no one in Mogadishu dares to mess with them. What good will come from this group of people? Damn, why would I take on such a task? Now that's better. The scapegoat must be his own suspicion. Think of this. Amir seemed to have lost all his vitality in an instant and became a little depressed. In the battle between the big guys, often the little guys are just pawns. A discarded chess piece that can be given up at will. This is the tragedy of the little people. In a world where profit is everything, the strong always prey on the weak. The unchanging truth since ancient times. If you want to change, just climb up step by step. Only by climbing to heights that are unattainable by everyone else can you control your own destiny. This is also Chu Zihong's philosophy of entering the world. If you want to be someone, be a peerless hero who controls your own destiny and the destiny of others. Anyone who hinders you from climbing up step by step will not live long. If gods stand in the way, kill gods. If Buddhas stand in the way, kill Buddhas. Victor retracted his gaze, turned his head, and said to Chu Zihong, who was sitting in the boss chair with his eyes closed, "Boss, Aidid's people are here." Chu Zihong stopped tapping the table when he heard that, and his eyes suddenly opened. He curled his lips and said, "It took 10 minutes, which is quite efficient." "Boss, are we going down?" "No need, someone will come up naturally." As soon as the words fell, then I heard a knock on the office door. "Speak of Chow Chow, and he will appear." Victor was a little impressed by his boss's cleverness and immediately went forward to open the door. The person who appeared at the door was Aidid's confidant Lux. There was only him, no one else. What followed was nothing more than some words of apology, which was something Chu Zihong had expected. "Mr. Nicholas, our general said that if you need to, you can kill those people outside." Lux said with a smile, his tone as if he was talking about a trivial matter. "Lux, thank your general for his kindness for me. I'm just a peace-loving arms dealer, not a butcher who kills people without blinking an eye." Chu Zihong waved his hand and said. There was a hint of sarcasm in his words. How could Lux not understand? He smiled and said, "Mr. Nicholas, you are so humorous." "Is it funny?" "I'm just telling the truth." Chu Zihong blinked and said seriously. Lux chuckled and said nothing. A peace-loving arms dealer? That is truly the biggest joke of this century. Behind any war, there is always the shadow of arms dealers. Just like Uncle Sam in World War II, he started selling weapons and ammunition everywhere. If it weren't for the provocation of the islanders, we would have bombed their Pearl Harbor. Will they join the war? Of course. Only Uncle Sam knows the truth about the bombing of Pearl Harbor. "Mr. Nicholas, if you don't handle it, how about I help you?" "Office downstairs," Lux said, pointing at the Somali police officer who was kneeling on the ground holding the body. "You are free to do whatever you want with your internal affairs." Chu Zihong shrugged, acting like a bystander. Lux's expression changed, and he immediately gave orders to the guards. "Pull him out 5 meters and execute him on the spot." As soon as the words fell, the Somali policemen all looked ashen, and Amir even gave a bitter smile. There is regret, there is reluctance. They are also filled with endless resentment towards President Sidebar, who gave them orders. Chu Zihong heard the order. Suddenly, he sneered in his heart. "Isn't it just killing the chicken to scare the monkey, to warn ourselves? If you don't obey, your fate will be the same as these policemen. They are just some leftovers from our ancestors' play. So scary. Anyone who dares to threaten me will be lined up in the Nile River by the King of Hell." Bang, bang, bang. After a burst of intensive gunfire, all the Somali policemen who had just arrived in such a threatening manner died in front of the airport office building. A large pool of glaring blood red looked so extremely dazzling under the sun. Especially those corpses that died with their eyes open were not taken away by Lux. He just threw it there and walked away. Chu Zihong stood on the steps in front of the office building and watched the guards led by Lux leave. The whole person was so calm that it was a little scary. Even Victor, who was beside him, felt a creepy feeling in his heart. There was silence for a while. Chu Zihong retracted his gaze and said, "Call Sini's over and ask him to find some people to dispose of those bodies." "Boss, the actions of the people sent by Aidid are not." Victor was interrupted by Chu Zihong before he could finish his words. "Victor, have you ever heard a quote from God in the Bible?" "What?" "God said that if you want to destroy a person, you must first make him crazy." Victor seemed to understand something when he heard this, and his eyes suddenly lit up. Boss, what do you mean? Let the bullets fly for a while. Chu Zihong threw down a sentence and turned to enter the office building. At the same time, the news came that a group of policemen led by Amir were all killed by the guards sent by Aidid. It was transmitted to the presidential palace at the fastest speed. When President Syed Bar learned the news, his expression suddenly became gloomy. The temperature in the entire office seemed to have dropped to its lowest point in history. The female secretary rubbed her arms covered with goosebumps and hurried out of the office. I dare not stay any longer, otherwise I will be the one who suffers. Just went out. She heard the sound of something being smashed in the office, and accompanied by waves of wild beast-like roars and roars. So scary. The female secretary patted her towering breasts and walked away quickly with lingering fear. In comparison, Aidid was very happy and kept praising Lux for doing a good job. He is worthy of being my confidant. Getting things done is always so satisfying. Not only did it give Syed Bar a warning, telling him not to ruin his own good deeds. On the other hand, he gave Chu Zihong a warning, telling him that he'd better cooperate with him and not have any other ideas. Well, good job. Very good. Little did he know that he was also directly bringing about his own fatal disaster. Chu Zihong, who always takes revenge, would he be someone who would easily suffer a loss? Of course not. It can be said that both Syed Bar and Aidid are already on Chu Zihong's blacklist. Since it is out of control, why doesn't he support his own puppet forces to come to power? You are right. Chapter 43, What would it feel like if President Sam was one of us? Somali time, 10 a.m. There are only 24 hours left before the Wu Kellen arms and personnel rewarded by the system arrive. Chu Zihong did not stay in Somali any longer, but directly returned to Bosaso with Victor and others. When he returns to Mogadishu again, there will be a bloody storm. The morning sun in Somali is extremely hot. As the sight from the sky slowly draws closer, I saw 3 Hummers, one in front and one behind, galloping on a winding road in the middle of the Gobi Desert. Inside the car, Chu Zihong looked at the Gobi Desert flashing by quickly, tapping the armrests rhythmically with his fingers. Boss, this is your Uncle Phelps calling. Victor turned around and handed over the satellite phone. Chu Zihong took the satellite phone and started to talk enthusiastically. Good evening, Uncle Phelps. Have you got a meal yet? The other side of the phone, Phelps stood in front of the blinds in his office, rubbed his brow, and said, I just finished my work. Your Aunt Caitlin has prepared dinner and is waiting for me to go back. That's great. Aunt Caitlin made steak. I'm drooling just thinking about it now. Haha, when you have time to come back to China, I'll ask your Aunt Caitlin to cook for you. Your Aunt Caitlin always misses you, Phelps said with a smile. Chu Zihong felt a little warm in his heart when he heard this. It's nice to have someone care about you in a foreign country. Although they are not blood relatives, they are better than relatives. We chatted about family matters for a while. Phelps sat down on the sofa, calmed down, and started to get to the point. Chu, the goods you want are ready and will probably fly to Bosaso tomorrow. Chu Zihong was slightly surprised when he heard this, and quickly expressed his gratitude. Uncle Phelps, thank you for your hard work in preparing this for me in just 2 days. The supplies he wanted this time were 1,000 tons, of which various spirits accounted for the largest proportion. In addition to the wine from the United States, of course, there is also the liquor from our motherland. For example, Erguotu and Matai. This stuff suits the Soviet people's taste. It is fragrant and delicious, and its strong taste makes them like it even more. What remains are various daily necessities, including soap, shower gel, shampoo, towels, warm clothes, etc. The second is various meat products. These things could be exchanged for a lot of arms in the Soviet Union, which was short of supplies. Moreover, this time Chu Zihong intends to exchange for some heavy weapons in order to expand his business. Take advantage of the opportunity to make more money before the collapse of the Soviet Union. By the 1990s of the 21st century, Sam and European countries entered the market. But it will be difficult to fleece the sheep. However, just 1,000 tons of supplies took up nearly half of his assets. Now, he only had 2 Yimi knives and a bag of blood diamonds on him. But he is not worried about going bankrupt, because the Wu Kellen arms rewarded by the system will arrive at the port tomorrow. If I sell it, it will bring me at least 10 billion US dollars. Still afraid of bankruptcy? Everything is moving in a good direction. Chu, let's stop being polite between you and me. But the quantity of your cargo this time is huge, so you have to be careful when going to the Soviet Union. Phelps didn't find it hard, but he felt that the goods Chu Zihong wanted were too large, and going to the Soviet Union would easily attract attention. He had to look serious and remind her, especially the KGB. If they target you, your arms trade with the Soviet Union will most likely be terminated. Yeah, I understand. I'll proceed with caution. Chu Zihong nodded solemnly, indicating that he would be cautious. That's good. Phelps smiled and continued. Also, the congressmen you asked me to find have all agreed to accept funding from the Umbrella Corporation, but the amount must not be less than $200 million per year. Besides that, you specifically asked me to bribe military personnel, including mid-level CIA personnel. Currently, the progress is very smooth, and there are also interested persons. Hearing these good news, Chu Zihong was extremely excited as he now had his own protection umbrella in Sam. He won't have to worry about being targeted by the CIA or the FBI, and it will be more convenient for him to act in the United States in the future. Chu Zihong doesn't want the Umbrella Corporation branch in Tiago City to be closed down. Of course, he actually hopes that with his funding, these congressmen can become important figures in the United States. Even the top executives are his own people. Does he still need to worry about anyone causing trouble for him? Can't beat. Then corrode it from within, assimilate it. In addition, he can also obtain orders from the US military. Would you be a fool if you don't make money when you have the chance? If you want to replace military industrial giants such as Lockheed Martin, Boeing, and General Motors, you must do this. Besides, it is an umbrella company. It would be unacceptable if I don't become the big boss that dominates all countries in the world, right? Not only do I feel sorry for the name, I also feel sorry for owning the system. Overall, this is good progress, but it is far from enough. If you want to successfully control some people, you still need to grasp their lifeblood. He didn't want the story of the farmer and the snake to happen to him one day. 10 minutes later, after hanging up the phone, Chu Zihong felt refreshed. I have to say that Uncle Phelps is worthy of being a famous legal pioneer in Tiago City. The work is done cleanly, efficiently, and very thoroughly. Chu Zihong has an idea. Should he support Uncle Phelps to compete for that position? Given his abilities, it seems possible. However, this matter requires long-term consideration. You can't eat hot tofu in a hurry. Before the sun sets, Chu Zihong and his team successfully arrived at the DR tribe near Boseso Airport. This tribe is a puppet force supported by him, and it is natural that they will settle here in the future. The current DR tribe, renovation and reconstruction are going on everywhere. It's so lively. Boss, this new clan leader is quite resolute and has thoroughly implemented your instructions. Victor saw all this through the car window and couldn't help but turn his head and said he had to do it if he wanted to continue living. Chu Zihong smiled, as if he had seen through everything. Muhammad Syed's vigorous and decisive actions are all based on his own life. If he doesn't obey, he will be the one to die. Obviously, he made the right choice. A puppet must be a good one, and have the awareness of being a puppet. Get off the car. The new leader of the DR tribe, Muhammad Syed, came up with his men. Boss, you have worked hard along the way. I have prepared delicious food to welcome you. Awkward Chinese. Just like a baby babbling, it makes people laugh. Chu Zihong glanced at Muhammad Syed and felt a little amused. This guy is really caring. I actually learned Chinese, but it sounds so hard to listen to. He reached out and patted Muhammad Syed on the shoulder and said, Syed, you speak Chinese very well. Don't say it next time. Well, Muhammad Syed was stunned, thinking he had said something wrong. He rubbed his hands and asked carefully, Boss, are you dissatisfied? No, I'm very satisfied, but it sounds a little hard to hear. So stop talking and don't insult such a noble language. Muhammad Syed was deeply shocked and decided to practice Chinese well next time. So much so that later on almost everyone in the DR tribe could speak Chinese. This was something Chu Zihong had never expected. An unintentional word changed the entire local tribe. Chapter 44. He is here. Big Brother is here, riding the wind and waves. The next day, before dawn, Chu Zihanian couldn't wait to bring Victor and others to the port of Boseso. During the 2 days he was away, Mohammed Syed has obtained the right to use the port of Boseso for 50 years through the Boseso government. So now the Boseso port belongs to Chu Zihong's private territory. The defense force is staffed by 2 teams from the USS Rapid Reaction Force, which takes turns on duty and also serves as their temporary training base. Although there are only 25 people, they are more powerful than thousands of troops. As Umbrella's most elite rapid reaction force, each of them is the best of the best. There is none at the headquarters at the moment, so we have to make do with it. On the dock, Chu Zihong was looking forward to it, but no cargo ship appeared on the distant coastline. Time is passing by little. The sun is also gradually rising, emitting scorching heat. Waiting is undoubtedly the most tormenting thing. Chu Zihong, who had been waiting for almost an hour, almost felt like a husband waiting for husband kind of person. He had to wipe the sweat off his face and drink some water to replenish his water. The sun in Somali is even hotter than the sun in June. Just as Chu Zihong took a sip of water, a whistle sounded suddenly, resounding through the sky. Whoa! Hear the sound. Chu Zihong spat out a mouthful of water in excitement and didn't even bother to wipe his mouth. He quickly picked up the telescope and looked over there. Suddenly, a large red ocean-going cargo ship appeared on the coastline ahead. The freighter has a deep waterline, and it is obvious that it is full of cargo. Here we come. He is here. Brother, here we go, riding the wind and waves. The moment he saw the freighter, Chu Zihong was more excited than ever. Look, what did he find? Money, countless money. No, it should be mountains of gold and silver. Oh my God, I'm going to be rich. At this moment, the large red ocean-going freighter was moving at full speed and only slowed down after entering the waiting area of the port. After a while, it was approaching the dock. When looking at it from a distance, Chu Zihong didn't think it was big. But when the freighter actually came in front of him, he realized how fucking huge it was. This is no longer big, but a towering giant peak. It not only shocked Chu Zihong, but also shocked everyone at the dock. Oh my God, what did they see? Is this a mountain that towers into the clouds? It's unbelievable how there could be such a huge ship in the world. The huge ship approached the dock and slowly stopped. At that moment, the entire pier darkened, as if it were night. Chu Zihong came back to his senses from his shock and looked up at the huge monster in front of him. Suddenly, I felt a sense of familiarity. At the right moment, a virtual screen panel appeared in front of his eyes. All the data displayed on the screen is exactly about the giant ship in front of us. Wow, it turned out to be this big guy. Name, Evelyn Maersk container ship. Length, 397.7 meters. Width, 56.4 m. Height, 76.5 meters. Weight, 450,000 tons. Construction company, AP Mahler Maersk Line. If Chu Zihong remembered correctly, this giant ship was the only ship in the world in the past with a hull width of 22 rows of containers. It is more than 60 meters longer than the world's largest Nimitz-class aircraft carrier and taller than the Eiffel Tower when standing vertically. The ship can carry 11,000 standard containers. If these containers are transported by train, the total length of the carriage will reach 71 kilometers. The maximum draft when fully loaded is 16 meters. Its extra long and extra heavy characteristics determine its high requirements for berths in the port. In addition, it was the most environmentally friendly and most advanced container ship in the world in its previous life. It is highly automated and fully monitored by a computer system, requiring only 13 crew members to operate it. Boss, this ship is too big, isn't it? Victor looked up at the huge creature in front of him, and his mouth was so surprised that an egg could fit in it. Big? Just average. Chu Zihong glanced at the inexperienced Victor calmly and spoke in a pretentious tone. In the past, China independently developed the Universe, a large transport ship that was much larger than the Maersk giant ship. Speaking of rabbits, they are really awesome. Faced with numerous difficulties, they resolutely broke through the technological blockade of Western countries and built their own ocean-going freighter. People still have to fight for themselves. It is better to rely on yourself than on others. So? Victor was stunned and asked in surprise. Boss, is there a bigger one? Of course, it comes in second place. Chu Zihong pointed at the Evelyn Maersk container ship and said, This is still the second best in the world. Victor was shocked. How big was the world's largest ship? It's unbelievable. His imagination is too narrow, which completely limits his imagination. When everyone was shocked, the gangway of the Evelyn Maersk container ship, with a click, slowly descended from top to bottom onto the dock. Chu Zihong looked up. Suddenly, humans of different skin colors appeared on the gangway. There are 10 people in total, probably they are the 10 special talents rewarded by the system. In addition to these special talents, there were 2 or 3 Chinese people wearing white uniforms. He should be the captain of the giant ship. But this time it wasn't white people, it was Chinese. This surprised Chu Zihong for a moment, and then he smiled. Chinese people are better and more friendly. Soon all these people came down the gangway and came in front of Chu Zihong. Just as everyone was waiting for something to say, Chu Zihong interrupted them directly. You've had a hard time on the journey. We'll talk about everything after you've had a good rest. Thank you, boss. We are one family, and we don't have different opinions. Chu Zihong smiled, then told Victor to take these people downstairs to rest. He himself came to the 3 Chinese crew members. Who's the captain among you 3? Boss, Captain Zheng Yixing reports to you. The middle-aged man among them took a step forward and saluted Chu Zihong in a loud voice. This smooth movement is full of military style. Obviously, this Zheng Yixing had served in the army. Chu Zihong looked Zheng Yixing up and down and smiled with satisfaction. Yes, Captain Zheng was a soldier, right? I used to be the captain of a naval frigate, but later retired for personal reasons, Zheng Yixing explained. Chu Zihong was surprised when he heard this, and thought to himself that the system was very powerful. Not only was a giant container ship far beyond the current world given to him for free, but also a group of maritime talents were given to him. Conscience. In addition to Captain Zheng Yixing, the other 2 are first mates, also retired naval officers, and all have experience as captains. If these 3 people were taken individually, they would all be capable captains. Chu Zihong simply loves this system. as an arms dealer. If you want to have global delivery capabilities, of course you have to include sea, land, and air. With the Evelyn Maersk container ship, sea trade routes are basically no problem. As long as there is sea, he can deliver. He is the only arms dealer who owns the world's largest ship. Who else is there? Chapter 45. Lucky Star Colette brings the king of mercenaries. Djur tribe. Chief, a huge ship that towers into the sky has arrived at the port. It is said to be from the Umbrella Corporation. A soldier ran into Ahmed's residence and reported to him. Giant ship? Ahmed was stunned for a moment, then asked, "Can you see clearly what's on it?" "They're all containers. They must be arms. Go down and keep watching." Ahmed sent the soldier away and walked back and forth in the room with a frown on his face. Then he paused again, his expression showing thought, hesitation, and speculation. The minimum loading capacity of a giant ship is 100 tons. What does this mean? This means that Nicholas brought a huge amount of arms. This moment, he was moved. It is like mountains of gold and silver lying in front of you. If this batch of arms is swallowed, not only would it strengthen the tribe, but it would also allow the remaining arms to be handed over to President Sidebar. Their tribe was the first contributor. This kind of pie-in-the-sky thing only happens once. But Ahmed suppressed his greed and calmed himself down. It was great to be able to get so many arms and have them delivered by huge ships. I'm afraid there are powerful countries supporting it behind the scenes. It means that if you swallow this batch of arms yourself, the subsequent bad consequences would be something they could not afford, and might even lead to the use of force by the powerful countries behind Nicholas. It brought devastating disaster to the entire Djur tribe and was totally not worth it. Compare the pros and cons. Obviously, the disadvantages outweigh the advantages. He is not a fool, nor is he a reckless man. One must befriend international arms dealers like Nicholas and not offend them. Think of the huge amount of munitions. He felt a pang of discomfort in his heart. No matter how unwilling you are, in the end, he had to grit his teeth and give up. After all, I'm not strong enough. Let's not talk about how Ahmed felt when he learned about the arrival of the giant ship. At this moment, on the deck of the giant ship, under the leadership of Captain Zheng Yisheng, Chu Zihong and others successfully boarded the giant ship along the side of the ship. Look around. The huge cargo hold is filled with rows of containers stacked like mountains. Chu Zihong frowned, a little confused. He did not see tanks, armored vehicles, or helicopters here. The weapons rewarded by the system include 50 T-72 tanks, 100 T-64 tanks, 30 BTR-60s, and 20 Mi-24 Hinds. Why are they all containers? Not a single tank was seen. Captain Zheng, why are there only containers? Where are the tanks and armored vehicles? Boss, in order to avoid unnecessary trouble, the first layer of containers contains daily necessities for easy inspection. The second floor is for weapons and ammunition, and the tanks, armored vehicles, and helicopters are all on the third floor. Zheng Yisheng explained with a smile. Hey, I thought so. Chu Zihong suddenly realized and then said with satisfaction, "You are really thoughtful, and I did a good job. Sharing the boss's worries is what we should do." Ah, okay. The system gave me another batch of daily necessities for free. So cool. Get off the giant ship. Chu Zihong noticed that the crane at the dock seemed to be only half the height of the Evelyn Maersk freighter. It's just like a dwarf standing in front of a giant, weak and helpless. He turned his head and asked, "Captain Zheng, how are you unloading the cargo?" "Boss, the cargo ship is fully automated and has a crane on it for unloading cargo." Zheng Yisheng explained with a smile. That would be great. Chu Zihong thought he had to buy a new crane, but it turned out he had his own one, so he felt relieved. Funds are limited now, so we have to be frugal. Zheng Yisheng then returned to the ship and began operating the computer to unload the large amount of arms on board. Just at this moment, 6 dilapidated buses drove into the port of Boseso and soon arrived at the dock and stopped in an open space not far from Chu Zihong. Chu Zihong looked over in confusion. The car door opened, and the first person to get out was Colette. Then, many more people came down one after another. The number of people coming down was at least over 100, and all of them were full of military spirit. When Colette saw Chu Zihong, she immediately trotted over respectfully. "Boss, Colette has fulfilled her mission and completed the task you assigned her. How many people did you bring back this time?" Chu Zihong glanced at the huge crowd and asked in surprise. "Boss, there are at least 200 to 300 people here." Victor couldn't help but say from the side. Colette smiled slightly and said, "Boss, in addition to the 19 retired soldiers, I also spent money to recruit 321 mercenaries from the foreign army." Chu Zihong was stunned for a moment and was shocked. "Digging, I didn't expect it. This guy is so awesome that he hired people from the French Foreign Legion. Instead of a dozen, they dug 321 people. This brother is so capable." Not to mention Chu Zihong was shocked. Victor was also stunned. "Recruiting people from the French Foreign Legion? What a ruthless person. Come back to your senses. Chu Zihong didn't know what to say, so he just gave him a bear hug. So awesome. In response, Chu Zihong generously rewarded Colette with a 100,000-meter sword. In addition, according to my previous promise, I will give you a referral fee of $500 for every person you bring in. All settlements were given to Colette. Colette's face turned red with excitement as she received so much money for the first time. But Colette seemed to have thought of something, scratched his head awkwardly and said, "Boss, you've spent all the money you gave me. It's only 2 million, but the people you brought me are more than worth it." Chu Zihong patted Colette on the shoulder and smiled. 2 million knives in exchange for 321 mercenaries from the French Foreign Legion. This is such a great buy. Boss, there is someone I need to introduce to you. Colette slapped her head, then ran back to the team and pulled a middle-aged white man in front of Chu Zihong. "Boss, this is my former instructor in the Special Forces, Bob Denard, an absolute Special Forces soldier among Special Forces soldiers." Who? Chu Zihong was stunned, thinking he had heard wrongly. Colette had no choice but to patiently repeat her instructor's name again. Upon hearing this, Chu Zihong stared at Bob Denard and fell silent. Colette and Bob Denard looked at each other in confusion, not knowing what was going on. But they don't know. Chu Zihong fell into complete silence because of his excitement. Wow, it turned out to be the famous Bob Denard. This boss is the king of mercenaries. He spent almost half his life engaging in coups and assassinations and was known as the first mercenary in France. The most textbook classic battle that shocked the world was when he personally led a team of mercenaries on bicycles into Angola. He launched a coup d'etat that shocked the outside world and established a pro-United States regime. Of all the coup plots, Denard is best known for staging 4 coups in Comoros and becoming the country's emperor. He seemed born for war. He traveled across Asia and Africa for 30 years, launched coups d'etat, carried out assassinations, and became the emperor in more than 10 countries. An absolute legend. And such a legendary figure was actually dug out by his own people and brought to him. At this moment, he didn't know what words to use to describe his feelings. Chapter 46. What butcher? A peace-loving messenger. Boss, I heard someone calling me. Chu Zihong came out of his thoughts and looked at Bob Denard in front of him. "Mr. Denard, on behalf of all the employees of Umbrella Corporation, I welcome you to join us." After saying, Chu Zihong extended his hand with a smile on his face to express his welcome. This legendary figure in the PMC industry must be treated with courtesy. Denard was also flattered and quickly shook hands with him. We exchanged pleasantries for a while. Chu Zihong ordered Colette to take everyone down to rest and make arrangements so that they could welcome the guests in the evening. Just as Colette was leading her men downstairs, Victor received a call. It turned out that the comrades who had been invited before had arrived at the port of Boseso, but were stopped outside by the port guards. After hanging up the phone, Victor immediately reported to Chu Zihong. "Boss, the person I invited is here." "Oh, where are they?" "Let them come over quickly." Chu Zihong's eyes lit up, and he said quickly, "Double happiness." One group of mercenaries came, and then another group came. "Isn't today a great day? There is so much good news. It would be a shame not to buy lottery tickets." "Boss, they were stopped by the guards at the port entrance." Victor explained, "Let's go over there." Without saying a word, Chu Zihong asked Victor to get in the car and head to the port gate. He was so eager to recruit talented people that he didn't care about face. It's not even a meal. Talent only comes once. If you miss it, you will regret it. At the same time, 3 white jeeps were parked at the gate of Boseso Port. There were 3 people in the leading jeep and 5 people in each of the 2 cars behind, for a total of 13 people. On the surface, these people don't look easy to mess with, and each of them exudes a faint aura of iron and blood. Either a killer or a professional mercenary. And they all have the same tattoo on their left wrists, a skull biting a dagger. Mercenaries with uniform tattoo patterns are more like some mysterious organization. "Barney, why did you bring us to Somali? Isn't there a big business?" In the passenger seat of the lead car, a bald white man who looked like Buddha couldn't help but ask in confusion. They do not belong to any mercenary organization, but work alone and take odd jobs. There are many mercenary teams like theirs, so it is not easy to get a big business. Finally, their leader gave up and took them to Somali in East Africa. Christmas was very confused. "Would you be a fool if you don't make money when you have the chance?" Barney Ross put his hand outside the car window and said, "My brother, who has been through thick and thin with me, has introduced us to a job with pretty good benefits. That big business is not worth mentioning." "What kind of job? Are you going to take us to join other mercenary organizations? God's armed forces or evil spirits?" Christmas frowned and asked, "I say, Santa Claus, do you think I will take our suicide squad to join these butcher organizations?" Barney Ross rolled his eyes speechlessly and said, "Barney, we are butchers. Isn't it a bit bad to call others butchers?" A white man in the back seat came over with a teasing tone. This man is called Toll Road, is an expert in explosions, and is the brains of the Suicide Squad. Are we butchers? Are we peace-loving messengers? Barney Ross said nonsense. However, the tone of his speech is very similar to Chu Zihong. They are both guys who like to talk about peace. Abbreviation, big liar. Does God know what you said? Christmas suddenly felt that Barney Ross was really thick-skinned. Well, I guess he knows now. Barney Ross shrugged and curled his lips. A car is coming. The fee collector pointed outside the car and said. Barney Ross and Santa also looked up and saw a Hummer driving quickly out of the port. Then, the Hummer did a beautiful tailspin and stopped at the gate. The car door opened. An Asian man got off the car with a blonde white man. Get out of the car and meet our future boss. Barney Ross said something to the two men and opened the car door first. Christmas and Fee looked at each other. It was interesting to see Asians who looked like Ian and Yang in Somali. Then the two of them got out of the car. On the other side, Chu Zihong saw a tall, white man getting out of the car and walking towards them. Suddenly, he was shocked. Ward Tian, who did you see? Sylvester Stallone? My idol. But when Chu Zihong saw the two people following closely, he was immediately certain. The mercenaries invited by Victor are the protagonist team of the movie series The Expendables. I never expected that this surprise would come so quickly. The strength of the Suicide Squad special team is undoubtedly strong and is definitely not inferior to the USS Rapid Reaction Force. In order to verify his idea, Chu Zihong threw a probe over. The fact was just as he expected. The strength of all members of the Suicide Squad has reached the level of a tactical special forces team. The key point is that the Expendables that Victor introduced to himself were the Expendables from the third part. Not 5 people, but 13 new and old members. A full-strength Suicide Squad. Sylvester Stallone and Jason Statham are here. Are the other two idols, Schwarzenegger and Dwayne Johnson, far behind? Not only Colette is her lucky star, but Victor is too. I hope this lucky star will come more often. It won't be long before you have a lot of talented people under your command. The most powerful PMC, private military resources company, on the planet is undoubtedly their Umbrella Corporation. When meeting his idol, Chu Zihong certainly wouldn't show too much enthusiasm. After all, as a boss, you have to maintain the momentum of a superior. The next day morning, inside a warehouse at the port of Bosaso, a total of 353 people sat in their respective chairs, each with a stack of contracts as thick as a fingernail and a pen in front of them. These people have different skin colors and wear clothes of different colors, but their styles are extremely similar. They are all combat uniforms that are convenient for combat. And they have one thing in common. They are all tall, strong, and muscular men. This group of strong men gathered together were the retired French soldiers recruited by Colette, the mercenaries recruited by the Foreign Legion, and the members of the Death Squad invited by Victor. They looked through the contract with strange expressions on their faces. The benefits in the contract are simply amazing. The annual salary is $30,000 US, with high insurance and 2 months of vacation every year. The company provides vacation funds. Even if you die, you still have 500,000 meter swords. In addition, the company pays a death pension of no less than $5,000 to the families of employees who died in action every year. Just for the benefits, of course they are willing to work hard. Regarding the welfare benefits in the mercenary world, the highest is only $40,000 to $50,000 per year, and this is the salary level for top mercenaries. For an ordinary mercenary, it is quite good to have 20,000 to 30,000 sword a year. Fighting for my life. As a result, I found out that the salary was less than 10,000 yuan. If you don't love it anymore, destroy it. But the benefits of the umbrella company are so good. Aren't they losing money? That's why they have these weird expressions. The benefits are so good that they seem like they are dreaming. Christmas, who was sitting in the front row at the moment, poked Barney Ross, who was sitting next to him, with his arm. Using lip reading, he asked, Barney, why are our contracts different? Why is it different? Barney Ross twirled his pen and responded in kind. Those French mercenaries had an annual salary of 30,000, and if they died, they would be paid 500,000. We are so much better than them. Could it be that Umbrella Corporation made a mistake? Are you sure? Barney Ross frowned, looking doubtful and uncertain. Could it be different treatment? Barney Ross had no idea that the French mercenaries were just cannon fodder in Chu Zihong's eyes. These Suicide Squad members are elite and possess the same strength as the USS Rapid Reaction Force. Naturally, it is impossible for them to receive the same welfare benefits as cannon fodder, like the peripheral disciples in fantasy novels. How is it possible to be compared with the inner disciples? Chapter 47, the first batch of Umbrella Company mercenaries. Dada. There was a sound of light footsteps. Draw the attention of everyone who is looking at the contract to the front. Chu Zihong, wearing a navy blue suit, accompanied Victor, Hank the Grim Reaper, and Wolf Mom Rupert walked into the warehouse in the first rays of morning sun. Seeing the future boss appear, everyone stood up and saluted. As soon as Chu Zihong entered the warehouse, he felt a serious and tense atmosphere coming towards him. The flavor of soldiers. Anyone who has been to a military camp knows this. In the military base, you can intuitively feel a very special atmosphere that makes people involuntarily serious. These mercenaries are all from the Umbrella Corporation. With them, only Umbrella Corporation can become the most powerful private military company in the world. No doubt about it. With overwhelming confidence, Chu Zihong stepped up to the podium in front of everyone step by step, just like an ancient emperor attending the morning court. Victor and others stood behind him with their hands behind their backs like 3 bodyguards. If you look carefully, you can find it, the badge on Victor's chest, and the berets on the right arms and heads of Hank the Grim Reaper and Looper the Wolf. All of them are printed with Umbrella's unique red and white umbrella logo. At this moment, on the podium, Chu Zihong exuded an aura of majesty without even getting angry, looking down at everyone from above. Everyone, please sit down. Wow! Everybody sat down in unison, truly standing like a pine tree and sitting like a bell. Just for this reason, Chu Zihong was quite satisfied. This is the private army in my mind. Let me introduce myself. I'm Chu Zihong, the president and CEO of Umbrella Corporation. Our Umbrella Corporation is not just a military resource company, but a multinational conglomerate with a private armed force, its own technology, and industry. At present, our company's main business is the arms business, and in the future, we will enter more industries. Finally, on behalf of all employees of the company, I sincerely welcome everyone to join Umbrella Corporation. Our company's mission is, all actions are for world nuclear peace. As soon as the words fell, pa pa pa, thunderous applause suddenly broke out from the audience. Chu Zihong stood on the stage and looked down at everyone, his eyes full of relief. These old soldiers are quite insightful. He lowered his hand, and the applause stopped instantly. Orders are strictly enforced, good. We are all resolute soldiers, so I won't say any more unnecessary nonsense. As long as you sign the contract, you will receive a basic salary of at least $30,000 per year. Seeing that everyone had no objection, Chu Zihong continued. The price is that you must completely obey the company's instructions and not disclose any company secrets. Once you breach the contract, the amount of compensation you will need to pay will not be just tens of thousands. Speaking of this, Chu Zihong wiped his neck with his hand. The meaning was self-evident. Hearing this, everyone fell silent. Breach of contract not only results in loss of money, but may also cost one's life. But in this era, an annual salary of 30,000 yuan is very tempting, and it may even be enough to save their families. Silence for several seconds. Someone picked up the pen without hesitation and signed his name on the contract. After someone started, the other 300 or so people also picked up their pens and signed the contract. Many of these mercenaries are the ones who need money the most and are the most capable of fighting. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been poached by Colette. As for the members of the Suicide Squad, they have a relationship with Victor, and with such a high salary, they naturally would not refuse. Very good. You will be glad for the choice you made today. See that everyone has signed. Chu Zihong's satisfied smile grew wider, and he praised loudly. Excuse me. At this time, one person raised his hand and asked, is there any difference between the USS, UBCS, and UTS? Why do some people's contracts on the scene include different benefits than ours? Chu Zihong looked at the person who asked the question. Wasn't he Ghana, the sniper in the Suicide Squad? This thorny guy is really outspoken. As soon as Gunnar opened his mouth, he was glared at by Barney Ross. Wouldn't it be embarrassing to ask this question on the spot? But Gunnar disagrees. It's normal to ask questions if you have any. This guy is simply too stubborn. Since someone asked the question, Chu Zihong naturally had to explain it clearly, otherwise the people below would definitely not be convinced. That's a good question, man. Then I will answer your questions. The USS is an elite force formed by our Umbrella Corporation, whose members must be tactical-level special forces. Mainly involved in some secret operations of the company, it belongs to a secret force with a very high level of confidentiality. The contract says USS, with an annual basic salary of $50,000 and a sacrifice pension of $1 million. As soon as these words were spoken, there was an uproar in the audience. Some mercenaries couldn't help but gasp. Oh my god! Completing the assessment task will earn you an annual salary of 50,000 yuan, and the sacrifice pension will be 1 million yuan. With such tempting benefits, the salary of top mercenaries shouldn't be that high, right? Such a company is worth joining. Chu Zihong pressed down his hand to stop the noise below. He continued, secondly, UBCS is a security armed force formed to protect the company's senior employees and important assets. Of course, we also accept some security and paramilitary missions, such as protecting politicians and businessmen of a certain country, entering war zones to carry out rescue work, humanitarian relief, etc. The contract says UBCS, an annual salary of $30,000, and a sacrifice pension of $500,000. Hear this. The mercenaries then realized that most of the people around them belonged to UBCS, and it seemed that they were all from the same department. The last UTS main job is to clean up the mess for the company, that is, the aftermath staff, mainly responsible for eliminating those people or groups that may harm the interests of the company. The salary package is the same as the UBCS department. Chu Zihong gave some explanation. A look of realization appeared on the faces of the mercenaries. They're all elites from the military, so they naturally understand what tactical level special forces are. The strength of special forces is generally divided into tactical level, campaign level, and strategic level. The first one is a special forces under the army group, while the latter is a shadow special forces at the national level. It's hard enough to be the first, let alone the next two. Among the more than 300 people present, most were from the French Special Services and the French Foreign Legion. They do not meet the requirements of tactical level special forces and can only be considered ordinary special forces. The only ones who meet the requirements are the members of the Suicide Squad, all of whom are from the famous top special forces. For example, the Christmas SAS Special Air Service Regiment and Een and Yang come from the Longyan Special Forces. The rest are either NOCS, SEALs, Alpha, and other units. Captain Barney Ross is from the famous Delta Force. It is no longer just a tactical level, it has reached the campaign level. As for the strategic level, there is no one in the world that has reached this requirement yet. It is only natural that people can get better benefits if they are marked as USS. The strong are always respected. They can only envy, but being able to get an annual salary of $30,000 is already quite good. You can also brag about it if you tell it to others. My monthly salary is higher than that of high-level mercenaries. Chapter 48 Umbrella is not the end. Porta Boseso. Inside Warehouse 002. Seeing that many people seem to have satisfied expressions, Chu Zihong frowned. Has anyone among you ever thought about breaking through your limits and reaching a higher level? Boss, to join the USS one needs to reach tactical level, and we are not strong enough. Someone said helplessly. Yes, we in France are not qualified, someone sighed. The former First French Empire no longer exists, and even its special forces are not ranked in the world. These French soldiers have already accepted their fate. This is how my life is. Chu Zihong felt a little disappointed when he heard this. Others can give up on you, but you can't give up on yourself. As long as you complete the tasks assigned by the company, you will have the opportunity to be promoted to become a member of USS. I don't know if I was stimulated by Chu Zihong's words, or maybe he was tempted by money. Someone asked weakly, Boss, can we really do this? Remove the word ma. You can. Comfort is for the dead. Only by becoming stronger can you gain more. Aim to join the USS, and countless rice knives are waiting for you. Chu Zihong continued to brainwash. Now he looks like an insurance salesman. Unconsciously, you will be convinced and willing to buy insurance. The effect is quite good. The mercenaries became excited and began to get restless. 50,000 meters of knife a year. Who wouldn't want this? As expected, before the corporate culture and sufficient foundation were formed. Throwing money at it is undoubtedly the best effect. Chu Zihong sighed in his heart. Money. He did not feel bad about selling the large quantities of arms he had on hand, even though it brought him tens of billions of Midao. Just at this moment, the system prompt sounded suddenly. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for completing the first stage of the hidden mission of recruiting soldiers and horses, and the number of recruited mercenaries has reached 100. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for completing the second stage of the hidden mission of recruiting soldiers and horses, and the number of recruited mercenaries has reached 300. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for successfully recruiting 353 mercenaries, with an average loyalty of 60, and successfully completing the formation of the Umbrella Corporation's private army. System rewards are being distributed. Hear the movement in your mind. Suddenly, Chu Zihong was stunned by her beauty. It's not easy, the cold system finally showed up. At the same time, he felt a little more expectant. After completing 3 tasks in a row, the reward should be pretty good, right? Take advantage of the time when the system distributes rewards. Chu Zihong also used the system to skin everyone's loyalty. Needless to say, Victor, Hank, and others have already reached their maximum loyalty. The loyalty of the group of mercenaries in front of him has been increasing from the original highest of 60 to 90. Even the lowest number is no less than 70. However, Chu Zihong also discovered that the loyalty of more than a dozen mercenaries had not increased at all and remained at 50. There were even a few whose loyalty levels were red below 30. What does red mean? These people are most likely spies with ulterior motives. Chu Zihong's eyes narrowed slightly. Quite interesting. Has it been targeted by European countries so soon? At this moment, the system sound interrupted Chu Zihong's thoughts. Rewards for the first stage of recruiting troops. Mikhail Victor, the first captain of the Umbrella Corporation's Biological Disaster Countermeasures Team UBCS, and 5 members. Rewards for the second phase of the recruitment mission. Enrique Marini, captain of the 3rd Squad of the Umbrella Corporation USS Rapid Reaction Force, and 6 other members. Successfully complete the formation of the Umbrella Corporation's private army. Mission rewards. USS founder Colonel Sergei Vladimir, Giant God Group Construction Team X1, Special Talents X15, Alpha Team X1, Pelican Fighter Manufacturing Blueprint X1. At this moment, Chu Zihong no longer knew what words to use to describe his current mood. Unfortunately, I am uneducated and can only express myself by making jokes. The system completely rewarded itself with all the military groups of Umbrella Corporation in Resident Evil. He was previously worried about his private army, as there was no top leader to take up the responsibility. The king of mercenaries, Bob Denard, was not summoned by the system. After all, he was not confident in handing over all the troops under his command to him. Although it is said that if you doubt someone, don't employ him, and if you employ someone, don't doubt him. But we must always be on guard against others. What our ancestors said is absolutely right. As a result, the system sent Colonel Sergei Vladimir, the founder of USS. There is also a construction team, which is urgently needed. The system sends you a pillow when you are dozing off. How thoughtful. With the personnel rewarded by the system, the strength of the mercenaries he has on hand has surpassed that of the world's mercenary organization. In fact, it surpasses most of the special forces in the world. You can imagine. What kind of power is this? A few minutes later, welcome and signing meeting concluded. The prototype of Umbrella Corporation's private force has basically taken shape. At the meeting, Chu Zihong appointed Sergei Vladimir as the head of the company's military department, in charge of all the troops. Although everyone didn't see the person, they still obeyed Chu Zihong's appointment. Then, Chu Zihong appointed Bob Denard as the supreme commander of the UBCS force and Colette as his deputy. Victor also serves as the supreme commander of the UTS force. The USS Rapid Reaction Force is commanded by Sergei himself, and his deputy is the captain of the Suicide Squad, Barney Ross. The headquarters has not been built yet, and there is no sign of the underground military base. All military personnel were temporarily placed in a warehouse at the port of Boseso, which was convenient for protecting the large quantities of munitions stored at the port. Arrange everything. Chu Zihong hurried to the port office and summoned the character rewarded by the system. System summon? Summoning successful. All members will appear in their proper roles in a few minutes. Chu Zihong's eyes lit up. He didn't have to wait that long this time. I guess he is here as a headhunter, right? That's the only way to explain it. He stopped dwelling on this and said again, System, use special talents. Ding. Use successfully. 10 scientific research talents and 5 special agent talents were obtained. All personnel will appear in appropriate identities in a few minutes. Research? Agent. Chu Zihong's eyes flashed, and he felt a little excited. The former means that one can embark on the path of independent research and development and research various advanced technologies. Needless to say, the latter can make its intelligence department increasingly perfect. It has become a world-famous intelligence agency that is no less famous than the CIA, KGB, etc. The 3 major departments of military, intelligence, and research are all there. Just give yourself enough time, and you can become a giant group in the real world. Umbrella is not your destination. The Giant God Group, which possesses near-future technology, is it. Destroy hegemony and create a prosperous era. He, Chu Zihong, is a hero. Think of this. Chu Zihong clenched his fist, with a gleam of ambition in his eyes. It's burning brightly. Chapter 49 in Boseso. I only want to hear one person's voice. Night falls. In Somali, under the darkness of night, danger lurks beneath the silence. The Boseso port office is brightly lit. Sergei Vladimir, Bob Denard, Barney Ross, and Victor, for senior military officials of Umbrella Corporation, gathered here. Chu Zihong glanced around at everyone, and now the structure of Umbrella Corporation has basically taken shape. Currently, these 4 are the backbone of the company. I believe that there will be even more talented people in the future. This day will not be too late. Exit the thoughts. Chu Zihong said, everyone here is joined today. So in order to test your command ability, and also to assess the practical operation of all the mercenaries in the military department. I command! Everyone looked serious and stood up straight suddenly. They all looked at Chu Zihong, who was sitting in the boss chair, waiting for his orders. Full of military flavor, Chu Zihong suddenly felt like he was pointing fingers at the world and making a powerful statement. He curled his lips and said, I order you to capture the Digil tribe, the largest force in Bosaso, within an hour. Do you have confidence? Boss, we have it. The four of them shouted in unison with loud voices. Very good. Chu Zihong was very satisfied. With subordinates like these, why worry about not achieving your goals? I hope you're not just talking, so take action now. Boss, I have a problem. Bob Denard raised his hand and said, Denard, what's your problem? Upon hearing this, Chu Zihong looked straight at Bob Denard. Boss, is Ahmed, the chief of the Dajur tribe, dead or alive? What I want to see is the destruction of the Digil tribe. Because in Bosaso, there can only be one voice of power. Chu Zihong's words were very domineering and full of unquestionableness. Boss, I understand. Bob Denard's eyes brightened, and he naturally understood what it meant. In Bosaso, the boss strongly supports the puppet force, the DIR tribe. Now the boss wants to destroy the Digil tribe, and the purpose is self-evident. Boss, where are the civilians? Barney Ross asked. So this is my assessment for you. Destroy the armed forces of the Digil tribe without harming civilians. We are nuclear peace advocates, not butchers. Chu Zihong knocked on the table and said, Clear. Barney Ross nodded, understanding what to do. Any questions? Chu Zihong glanced at the others and asked. Report to the boss now. The four responded in unison. Okay, action. I wish you a triumphant return. Chu Zihong stood up and smiled at everyone. Originally, he didn't want to touch the Digil tribe and let them live for a while. In other words, making a killing. But Ahmed was dishonest and actually sent people to keep an eye on him. They even sent people to sneak into the dock and set their sights on his arms. Isn't this asking for trouble? Well, I'm sorry. I can only use you as a training ground. Former partner? That was in the past, not now. As long as the Digil tribe is dealt with, the entire Bosaso will belong to the DR tribe. It is better to control the entire region than to control a tribe. In Bosaso, there can only be one person's voice. That's him, Chu Zihong. Tonight is destined to be a sleepless night. Dijur tribe. Patriarch's castle, on the bed in the bedroom on the second floor. Ahmed had just finished taking his pleasure from his wife and was leaning on the bed smoking a cigarette. But I don't know why. He always felt uneasy, as if something was happening. But whether it is within the tribe or in Bosaso, everything is calm and peaceful. The once powerful enemy, the DIR tribe, is no longer a concern. He was even considering choosing a time to destroy the Dil tribe. In this way, in the Bosaso area, the Digil tribe is the only one in power. As for the arms dealer named Nicholas, he had no grudge against him. Just a capitalist from the United States. After reaping the benefits, they will naturally just pack up and leave. So he thought that he was thinking too much, or maybe he was overworked. Think of this. Ahmed glanced at his beautiful wife, and an evil smile appeared on his dark face. Then he pounced again. For a moment, the bedroom was filled with spring breeze again. Little did they know, fatal danger is approaching quietly. Fully armed mercenaries sneaked into the laxly guarded Digil tribe like ghosts in the dark night. They were all wearing black combat boots, pure black combat uniforms, combat vests, 4-eye night vision goggles, and Kevlar bulletproof helmets. The classic red and white logo of Umbrella Corporation is printed on the back of the combat vest and the side of the helmet. And every member of the Special Forces team had black paint on their face. The weapons they held were all SG-550 assault rifles with silencers. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Mild gunshots rang out, quickly taking away lives. Report to Hive. Team A has cleared the guards at the gate. Reporting to the Hive. Team B has removed all the light and dark sentries. The Digil tribal warriors, who have the strength of a militia, are no match for the well-trained elite mercenaries. Not to mention the Suicide Squad Special Operations Team, each member of which has reached the level of tactical special forces. With such strong strength, it is no problem for him to fight 10 people alone. For example, at Christmas, a bunch of throwing knives can take away lives in an instant, which is even more useful than guns. His yin-yang boxing and kicking skills are even more fierce, and I don't know how many people's necks he has broken. The big guy Gunnar was holding a Nepalese machete, and he chopped it with his sword like chopping wood. The number of warriors in the entire Digil tribe is decreasing at a very fast rate. But still no one noticed. These Dijur tribal warriors are just a mob. Internal fighting is still okay, but we are facing an elite force. That means it is vulnerable. However, some people were unlucky and were discovered by the Dijur tribe soldiers who came out to use the toilet. Bang, bang, bang. A burst of gunfire from an AK-47 automatic rifle was unusually loud in the silent night. A single move can affect the whole body. In an instant, countless sleeping Dijur tribal warriors were awakened. The quiet Digil tribe suddenly became chaotic. Damn, is that the idiot? I'm gonna kick your ass hard. The loud cursing of Bob Denard, the supreme commander of the UBCS force, was suddenly heard on the radio communicators of all the mercenaries. He did not command from his command post, but personally led his troops to invade the Dejur tribe. As soon as the gunshot rang out, Bob Denard got angry. The entire Dejur tribe has thousands of armed men, and they just quietly eliminated 300 or 400 of them. A time bomb was also installed in the barracks, ready to send the Dejur tribal warriors inside to see God in their sleep. As a result, when the gunshot was heard, they were completely startled. Tindi. Bob Denard wanted to kill someone, but now was not the time to lose his temper. He decisively detonated the time bomb. Boom, boom. The barracks were instantly blown up into the air. The soldier who had just rushed out of bed was instantly swallowed up by the destructive force of the explosion. The mushroom cloud, like a burning fire, is extremely eye-catching in the dark night. This moment, the entire Dejur tribe was completely alarmed. Commander-in-Chief Sergei Vladimir immediately ordered all mercenaries to stop disguising and attack with all their might. There was a lot of gunfire and explosions. The sound rang out continuously in all parts of the Dejur tribe, like a battlefield with bullets flying everywhere. Because the Dejur tribe has many warriors, Sergei Vladimir simply didn't hide anything and directly ordered the armed helicopters to take off. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The sky above the Dejur tribe. Suddenly, 24 hinds appeared. The most powerful floor scrubber is here. Even an entire regiment's worth of troops isn't enough to fight. At the same time, outside the Dejur tribe, a company of T-72 tanks was dispatched. The pilots include the newly joined members of Alpha Team and members of USS 3rd Team. The 1st and 2nd teams are old members and do not participate in the battle. Tanks and helicopters were deployed. The outcome of this battle has already been determined. As for the Patriarch Ahmed, who was interacting passionately with his beautiful wife in bed, he had already been captured by the team led by Colette. Now he was knocked unconscious. Then, Colette carried the whole person away from the Dejur tribe quickly, like a chicken. Obviously, he was going to hand it over to Chu Zihong. The young man knows how to handle things. There is a future. Chapter 50. Wow, it's actually Dr. Halsey. Boseso Port, top floor of an office building. Chu Zihong leaned on the railing with a cigarette in his mouth. His deep gaze was directed towards the eastern suburbs where the Dejur tribe was located. Suddenly, a faint explosion was heard in the calm sky in the distance. The next second, the flames lit up half the sky red. Chu Zihong narrowed his eyes and blew out a smoke ring. TSK, the fight is intense. Although he wanted to join in the fun, he decided not to. As the strongest man in the future, you should stay behind the scenes and sit back and relax. Don't be like a fool and put your life in danger. He has never understood why the male protagonists in some novels, who have so many powerful people under their command, insist on taking on the enemy themselves. Gain the respect? Admiration? In his opinion, he was used to working for others in his previous life. A truly strong person should be able to plan behind the scenes and win battles thousands of miles away, rather than showing off one's bravery. People like this often die faster. After watching for a while, Chu Zihong felt really bored and threw the cigarette but in his hand to the ground and stomped it out. Turned around and went down the rooftop. When I returned to the office, a tall, pretty blonde woman wearing a white coat had been waiting for a long time. It can be seen that the woman has an excellent figure under her white coat, especially her exposed fair skin, which is as delicate as cream. However, the moment Chu Zihong saw the blonde woman, he thought he had seen it wrong and rubbed his eyes hard. As it turned out, he was not wrong. I was shocked, and Chu Zihong was shocked. Halsey. It turns out to be Catherine Elizabeth Halsey, an important character in the science fiction game Halo series. Although he is a novice at playing games, but that didn't stop him from becoming a loyal fan of the Halo series of games. So Chu Zihong naturally knew the power of Dr. Halsey in front of him. The famous Spartan 2 force in Halo was created by the genius Dr. Halsey. With her here, Chu Zihong believes that there is a high probability that the Spartan's super soldier plan and exoskeleton armor will be developed. Wow, we're hundreds of years ahead of the world. Isn't it just a matter of minutes to become the most powerful military contractor on Earth? He never expected that there would be such a big surprise hidden among the scientific research talents summoned this time. The core scientists of the research department, except Dr. Halsey. Chu Zihong couldn't think of anyone more suitable than her. He loves the system. Although he is usually so cool that he doesn't say a word for 10 days or half a month, every time he appears he is always there to help. Boss, the head of the scientific research team, Catherine Elizabeth Halsey, reports to you. Seeing Chu Zihong appear, Halsey immediately introduced herself to him. Dr. Halsey, I've been looking forward to seeing you for a long time. Chu Zihong held Halsey's hand and was very enthusiastic. There is no way. The company's technology will depend on others from now on. This is my cash cow. You have to treat others with enthusiasm and courtesy to show that you value them, right? Halsey was a little flattered by Chu Zihong's enthusiasm. Boss, you are too enthusiastic, aren't you? We exchanged pleasantries for a while. Chu Zihong asked Halsey to sit down and poured her a glass of water himself. Then he plopped down on the sofa opposite her and stared at Halsey as if he were admiring a rare treasure. Halsey felt extremely uncomfortable and uneasy. Boss, you're not a pervert, right? Boss, what do you want me to do for you? Halsey asked with a forced smile. Look at my memory. Chu Zihong patted his head and said with a smile. The company's research department is just being established, and I plan to let you be the head of the department. Dr. Halsey, what do you think? Thanks to my boss's trust, I believe I can lead the entire research department, but I prefer researching technology. For management work, the boss may need to find another one. Halsey naturally would not refuse, but still stated her request. No problem. Chu Zihong snapped his fingers and asked again. Dr. Halsey, do you have any other requests? Boss, not yet. Halsey shook his head and couldn't think of anything else for the time being. Okay, if the doctor has other requirements, please feel free to let us know. Also, the headquarters has not been completed yet, so your research department is currently staying in Warehouse 001 at the port. Chu Zihong said, Yes, boss. Halsey nodded and prepared to leave. But Chu Zihong stopped him and said, Doctor, wait a minute, I have something for you. After saying, he stood up and walked to his desk, pretending to get something from the drawer. In fact, he took out the 416 Hong Kong dollars manufacturing drawings and Pelican fighter drawings from the system space. Doctor, this is the manufacturing blueprint of an 416 Hong Kong dollars assault rifle and a Pelican transport fighter. Can you research and develop the actual product as soon as possible? Halsey took the two manufacturing drawings, looked at them carefully, and said, Boss, if the materials and tools are complete, there will be basically no problem. Okay, just make a list for me of what you want. Chu Zihong's eyes lit up, and he said quickly, Okay, boss. Halsey nodded, his eyes fixed on the drawing. She seems to have some ideas for improving the 416 Hong Kong dollars assault rifle. Halsey leaves. Chu Zihong leaned on the sofa with a smile on his face. With the 416 Hong Kong dollars out, the mercenaries under your command can also use it in a unified manner. Nowadays, weapons are too diverse like the 8-Nation brand. And the Pelican. If this thing comes out, it will be a breakthrough in history. However, some materials of the Pelican may not be available on Earth, so Chu Zihong does not expect to be as powerful as in the game. He would be satisfied if he could reach the level of the Quinjet in Marvel movies. The Quinjet can also completely defeat most fighter jets of the current era. Everything is developing in a good direction. Just as Chu Zihong was fantasizing about a beautiful future, the door knocked in the office. Suddenly, he was brought back to reality. Chu Zihong immediately sat up straight and shouted, Come in! As soon as the words fell, Baroque heard this and pushed the door open. Boss, Colette and Ahmed are already downstairs. They can handle it themselves. Why bring it here? Chu Zihong frowned and said, Boss, I'll go inform Colette and let him handle it himself. Baroque said as he was about to leave. Never mind. Chu Zihong also understood that Colette did this to please him. He waved his hand and said, Since you have brought it, go down and meet him. After all, Ahmed was the first business he did after arriving in Somali. Bring yourself a lot of money. Chu Zihong reluctantly showed kindness to Ahmed so that he could die with a clear mind. He is not wrong. It is this world where the strong prey on the weak that is wrong. In my next life, I want to be reborn as an ordinary person. Chapter 51. I want someone to die, but there is no reason. Where am I? Am I dying? What to do? Waiting online, urgent. Ahmed said at this moment that he was very panicked, very scared, and very desperate. Especially the smelly socks stuffed in the mouth, which are full of nauseating sour smell. Let's look at Ahmed's current situation. He was wearing a black hood on his head, his hands were tied behind his back, and he was forced to kneel on the ground with a gun pointed at his head. Silently waiting for an unknown death made Ahmed even more terrified. He didn't understand which god he had offended that had mobilized so many people and heavy firepower to capture him. From the moment I left the tribe, he heard the noises of armed helicopters and tanks, and then there was a violent explosion in the direction of the tribe. You can imagine what a devastating blow my own tribe is suffering. Enemies who had grudges against him kept appearing in his mind, but none of them had such strength. The only one who has this ability is Nicholas, but he quickly denied it. It definitely couldn't be him. Arms dealers are in business, not warlords fighting for territory. Besides, I have no grudge against him, and we are even in a cooperative relationship. So it can't be him. The Dyer tribe? Ever since Erhardt and his son were killed by Nicholas, the main force of their tribe suffered heavy losses. The leaderless Dyer tribe was caught up in internal strife, which was even more impossible. Who is it? When Ahmed was wondering and doubtful, he suddenly heard the sound of light footsteps. What followed was a fluent English conversation. He was just about to prick up his ears, trying to hear what was being said. Suddenly, the black hood on his head was suddenly pulled off. Then, there was a burst of strong light. The sudden blinding light made Ahmed squint his eyes. Vaguely, he saw a familiar tall figure standing in front of him. The owner of the figure seemed to be looking at him with a scrutinizing gaze. Who is it? Who is it? Ahmed tried to open his eyes and see the person in front of him clearly, but the blinding light made it difficult for him to open his eyes. The figure in front of him was naturally Chu Zihong himself, a person Ahmed never expected. Perhaps he never thought of the arms dealer he denied. He actually treated him and his own tribe as training targets for his mercenaries. At this moment, Chu Zihong looked down at Ahmed, who was covered in dust and wearing only a pair of shorts. He wanted to laugh a little. Ahmed, who was once glamorous and high-spirited. There would actually be a day when I would find myself facing myself in such an embarrassing situation, almost naked and shivering in the cold wind. In order to make it go more decently, Chu Zihong immediately ordered, "Colliet, give him a piece of clothing. As a Muslim, he deserves a dignified death." "Yes, boss." Colette unbuttoned her bulletproof vest, took off the black combat uniform underneath, and put it on the shocked Ahmed. Obviously, Chu Zihong opened his mouth. He already recognized the figure standing in front of him. Nicholas? How could it be him? How could it be possible? Baroque, turn off the flashlight. Chu Zihong saw that Ahmed had recognized him, so there was no need to hide his mistake. Covering one's ears and stealing the bell is nothing but deceiving oneself and others. He didn't have to do that. Baroque nodded and turned off the high-intensity flashlight. No more blinding light. Ahmed suddenly opened his eyes and looked up at Chu Zihong in front of him. "Nicholas, it's you. Why did you do this? I don't think I have offended you." Chu Zihong smiled and shook his head, saying, "There is no reason to want someone to die in this world. Of course, if you really need a reason, give me a reason. If you want to die, die with a clear mind." Ahmed stared at Chu Zihong angrily and said through gritted teeth, "You should have thought of it earlier. No arms dealer is a good person as long as huge profits are involved. The blood on their hands is more than the number of people they have killed. What can't they do if they are paid enough?" "Butcher. Damn butcher, devil. The reason is simple." Chu Zihong said condescendingly. "You and your tribe are blocking my way." "What's the meaning?" Ahmed frowned, not quite understanding when he had blocked Chu Zihong's way. "You're an arms dealer, doing arms business." "I'm not an arms dealer." Chu Zihong smiled meaningfully and did not answer Ahmed's question. He stretched out his left hand and gestured to Baroque beside him. Baroque didn't understand what it meant at first. After all, he was not like Victor, who stayed with Chu Zihong all the time and could learn a lot of things. But when he saw Colette across from him, he pointed to the pistol hanging on his waist. He suddenly realized what was going on and quickly took out his Glock pistol, turned on the safety, and handed it to Chu Zihong. Chu Zihong picked up the pistol and waited. Next second, he pointed the Glock pistol in his hand at Ahmed in front of him. In Bo Say So, only one voice can exist. "That's me." There was a cold glint in Chu Zihong's eyes, and he pulled the trigger decisively. Bang! The muzzle flashed. A bright yellow bullet suddenly shot out from the gun barrel. The bullet cut through the air at a speed invisible to the naked eye. Spinning, it shot towards Ahmed's head. This moment, everything around, including the fired bullets, seemed to be in slow motion. The speed is so slow. When the bullet was less than a centimeter away from Ahmed's forehead, everything is back to normal. Phew! A golden bullet instantly shot into Ahmed's forehead. Blood splatters. Well, Ahmed's body trembled and his eyes widened. Then, the whole person fell straight backwards. Bright red blood flowed from the blood hole between his eyebrows to the ground. The pair of eyes that were not closed were wide open, filled with unwillingness and resentment. In the end, Ahmed died with his eyes open. But does Chu Zihong care? Don't care. Since ancient times, which king, prince, general, and minister did not rise to power by stepping on mountains of corpses and seas of blood, Ahmed is just a stepping stone in Chu Zihong's growth. A small person, not worth mentioning. After killing Ahmed, Chu Zihong put the safety on the gun and threw it back to Baroque. "Clean it up." He said this lightly and turned to walk into the office building. Compared to the excitement of the first time, Chu Zihong was calm about the third murder. Nausea, fear, and all other negative stress reactions do not exist at all. Enter this level. Basically, it's just like a butcher killing a pig. All that was killed was a piece of meat. After Ahmed's death, his tribe was on the verge of destruction. Tomorrow morning, in the whole of Bo Say So, there is only one voice of one force. That is Umbrella Corporation. Dawn. A ray of light broke through the sky, and the clouds were an alluring red. The streets of Boseso are once again bustling with traffic and people coming and going, and it remains prosperous as ever. But almost all the residents of Boseso, the first thing to do is to get up. That is, everyone looked in the direction of the Dijur tribe. The Dijur tribe was so lively last night. There were gunshots and earth-shattering explosions all night long. They were terrified all night. It can be said that I didn't sleep at all, and I didn't dare to sleep. When they woke up in the morning, everyone had dark circles under their eyes and were yawning. Dark circles, though. For black people, they can't see it even if it exists. In contrast, the residents of Boseso did not sleep all night. The local government officials in Boseso were frowning and looked worried to death. The Digil tribe replaced the former Dir tribe and became the largest tribe in Boseso. Now that they are under attack by unknown armed forces, they are basically doomed. So, will they be next? This made local government officials in Boseso start to feel uneasy. At the same time, quickly order the guard troops to deploy. Chapter 52. The biggest local force, the bad mayor of Boseso. The Boseso government was worried about the attack on the Digger tribe. Muhammad Syed, who came to clean up the battlefield and finish the work, had brought his tribal armed forces to the ruins of the Dijur tribe. They had attacked the Dijur tribe many times, but were always resisted tenaciously by the troops led by Ahmed. Now when I set foot on this land again, the situation is completely different. The entire Dijur tribe has been reduced to ruins, with only an empty shell left of the burned-out houses. The air is filled with smoke and sparks. The corpses seen everywhere on the road were almost all those of the Dijur tribe soldiers. At the beginning, you could still see intact corpses, but later on, there were almost no intact bodies left. The horrific scene was unbearable to watch. Not only did it make Muhammad Syed look pale, but it also made him feel nauseous. Not to mention the soldiers behind him who were unable to bear the pressure and were already bent over and vomiting bile. This is not a battlefield, it's hell on earth. All of this is, of course, the masterpiece of the Me-24 attack helicopter. The angry little doe, firing on all cylinders. Even if there were a whole regiment of soldiers, they wouldn't be able to find a complete body. Otherwise, how can it be called the most powerful floor scrubber? Therefore, for countries that are afraid of insufficient firepower, the Me-24 is their blessing. Muhammad Syed resisted the urge to vomit and ordered his men, divide into 6 teams and clean up these bodies immediately. Let them rest in peace as soon as possible, and see Allah soon. The rest of you, follow me to the Digil Tribal Center and bring all the civilians there back to the tribe. Yes, Chief. Everyone took the order and dispersed with their teams to deal with the horrific corpses. Faced with a corpse that they had no idea where to start, they simply shoveled the dirt away. Muhammad Syed sighed and led his men straight to the Dijur Tribal Center. In just one night, the Dijur tribe, which had thousands of armed forces, was wiped out. There is no doubt that Umbrella Corporation is powerful. This made Muhammad Syed not have any thoughts of betrayal at all. It is better to just do your own cleanup work. As a puppet, you should be prepared to be a puppet. What needs to be done must be done well. Don't do what you shouldn't do, even if it means death. There are still benefits to cleaning up the battlefield, as the Digil tribe has a larger population base than their Dir tribe. With the addition of these civilians, the population of their Dir tribe will increase significantly. Having population means having a future. In addition, there are weapons all over the ground, as well as weapons and ammunition in the Dijur tribe's arsenal. Especially the weapons that Ahmed bought from Chu Zihong, such as tanks, armored vehicles, thousands of AK-47s, etc. He seized all the weapons from the Dir tribe and added them to his own army. The strength has been greatly improved. These were deliberately left by Chu Zihong to the Dil tribe. After all, they were a puppet force supported by him. If it is too weak, it would be a disgrace to the Umbrella Corporation. The Dir tribe reaped a lot of rewards from this cleanup work. At the same time, Bob Denard led the Alpha team and drove 3 armed Humvees into the city of Boseso. I saw 3 menacing armed Hummers, inside of which were fierce-looking white Special Forces soldiers wearing standard equipment. The guards of Boseso took a quick look and quickly let them pass without any hesitation. 3 armed Hummers arrived in a dignified manner outside the Boseso government town hall building and stopped steadily. The car door opens. Bob Denard, wearing a black combat uniform and a beret, carrying a silver briefcase, was the first to get off the car. He stood at the bottom of the stairs, looking up at the city hall with sharp eyes. The corners of his mouth curled up, revealing a confident smile. If you have confidence, you will naturally have strong self-confidence. Instead of being conceited, immediately afterwards, 6 fully armed members of the Alpha team got out of the car. The uniformed black combat uniforms and tall figures made them look extremely mysterious and powerful. Seeing the Alpha team led by Bob Denard, the military police outside the building did not dare to intercept them. Whiteness says it all. If any rash actions cause diplomatic disputes, the consequences will not be something that small people like them can bear. Bob Denard led the Alpha team up the stairs step by step, giving people a strong sense of oppression. Soon they walked up the steps and arrived in front of the town hall. The military police chief at the door hesitated when he saw Bob Denard and others, but still stepped forward to stop them. But the tone was not so harsh, very polite. "Hello, sir. This is the Bosaso City Hall. Please identify yourself. Please inform your mayor that I am Bob Denard, commander of the UBCS, the military department of Umbrella Corporation. I want to see you for something." Bob Denard introduced himself. "Sir, please wait a moment. I need to ask for instructions." The military and police chief had never heard this before, but still said it politely. "Please." Bob Denard shrugged and stepped aside with his men. I waited for a while. The head of the military police came over and said, "Sir, the mayor agrees to let you in. Please follow me." Afterwards, Bob Denard led the Alpha team and followed the military and police chief into the city hall. The group first took the elevator to the 5th floor and then walked through a long corridor. Finally, we came to a large office at the end and stopped. The military police chief knocked on the door and heard a voice from inside, saying, "Come in." He turned around and said, "Sir, you can come in, but your people need to stay outside. You guys stay outside and guard." Bob Denard gave instructions and walked in through the door. In the office, a middle-aged black man sitting behind a circular desk saw Bob Denard push the door open. He immediately stood up and greeted him with a smile on his face. "Mr. Bob Denard, I'm Mayor Morrison. Nice to meet you." "Mr. Mayor, nice to meet you." After exchanging pleasantries, both sides sat down on the sofa. The mayor of Bosaso, Mori-san, asked cautiously, "Mr. Denard, why are you here this time?" "Mr. Mayor, I'm here to inform you on behalf of our boss that from today onwards, there will only be one largest tribe in Bosaso." Bob Denard glanced at the cautious Morrison and spoke with a bit of toughness in his tone. Hearing this, Mayor Morrison's eyes flashed, and he suddenly realized. It turns out that the battle that took place among the Digital tribe last night was done by the Umbrella Corporation. Now let me say this. The meaning is obvious, the Digital tribe is gone. There are only two largest tribal forces in the Bosaso area, namely the Dir and Digger tribes. The two major tribes belong to the Samurai and Sabu clans. Since the founding of Somali, the two major tribes have always been at odds with each other, and it's basically a fight of one or the other. But Dil opposed the government and supported the warlord Aided. The Digital tribe supports the government and is a tribal force that supports President Barr. Among the population of Somali, which is over 14 million, the vast majority are of Samurai descent, and it is no exaggeration to say that they are a powerful and influential family. They all support the warlord Aided, which is why Aided, although not the president, has power over the president. Sabu was weak and was always suppressed. Now the Diger tribe, one of its two major sub-tribes, has apparently been completely destroyed. Now in Bosaso, the Dir tribe, one of the four major tribes of the Samurai ethnic group, is the dominant one. This is not a good sign, but he is just a mayor, and all he needs to do is keep the region stable. Other political disputes have nothing to do with him. At worst, they could just quit. The money they earned over the years would be enough for their family to live in a European country. So it doesn't matter who is the boss. Love whoever you want. From now on, I will just lie down and do nothing. Chapter 53, Infrastructure Maniac? It would be a pity not to do engineering. Mr. Denard, is there anything else I can help you with? After deciding to give up, the mayor of Bosaso, Morrison, immediately asked with a flattering smile. Our boss wants to privatize the port and airport of Bosaso. Mr. Mayor, please name a price. Bob Denard said, placing the briefcase in his hand on the table. This? Upon hearing this, Morrison showed an embarrassment on his face. It's not that it's not possible, but he is thinking about more critical issues. What price should you offer, and whether you can embezzle some of the money? Why? Mr. Mayor is in trouble. Denard stared straight at Morrison opposite him, his aura full of oppression. As the king of mercenaries and the first mercenary in France, Bob Denard caused bloody storms in Asia and Africa. He even subverted more than 30 countries and became the emperor emeritus. The aura he exudes is like a mountain pressing down on people, making it hard for them to breathe. Suddenly, Mayor Morrison felt overwhelmed. He felt that if he hesitated any longer, he might suffocate to death. The person he was facing was not a human being at all, but a devil from hell. So scary. Mr. Denard, this matter is a bit troublesome. I need to take care of it. How about a 1 million meter knife? Morrison stretched out his hand and gestured, asking tentatively. Mr. Mayor, deal? Without bargaining, Bob Denard pulled a check out of his pocket and pushed it in front of Mayor Morrison. This is a Swiss bank draft for 1 million. Mr. Mayor, if you are unsure, you can call and verify its authenticity right here and now. No, I trust your company. In addition, I will instruct the relevant departments of the city hall to prepare the relevant contracts as soon as possible and send someone to deliver them to your company. Morrison took the promissory note with a smile, fearing that it might disappear. Mr. Mayor, that's great, Bob Denard complimented, then patted the briefcase on the table. This is a gift from our boss to the mayor. Please accept it. After saying this, he pushed the suitcase in front of Morrison. Morrison's eyes lit up when he saw this. This boss of the Umbrella Corporation knows how to behave. Then he pretended to be embarrassed. I'm so sorry. Please ask Mr. Denard to tell your boss to thank him for the gift. If I have time, I'll treat your boss to a meal. Mr. Mayor, I will pass on your message. Bob Denard smiled. The job was done. And then he said goodbye. As for the contracts for the privatization of airports and ports, they will naturally be delivered to your door by someone sent by the city hall. No need to worry at all. With huge amounts of money paving the way, everything can be done quickly. The power of money is always so omnipotent. Mayor Morrison enthusiastically escorted them downstairs and watched Bob Denard and others leave. He rushed back to the office and quickly opened the suitcase on the table. A unique smell of ink belonging to me Dow hits you in the face. Money, lots of money. It was all green and full of handsome Franklins. The color in Morrison's eyes had long been replaced by $2. In his eyes, there is no room for anything else. Only money. The entire suitcase was filled to the brim with 500,000 miles knives. The boss of Umbrella Corporation is so generous. As a greeting gift, he directly threw out a 500,000 meter knife. In the economically troubled Somali, the 500,000 Medeo in front of them is a huge sum of money. This is also a considerable fortune in European countries. So generous. I have money, so I can be so willful. At this moment, Chu Zihong has become the financial sponsor in the heart of Mayor Morrison. No doubt about it. 3 days later, Mogadishu, 30 kilometers east. The abandoned and deserted town, which used to be lifeless, is now bustling with people coming here and seems quite lively. A large engineering team drove a variety of construction machines into the area. In addition, there are many fully armed white mercenaries. And these people were naturally brought by Chu Zihong. The construction of the Umbrella Corporation headquarters must be put on the agenda. As the most powerful military resource company on the earth in the future, it is outrageous that they have no fixed place to stay all day long. Besides, he has a large group of mercenaries under his command, and they have to be given a place to live. That way you'll have a sense of belonging. So, after arranging things on the Boseso side, Chu Zihong immediately brought the giant God Group engineering team, rewarded by the system, to the abandoned town in Mogadishu. I have to say something about the engineering team rewarded by the system. They are all Chinese, not a single foreigner. In addition, the engineering team brings their own construction equipment, which are all heavy equipment that is beyond the current era. So when he saw the engineering team, Chu Zihong was very surprised. With these heavy industrial machines that are ahead of their time, wouldn't you become a construction fanatic? It's really awesome. Chu Zihong even wondered whether he should wait until the headquarters was completed and then let the engineering team go out to contract the project. After all, engineering is also a highly profitable industry. He will strive to build his engineering team into the world's strongest infrastructure leader. A company cannot just focus on military business. The right thing to do is to expand into all areas. Finally, monopolize global resources and become the master of the planet. Got this idea? It's basically in Chu Zihong's mind and can't be erased. Boss, the machines and personnel are all in place, and we can start construction. Tai Jinghua, the head of the engineering team, ran up to Chu Zihong and asked for instructions. Well, let's get started. Chu Zihong looked around at the construction equipment that looked like small hills and nodded. Everyone, let's get started. Upon hearing this, Tai Jinghua picked up the intercom and shouted loudly without saying a word. At the command, boom boom, all the construction equipment started their engines, making a deafening roar. The first thing you see is a bunch of bulldozers knocking down houses in the abandoned town. Following this, various large machines came on stage. Some of the construction equipment Chu Zihong couldn't even recognize. In short, it's huge. For a while, the entire abandoned town was filled with flying dust and sand. In addition to the bustling scene on the ground, the same is true underground in the town. The headquarters and the underground base are being constructed simultaneously, and it won't be long before this place has a brand new look. Chu Zi watched all this outside the town of Chu Terminal and was very satisfied. These are the empires I built myself. I felt emotional. He looked at Tai Jinghua, the head of the engineering team, and ordered, Tai Jinghua, I'll leave everything here to you and Hu Xingli. I hope to see tall buildings here soon. Boss, I will never let you down. Ha, very good. Chu Zihong laughed happily and patted Tai Jinghua on the shoulder. If you encounter any problems during the construction process, You can find Captain Hank, who is responsible for the security of the construction site. Yes, boss. Go get busy. Chu Zihong sent Tai Jingguo away and looked at the bustling, abandoned town again. He then turned around, got in the car, and headed for Mogadishu airport. This time we went to Canaria, a sovereign state where war broke out. Unfortunately, it is now caught in a civil war, and the war is destroying everything. Human beings always like to fight among themselves. They are either on the way to civil war or on the way to civil war. It has always been like this since ancient times. But behind the war, there is always the game of politicians. No soldier wants to be exploited, and no one wants to live under the shadow of a nuclear bomb. But politics is there, the sword of Damocles, and the politicians who play power games are there. Made by humans themselves. The world is not destroyed by the explosion of the earth, but by human beings themselves. However, for Chu Zihong, who becomes president of Ganila, has nothing to do with him. I'm here to make money by selling arms. I'm a pure businessman. Just talk about business, nothing else. Of course, he didn't mind letting the war go on longer, because he could make more money that way. War is indeed nasty, and no one likes it. But it can also bring permanent peace to a country. Chapter 54, Arriving in Ganila, business opportunities are everywhere. Ganila, a West African country with a presidential republic system, one of the least developed countries in the world, and also the most chaotic place in Black Africa. After the 1970s, Canary Islands' economic situation deteriorated. In the late 1980s, the National Patriotic Front of Canaria organized an anti-government armed force in Côte d'Ivoire and marched into the capital of Canaria under the leadership of Charles Taylor, and a full-scale civil war broke out. The government forces and the rebel forces are equally matched, and the fighting is fierce. In August of the same year, the community of West African states sent peacekeeping forces to Monrovia, the capital of Canarias. Although the country achieved independence the following October 1990, it is still in dire straits. Originally, Chu Zihong wanted to fly directly to the Canary Islands airport, but he was told that the Canary Islands capital had fallen and international flights could not enter. He had to change his route through Quinia, a vassal state of Canaria, and enter Canaria through its border. It took 3 days to travel around on the road. After entering Canary Islands, the chaotic situation in the country was completely beyond Chu Zihong's expectations. A month after the West African peacekeeping force entered Canarias, the Patriotic Front, an anti-government armed group, attacked the capital Monrovia, which was controlled by government forces. President Xavier Samin fled the capital by plane to Buchanan, the largest city in the south. The anti-government forces that invaded the capital split into 2 factions due to uneven distribution of the spoils, and Canary Islands fell into complete chaos. The civil unrest among the anti-government armed forces also gave the severely damaged government forces a chance to catch their breath and prepare for a comeback in Buchanan. It turns out that power and money are the easiest things to lead people astray. However, the more chaotic the situation is, the more opportunities you have to make a fortune. Wherever there is war, there will inevitably be active arms dealers. But the risk is also greater, and you may lose your life if you are not careful. But is Chu Zihong afraid? What's more, this time, in addition to Victor and other NOCS members, he also took away half of the company's mercenaries. The other half was to guard his inheritance in Somerset. How could this rabble be compared with the elite mercenaries under his command? This time when he came to Canilla, Chu Zihong planned to sell arms to the government forces. As for why he didn't sell it to the anti-government armed forces, it was because Chu Zihong knew clearly that the support behind them was the United States. If it weren't for the support of the United States, could a group of ragtag anti-government forces defeat the powerful government army? Therefore, if we want KBism to disappear from this world, we must first destroy the United States. Uncle Sam is the troublemaker of pacifism. Wherever he is, there is war. A country that made its fortune through war is always shouting about freedom, democracy, and world peace in the international community. It's so ridiculous. I would like to ask, did they talk about democracy and freedom when they were massacring the Indians? The biggest gangster. I tell you I'm a good person. Do you believe it? We lie, we cheat, we steal. And this is the glory of the United States' continuous exploration and progress. Chu Zihong would not be so stupid as to sell arms to anti-government forces. Not only might he fail to deliver the goods, but he would also likely attract the attention of the United States CIA. Before he becomes stronger, Chu Zihong doesn't want to be targeted by a group of endless hyenas. It's not that I'm afraid, but I'm extremely annoyed. As for whether selling arms to government forces will change the current situation, Chu Zihong didn't care. He only cared whether the money in his wallet increased. Exit the thoughts. Chu Zihong asked Victor, the co-pilot, how long will it take to get there? Boss, we are currently about 20 kilometers away from Buchanan. Victor looked at the navigation and turned his head to say, call me when we get there. I'll take a break. Chu Zihong gave an instruction and closed his eyes to rest. As a result, just after I closed my eyes for a moment, the satellite phone in my hand rang. Chu Zihong opened his eyes helplessly and answered the satellite phone. Kataria's voice suddenly came from the phone. Boss, the intelligence personnel have arrived at the hotel. I have given your contact information to the intelligence officer, and he will contact you individually. Very good. Chu Zihong smiled with satisfaction when he heard this. Quicksand. He asked Kataria to set up an intelligence network, and he only gave Kataria 100 million in funds. As a result, she developed Quicksand quite well, and it expanded directly from East Africa to West Africa. This time, the intelligence on the Ganilla government forces was provided by the Lu Shao intelligence personnel. With the addition of 5 special agents, Quicksand has begun to take shape. I believe that sooner or later, Quicksand will become the strongest intelligence organization, surpassing the CIA, KGB, Mossad, and MI6. An hour later, Chu Zihong and others successfully arrived at Buchanan, the largest city in southern Canary Islands. The entire city has been placed under military control by government forces, and entering requires passing through 4 checkpoints. Once you enter the city, you can see fully armed government soldiers and stacked sandbag positions everywhere. The whole Buchanan was filled with the feeling of impending storm. Chu Zihong looked at everything outside through the car window, his eyes slightly shining. Dig in. There are business opportunities everywhere. Along the way, he saw that these government soldiers were driving armed pickup trucks or armed Hummers. But there were very few tanks and armored vehicles to be seen. The weapons and equipment were also relatively backward. Chu Zihong even saw a lot of submachine guns from World War II, the most common of which were Thompson and PPSH. With such equipment, it's no wonder they can't defeat the anti-government forces. They all have M16s and drive tanks and armored vehicles, which are completely on a different level. But my arrival can change everything. After wandering around in the bustling downtown Buchanan, the car of Chu Zihong and others was parked steadily in front of a magnificent 5-star hotel. It is the largest city in southern Canary Islands and also a port city. Its economic development level even exceeds that of the capital Monrovia. It is undoubtedly the wisest choice for government forces to retreat here. Given enough time, they can make a comeback. After entering the hotel, Chu Zihong, who was wealthy enough, directly booked the 3 presidential suites on the top floor. In order to live better, you should not treat the security personnel around you badly. After all, at critical moments, people have to risk their lives to block bullets for you. Complete the check-in process. Chu Zihong and his group went straight to the elevator. At this time, in the rest area on the right side of the hall, there was a person sitting with his legs crossed and holding a newspaper upright to cover his entire face. The leather shoes were polished to a shine and even reflected light. Bite! The elevator came down and the door slowly opened. Chu Zihong and others walked in, and when the door closed, the man reading the newspaper obviously rolled up his hair slightly, revealing half of his face, but Chu Zihong could see clearly that he was bald. Boss, someone is watching us. Victor leaned over and whispered in his ear. I saw it. It's a bald man. Chu Zihong said this jokingly, and then his expression became serious. Maybe he's a newbie. He's the only one sitting in such a large space. He doesn't want to be noticed. It's a bit strange, and he's holding the newspaper upside down. Unless he's a genius and can watch it backwards. Although it was just a glance, Chu Zihong believed that he was not mistaken. Boss, could it be Liu Sha's intelligence agent? Victor guessed. Chu Zihong glanced at Victor and fell silent. No way. It can't be such a coincidence, right? If it was really the intelligence officer Kataria mentioned, then it was really... It's terrible. Chapter 55, it's him. It's him. That legendary man. Top floor of the hotel. Presidential suite, living room. Chu Zihong was holding a glass of red wine, standing in front of the panoramic floor-to-ceiling windows, looking down at the entire city. He liked this angle very much, as if he was standing on the top of a mountain. Perhaps it is because he stands high and sees far, and can see scenes that ordinary people cannot see. Chu Zihong swirled the red wine and drank it all in one gulp. He smacked his lips. Everyone said that red wine was delicious, but Chu Zihong felt that it was not as delicious as the rice wine from his hometown. There's a sour taste in the mouth. The rice wine is sweet and delicious, and goes down the throat smoothly. Speaking of rice wine, Chu Zihong couldn't help but miss home. Unfortunately, I am an orphan, and the only person I miss is the old director of the orphanage. Reborn in a parallel world, the old dean at this time should still be a young man in his 20s. I'll go back when I have time and see if I can find the old dean. Even though I was unable to repay you well in the previous life, I can still ensure that you are rich and prosperous in this life. Just when Chu Zihong was recalling, Victor came up behind him and said softly, Boss, the person has been brought here. Bring it in. Chu Zihong came out of his memories upon hearing this and sat down on the sofa. He placed one hand on the sofa and crossed his legs, acting like a big boss. Soon, A bald black man with a wretched look was escorted in by 2 bodyguards very obediently. Seeing Chu Zihong, who was intimidating without even showing any anger, on the sofa, the bald black man looked away, full of fear. In particular, the aura emanating from his body is like that of a god high above, giving people a strong sense of oppression that is simply impossible to resist. So scary. Who asked you to come? Chu Zihong looked at the black man in front of him and asked in English. The black man didn't say anything and looked very helpless, but it was more like playing dumb. Seeing this, Chu Zihong breathed a sigh of relief. If this kind of person is an intelligence officer trained by Kataria, then it's outrageous. It's outrageous. It's outrageous to the extreme. Victor, let him talk. Yes, boss. Victor nodded and immediately gave the 2 bodyguards a meaningful look. The bodyguard on the left decisively clenched his fist and gave the black man a kidney punch. The pain was slightly lighter than that of a liver explosion, but it was accurate and the person felt numb instantly, and all the strength was relieved. Thump! The black man fell directly to the ground and groaned in pain. But he still didn't speak. Seeing this, the bodyguard on the right immediately gave the black man a liver-blasting meal. This punch is not light. It hurts so much. Immediately the black man lay on the ground and howled, but his howls were not as loud as those in the Japanese action movies. Son, if you don't want to see God, you'd better tell me now. Who asked you to come? Why are you staring at us? Under the double blow of kidney shot and liver explosion, the black man finally couldn't bear it anymore. He lay on the ground, gasping for breath, and spoke halting English with difficulty. Yes, it's Kataria. I'm a quicksand intelligence officer. Well, what an unexpected person. But how did Kataria train such a person? Chu Zihong was a little confused. But how could he know that Kataria had never been trained at all and was just an external informant? If I remember correctly, didn't Kataria leave you my contact information? Why did you come to see me in this way? Chu Zihong held his forehead and asked helplessly. Boss, there's nothing I can do. Portable phones are expensive, and I can't afford them. The black man explained aggrievedly. Chu Zihong was slightly stunned when he heard this. What I said, there's nothing wrong with it. Because in the black state where most people are poor, those who can afford a mobile phone are either rich or noble. I hadn't thought of this. Help him up. Chu Zihong sighed and waved his hand. The 2 bodyguards immediately helped the black man up, but he was beaten twice and stood up crookedly. At least, I can still stand. May I have your name? Kazafi. Sorry, I didn't hear you clearly. What's your name? Chu Zihong thought he had heard it wrong and asked again. I almost forgot this is Canilla. Shit, unlikely, is it that guy? One of the guys in front of me is bald, and the other has thick hair like a lion. Kazafi was helpless, but still repeated his name with difficulty. Chu Zihong was silent for a moment and asked him a few questions again. As expected, all the answers were correct. Okay, it's definitely this guy. Chu Zihong didn't expect that he would meet the future president of Ganilla, a legendary man who dared to say no to Uncle Sam and dared to resist. It turns out that this guy became a little bit arrogant in the later period, but I have to admit one thing. During his reign, Ganilia's economy, people's livelihood, medical care, and other aspects did improve steadily under his governance. The entire country has become stronger step by step and has become a powerful country with a say in the Black State. Suddenly, Chu Zihong had a bold idea. Having supported a puppet force in Somalia, why not continue to support a puppet force? What's more, the boss of this force is a man who may become the future president of Ganilla. The sudden thought completely lingered in Chu Zihong's mind. Looking at Kazafi in front of him, he was initially dissatisfied. Chu Zihong was like a mother-in-law looking at a rich son-in-law. The more she looked, the more satisfied she became. At this moment, Kazafi felt the sudden enthusiastic gazes from the opposite side and felt a little uneasy. I'm not a beauty, but my boss looks at me like a beauty. Oh my god! Boss, is he gay? Perhaps he felt that his eyes were too sharp. Chu Zihong coughed lightly and said, Kazafi, tell me the information you brought. Yes, boss. Kazafi nodded and immediately told all the information he had brought. The information Chu Zihong needed was nothing more than information about Canaria's President Xavier, Samin, and the current commander of the government forces. After all, he was going to sell arms to the government forces, so he had to understand the leaders big and small clearly. Then it will be convenient to prescribe the right medicine and get straight to the point. After listening to Kazafi's extremely detailed intelligence, Chu Zihong had to admit that he judged people by their appearance. Don't be fooled by Kazafi's wretched appearance. The information he brought was simply amazing. Xavier Samin knew exactly how many times he went to the toilet in a day. Are you hanging on Xavier Samin? How come it's so clear? However, since he had obtained the information he wanted, Chu Zihong would naturally not treat Kazafi unfairly. Victor, Get him a 10,000-meter knife. Yes, boss. Victor immediately took out a 10,000-meter knife from his briefcase and stuffed it into Kazafi's hand. Suddenly, Kazafi was overjoyed and quickly expressed his gratitude to Chu Zihong. Chu Zihong waved his hand and said, "If you continue to perform well, you will get more in the future." "Boss, don't worry. I will do my best." Kazafi held the 10,000-meter knife tightly, as if it were a treasure, and quickly expressed his loyalty. "I trust you." Chu Zihong curled the corner of his mouth, stood up, walked in front of Kazafi, and leaned close to his ear. "Do you want to make more money?" Dollar. Kazafi's eyes lit up when he heard this, but he quickly calmed down and looked hesitant. Chu Zihong saw the whole scene. TSK. He is indeed a legendary figure. Faced with the temptation of money, he was able to calm down quickly. Such a character. It's hard to control. Chapter 56. President Ganilla is desperate. After Kazafi left, Chu Zihong's expression froze, and a cold light appeared in his eyes. Faced with the temptation of money, he can quickly remain calm. Difficult to control? No matter how wild a horse is, it can be tamed by a horse trainer. What's more, no one is perfect and no gold is pure. It is impossible for a person to be perfect without any flaws. Unfortunately, he was well aware of Kazafi's flaws. That's a beauty. Money can come second, beauty cannot. In his previous life, the guards around Kazafi were composed of beautiful mercenaries. When he was fleeing, all the soldiers around him ran away, except for those beautiful mercenaries. Even a hero cannot resist the temptation of beautiful women, and Kazafi is no exception. Since ancient times, how many heroes have died at the hands of women? Therefore, the inability to control it only means that we don't have enough leverage over it. Buchanan, Provisional Presidency. Xavier Samin expressed his headache, helplessness, and anger. The anti-government forces obviously have the support of the United States, and their weapons and equipment are obviously much more advanced than theirs. In addition, there are also foreign mercenaries. Most of the important military facilities of the government forces were destroyed by these mercenaries. There were even arsenals and military camps, which caused heavy losses to their government forces. I really don't know what those people in the military do on a daily basis. They actually allowed someone to sneak into the military camp. Are they all a bunch of pigs? Soldiers from several regiments had not yet had time to enter the battlefield. He was blown to death in his sleep. It would be a laughing stock if anyone told others about it. It took only 3 months from the time the anti-government armed forces launched the rebellion that the government forces were defeated. Northern cities continued to fall, and the capital was in danger. Finally, the anti-government armed forces disguised themselves as peacekeeping forces and captured the capital Monrovia in less than a day. Do you dare to believe that an army of more than 100,000 soldiers and horses cannot defeat a mere 40,000 to 50,000 rebels? Even if they're just a group of pigs, they can crush each other to death, right? But the result is just the opposite. Fortunately, he ran fast and returned to Buchanan, the base camp where he used to operate, as soon as possible. Not only is there a 30,000-man garrison here, but there are also his own Tutsi tribe, which has a tribal strength of about 40,000. With a total of 70,000 troops, it is more than enough to hold a city. If he really cannot win, he can escape to various European countries by sea. However, as God wishes, there was a disagreement among the anti-government forces over who should be the head of a country. Soon, due to uneven distribution of the spoils, they split into 2 factions, and a melee broke out in the capital, Monrovia. I'm not afraid of godlike opponents, but I'm afraid of pig-like teammates. Uncle Sam, who supports the anti-government armed forces behind the scenes, also expressed helplessness. Such a great opportunity gave Xavier Samin hope of making a comeback. He then began to vigorously reorganize the army in Buchanan and improve Buchanan's people's livelihood and economy. In particular, gaining strong support from local people is the key to winning a protracted war. Xavier Samin, who had visited China, was convinced of this. Water can carry a boat, but it can also capsize it. However, his subordinates are not capable enough, which makes him worry too much and give him a headache every day. Xavier Samin felt that if the rebels did not attack, he would most likely anger his men to death first. In the end, he didn't ask his subordinates to do a good job, he just let things take their course. If it's done well, of course it's good. Not doing well? Forget it, destroy it. At the same time, he also sought support from the international community, such as the Soviet Union or China. As for the United Nations and the West African community, they have been excluded by him. The former is Uncle Sam's one-man show, which is meaningless. The latter has dissuaded Xavier Samin from believing that rebel forces have entered Monrovia disguised as peacekeeping forces. It must have obtained 100% support from a country in the West African Union. Otherwise, how could it have been done without anyone noticing? No one believes it. Unfortunately, Xavier Samin did not receive any support from the international community. This was because the Soviet Union itself was overwhelmed by the dire economic situation at home, and with the impending storm within it, it had no time to care about the lives of other countries. China does not interfere in the internal affairs of other countries. This is its fundamental bottom line that will never be crossed. In addition, the legendary figure is now vigorously developing the domestic economy. Naturally, we will not meddle in other people's affairs. The right thing to do is to vigorously strengthen the country's strength. In this case, Xavier Samin could only grit his teeth and rely on himself. Well, Xavier Samin sighed, leaned back in his chair with his hand on his forehead, and began to feel confused. Is there anything wrong with working diligently to develop the national economy and let the people of Canarias live a good life? Why did Uncle Sam want to unite and destroy their hard-earned peaceful life? Can't you see these third-world countries gradually becoming stronger? In fact, Xavier Samin did nothing wrong. What was wrong was the rule of the jungle in this world. The weak will be bullied by the strong. In the eyes of the strong, weakness is the original sin. What's more, Uncle Sam is a troublemaker. How can you make money without war? The world policeman is fighting for world nuclear peace. Wherever Uncle Sam is, that country will be unlucky for the rest of its life. Just when Xavier Samin was confused, there was a sudden knock on the office door. Then, the female secretary pushed the door open. "President, there is a man outside who calls himself Nicholas Yuri and wants to see you." No, let him go." Xavier Samin leaned back in his chair and waved his hands, refusing outright. "Can't you see that I am thinking about life? I am playing badly. What the hell?" The female secretary thought that she had accepted $1,000 from the other party, and it would be embarrassing if she didn't do the job well for the customer. She quickly added, "Mr. President, Mr. Nicholas is a Chinese, and he said he can solve the troubles you are facing now." Upon hearing this, Xavier Samin sat up straight and stared at the female secretary. "You mean he's Chinese? Can he solve my problems?" "Yes, Mr. President. That's what he said." "Quick, let him in." Hearing this, Xavier Samin's eyes suddenly flashed with a murderous light. He seemed to have thought of something and quickly gave orders. At the same time, outside the provisional presidential palace, Chu Zihong, Victor, and 6 others waited quietly, surrounded by fully armed government soldiers. It was so dark that if it wasn't daytime, Chu Zihong would have thought there were a few coal pillars standing around. Victor saw that almost 10 minutes had passed, and the female secretary still hadn't shown up. He couldn't help but whispered, "Boss, will President Xavier Samin meet us? If you were isolated and hungry in the desert for several days and were about to die, and suddenly you saw food and water being delivered to you, what would you do?" Chu Zihong asked an irrelevant question in return. "I will choose to eat them all. Staying alive is the most important thing," Victor said without hesitation. "Right, so Xavier Samin will meet us." Chu Zihong curled the corners of his mouth, full of confidence. Xavier Samin is now at his wit's end, and no one in the international community is paying any attention to him. As for the people under his command, Chu Zihong felt that even pigs were more reliable than them. So, does Xavier Samin still have a choice? Chapter 57. Mr. President, our company also provides Battlefield Express delivery services. Mr. Nicholas, our president invites you in, but your weapons need to be handed over to our guards for safekeeping. Again, waited less than a minute. The female secretary came up to Chu Zihong and others in high heels. "Of course, no problem." Chu Zihong shrugged and ordered Victor and others to hand over their weapons. With the strength of Victor and his men, even without weapons, any part of their body, including clothing, can become a weapon. It makes no difference whether you hand it over or not. These militia-like black soldiers wanted to kill Victor and others. "Please stop joking." After handing over the weapons, the female secretary then took Chu Zihong and others to the president's office. Soon, we arrived at an Arabic-style office. Seeing Chu Zihong with a Chinese face, Xavier Samin immediately smiled warmly and stood up to greet him. "I suppose you are Mr. Nicholas? It's a pleasure to meet you. Mr. President, this is our first meeting. This is just a small token of my appreciation, not a sign of respect." Chu Zihong shook hands with him and then handed him a suitcase. "Mr. Nicholas, you are so polite." Xavier Samin's eyes flickered slightly, and he said sorry, but his hands honestly took the suitcase. "I even weighed it quietly and found it was not light. At least no less than 200,000. Wow, what a big deal." Although he is an upright man, he is reluctant to give up money when it comes to his doorstep. Only a fool would not do that. However, Xavier Samin was even more wary of this Chinese man. If someone is generous, he must have some ulterior motive. After some pretense, both parties sat on the sofa. "Mr. Nicholas, my secretary told me that you can solve my problem. How do you solve it?" Xavier Samin stared at Chu Zihong opposite him with a smile in his eyes and went straight to the point. "Mr. President, allow me to introduce myself to you." Chu Zihong smiled slightly, took out a business card, and pushed it in front of Xavier Samin, then started to deceive him. I am the CEO of Umbrella Military Resources Corporation. I am a messenger for maintaining world nuclear peace. I am responsible for bringing hope to people. Xavier Samin was stunned when he heard this, and then his expression became strange. Why bother to speak so high-soundingly? It's all for world nuclear peace. It's so humorous for an arms dealer to say this. It's no different than taking off your pants to fart. What hope it brings is endless war. What a bullshit. But isn't this kind of arms dealer exactly what he needs right now? I just don't know who this Chinese person represents. Could it be China? If so, that's great. China's weapons are of high quality, low price, and powerful. Thoughts are fleeting. Xavier Samin smiled and said, Mr. Nicholas, I hear you say that you are an arms dealer? No, Mr. President. Let me correct you. I am bringing hope and warmth to countries in need. Chu Zihong waved his hand and said, So, Mr. Nicholas, can I see your hopes? Xavier Samin was too lazy to dwell on it and went straight to the point. Of course, but my munitions are on the high seas. If Mr. President needs as much as he wants, I can have my people deliver it. As many as you want, as many as you want. Chu Zihong didn't waste any words and spoke with great dignity. Xavier Samin narrowed his eyes slightly and said with a smile, Mr. Nicholas, you are quite arrogant. Mr. President, I'm just telling the truth. Chu Zihong shrugged and said. Xavier Samin frowned suddenly and fell into silence. Maybe I figured something out. He sat up straight and stared at Chu Zihong. Mr. Nicholas, then, I need weapons and equipment for 70,000 people. Can you really provide them? Mr. President, it's not a matter of can or can, it's a matter of must or can. I have the best weapons and equipment, including tanks, armed helicopters, armored vehicles, RPGs, self-propelled howitzers, rocket launchers, and other weapons. I can definitely satisfy you. Hear this. Xavier Samin's eyes lit up. With these weapons and equipment, the anti-government forces would be nothing. Oh yes, Mr. President. Chu Zihong suddenly thought of something and added, If you need battlefield express delivery or tactical guidance, our umbrella company can also provide it. Mercenary? Xavier Samin came back to his senses and asked, Yes, all the world's top mercenaries from elite special forces from various countries, including Delta, SAS, and other special forces. Mr. Nicholas, your company can actually recruit retired soldiers from Delta and SAS? Xavier Samin was surprised. Who is this guy? He is even more curious about the Umbrella Corporation. Mr. President, this is just the tip of the iceberg of our Umbrella Corporation. Chu Zihong smiled mysteriously, his expression meaningful. When it comes to keeping people in suspense, which one is the best? He considers himself second, and no one dares to claim to be first. As soon as these words were spoken, Xavier Samin's endless curiosity was completely aroused. Without saying a word, he agreed to go out to sea with Chu Zihong tomorrow to check out the arms. Time waits for no one. While the anti-government movement is currently in internal strife, he will seize every opportunity to make a comeback. Take back what originally belonged to him. Anti-government armed forces, go to hell. The next day, early morning, Chu Zihong took the impatient President Xavier Samin on a speedboat to the high seas early in the morning. For safety reasons, Chu Zihong ordered the Maersk ship to stop on the high seas near Buchanan. After an hour of rough sea travel, the Maersk ship, which looked like a mountain, suddenly appeared in everyone's sight. The moment Xavier Samin saw the huge Maersk ship, his eyes widened instantly. Oh my God! Is that a huge mountain of steel floating on the sea? The gigantic Maersk ship completely overturned Xavier Samin's worldview. Aircraft carriers are just like this, right? Chu Zihong glanced at Xavier Samin, who had never seen the world, and felt very happy. He felt very proud every time he saw someone staring at the Maersk ship with a look of shock. Country bumpkin, haven't you seen it before? That is my ship, the world's largest ocean-going freighter. After the shock, the way Xavier Samin looked at Chu Zihong was completely different. He now firmly believes in one thing. That is Chu Zihong, his savior. This is a big thick leg, you must hold it tight. If Chu Zihong asked him to call him Godfather, there would be absolutely no problem. So when Xavier Samin boarded the deck of the giant Maersk ship, he saw a row of Soviet-made T-72 main battle tanks under the open curtain. There are also armored vehicles, 2 S-3 self-propelled howitzers, and mountains of AK-47S and other weapons and equipment. He almost knelt down and called Chu Zihong Dad. Please support me, rich man. Chapter 58. The capitalists suck blood. Chu Zihong gnaws bones. Mr. Nicholas, shall I go down and take a look? Xavier Samin came back to his senses from the shock and asked cautiously. Of course, there is an elevator over there. Please follow me. Chu Zihong smiled and immediately took Xavier Samin to the elevator to the first floor cargo hold. The rows of container racks here have been dismantled, and 50 T-72 tanks, 100 T-64 tanks, and 30 BTR-60s are placed inside. In addition, there are a number of weapons, ammunition, and other military supplies. The 20 Me, 24 Hinds are on the second floor. Xavier Samin came in front of these domineering T-72 main battle tanks and couldn't help but reach out and touch the thick and large 125mm large caliber main gun. If the government forces were equipped with these tanks, wouldn't it be easy to crush the anti-government forces? Mr. President, this big guy is the Soviet Union's current T-72 main battle tank. It has the unique low-profile and 125mm large-caliber main gun of Soviet-made tanks. It is also equipped with advanced equipment such as gun-launched missiles and automatic loaders. It does not require a full-time ammunition feeder. Only 3 soldiers are needed to drive this big guy. The T-72 tank is equipped with composite armor, is reliable and durable, and is easy to operate. It is not only in large-scale service in the Soviet Union, but is also very popular internationally. It is very cheap, only $3 million. If you buy a large quantity, I can give you 2 years of repair and maintenance, and you can return or exchange it if it breaks during use. Chu Zihong introduced Xavier Samin like a salesman trying hard to sell his products. After-sales service? International arms dealers do not provide this kind of service. Firstly, because it is difficult to operate, and secondly, because the cost is too high and it is a thankless task. Since no one dares to do it, then he, Chu Zihong, will be the number 1 in the industry. As for repairs and maintenance, returns and exchanges are also provided. It is impossible for him to do business at a loss. Just do maintenance for the 4S shop. That's right, it's free. But replacement parts still cost extra. It's easier to return or exchange the package, but it costs money for shipping back and forth, right? For example, if a Ferrari is returned to the factory, the transportation cost is enough to buy another Mercedes-Benz or BMW. Businessmen are very smart. Would they do things that have no benefits? Capitalists are always pursuing profit. For Chu Zihong, he has a large group of people under him who need to eat and are crying out for food. It costs money to build the Umbrella Corporation headquarters and underground base, right? In the future, beehives will have to be built all over the world, which is also a huge expense. If you don't sell it at a higher price, what will you guys eat? Without working capital, won't the company go bankrupt? So Chu Zihong can be as evil as he can be. Just as the saying goes, you speak differently to different people than to different people. If you meet an expert, just pay the normal price. If you are a layman, then I'm sorry, but you are the one being slaughtered. Xavier Samin frowned and asked, "Can it be cheaper?" Mr. President, this is already very cheap. 3 million miles knife, you can't afford to lose or be cheated. If you buy it, how about I give you 2 boxes of ammunition? Chu Zihong made a gesture and said, "It is impossible to reduce the price. Especially in a country like this where war is happening, Chu Zihong's income will increase several times. Sometimes money is not money, but guns are life." Xavier Samin thought for a moment, then patted the tank and said, "Okay, give me 6. "Okay." Chu Zihong smiled even more and asked someone to write it down so that they could settle the account together. Then he started selling again. "Mr. President, do you want to see the T-64 tank? This is the Soviet Union's 3rd-generation tank, which also has composite armor. The T-72 is designed based on it. It is relatively cheap, 2 million renminbi per tank. Give me 30. Xavier Samin did not bargain, but waved his hand generously. Compared to the T-72 tank, he is more familiar with the T-64, and the government forces are also equipped with a batch. "Mr. President, if you buy 50 T-64s at one time, the price will be $150 million plus shells." Chu Zihong took the opportunity to say, "150 million. Upon hearing this, Xavier Samin looked conflicted. However, in order to make a comeback, he gritted his teeth and decided to buy it. "I'd rather buy 30 than 50. The steel torrent composed of T-64 and T-72 is enough to crush those damn anti-government forces." However, he never expected that he would be ripped off so badly. Chu Zihong's mouth is really too big, and he is as black-hearted as can be. "Mr. President, that's great." Chu Zihong smiled and said, "I'll give you an extra 20 boxes of ammunition." "Thank you very much." Xavier Samin smiled and expressed his gratitude. "You're welcome. Come on, Mr. President. With tanks, we also need armored vehicles." Chu Zihong waved his hand indifferently, then enthusiastically put his arm around Xavier Samin's shoulders and led him to the area where the armored vehicles were. The two of them were so close that others would have thought they were brothers. The BTR-60 armored vehicle has a maximum speed of 80 kilometers per hour and a range of 500 kilometers. In addition, this guy is an amphibious vehicle. When traveling on water, It relies on a water jet propulsion installed at the rear of the vehicle body. The speed is 9 kilometers per hour. In terms of weapons, it is equipped with a single-person manual turret, and the weapons are a 14.5mm KPVD machine gun and a 7.62mm PKT machine gun. The price is cheaper than a tank, 800,000 meters, and 3 boxes of bullets are included. Chu Zihong patted the armored vehicle and introduced. In fact, the price of a BTR-60 armored vehicle is only 600,000 US dollars. He raised the price by $200,000 on the spot, revealing his nature as a profiteer. The European capitalists suck blood, but Chu Zihong just gnaws on their bones and doesn't spit them out. The black-hearted mother opened the door for the black-hearted one. The black-hearted one is at home, but Xavier Samin, a layman, had no idea about this. After thinking for a while, he directly asked for 20 cars. Seeing Xavier Samin's heroic look, Chu Zihong was extremely happy. He likes this kind of guy the most. It's best to have one more. Anyway, people in Black State are stupid and have lots of money. He just wanted to bring them warmth and hope for world nuclear peace. Immediately afterwards, Chu Zihong pulled Xavier Samin to the area where weapons and equipment were stored. The weapons here are piled up like mountains, almost countless. Some weapons are even difficult to distinguish, such as AK-47, AKM, and AK-74. Then there are weapons such as RPG-1, mortars, mines, light and heavy machine guns, etc. Xavier Samin was dazzled. He was a pure politician, not by coming out of the army. He didn't know many guns, so he had to ask Chu Zihong to recommend some for him. Mr. Nicholas, do you have any recommendations? Upon hearing this, Chu Zihong didn't waste any words and directly took out an AK-47 from the many weapons. He pulled the bolt with his backhand and introduced, Mr. President, I recommend this assault rifle called AK-47 to you. The gun has a simple structure, strong firepower, good serviceability, few faults, is solid and durable, and can still shoot normally in harsh environments such as wind, sand, mud, and water. It is the most famous and most widely circulated weapon in the world, and one of the 6 famous guns in the world. So the gun was also the main Soviet export, followed by vodka and caviar and suicidal poets. How much? Xavier Samin's eyes lit up. This gun was better than the M16 they were using now, as that gun had too many malfunctions. Mr. President, how much do you need? Chu Zihong did not say the price, but asked back. 70,000. Can it be cheaper? Xavier Samin said, making a gesture. 100 million plus bullets. Chu Zihong asked for a huge price. Xavier Samin fell silent upon hearing this. 100 million? Damn, it's too expensive, right? Just think about the powerful anti-government forces supported by the United States. Xavier Samin suddenly felt that it would be impossible to succeed without spending a lot of money. Damn, bought it. Chapter 59 War Between Mercenaries. It cost 100 million to purchase 70,000 AK-47s. Canarius President Xavier Samin said that maintaining an army is too expensive. However, under the persuasion of Chu Zihong's eloquent speech, he spent another $30 million to buy RPG-1, mortars, grenades, and mines. Xavier felt distressed again for a while, as the money was spent like water. As for the two S-3 self-propelled howitzers and Katyusha rocket launchers, their firepower is very strong. But Xavier thought it was too complicated. Could it be operated by just a group of pigs? After thinking about it, I decided to forget it. Mr. President, with all due respect, in addition to the weapons you just bought, I recommend that you purchase some heavy firepower, otherwise your infantry regiment will be at a disadvantage on the battlefield. Chu Zihong pulled Xavier to the heavy weapons area and said, Nicholas, what do you recommend? Xavier asked, thinking that it made some sense. This 107mm 8-tube rocket launcher has a maximum range of 8.5 kilometers and a killing radius of 12.5 meters. Its firepower is as strong as that of a 105mm howitzer company. It can also be mounted on an armed pickup truck, making it most suitable for annihilating enemy clusters. Mr. President, I'm not bragging. This rocket launcher will definitely make those insurgents your army is fighting scream, and the price is relatively cheap, only $100,000. Chu Zihong patted a rocket launcher that had a crude appearance and looked like a farm tool after being covered in mud. Don't be fooled by its rustic appearance. Its firepower is truly amazing. It has been in service for more than 40 years and is known as one of the 3 great weapons of guerrilla warfare along with AK-47 and RPG due to its excellent performance and outstanding combat record. Only 100,000? Xavier's eyes lit up. This was the cheapest rocket launcher he had ever seen. The key is that the firepower is very good and it is definitely worth the money. Nicholas, how many do you have? It's a pity that these rocket launchers come from China. I bought them from a middleman, and there are only 4 of them. Chu Zihong showed a regretful expression. I want them all. Xavier waved his hand with great passion. Only 400,000 people, as long as we can make the rebels cry out in pain. Mr. President, you are indeed a good president who leads the people of Canary Islands to prosperity. You are so straightforward. Chu Zihong did not hesitate to praise and flatter the man. After being praised like this, Xavier felt much better because he felt bad about spending so much money, and he smiled more often. Nicholas, any other recommendations? Mr. President, take a look at the launch tubes of this BM-21 grad rocket launcher. Cut off a few of them and weld them to the pickup truck. It can become a long-range fire output on the battlefield. The price is $60,000 and 3 boxes of rockets are given as a gift. Chu Zihong pointed to the cluster launch tube in the corner and introduced it. In order to make Xavier feel that he was getting a good deal, he deliberately picked the cheapest rocket launcher. After all, he cheated people too much. If people find out later, they will really curse their father. Chu Zihong asked himself and decided that his conscience was not black. I heard it's only 60,000? Xavier generously bought the whole thing again without asking the quantity. Chu Zihong flattered him again, making Xavier feel a little elated. He then recommended to Xavier the battlefield meat grinder, which had a firing rate of 750 points per minute, far superior to the Soviet-made NSV machine gun that Uncle Sam used to produce the M2 machine gun. The price is 200,000 renminbi, which is cheaper than M2. President Xavier directly asked for 20 of them, which was a sign of his generosity. He has never been stingy with cheap stuff. One word buy. When Chu Zihong saw Xavier, who looked like a wealthy man, he suddenly felt that this old guy was quite rich. Victor followed the two of them, typing away on a calculator. The number displayed on the small screen had reached 348.5 million. This number surprised Victor. The arms business is indeed more profitable than selling laundry detergent. Mr. President, there is an armed helicopter on the lower floor. Do you need it? Chu Zihong hooked his arm around Xavier's shoulder and asked enthusiastically. Is it expensive? Xavier Samin asked subconsciously. It's not expensive, absolutely worth the money. If it goes full firepower, the next regiment will likely be wiped out. It's known as the most powerful floor scrubber on the face of the earth. Chu Zihong deceived. Me? 24? Xavier Samin's eyes lit up. He had heard of this type of armed helicopter, and its firepower was truly brutal. When I asked the price, it turned out to be 10 million per knife. I can't afford it. Sorry to bother you, goodbye. Even if you buy them, you can't use them. The fighter jets in the warehouse are covered with a thick layer of dust. In the end, it was blown up by foreign mercenaries. What a waste of resources. On the deck of a huge ship, Chu Zihong watched the speedboat go farther and farther away, and suddenly felt that it was sold too cheaply. In war-torn areas, weapons are usually priced far above normal. Therefore, he can at least earn 100 million. Alas, you are still too kind. On this point, he needs to learn from European countries. Why are you chewing on bones? Just suck the marrow. Boss, the money has arrived, but isn't it a bit too much? Victor walked over and said, Cruel? If I don't sell this batch of arms to Xavier, and the rebels attack, he might go to see God. In war-torn areas, money is no longer money, but a gun is a person's life. Boss, you are right. Chu Zihong smiled when he heard this, then turned around and said, Victor, notify the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th squads of the USS to go out immediately. Now is the time for our Umbrella Corporation to make our voice heard to the world. After saying, there was a gleam of light in Chu Zihong's sharp eyes, and he exuded an extremely strong and domineering aura, in addition to selling a batch of arms. At the same time, they also received an order from Xavier to hire their Umbrella Corporation mercenaries to participate in the war. The mission requires that high-ranking members of the anti-government armed forces be attacked and killed, as well as foreign mercenaries participating in the war. Such a mission is a piece of cake for the USS Rapid Reaction Force, which has tactical and even strategic capabilities. If they succeed in this mission, the reputation of their Umbrella Corporation will be completely established. Being low-key is not Chu Zihong's style, being high-key is, especially military resource companies. If you want to make more money, you don't need to be low-key. This battle is the battle that makes their Umbrella Corporation famous. Whether it is a mule or a horse can be determined by your hands. The order was given. 3 USS teams had already entered Canary Islands in advance and were lurking in various cities in the north of Canary Islands. Take action immediately. The war between mercenaries broke out quietly in Canary Islands. This is a war that broke out in secret. It is destined to be a one-sided game of cat and mouse and wolves catching sheep. The USS Rapid Reaction Force is powerful. Even if we take out one team alone, they're all top mercenary teams. Among them, the Suicide Squad Special Operations Team has become famous in the mercenary world. The CIA and KGB have both hired them to perform certain special tasks. Strength, beyond doubt. Not to mention Enrique, the leader of the 2nd and 3rd teams, Wolf Mom. First Class Elite, the former is responsible for training USS members. The latter is the captain of the Bravo Squad in Resident Evil, who has nearly 20 years of police career and is the captain of stars. Completely defeat the mercenaries of this era. As Chu Zihong said, Umbrella Corporation, it's time to make your voice heard to the world. Chapter 60. The Suicide Squad Attacks, A Christmas for Heads. Ganilla, the capital, Monrovia, is located in a hilly area 30 kilometers east of the city. A six-man special forces team, wearing full sets of individual equipment, were sitting behind a large rock to rest. What can be seen is the classic red and white logo of Umbrella Corporation printed on the back of these people's combat vests and the sides of their helmets. That's right, this six-member special forces team are mercenaries under Chu Zihong, and they belong to the third team of USS, which is the Suicide Squad Special Operations Team. The team is led by old-school tough guy Barney Ross, and his teammates include Christmas, Yin Yang, Gunnar, Toll, Caesar, and the sniper Billy, who is lying on the commanding heights of the hillside to be on guard. The elderly are resting downstairs, while the young people have to stand guard. Is it fair to take advantage of your age? Billy could only complain in his heart and naturally would not say it out loud. As for the remaining 6 young team members, they formed a small team and hunted down the Western mercenaries in Canilia in their young way. The 3 teams under the USS basically fight on their own. But the goal is the same, to eliminate all Western mercenaries hired by the anti-government forces in Canaria. Damn, my panties are soaked from the heat. Christmas looked up at the scorching sun high in the sky. Then he turned his head and looked at the Captain Barney Ross standing aside. Barney, can we get a car? Must we walk? Cars are too big and easy to spot. Barney Ross, who was admiring his favorite skull-shaped knife, replied without even looking up. Fuck, what you said actually makes a lot of sense. Christmas was powerless to refute and could only endure it. Barney, how long will it take? Yin Yang asked while chewing gum. Hearing this, Christmas, Gunnar, Toll, and Caesar all looked at Barney Ross. Obviously, they also wanted to know how long they would have to walk under the scorching sun. It's so hot. The only bad thing about Black State is that it is located right between the Tropic of Cancer and the equator. The heat is annoying. I would rather kill the enemy than continue to bask in the sun. Feeling the eager gazes of his fellow soldiers, Barney Ross felt embarrassed to continue admiring his beloved knife. He put away his knife and said, according to the information provided by Lucia, a mercenary group called God's Assassin is stationed in a village 30 kilometers east of Monrovia. God's Assassins? It's actually these guys? Santa said in surprise. Barney glanced at Christmas and said, know him? I dealt with these people when I was in the SAS. Christmas explained, these guys are cruel and ruthless. They are simply loyal servants of the devil. How come I haven't heard of them? I thought they were unknown mercenaries. Fei couldn't help but say, they are non-staff members of the CIA and do not take odd jobs. Oh, so it's a dog raised by the CIA. Barney Ross had just finished speaking when he heard Billy's voice coming over the radio. Captain, something's happening. What's going on? Barney Ross's expression darkened, and he gestured to everyone to prepare for battle. Next second, the people who were just lazily sitting on the ground to rest were ready to fight at any time in the blink of an eye. As expected of the most elite retired special forces from various countries, he entered combat status very smoothly. There was a girl who escaped from the village. There is a foreign mercenary, and he is chasing after us with anti-government soldiers. Billy immediately reported what he saw through the quadruple scope on the sniper rifle. Keep watching, I'll come up and take a look. Barney Ross gave an order and immediately led everyone to climb up the hillside quickly, bending over. The 6 people cooperated well, and each occupied a firing point. Once a fight breaks out, they could provide mutual support and construct a firepower network. Barney Ross had quietly come to Billy's side, picked up the telescope and looked at the village at the foot of the mountain. The entire village was in a mess, as if it had been looted by bandits. There were many dead bodies on the ground, and basically no living villagers were seen. There were many anti-government armed personnel cleaning up the bodies, and there were also 2 armed pickup trucks equipped with M2 heavy machine guns. Except for the anti-government armed personnel, Barney Ross also saw a number of white mercenaries, who should be members of the God's Assassin mercenaries. After taking a quick look at the situation in the village, Barney Ross looked in the direction Billy said. Stop! Don't run! If you run again, I'll shoot you, bitch. A little girl, about 11 or 12 years old, wearing a torn floral dress that revealed large patches of dark skin, ran out of the village with a frightened look on her face, looking back every few steps. Behind the girl, there was a bald, white, strong mercenary and 5 rebel soldiers chasing her. At the same time, the members of the death squad began to breathe heavier. Crack! There was a series of sounds of gun safety being opened, and they were heard softly. Don't shoot. Wait until they get closer, and then finish them off with a knife. Barney ordered. Firing a gun at this time would alert the enemies in the entire village, so using a knife is the best way to solve the problem. Even when the silencer on the assault rifle is muting the sound, it still makes a slight sound. A little sound can be fatal, because for professional mercenaries who often walk on the edge of a knife, they can still detect it quickly. Barney Ross had to be careful with his peers. "That big thing is mine, don't fight with me for it." Gunnar stuck out his tongue and licked the blade with a greedy look. In less than a moment, the little girl and the pursuers had already run to a distance of less than 10 meters from the Suicide Squad members. Thump! The girl was running, perhaps too panicked to notice the stones under her feet. She was suddenly tripped by a stone under her feet and fell to the ground, rolling down the hillside and stopping only when she hit a rock. The distance from the Suicide Squad's location was at least 15 meters away. The little girl was struggling to get up when the bald man behind her threw her to the ground again. Then, the little girl was grabbed by the hair and lifted up by the bald, white mercenary like a chick. "Little bitch, where the hell are you going to run to?" The bald man cursed viciously and grabbed the girl's hair with his left hand and pulled it back violently, very rudely. The girl had to tilt her head back as far as she could and stretch her neck upward, looking as if it was about to be pulled apart. Wow! The members of the Suicide Squad hiding nearby rushed out almost at the same time, holding combat knives with skull patterns on them. The closest one is 10 meters away, such as Ian and Yang. With our speed, we can rush to the enemy in a little over a second and eliminate the enemy before he can react. Call out! Puff, puff, puff! Each member of the Suicide Squad chose his own target. But just when they were about to reach the enemy, the flying knife suddenly passed by and pierced the enemy's heart. What the fuck? Everyone suddenly became angry and looked in one direction. Damn, stealing heads? The one who caused public outrage was naturally Christmas, who was best at throwing knives. He obviously did not stop and threw all the flying knives in his hand out, stabbing them into the enemy's heart quickly, accurately, and fiercely. The 5 soldiers didn't even have a chance to react and died instantly. The bald man in the lead is a god's assassin mercenary, a former ranger, and has a slightly faster reaction speed. After realizing someone was attacking, in order to save his life, the bald man threw the little girl and his arms out. Then he rolled to the side rapidly. The flying knife came at him at high speed and pierced into his shoulder fiercely. Phew! The blood splattered, causing the bald mercenary to feel great pain. But he didn't have time to pull out the throwing knife at this moment. He rolled on the ground 2 meters away and reached out to pull out his pistol. Bang! Before the bald mercenary could pull the trigger, suddenly someone kicked my wrist, my palm felt painful, and the gun in my hand flew out. The bald man's eyelids drooped, and he looked at the person, who came with a fierce look in his eyes. Squid. It turned out to be a Chinese face that was 2 sizes younger than himself. Chapter 61. Old Rules: Who Kills the Most People? Yellow Monkey. Get out of here! The bald mercenary let out a roar from his throat and pounced on Yin Yang like a mad wolf. 2 hands stretched out like iron pliers, trying to strangle him to death on the spot. Unexpectedly, the Yin and Yang were slipperier than a lubricated loach, and instantly slipped out of the bald mercenary's hands and kicked him in reverse. Bang! The bald mercenary was kicked, and his body, like a black bear, took a few steps back. Just then, Gunnar, who had blonde hair and was equally tall, rushed over from the side and knocked the bald mercenary to the ground. Immediately, without giving anyone a chance to react, he raised the dog-legged knife in his hand, also known as the Nepalese scimitar, and slashed the opponent's neck. Poof! Immediately blood splashed out like a fountain. Scary. The bald mercenary's eyes widened suddenly, and he covered his bleeding neck with both hands. A sound like air leaking came from his mouth, and his body began to tremble and struggle violently. The tall and strong Gunnar was like a butcher, holding down the bald man's head with his hands. No matter how much blood was splattered on his body, he didn't care at all. He pressed down so hard that the bald mercenary couldn't struggle. The bloody scene was somewhat frightening. Christmas gave Barney Ross a look that said it all. I hope that as the captain, Bonnie can control Gunnar's inhumane practices. It's so disgusting every time this happens, attracting fans so much that my brain is damaged. Barney Ross spread his hands to show that he was powerless and turned away. Christmas rolled his eyes speechlessly. What kind of person is this? At this moment, there was a big cut on the bald mercenary's neck, and blood was constantly gushing out. His body trembled and struggled, making a rustling sound as it rubbed against the ground. After a while, the bald mercenary's pupils dilated, and he died and saw God. Hey, Yin Yang, I said he's mine. Gunnar stood up and looked at the short man, Yin Yang, next to him with dissatisfaction. Caesar in charge looked at Christmas with dissatisfaction. This guy was stealing the kill. It was agreed that each soldier would be killed by one flying knife, but in the end, all 5 soldiers were killed by his flying knife. Even the bald mercenary was slaughtered like a pig by Gunnar with the help of him and Yin Yang. You can't blame me for this. You're just too slow. Christmas shrugged and said innocently. Barney took out the revolver behind him and twirled it in his hand, then said, Santa, a knife will never be faster than a bullet. If I use a gun, these guys will all die under my gun. It's a pity that there are no ifs, only results, right? Christmas shrugged and smiled. Barney glanced at Christmas at that and put the revolver back into the holster behind his back. Next time, I must let him see it. Now, let him show off. On the other side, the little girl watched a group of ferocious people suddenly appear and kill the bad guys who were chasing her. Although she knew they had saved her, she was still very scared. She was trembling all over and huddled under a rock. See this scene. Barney came over and squatted in front of the girl. On his face full of flesh, there was a smile that he thought was very approachable. In fact, the smile is even scarier. However, when he presented a candy in front of the girl like a magician, the girl was no longer so scared. Kid, do you understand English? Barney Ross asked tentatively. As a result, the girl just stared at the candy in his hand and didn't say anything. Why? Barney Ross sighed. He really didn't understand. She's so young. How can she speak any English? Christmas came over and said, Perhaps your excellency will understand a little. Barney Ross also thought it made some sense, so he stuffed the candy into the girl's hand and stood up. Let's go, it's going to be a tough battle. Just as he was about to leave, the little girl suddenly reached out and grabbed the hem of Barney Ross's pants. Sir, I can speak a little English. Fuck. Barney Ross's eyes lit up. What an unexpected gain. He quickly squatted down and asked, Child, is there a tunnel leading to your village? Yes, I'll take you there. The little girl nodded and spoke haltingly in English. Barney Ross then called Christmas and others, and left Sniper Billy on the commanding heights to provide long-range sniper support. He took his men and followed the little girl to the tunnel. The tunnel was located halfway up the hillside where the Suicide Squad was ambushing, and was covered with a layer of desert camouflage. The entrance to the tunnel is very hidden and difficult to detect. The Ganillians in the village could have escaped through the secret passage, but unfortunately, they didn't have time. All the men, without exception, were slaughtered by the god's assassins and the anti-government armed soldiers. Only a few women were left. As for what to do, it goes without saying. After walking in the shaky passage for a while, a faint light appeared in front of us. Barney Ross immediately rushed over first, then opened the cover of the exit along the stairs and looked outside carefully. It seemed like an empty room and no one was there. He immediately pushed open the lid of the tunnel, pushed forward with both hands, and jumped out easily. I checked the room and glanced through the window, but found no one was outside. After confirming that it was safe, Barney Ross quickly called Christmas and others to come out. At the same time, the little girl followed out. Kid, how far is this place from those bad guys? Barney Ross came to the girl and asked softly. Sir, we are now in the south of the village and those bad guys are in the center of the village. The little girl said timidly. Child, you are so obedient. Barney Ross rubbed the girl's head and then hit her in the neck with a knife. Suddenly, the girl fell limply, but was caught by Barney Ross. Santa and the others were confused when they saw this. What follows is too bloody. It would be bad for her to see it. Barney Ross explained, then ordered, You will be charged to escort her out of the tunnel and return immediately. Oh cool. Feifei immediately picked up the little girl from Barney's arms and jumped into the tunnel decisively. Soon, the charges came back. Seeing that everyone was gathered, Barney Ross said, It's still the same old rule. Let's see who kills the most people. Barney, you are determined to lose this time, Christmas said solemnly. Barney Ross shrugged, not caring about Christmas's provocation. It's still uncertain who will win or lose. Who can't brag? Action. Barney Ross didn't waste any time. He checked his weapon, opened the door, and rushed out first. Santa Claus and others followed closely behind and rushed to different places. The movements were swift, a textbook combat advanced posture. Yin Yang and Santa Claus walked hand in hand and moved towards the two armed pickup trucks. The rest of them headed straight for the center of the village, where the god's assassin was stationed. They encountered many anti-government soldiers on the way, and they were all dealt with by the Suicide Squad members in a lightning speed. Then quickly dragged the body to a hidden place. Clean and neat, leaving no trace. At the same time, on the hillside opposite the village, the Desert Combat uniform Billy was wearing almost blended into the surrounding environment. The L115A3 sniper rifle in his hand is also painted with desert camouflage, and the fourfold scope is also lightproof. If it's not moving, it's almost impossible to see it with the naked eye, even by a sniper. At this moment, he was using a quadruple scope to search for snipers from the opposing god assassin mercenaries in the village. Soon he found a middle-aged white sniper lying in a two-story building opposite the village center. Billy's eyes flashed coldly, and the corners of his mouth curled up. Little mouse, I finally found you. While talking, his hand quietly placed on the trigger. Murder is imminent. Chapter 62. Old school tough guy style, direct and hard confrontation. A two-story building near the center of the village. Eric, the top sniper of the God's assassin mercenaries, said it was really boring and not challenging at all. He even wanted to drink some red wine and call a girl to have some fun. Because the employment mission accepted by the organization this time was too simple, even simpler than the building blocks that children play with. Dealing with a bunch of black state militia, he could stab a few black people to death with just a fire poker. 2 or 3 months later, it is unknown how many snipers of the Ganillian government forces died at his hands. Not to mention the government soldiers, there were at least 400 or 500 if not 1,000. There is no one who can fight. The master feels lonely. Eric wanted to finish it early, capture the leader of the government forces, Xavier Samin, as soon as possible, hand him over to the anti-government forces, and then return to Santiago to relax. Staying in such a deserted place all day long, the birds are almost exhausted. As a result, the anti-government armed forces, which were a bunch of stupid teammates, actually started an internal conflict among themselves. It was so fucking terrible. Incomplete evolution means incomplete evolution. All the idiots look up to black people. They are a bunch of idiots. In this way, it may not even end before Christmas Eve. Your own little lover doesn't want you to die. To vent my anger, he killed more than a dozen black pigs in this village today. Damn it, what bad luck! Eric spat and cursed. Even if he killed a dozen more civilians today, it would still not ease his anger. Suddenly he felt a little uneasy. His years of combat experience told him, there is danger. But what danger could there be in such a deserted village? But for safety's sake, he immediately put away his gun and hid under the wall on the roof. This scene naturally fell into the eyes of Billy, who was on the distant hillside. He sneered, it's just a last-ditch effort. Once the operation begins, I'll send you to see God. At the same time, in the village, Barney Ross bent down and groped his way to the outside of a house. I looked inside the house through the window and saw the bodies of civilians lying all over the place. Then he looked towards the door and saw 2 anti-government armed soldiers holding M16s and chattering something. Seeing this, Barney Ross slowly pulled out his favorite skull-shaped knife, a sharp-pointed knife that was longer than a dagger. In the sunlight, the blade emits a cold white light. The knife is called Bowie and was specially made by a master craftsman hired by Barney Ross. The blade of the knife is more than a foot long and has a thick back. The knife is large and heavy, and the handle is long and heavy enough, so it can be said that it was tailor-made for him. He used this knife to kill countless enemies. The cold aura emanating from the entire knife is chilling. After pulling out the knife, the next second, Barney Ross rushed out like a cheetah. The cold light of the knife sparkled coldly in the sunlight. Puff! The neck of the anti-government soldier at the edge was instantly cut open, and blood gushed out like a fountain. Ah! The soldier covered his neck and widened his eyes. Another soldier was about to raise his gun when Barney Ross kicked him in the chest. Bang! The whole person flew backwards, and Barney Ross rushed over right after him. The knife stabbed into the soldier's heart, killing him instantly. The whole process was decisive and smooth. It's not just murder, it's a beautiful art of killing. Killed 2 soldiers. Barney Ross continued to walk alone towards the center of the village. Any anti-government soldiers he met were dealt with by him with his knife with lightning speed. The process was just like killing piglets. Wherever he goes, he will take lives. Looking in other directions towards the village, the same scene was happening. Only bloodier than Barney Ross, like the slightly neurotic big guy Gunnar. Relying on his tall and strong body, he rushed around with a Nepalese machete, killing every kid with his sword. Wherever he went, there were crowds of people. He was so excited about killing that it was like he was high on drugs. On the contrary, Caesar, the fire support player who is also tall, dark, and strong like him, is much more gentle. No need for a knife, just use your hands. He twisted the neck of an anti-government soldier he met on the road so hard that it made a crisp sound. Yin Yang and Santa Claus went around to the back of 2 armed pickup trucks, first dealt with the soldiers in the dump truck, and then attacked the soldiers in the cab. The 2 seemed to be competing, scrambling for the ball at a very fast speed. In the end, Christmas's flying knife still took away the head of Yin Yang Li Lianjia. Yin Yang rolled his eyes and sighed. Is it a big deal that you can throw a flying knife? Damn, do you have the guts to show us your martial arts skills? At this time, Caesar also came to the 2 of them. After all, as a support player, the M2 heavy machine gun on the armed pickup truck can provide fire support for teammates. Leaving the place to the 2 men, Christmas ran towards the center of the village. The remaining charges rushed to the center of the village just like Barney Ross. At the same time, when he was killing people, he did not forget to install time bombs on the road he had to take. There are many anti-government soldiers in the central square of the village, and they should all be here. In addition, several white mercenaries were also seen. The god's assassin resides in a large house opposite the central square of the village. In order to turn this place into their temporary camp, they slaughtered all the men in the village. This kind of mercenary is a serious violation of humanitarianism and is simply a butcher. It is said that the United States is a country with freedom of religion and the kindest democratic country in the world. What is the reality? Look at what these mercenaries did. Is this what humans did? Where is democracy and freedom at this time? Sam's government once planned to overthrow 7 countries within 5 years, one of which included Iran and Iraq, as well as Afghanistan. The United Nations should reflect on who the real terrorists in the world are. After Barney Ross arrived at the designated location, he immediately whispered into the radio, "I have reached the designated location. How is the situation over there?" Caesar, Yin Yang have entered the designated position. Christmas is on the way. Toll, arrive at designated location. Soon, replies from the team members came over the radio. Almost all of them arrived at the designated location, except for Christmas, which arrived at the central square of the village. Barney Ross was about to take action, not bothering to wait for the head-grabbing Christmas. Bang! One slapped him on the shoulder, and Barney Ross stabbed behind him almost reflexively. When the sound of metal collision was heard, then the voice of Christmas whispered, "Fuck it, Barney. Do you want to murder your brother? It's just a reflex." Barney Ross shrugged and put away the knife. No sense of guilt at all. Who told you to be so elusive? When the last Christmas arrived at the designated location, Barney Ross immediately said on the radio, "Check weapons and equipment. Start the assault." As expected of an old-school tough guy, his tactics are straightforward and hard-hitting. Perhaps this also comes more from confidence. It cannot be said that every member of the Suicide Squad is so awesome and so powerful that they can defy the heavens, the earth, and the universe. But they are all the most elite shadow troops from the major countries in the past, and each of them is the strongest king among the soldiers. It's more than enough to deal with the mercenaries from Sam's former SEAL team. In short, don't be afraid of anything. One word, fuck him. Action. Barney Ross gave the order. Everyone aimed their weapons at the soldiers in the square and opened fire. Bang, bang, bang. Intensive gunfire rang out. The anti-government soldiers in the square suddenly fell down like bongos. The sudden sound of gunfire also made the mercenaries of the god assassin react instantly. They rolled on the ground one by one, dodging the bullets and firing back. For a moment, the square turned into a battlefield with gunfire and bullets flying. Chapter 63, What is an arms dealer? A capitalist. Shit, a bunch of pigs. We didn't even notice the enemy was right under our noses. Are we blind? Eric, are you a sniper sleepwalking? Inside the village chief's house, the leader of the god's assassin mercenary group, Sherlock, hid behind a wall and yelled into the intercom. However, the Eric he was talking about had already been shot in the head by Billy when Barney Ross shouted for the action to begin. "Captain, Eric was shot in the head by an enemy sniper." A member of the god's assassin mercenary replied in a deep voice on the intercom. The leader of the god's assassin mercenary group, Sherlock, looked gloomy. "Damn, we've run into a tough guy." The damn Canary Islands government forces actually hired mercenaries to join the war. Moreover, he was able to sneak up under their noses without anyone noticing, so his strength is definitely not lower than their god's assassin mercenaries. Even more than them, could it be a top mercenary group? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. There are only 10 top mercenary organizations in the industry, and more than half of them are supported by major powers. How could the Canary Islands government troops be hired? But now is not the time to dwell on these things, but to fight back. Unfortunately, they were facing the Suicide Squad, a group of extremely crazy guys who fought extremely hard. In their eyes, life is not important, and they just want to kill the enemy at all costs. Each one of them is a crazy war machine that will not stop until all enemies are killed. RPG. Quick. However, it was too late. A rocket arrived in an instant. Boom. One rocket instantly took away 4 or 5 anti-government soldiers. The battle was one-sided. All anti-government armed soldiers were wiped out in an instant. Only the god assassin's mercenaries, former Navy SEALs, were left to fight back. The two sides fought evenly. After all, as one of Uncle Sam's 5 elite special forces, their strength should not be underestimated. Caesar quickly set up the M2 heavy machine gun on the armed pickup truck and fired bullets at these people. The brutal firepower network made these former Navy SEALs unable to raise their heads. Coupled with the enemy's snipers, they didn't dare to expose their heads or bodies easily. If you are not careful, you might meet God. Their leader, Hillick, deputy leader, crew, and 2 mercenaries were trapped in the house and couldn't get out. After all, the simple house could not withstand the fierce attack of the M2 heavy machine gun. A collapse occurred immediately, burying the 4 people alive, and no one knew whether they were dead or alive. The situation is extremely unfavorable. Fortunately, both sides ran out of bullets and started fighting hand-to-hand. Compared to the anti-government soldiers who died quickly, these former Navy SEALs were much more powerful. For example, Gunnar met an equally powerful opponent, a black mercenary who was as strong as a black bear and holding a saber. In the modern battlefield where hot weapons are king, the two men had a battle with cold weapons. Nepali machete versus saber. The battle between the two was extremely fierce. The others were no exception, and they all fought fiercely. But there was only one person who was relatively relaxed, and that was Barney Ross, the captain of the Suicide Squad. Since the mercenaries they met didn't know that Barney Ross had a revolver behind him, when they saw him throw away the revolver, they killed him with a combat knife. Needless to say, he was shot to death by the man with a revolver. Just as Barney Ross was about to look for other god assassin mercenaries, a man suddenly rushed out from the collapsed house. It was the somewhat disheveled leader of the god's assassin mercenary group, Sherlock, who raised an iron rod and smashed it hard at Barney Ross's body. Barney Ross narrowly avoided the attack, but the revolver in his hand was knocked 2 meters away. Seeing this, Barney Ross had no choice but to take out his beloved knife to fight it all. There is murderous intent everywhere. Everything that happens here. At the same time, things were happening around the capital of Monrovia in Ganilla. Members of the USS fought alongside these mercenaries hired and supported by Uncle Sam. But not everyone has the same strength as the god assassin, and many mercenary groups were destroyed by other teams of the USS. 1-2, until all foreign mercenaries were wiped out near the capital of Monrovia. At the same time, the news that the Canary Islands government forces had hired other top mercenaries to join the war was quickly spread to the CIA, Central Intelligence Agency, intelligence station in Canary Islands. After passing through the CIA, the information was directly transmitted to the United States Joint Committee to overthrow the Ganillian government. Check for me. Find out which mercenary organization is ruining the good of our Sam country. Send me the Delta Force to clean it up immediately. A silver-haired admiral slammed the table in anger and stood up. Yes, General. The CIA intelligence personnel hurriedly left the meeting room and headed straight for the mercenary organization that suddenly appeared. Buchanan, the largest city in southern Canaria. In the presidential suite of a certain star hotel, Chu Zihong leaned comfortably on the sofa, with sexy white beauties massaging him in front and behind. These white beauties were all found for him by Xavier Samin. It is said that he has a lover, but I didn't expect that President Xavier Samin really knows how to enjoy himself. It turns out that all men are the same. Who doesn't like beautiful women? However, Chu Zihong was not interested in the 2 white beauties who were massaging him. He is afraid of contracting HIV from used secondhand items. Just massage it. Snap. The door of the presidential suite was pushed open and Victor walked in. Boss, there is good news from the USS 4 Special Operations Team. Explain. Chu Zihong squinted his eyes with enjoyment and said something without raising his head. Except for the god assassin mercenaries that the Suicide Squad is dealing with, all other foreign mercenaries will be eliminated. Victor said quickly. Good job. Chu Zihong showed a satisfied smile on his face, then raised his hand and ordered. Notify other USS teams to go over and support the Suicide Squad. The Navy SEALs are second only to Delta Force and should not be underestimated. If it continues to drag on, it may attract a large number of anti-government armed forces to support it. Yes, boss. Victor nodded and stepped aside to get the satellite phone to make the call. At this time, the door opened again. Chris, the deputy captain of the protection team, walked in quickly. Boss, President Xavier Samin has sent someone to ask you to see the president. What does he want? He wants to buy arms? Chu Zihong raised his eyes slightly and asked. Boss, the person he sent said that President Xavier Samin wanted to discuss another cooperation with you, but he didn't say anything specific. Since the business is here, let's go. Chu Zihong waved his hand to stop the white beauty who was massaging him and stood up. How could I not go when the boy who gave me money invited me? What exactly is an arms dealer? He is a businessman and a capitalist. As a big capitalist, who would complain about having too much money? Chapter 64. They are all old foxes. What's the point of performing strange stories from a Chinese studio? An hour later, Chu Zihong took a stretched Lincoln to the Provisional Presidential Palace and met Xavier Samin again. As soon as he saw Chu Zihong coming, Xavier immediately came out from behind his desk and greeted him enthusiastically. Oh, Brother Nicholas, I am so happy to see you again. Mr. President, we have always been brothers, haven't we? Chu Zihong's hypocritical smile was full of sincerity. When you buy something, merchants often say that if you really want to buy it, they can give you a discount. You see, sincerity is so worthless. So, we are all thousand-year-old foxes. Why are you and I acting out strange stories from a Chinese studio? The pleasantries are over. Xavier Samin immediately took Chu Zihong's hand and got to the point. Nicholas, my intelligence chief, reported to me that your mercenaries have killed most of the foreign mercenaries near Monrovia. That's incredible. It's okay. Sharing the worries of our customers has always been the principle of our umbrella company. Chu Zihong smiled modestly, but his heart sank slightly. I just found out about this. This old guy, is his intelligence network so powerful? No matter what his intelligence network is like. In short, the old guy in front of him was obviously on guard against him. If anyone says that people from black states aren't smart, I'll be angry with him. However, Chu Zihong didn't know. Not only did Xavier Saming know about it, but Uncle Sam's CIA also received the news. It even reached the Pentagon, and they are still investigating him. This also indirectly explains one thing. The Quicksand intelligence network under Chu Zihong still failed to cover the entire Canary Islands. But it doesn't matter to know. What Chu Zihong wants is to make his voice heard to the world. Tell the world that their umbrella company exists. I plan to continue cooperating with your company and increase my investment. For this hiring mission, I want you to help me kill the middle and high-level leaders of the anti-government armed patriotic front. The price will definitely satisfy you. Xavier Samin stared at Chu Zihong and said, Mr. President, how much can you offer? Chu Zihong looked at the other party and asked, unwilling to be outdone. Xavier Samin gestured with his hand and said, this number. Seeing this, Chu Zihong smiled and shook his head. Mr. President, are you kidding? To complete a decapitation mission in the base camp of the anti-government armed forces, the mission is extremely dangerous, and you offer 1 million? 10 million, not 1 million, Xavier Samin explained quickly. 10 million is not enough, at least 30 million. Chu Zihang bot guy. Nicholas, we are all brothers. Can you give us a preferential price? We are brothers. The mercenaries under my command are also my brothers. Are we going to let my brothers die? 30 million, plus 3 million for settling in expenses. Otherwise, there is no room for negotiation. Chu Zihong's attitude was extremely firm, leaving no room for negotiation. Seeing that Chu Zihong was not willing to discuss the matter, Xavier Samin became hesitant and conflicted. 33 million is not just a few $1,000s. It is conceivable that once the anti-government armed forces shake hands and make peace, they will definitely send troops to the border at the first opportunity. By then, it will be too late. So Xavier Samin gritted his teeth and went for it. If you lose your money, you can get it back. But if the person is gone, everything becomes a thing of the past. Spending 33 million to eliminate the middle and high-level leaders of the Patriotic Front has caused the entire anti-government armed forces to fall apart. He then led the government forces back to Monrovia and restored peace in the country. This deal is worth it. Okay, then 33 million. Xavier Samin made the final decision. Mr. President, that's great. Within 1 month, ensure that the heads of the middle and high-level leaders of the anti-government armed patriotic front are delivered to the president. Chu Zihong's face was no longer stern, revealing an approachable smile. Every faction in Black Africa likes to give itself some noble name, such as liberation this, patriotism that, or republicanism or democracy. Maybe they don't know what they are. The only people on the blue planet who like war come from the empire that claims to represent freedom. Because when it comes to overthrowing the previous government, the army and guns are more reliable than votes. With weapons, they have a say, so they can start bullying the surrounding countries and people. The people around here will not sit idly by and wait for death. They may buy guns to protect themselves, but this is enough to start a war of some scale. Isn't it helpless? There is no right or wrong on this issue. There is no right or wrong on the issue of war. But in the eyes of arms dealers, war is not what they care about, and right or wrong is even less of a concern. What they care about is why they are not allowed to use the guns I sold them. Isn't 1 month a little too long? Xavier Samin said, frowning. Mr. President, if you want to counterattack, you also need to make adequate preparations, right? Take advantage of this time to reorganize the army and train them to become familiar with new equipment so that they can be invincible during the counterattack. Chu Zihong suggested with a smile. Nicholas, you are right. Xavier Samin heard it and immediately felt that there was some truth in it. He knew exactly what was going on with the people under his command. If we counterattack, we still won't win. That would be really embarrassing. Mr. President, since you are planning a counterattack, I think you will need the services of a military advisor who can help you train your troops. When Chu Zihong saw that Xavier Samin agreed with what he said, he immediately struck while the iron was hot. Originally, he wanted to talk about commanding the army, But suddenly he remembered that apart from Sergei Vladimir, the company's military department seemed to have no senior commander who was good at commanding operations. Sergei Vladimir needs to stay at the Somali headquarters and cannot be transferred. Bob Denard could, but he also had a mission. It seems that we still need to recruit intellectual military talents who are good at commanding operations, just like the MPRI Military Resources Company. Their company relies mainly on intelligence and believes that knowledge is as important as drill on the battlefield. In today's world, where are there the most generals? Of course, it was the Soviet Union, which was about to disintegrate. Many generals were either assassinated or their later years were unknown. Therefore, Chu Zihong's first target for recruiting people was the Soviet Union. General Hans was once famous for his ability in fighting. If they dare to claim to be number one in the world, then the Soviet generals dare to claim to be number two. These two countries have the most famous generals, followed by other countries in the world. Your company also provides military consulting services? Xavier Samin showed a hint of surprise on his face when he heard this. We are a comprehensive military company, and we can provide services as long as the customer needs them. Only if you can afford enough money. Mr. President, do you need anything? Chu Zihong asked again. What's the price? How about a 5-meter knife per person per day? Xavier Samin frowned when he heard this and said, 5,000 is too much. 2,000. Okay, 2,000. Chu Zihong did not ask for an exorbitant price this time and went with the normal price. After all, it's a bit embarrassing to always take advantage of the same person. When doing business, you still need repeat customers. As a black-hearted capitalist, he is already very kind. Chapter 65 Return to Kiev and bring nuclear peace to the people of the world. When we came out of the presidential palace, the sun had already set. Before leaving, Chu Zihong turned around and looked at the modern European-style building behind him. A hint of ambiguous light appeared in the deep eyes. In his previous life, Ganilia Xavier Samin had been fleeing to Buchanan for less than 2 months when he was surrounded by anti-government armed forces who had made peace with him. The people in the city were in a panic, the morale of the government troops was low, and some soldiers even thought about surrendering without a fight. It took the anti-government forces only half a day to capture the city of Buchanan and captured Xavier Samin, who was about to leave on a yacht at sea. The natural result was that he was shot to death by anti-government soldiers. After his death, he was tied to the back of an armed pickup truck and dragged through the streets for public display. The corpse was unrecognizable. It was a horrible sight. There is no peace even after death. But this scene is very common in Heilongjiang. Every overthrown head of government will enjoy VIP treatment of a one-day tour of the city. For example, the former Colonel Ka. The leaders of the black states rarely die in a decent way. All in all, my appearance changed all that. Xavier Samin's future has undergone tremendous changes. To use the words in fantasy novels, it is not an exaggeration to say that one can defy fate and change one's destiny. With a batch of Soviet-made weapons and the training of mercenaries under their own command, the strength of the Ganilian government army will undergo a drastic change. In addition, he helped Xavier Samin assassinate the middle and high-level leaders of the anti-government armed forces, as well as the mercenaries sent by Uncle Sam to support him. If he still can't win, Xavier Samin can just kill himself with tofu. Anyway, being alive is a waste. So under normal circumstances, Ganililia will return to Xavier Samin's hands. In fact, if Chu Zihong were asked to choose who to support, he would choose Xavier Samin rather than Charles Taylor, the leader of the anti-government armed forces. Because this man is a well-known tyrant who completely disregards the national economy and the lives of the people. This has resulted in the entire Canary Islands becoming one of the poorest and most chaotic regions in the world. On the contrary, Canilia under Xavier Samin's rule cannot be said to be very good, but at least there is zero tolerance for corruption, the national economy is on the rise, and the people can still be guaranteed food and clothing as long as they have hands and feet. It is one of the wealthier sovereign states in West Africa. If it weren't for Uncle Sam's behind-the-scenes trickery, Canaria's economy would have collapsed. Where would these anti-government armed forces emerge from? Fortunately, I changed all this, stifled the impending tyranny, and saved Ganilia. Chu Zihong suddenly found that changing history seemed to be quite cool. And I really am an arms dealer who loves world nuclear peace, right? Selling weapons to vulnerable groups. Bring hope of ending the war to some war-torn countries. Destroy hegemony and create prosperity. Chu Zihong is a hero. You asked me about the arms trafficking that brought war to third world countries? No, I just want world nuclear peace. Bring warmth and hope to the people in third world countries. Look away. Chu Zihong turned around and got on the stretched Lincoln, as he was no longer needed in the following Ganilia. Next destination, Kiev, IL-76 and 124 strategic transport aircraft, and 225 Dream transport aircraft, as well as two 160, two 95, two 22, and other strategic bombers. I am coming. 3 days later. In November, Wookland was covered in snow and bitterly cold. Clusters of snow fell, as if countless torn cotton balls were rolling down from the sky. A thick layer of snow has accumulated on the roofs of the city, and it looks like rolling snow-capped mountains from a distance. Set foot on the land of Wookland again. Chu Zihong smelled an extremely pleasant scent in the cold air. That is, the special ink smell belonging to money. This time's arrival was different from the last time. Not only mentality, strength, wealth, experience, etc., but also all aspects have undergone earth-shaking changes. The hometown remains the same, but the people have changed. He did not immediately go to the 5th Air Army to meet with Lieutenant General Joseph Pushkin. Instead, he went to a 5-star hotel in the city center to stay, because someone was already waiting for him in the hotel. This time he came to Kiev with 3 purposes. The first one is to obtain various transport aircraft, strategic bombers, and other aircraft. Build global air routes for Umbrella Corporation to ensure timely delivery of arms to customers in any corner of the world. The second is to loan rubles. After all, the ruble is now one of the most influential major currencies in the world. Then they used the rubles to exchange for rice and knives, and waited until the Soviet Union collapsed to use the rubles to repay the loan. Getting something for nothing, is there anything more profitable than this? Or they could learn from the oligarchic consortiums, first establish private enterprises, then apply for loans from the banks of Soviet state-owned enterprises, and finally use the developed resources to seize the jobs of Soviet state-owned enterprises. Both methods can make Chu Zihong a billionaire instantly. It's a faster way to make money than selling arms. It just so happens that I have financial talents under my command, so I don't have to do it myself. And before coming here, he had already sent financial talents donated by the system to Moscow and Kiev. 2 of these financial talents were native Soviet people, namely Berezovsky and Friedman. Chu Zihong was also very shocked when he saw these 2 financial talents. I didn't expect the system to be so powerful. 2 oligarchs from the 7 largest ULA conglomerates actually became our own people. It's really awesome. These oligarchs all made their fortunes from the collapse of the Soviet Union, and they have so much wealth that they could never spend it all in a lifetime. With these 2 oligarchs, Chu Zihong is not worried at all about whether he can become a billionaire. Because Soviet banks had very strict reviews of loan applications from foreigners and did not even allow loans to businessmen with Western backgrounds. As a local, this situation naturally does not exist. In the future, your loan application will be approved immediately, and you can borrow as much as you want. Having a system is very good and powerful. The final and third goal is naturally to recruit a large number of talents. Technology is the future of Umbrella Corporation. Another thing is to bring the Cossacks and Chechen mercenaries under his control. With the addition of these new forces, Umbrella Corporation can be said to truly possess a military force that is no less powerful than that of major powers. In assisting the Titan Corporation's near-future technology, there is also Umbrella Biotechnology, as well as the Halo Spartan project and exoskeleton armor. From now on, the United Nations will have to ask for their own opinions. As for Uncle Sam, he can just go and cry in the corner. So the first one is not the main one, the latter 2 purposes are the key. The path of today's arms dealers is merely laying the foundation for the Umbrella Corporation to dominate the world. Chu Zihong's goal is to spread his arms business throughout the world. Bring hope of world nuclear peace to people all over the world. From now on, the first thing he would say is, "Honey, do you need an aircraft carrier? The kind that can fly into the sky. You can't afford to suffer a loss, and you can't afford to be cheated. Produced by Umbrella Corporation, it is of high quality and low price. You deserve it. Hey, isn't that cool?" Chapter 66. The oligarchs are all my brothers. Am I proud? Mr. President, nice to meet you. I'm Barney Ross, the head of the Umbrella Corporation's Canilla office. Canilla Buchanan. Inside the office of the interim presidential palace, Barney Ross took the initiative to extend his hand and introduce himself to Xavier Samin. Following behind him were Santa Claus and Yin Yang, both of whom were dressed like the man in black and wore sunglasses. If the 2 people's skin was not one white and one yellow, but black. If we find 2 more people, we can form a coffin-carrying and funeral team. Mr. Barney, where's your boss? Xavier Samin was a little confused when he saw that it was Barney Ross who came instead of Chu Zihong. Mr. President, as a multinational company with operations all over the world, our boss naturally went to other countries to discuss business. In the future, if you have any business in Ganilla, you can come to me and I will be able to help you solve your problems. Barney Ross said with a smile. You can decide everything? Xavier Samin looked Barney Ross up and down. He didn't look like a businessman at all, but a mercenary. Of course, I can decide whatever you need. Barney Ross replied with a smile on his face, but he was cursing in his heart. How dare you question me? Damn it, if you're not the partner appointed by the boss, I'd really take out a knife and stab you in the ass. All right, Shabiye Samin Shuja, Anola Jing Barney Ross. The theme of the meeting was a friendly handover of military advisors to train the Ganilian army and other related matters. Members of the Death Squad serve as military advisors, responsible for providing all military training to the Ganilian government forces, including tactical guidance. In order to fully promote the professionalization of the Ganilian army, Barney Ross profoundly stated that everything needs to be done according to their instructions and hopes that President Xavier Samin will give strong support. At the meeting, President Xavier Samin stated that the government forces would fully cooperate with Umbrella Corporation in training its own troops. Those who fail to cooperate will be severely punished. Both parties were very satisfied with the meeting, and it ended there. Leaving the presidential palace, Christmas started to complain, "Barney, I can fight, but I can't train people. Especially training a group of militiamen. It's simply torture. Boss, why did you give this mission to our team? I would rather assassinate the middle and high-level leaders of the anti-government armed forces. You don't have to brave the hail of bullets, and you can easily earn $2,000 a day. Isn't this a good job? Christmas, don't be ungrateful." Before Barney Ross could speak, Yin Yang on the side spoke up for Christmas. Yin Yang is right. This kind of job is so easy. If you don't want to do it, you can give me the money. Barney Ross agreed. 2,000 is still money. I'll give it to you. You're dreaming. Santa glared at Barney Ross, looking protective of his child. That's it. What's there to complain about? Barney Ross patted Christmas on the shoulder and said with a smile, "The method of provoking someone is quite effective. I must study Sun Tzu's art of war carefully when I get back. The wisdom of the ancient Chinese is really amazing." At the same time, Chu Zihong has brought his people to the Katyusha 5-star hotel in the center of Kiev. Berezovsky and Friedman, two financial talents who were waiting in the presidential suite, saw Chu Zihong coming and immediately greeted him respectfully. The future oligarchs of Russia will be his own men. Just thinking about this made Chu Zihong feel very happy. Look, the people at the helm of the oligarchic consortium are all his own younger brothers. Bullshit, right? In the future, supporting Uncle Phelps to become the president of the United States is simply YYDS. Tell me about the results of your coming to the Soviet Union. Chu Zihong sat down on the sofa with a dagger, looking at the two financial talents standing respectfully in front of him. "Boss, let me speak first." Berezovsky spoke first. "Okay, go ahead." Chu Zihong glanced at Berezovsky, who had the temperament of a teacher. This big shot was actually a humble professor of applied mathematics before he became rich. During that turbulent period, Berezovsky realized that there was no money to be made in making mathematical products. So he quickly turned to an industry that had nothing to do with mathematics: car sales. Berezovsky successfully obtained a lot of car at a price of $4,800 and sold it for $7,500. He would also collect deposits from car buyers and pay them to the factory after some delay. With inflation in place, Berezovsky could easily earn half the car's value in extra income. This allowed him to make hundreds of millions of dollars in profits in just 2 years. After making his first fortune, Berezovsky turned his attention to the oil sector. He acquired 51% of the shares of Siberian Oil Company through mortgage auction, except for industrial manufacturing and petroleum. Even the Russian public television became a money-making tool for Berezovsky. Berezovsky, who was at the peak of his career, was listed as the 9th richest person in the world by Forbes magazine. Berezovsky is a legendary figure who combines the identities of mathematician, financier, media tycoon, and political genius. Such a legendary figure is his younger brother. Chu Zihong can brag all his life. Berezovsky's report was almost the same as his experience of making a fortune in his previous life. In a short time, he had become a well-known figure in Moscow, opened a company and a private bank. He has applied for a loan of 10 billion rubles from the Central Bank of the Soviet Union, which is still under review. However, it shouldn't take too long. The bank insider who accepted the bribe told Berezovsky that the money would be released within 2 or 3 days at most. Once approved, the money will be doubled when converted into rice knives. Although the domestic situation in the Soviet Union began to become extremely turbulent, the ruble began to depreciate sharply. But it was still the late 1980s, and the ruble was still worth more than 10 yuan to the rice knife during this period. 10 billion exchange for rice and knives, that would be several hundred billion. It's really a huge profit to get something for nothing. You can easily become a billionaire, and you can do more with the money. The strength of Umbrella Corporation will definitely rise like a rocket. Friedman's presentation was similar to Berezovsky's, but his was more low-key and conventional. It fits his stable personality. Therefore, he is the least well-known among the 7 oligarchs, behaves restrainedly, and does business relatively honestly. Instead of going to Moscow, he came to Kiev and borrowed 8 billion rubles from the bank. This made Chu Zihong a little dissatisfied. Only 8 billion. What use is it? You're used to being the 6th one, right? Friedman, you should learn from Berezovsky and not be so timid. I hope to gain more wealth, not just 8 billion. Remember that in a world where the strong prey on the weak, there is no future for cowards. Chu Zihong knocked on the coffee table in front of him and stared at Friedman, his tone full of strength and dominance. At the same time, he was also saying this to Berezovsky, who was standing next to him. What's the use of a few 100 billion-meter sword? What I want is trillions, or even more. This opportunity is rare. We must seize it. After all, countries have not yet started to plan for the Soviet Union and short the ruble. He must strike first. Once the capital of various countries' consortiums entered the Soviet Union. Never mind the meat. Damn it. I can't even drink the soup. Chapter 67. Benefit bundling is always the best way. KGB agent visits. Remember my words, I don't want 18 billion. I need more money. Just go for it. As long as the sky doesn't fall. Lend me as many rubles as you can. Just tell me how much activity funds you need, and I will give priority to meeting your needs. Chu Zihong stared at the two future leaders of the Russian oligarch consortium with a sharp gaze, and his tone left no room for doubt. Making money can cure all pretentiousness. Having money can cure all inferiority complex. Capitalists are all profit-seeking and put profit first. Then I will talk to you about feelings and other things. Without money, you are nothing. This is reality and fact. Yes, boss. Berezovsky and Friedman's eyes sparkled, and they immediately nodded respectfully. It seems to be conservative. The boss's words gave the two the courage to give it a try. This moment, there was a flash of madness in the eyes of both of them at the same time. Perhaps Chu Zihong didn't know that his words had stimulated the two of them. The final surprise for myself is even greater. Even if I know, Chu Zihong just wants to say one thing. If there are more big surprises like this, I will take them all. As for the officials in the relevant departments, you should bribe them with money if possible, and try to get them all on the same boat. It is better than bringing trouble upon yourself. Bundling interests is always the best way. Also, be careful of the KGB. If they target you, get your money and withdraw immediately. Chu Zihong gave them some instructions before sending the two away. At the same time, outside the Katyusha Hotel, a jeep was parked steadily at the hotel entrance. The doorman immediately stepped forward and opened the car door for him. A tall white man wearing a brown leather jacket got out of the car. It was the KGB agent Poroshenko, who was sent by Ambassador Schmeigel to pick up Chu Zihong. He was originally a senior KGB agent in the KGB's Foreign Station Group and had the right to return to the country. Because Chu Zihong unilaterally changed the time, Poroshenko did not return to the Soviet Union with him. A few days ago, he had to return to Kiev alone and wait. After receiving the news that Chu Zihong had arrived in Kiev today, Poroshenko rushed over without stopping. Park the car. While Poroshenko threw the key to the doorman, he generously took out 100 rubles and stuffed it into the doorman's chest pocket. The doorman kept bowing to me. It was a huge tip. In the late 1980s, the ruble had not yet depreciated significantly, and 1 ruble could be exchanged for more than 10 yuan. 100 rubles, you can imagine. Just as Poroshenko entered the hotel, he happened to pass by Berezovsky and Friedman, who were pushing the door open. He glanced at it casually and suddenly frowned. Hey, why does it feel a little familiar? Like, where have I seen it before? However, when he chased out, Berezovsky and Friedman had already gotten into the Cadillac sedan that came to pick them up, one in front and one behind, moving away in different directions. Poroshenko stood at the door and did not stare at Friedman's car. Instead, he stared at the car Berezovsky was riding in with an ambiguous look. Berezovsky, a new rich man who appeared in Moscow in the past half-month. I heard that 51% of the shares of Siberian Oil Company were acquired through mortgage auction. How did he end up in Kiev? As for why Friedman did not attract Poroshenko's attention, it was because this guy was very low-key. Ponder for a while. Poroshenko couldn't figure it out and was too lazy to think about it. As a businessman, it was normal for him to travel around. Look away. He re-entered the hotel and headed straight for the elevator. Boom, boom. Outside, Victor knocked on the door. Only after hearing Chu Zihong's response in the presidential suite did he push the door open and enter. Boss, Poroshenko, who was sent by Ambassador Schmeigel, is here. It's coming pretty fast. Let him in. Chu Zihong was slightly surprised. It had only been less than a few minutes since the notification. Soon, led by Victor, the tall Poroshenko came to Chu Zihong. Mr. Nicholas, it's nice to see you again. Sorry to have kept you waiting for so long. I was dealing with some company business. Chu Zihong smiled and stretched out his hand and shook hands with him. Mr. Nicholas, I'm busy with business. I understand. Poroshenko doesn't care. As long as he can make money, it doesn't matter whether it's early or late. I wonder where General Joseph Pushkin is? Chu Zihong doesn't care about small fry like Poroshenko. The key is the financial sponsor this time, Lieutenant General Joseph Pushkin. If the general gets angry, things will be difficult. Don't worry, Mr. Nicholas. General Joseph Pushkin said he can understand your handling of the matter. That's good. Chu Zihong breathed a sigh of relief. When the Soviets got angry, it was impossible to appease them. Unless you drink and fight, you will beat the other person until he or she surrenders. His small body can't stand the hard work. At this time, Poroshenko's eyes turned and he suddenly said, Mr. Nicholas, I have a business deal I want to discuss with you. Are you interested? Oh, what business? Tell me about it. Chu Zihong glanced at Poroshenko and said calmly after hearing this. Poroshenko did not speak immediately, but turned his gaze to Victor on the side. The meaning was self-evident. He wanted to discuss business with Chu Zihong alone. He is my personal bodyguard and my brother. Chu Zihong did not let Victor leave, but spoke bluntly. We are all smart people. That's all I have to say. Poroshenko naturally would not seek trouble for himself and expressed his apologies first. Then he got to the point. Mr. Nicholas, first of all, let me introduce myself to you again. My true identity is a senior agent from the 2nd Directorate of the KGB. Your Excellency, you hit it well enough. A hint of surprise flashed across Chu Zihong's eyes, but he quickly covered it up. But he felt a little uneasy in his heart. KGB, Chinese name, KGB. A super agency that was above all departments of the Soviet Party, government, and military, and was accountable only to the highest level. The KGB is called by the British intelligence agencies the world's largest spy agency currently collecting secret intelligence. It is known as one of the world's 4 major spy organizations, along with the United States CIA, Israel's Mossad, and Great Britain's MI6. In fact, Poroshenko is a senior agent from the KGB, which doesn't surprise Chu Zihong too much. But he actually came from the 2nd Directorate of the KGB, because the 2nd Bureau has always been the protagonist of the KGB's counterintelligence and intelligence reconnaissance department. It carried out counterintelligence and worked with foreign missions in the tourist system, while also conducting certain reconnaissance activities on Soviet territory. I didn't expect that I would come into contact with KGB agents in this way. More importantly, he had been targeted since he arrived in Somalia. This made Chu Zihong more concerned. Fortunately, it is a cooperative relationship, but what if we encounter a hostile intelligence organization? I don't even know how I died. This made Chu Zihong feel a sense of crisis. He decided to go back this time. We must work hard to improve and expand the Quicksand intelligence network. We don't aim to cover the entire world like the KGB and CIA, but at least we can cover the people around us. Chu Zihong thinks that he is a person who cherishes his life. If you lose your life, no matter how much money you make, it's useless. Chapter 68. Natasha was right next to me, and I didn't even know it. Mr. Nicholas, I am not hiding anything. I am in charge of the KGB's Foreign Station Group, Poroshenko explained. So, what business do you want to discuss with me? Chu Zihong did not dwell too much on this issue. After all, I didn't ask about the other party's identity. I just knew that he was an embassy staff member. I believe that Mr. Nicholas appeared here because he heard about the internal turmoil in the Soviet Union and the imminent disintegration, right? Poroshenko stared at Chu Zihong and went straight to the point. Right, so what do you want to say? It's simple. I want to find a way out for myself and my brothers. What do you mean? Chu Zihong's eyes lit up and he sat up straight abruptly. No way. Could this be the legendary? I'm dozing off and you're giving me a pillow? When the Soviet Union collapsed, many capable people joined private organizations with huge room for development. After all, the benefits are good, the treatment is high, and there is a lot of room for personal appreciation and development. If he recruited agents from the KGB, his Quicksand intelligence network would definitely have the potential to become the 5th world-class intelligence organization. This is also the reason why Chu Zihong is very excited. As Mr. Nicholas thought, the Soviet Union collapsed and the top leaders were safe, but we agents will inevitably be liquidated. In order to survive, why not leave yourself a way out? You are right, Mr. Nicholas. Poroshenko shrugged and smiled. You're right. As long as you survive, you'll have money and women. If you die, you won't make any money, and you'll only have inferior food to burn when you burn incense. If you bring your brothers to join our umbrella company, you will receive an annual salary of $150,000 with benefits during festivals and holidays, and you will enjoy a vacation trip once a year. If an accident occurs, I will also give your family a considerable pension. Chu Zihong leaned on the sofa, clasped his hands, and said, the salary is a little higher than those mercenaries in the company's military department, but there is no other way. After all, they are from the KGB, one of the 4 major intelligence agencies in the world. The nature of the work is different, so the treatment is naturally different. Besides, $150,000 a year is pretty good for a top agent. If you offer a high salary right after you join, there will be internal discord. Chu Zihong didn't want such a thing to happen, especially in the early stages of his business. If you say that KGB is a talent, you are right. But in the Soviet Union, the thing that was least lacking was the KGB. Do you know how many people there are in the KGB? At one point, the number of KGB staff members reached more than 500,000, including 10,000 in the headquarters, 200,000 in the espionage, counterintelligence and technical support departments, and 300,000 border guards. In addition, there are 1.5 million informants across the country and 250,000 spies abroad. Scarcity makes things valuable. If there are too many of them, they are cheap and not good enough. Of course, if the agent is trained by the GRU, Group A, Signal Flag, or the Red House, then the price Chu Zihong offered would naturally be different. Hundreds of thousands? Even 200,000 is fine, because, damn, they're all talented. Mr. Nicholas, your offer is hard to refuse. I agree to join. Poroshenko was very satisfied when he heard the price offered by Chu Zihong. I worked so hard in the KGB, but my annual salary was less than 50,000. The umbrella company offers an annual salary of $150,000, various holiday benefits, and one holiday trip per year. Only a fool would not join. Welcome to join our umbrella corporation. Our company's mission is everything for world nuclear peace. Chu Zihong extended his hand to welcome Poroshenko. It is my honor to join your company. Poroshenko quickly extended his hand to shake hands and flatter his future financial sponsor. We are one family, so we should keep our differences. Chu Zihong waved his hand and then asked, Poroshenko, this is not the only business you want to discuss, right? Boss, you have a unique vision. I admire you. Poroshenko flattered him and said solemnly, if I can get a special forces unit under the KGB, including some confidential drawings. I wonder what price you can offer, boss? As long as you can bring no less than 1 million Dao. Chu Zihong's eyes flashed when he heard that, and he made a gesture. Why wouldn't you want a good thing that comes to your doorstep? It's just like opening a blind box, there might be an unexpected surprise. A few minutes later, the two agreed to go to General Joseph Pushkin tomorrow, and Poroshenko left the hotel satisfied. He hummed Katyusha and his steps became lighter. Shortly after Poroshenko left, Victor, who had been standing nearby like a piece of wood, couldn't help but speak. Boss, can you trust an agent's words? I only believe in money and not in anyone else. Chu Zihong said, holding a cigar in his mouth and crossing his legs. Victor was speechless. There is nothing wrong with what you said. You are worthy of being the boss. But his words are still somewhat credible. It's better to go out than to be trapped here and die. The sky of the Soviet Union has long been dim. Chu Zihong exhaled a smoke ring and sighed. The Soviet Union was now crumbling and internally unstable, leading to the August coup. The fall of a giant bear is not just due to external reasons. Chu Zihong didn't want to get involved in political affairs. He just wanted to dig out the Soviet Union's marrow and strengthen his own strength. Just at this moment, the satellite phone suddenly rang, bringing Chu Zihong back to reality. I picked up the phone and saw that it was Uncle Phelps calling. Chu Zihong picked up the phone quickly, and Uncle Phelps's inquiring voice immediately rang through the line. Chu, what have you been doing in Guanilia recently? What's the matter, Uncle Phelps? Chu Zihong showed a trace of confusion on his face. What was he doing in Guanilia? It was just that I sold a batch of arms and took some side income to make a little money. CIA, we've got our eyes on you. Hey, Uncle Phelps, what did I think happened? The CIA has been targeting me for a long time. Chu Zihong thought something had happened, but it turned out to be just this, so he just smiled nonchalantly. This time it's different. It's the Special Operations Department. Phelps frowned, his tone a little heavy. They have received orders from the Pentagon to subvert the Guanilia Joint Committee. They will eliminate you at all costs, even if it means using Delta Force. Outside your branch in Tiago City, there are people from the Operations Department monitoring you 24 hours a day. Chu Zihong frowned when he heard this. This was really bad news. TSK, Uncle Sam can't afford to play with it. They're starting an assassination right now. They're even sending out Delta Force? Don't mention it, I really think highly of myself. But being targeted by a group of hyenas is really, it's a very unpleasant thing. Seeing that Chu Zihong didn't speak for a long time on the satellite phone, Phelps sighed and said, Chu, you don't have to worry too much. I will try my best to help you solve these problems. We have people in the federal government who are very important. Also, I'll let Alice go over to protect you. Alice. Chu Zihong came back to his senses and was a little surprised to hear what Uncle Phelps said. That sexy secretary? Oh no, it's still my previous life's lover. The entire huge security company ran away, leaving only a sexy blonde. You can imagine what this means. The country is gone, but the beauty must remain. But what does it mean that Alice protects herself? Can such a weak woman protect herself? What a joke. Don't let it happen that instead of protecting yourself, you end up protecting her. Perhaps he heard Chu Zihong's doubts. A rare smile appeared on Phelps' serious face. Chu, she is not an ordinary person. What's the meaning? Natalia Alice's original name was Natasha Romanoff. She was adopted by your father in the Soviet Union. Later, she was sent to the Red House for training and became a top agent. She faked her own death and left the Red House. After your father got into trouble, she came to your side and changed her name to Alice, secretly protecting you. Chu Zihong was shocked when he heard this, his face full of disbelief. Dig the hole. I never expected that the most neglected female secretary and lover around me would be Black Widow. Is this a hidden surprise? I have always longed for a few top agents, but there is one hiding next to me. Really? Abandon the kitchen god and worship the mountain god. Give up the near and seek the far. Chapter 69. Going to the Soviet Air Force Base. The White Swan is so beautiful. Hang up the phone. Chu Zihong was still immersed in the shock of finding out that his secretary and lover Alice was actually the Black Widow, and he couldn't calm down for a long time. But then again, this cheap father really makes people love and hate him. He left himself a mess at the beginning, but he also secretly left himself a backup plan. Black Widow. She is the absolute number one in the Marvel Cinematic Universe and cannot be replaced by any other female Avengers character. The Red House principal commented on the Black Widow. The Red House called her Black Widow because she was small and immature, just like a deadly spider. This explanation goes some way to explaining the characteristics of Black Widow when performing her missions, her absolute hiding efficiency and her lethality. Multiple camouflages and styles to switch at will. Besides being amazed, Chu Zihong also felt a little happy in his heart. First there is Kataria, the top female killer in Black Lawn. And then there is Natasha, the Black Widow in the Marvel Universe. Coupled with the surrender of senior KGB agent Poroshenko, it would be difficult for his own quicksand intelligence network not to become powerful. Well, my own aura of being the protagonist. Really, very good and powerful. The author is awesome. As for what Uncle Phelps said, just in case, Chu Zihong decisively notified the Alpha team, hiding in the dark, to be on high alert. CIA Special Operations Division, notorious. Many big guys died at their hands, and he didn't want to be one of them. Unlucky. I want to live longer than a turtle. The next day morning, led by Poroshenko, Chu Zihong and his party headed to the base of the Soviet Air Force's 5th Army, 30 kilometers southwest of Kiev. Chu Zihong had no credibility with this surrendered senior KGB agent. Who knows if he is pretending to surrender and lurking around me? Or do you have other ideas? Therefore, Poroshenko has been labeled as someone who needs to be investigated by Chu Zihong. The talents provided by the system give people a sense of security. These natives don't have it. The only thing that can give him a sense of security in this world is countless money. An hour later, Chu Zihong and his group finally arrived at the headquarters of the Soviet Air Force's 5th Army. Compared with the previous 103 Border Defense Division, except for the soldiers guarding the gate and the cold weapons and equipment. The military police and soldiers inside the military camp seemed to have disappeared from the face of the earth, and there was no one to be seen. But the 5th Army's barracks were different. This is a real Soviet barracks, and patrolling gendarmes with live ammunition can be seen everywhere. Including the soldiers in training, they shouted Yura, which was very exciting. On the airport apron, there were Air Force pilots maintaining MiG fighter jets, full of military flavor. It is worthy of being one of the most elite air forces of the Soviet Union, a heroic air force that made outstanding achievements in the World War. But even if there is such a heroic army, it was inevitable that the Soviet Union would begin to decay due to the internal turmoil. The prosperity of everything. It's just vain superficial work. The roots of the entire army have begun to rot, and the soldiers are just innocent people lying there being shot. Since the Army Command Center is opposite the airport, Chu Zihong and others need to cross the airport. It happened that two 4th-generation Su-27 fighter jets took a run-up and suddenly soared into the sky like an onion pulled up from dry land. Clean and neat movements, so cool. In any case, Chu Zihong's attention was deeply attracted until the two Su-27s disappeared into the sky. He then looked away, a sigh flashing in his eyes. The products of the Sukhoi Design Bureau, especially the National Air Defense Fighter, were restricted by the Soviet confidentiality system and could not be exported abroad. The MiG series is different. The export quantity is huge. He has fought against SAM fighter many times and has gained a great reputation and a prominent position. Later, after the Soviet Union collapsed, the successor country of Russia lifted restrictions on the export of Sukhoi fighter jets. Faced with the powerful market offensive of the Su-27, which is good in innate conditions, the MiG-29 cannot dominate the international fighter market again like its predecessors such as the MiG-15 and MiG-21. Exports were pitifully low, and the MiG Design Bureau fell into great difficulties. The current Su-27 cannot be bought even if you have money. This is also the reason why Chu Zihong sighed. He could see it but couldn't eat it. What a miserable group. Out of sight, out of mind. Chu Zihong's gaze turned to the MiG-series fighter jets. In addition, he also saw the Tu-160 bomber at the airport. The snow-white, slender fuselage is as beautiful as its nickname, the White Swan. The Tu-160 bomber is the largest bomber in the world and is also equipped with the world's most powerful military aviation engine. Designed to replace the Tu-22M bomber and compete with the SAM Air Force's B-1 bomber. The up-and-coming Tu-160 is 80% faster than the SAM B-1 bomber, nearly 35% larger than the B-1 bomber, and has a range nearly 45% greater than the B-1 bomber. However, in reality, the Tu-160 has always been in the trial stage. That is to say, the Air Force pilots who flew it during this period were strictly test pilots. Chu Zihong was in a depressed mood the moment he saw the White Swan. Gone in a flash. Beautiful, so beautiful. It is worthy of being the pinnacle of Soviet heavy industry. It is just beautiful. Boss, we're here. Victor's words brought Chu Zihong back from admiring the White Swan. Chu Zihong coughed lightly and got out of the car slowly. As an arms dealer, be elegant. Sir, General Joseph Pushkin is waiting for us in the conference room. Poroshenko entered the command center at some point, and he was walking out and coming in front of Chu Zihong. Lead the way. Chu Zihong waved his hand and said, Sir, you need to hand over your weapons when you enter. Poroshenko glanced at Victor and others and reminded them. Chu Zihong frowned slightly. Who was he guarding against? In order to gain more benefits. Although he was reluctant, he still asked Victor and others to hand over their weapons. If you want to get involved in this world, you have to be tough when you need to be tough, and be timid when you need to be timid. If you are stronger than me, and you slap me, I will still give you my right cheek. Why? You can make me money. We all eat delicious food and drink spicy drinks together, but it's just a slap in the face. Is dignity and money important? What's more, we are on someone else's territory, so it is better to abide by the rules. The fifth rule of arms dealers. Merchants who abide by the rules will live longer. Handed over the weapons. Led by Poroshenko, Chu Zihong went to the conference room on the second floor. At the same time, a Boeing 747 transport plane loaded with cargo landed at Kyiv International Airport. After the plane stopped, the cargo door opened and 30 mercenaries with fierce auras walked out. All black combat uniforms with the unique logo of Umbrella Corporation. Except for these mercenaries, there was also a blonde girl wearing a black tights, who was Chu Zihong's secretary Alice. To be precise, it's Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff. Chapter 70. The Old Fox Meets the Young Fox. 800 Mines. 5th Army Barracks. On the second floor of the command center in the conference room. The first thing Chu Zihong saw when he came in was the portraits of the 3 founders of the Soviet Union hanging on the wall. Between the 3 avatars is the classic red flag. Looking down, I saw a thin old man wearing a lieutenant general's uniform and with a head full of silver hair. The old man had a pair of sapphire eyes, which were full of shrewdness. In Chu Zihong's opinion, this was another 1,000-year-old fox. I'm afraid this business is not easy to do. But who isn't a 1,000-year-old vixen? While Chu Zihong was looking at him, Joseph Pushkin was also looking at him with the same eyes. As a veteran of the battlefield, he also dealt with the Chinese during the Pearl Harbor incident. Chu Zihong in front of him was a very typical Chinese youth, both in terms of height and appearance. But there was something different about them compared to the Chinese he had met before. That is, the breadth of capitalists. This is a temperament that many Chinese people do not possess. Most Chinese people are relatively simple and exude a gentle temperament. The first impression is that he is polite and humble. And the person in front of him, in the eyes of Joseph Pushkin, no different from the Western capitalists he had met. Cunning, greedy, and only cares about profit. But I have to admit it, he likes these capitalists because they can bring him a lot of benefits. An empire that once dominated the planet fell, and people's desires were infinitely magnified. The two sides tacitly looked at each other first, and then began to show acting skills that far surpassed the level of an Oscar winner. Just like the saying goes, since they are all 1,000-year-old fox spirits, what is the point of performing strange stories from a Chinese studio here? After getting to know each other, both parties sat down and got down to business. But before getting into the topic, Chu Zihong asked Victor to take the suitcase in his hand. General Joseph, there has always been an unwritten rule in our Chinese community. That is, when you visit someone's home, you must not bring anything empty-handed, otherwise it would be considered impolite. As Chu Zihong spoke, he opened the suitcase, revealing a box full of green Franklins. In addition, 6 gold medals with Soviet symbols lay quietly on top of the bundles of rice knives. Under the indoor lights, there was a dazzling golden light, made of pure gold. Ahem. Of course, the surface is actually covered with a layer of gold foil. You will see it after a while. But now it looks very nice to the naked eye. With Chu Zihong's character of not wanting to suffer any loss. Let him make it out of pure gold? The sun really is rising from the west. What the hell? Chu Zihong immediately turned the suitcase around and pushed it in front of Joseph Pushkin. So, this is a small gift from me. I hope you will accept it. Nicholas, I'm so sorry, but your gift is definitely the best gift I have received this year. With all due respect, I believe we can become best friends. Joseph Pushkin said embarrassed words, but his hands did not stop. The law of true fragrance. It's the same everywhere. Who would refuse money that comes to their doorstep? General, we have always been friends. We will never forget the help that the Davari family has given to our country. Our friendship will last forever. After hearing these words, even Chu Zihong himself was moved. How I, an arms dealer, moved a man with just one sentence. That's right. We will always be friends. Long live friendship. Joseph Pushkin laughed heartily. If the gift is delivered properly, everything will be easy. Long live friendship. Chu Zihong smiled slightly and responded. It is said that those who laugh with you when you laugh are either idiots or people who love you. Obviously, Joseph Pushkin was the former. Call you Davari. Do you really think you are a member of the Davari clan? Otherwise, why don't you return a piece of land in the north first? All the pleasantries. Chu Zihong went straight to the point without any nonsense. General Joseph, I heard you want to sell some heavy transport aircraft? Yes, I have this idea. I wonder what price Mr. Nicholas can offer. Joseph Pushkin leaned back in his chair and asked with a smile. General, please take a look at the goods first. I won't jump to conclusions now. Chu Zihong said with a smile. No problem. The transport planes have no mission today. They're all in the hangar for maintenance. Joseph Pushkin shrugged, then stood up and took Chu Zihong and others out of the meeting room and headed to the hangar. Of course, he wouldn't talk about aviation fuel. Except for a small portion that was drunk by people, he had almost sold the rest. It only supports daily cruising use by fighter jets, and the rest will not last long. On the way, Victor leaned close to Chu Zihong's ear and said, Boss, the cargo plane successfully arrived at Kiev Airport 2 minutes ago. Very good. Inform Enrique not to unload the cargo. Rent a hangar and drive in to protect it. Chu Zihong instructed. Yes, boss. Soon Chu Zihong and his group arrived at the warehouse where the transport plane was located. A series of familiar big guys come into view. Among them, the IL-76 and N-124 strategic transport aircraft deeply attracted Chu Zihong's attention, making his eyes shine. With these two big guys, the global air routes that I have always dreamed of can be built. By then, there will be no need to rent Boeing's transport aircraft. $50,000 at a time is no different from robbing money. But someone said that the Soviet Union and the United States belong to two hostile camps. What if the plane is shot down? And once you enter, you need to go through some formalities. These reasons left Chu Zihong speechless. If I didn't have a large transport plane, who would rent you a plane? The opportunity is now. Of course, Chu Zihong would not let it go and would take it down at any cost. Unfortunately, he did not see the N-225 Dream transport aircraft he had dreamed of here. The aircraft has been out for about 4 years and should be at Gostomely Airport now. It is not under the jurisdiction of the 5th Army, but of the Kiev Military District. A blessing in disguise. It would also be nice to get the IL-76 and N-124. I circled around the two transport planes and then went up to feel them. Overall, I am very satisfied and the aircraft is well maintained. General, are there any extra of these two transport planes? Chu Zihong asked. Our army has a total of 4 aircraft of these two models, and we can send 2 each, Joseph Pushkin said without hesitation. General, I want them all. Just name a price. Chu Zihong waved his hand and said with great passion. Joseph Pushkin said a word, and a jeep drove over and stopped steadily in front of them. A colonel holding a briefcase got out of the car and walked quickly to Joseph Pushkin. The colonel glanced at Chu Zihong and others, then leaned over and whispered something to Joseph Pushkin. General Joseph Pushkin, who had a smile on his face, gradually became serious as he listened. His pale brows also began to frown. When Chu Zihong saw this scene, his heart skipped a beat. Chow. It won't be a bad thing, right? It was probably a minute or two before the colonel finished speaking. Joseph Pushkin frowned, then looked at Chu Zihong and sighed. Nicholas, I'm so sorry. I just received news that I'm afraid I can't sell you the transport plane. Chu Zihong's expression darkened when he heard this, and he asked, General, why? Nicholas, although I can't buy it, I can rent it to you. Joseph Pushkin gasped. Rent? How to rent? Chu Zihong's eyes moved slightly, with a lot of thoughts in his mind. If you can't buy, you can rent. What's more, you rented it to me. Do you think you can take it back? Chapter 71 Chu Zihong. My money is not that easy to take. Chu Zihong had to give Joseph a thumbs up, as his idea was a good one. You actually thought of renting it out. What a genius. But, does he know a word? Once it's in your pocket, it's not easy to get it out again. He put away his thoughts and asked, General, How do I rent it? It's very simple. You only need to pay $1 million a month for the rental of each transport plane, and then you can drive away. Joseph exchanged a glance with the adjutant who had come running over, then smiled and expressed his thoughts. Yes, he was acting just now. The real purpose is how to get more benefits. Chu Zihong frowned slightly and fell into deep thought. Joseph didn't mind seeing this and gave Chu Zihong enough time to think. There's no rush anyway. There's plenty of time. He took out the flask of Lifey vodka from his pocket and started drinking it. Drinking alcohol is just like drinking plain water. However, Chu Zihong's heart was in turmoil. Although the IL-76 was the best heavy transport aircraft in the 1980s, surpassing Uncle Sam. But even so, the average price of one aircraft is around 17 million US dollars. As a result, the other party asked for 1 million a month? Fuck, it's darker than me. That's 12 million a year, enough to buy 1.5 in 2 years, okay? What's more, Malaysia will become independent in 2 years, by which time the IL-76 will be nothing more than scrap metal to the country. Because they cannot afford to maintain them, the final result is that they either rust and corrode in an aircraft graveyard, or are dismantled and sold as scrap metal. What can't be bought? It's just a routine. Do you really think you know nothing? They are all 1,000-year-old vixens. Are they trying to be clever and deceive themselves? It is said that the fighting nation is straightforward. TSK. That's not entirely true, right? When it comes to doing business, he is not much worse than Uncle Sam. It's a dirty trick, but I'm sorry my tricks are even dirtier. Exit the thoughts. Chu Zihong smiled approachably and said, General, is it to be settled in rice or rubles? Nicholas, of course it's Medeo, Joseph Pushkin affirmed. General, Medeo is too expensive per month. The maximum is 400,000 per month, and there is a buyout. Is there any discount? Chu Zihong shook his head and said, 400,000? Oh no. Nicholas, you have to know that these two big guys can radiate a land plate. Their value is more than that. Joseph Pushkin waved his hand and refused decisively. That being said, at 1 million per month, I have to find aviation fuel and pilots myself. So won't I be losing money? General, can you give me a better discount? Chu Zihong shook his head and asked. Nicholas, 1 million, no negotiation. Joseph Pushkin was quite resolute and would never give in. General, it seems that there is no need for us to discuss this matter. I will take my leave now. Chu Zihong sighed regretfully and led his men away. Some people, he just likes to take advantage of others. When he heard that there was a discount on painless abortion, he wanted to have a baby. General Joseph Pushkin was stunned. He did not expect Chu Zihong to give up directly and stop bargaining. This made him feel a little conflicted for a moment. That's right, changing from buying to renting was a trick invented by Joseph Pushkin. Because selling is not as cost-effective as renting. After selling, people get the money and then leave. But renting is different. You can always make money. This is a long-term benefit. Just like many landlords in Guangdong province, they would rather rent out their houses than sell them. Because if you don't sell the house, you can preserve its value and earn rent. Why not? But unexpectedly, Chu Zihong didn't take the bait. But he is not the only arms dealer. If you can't rent it, someone else will. Once this idea came up, it was completely ingrained in his mind. Joseph Pushkin no longer hesitated, and a hint of arrogance appeared on his face. He didn't even try to stop Chu Zihong, who was about to leave, which made the colonel on the side anxious. General, are you just going to let him go like this? There's more than one buyer. Let him go. We won't suffer any loss. Joseph Pushkin narrowed his eyes, the arrogance on his face increasing instead of decreasing. I thought no matter how rich the arms dealer was, he would be just like this. Andrew, spread the word immediately that I am interested in selling the Eliashan transport aircraft. I believe many arms dealers will flock to it like hyenas. Yes, General. On the other side, as Chu Zihong and Victor and others left the military camp, his expression became gloomy. He thought that with the relationship with Schmeigel there should be no problem, but he underestimated one thing. That is, when faced with huge interests, people will infinitely magnify their inner desires. Greed and arrogance. So the difference between humans and pigs is, pigs are always pigs, but humans are sometimes not humans. This was certainly the case with Joseph Pushkin. Cooperation for the sake of interest is based on equality of position between both parties. If the positions are unequal, the big fish will lead the small fish, and if they are unhappy, they will eat the small fish. Inadvertent encroachment often causes greater damage than a giant swallow and deserves more attention. Boss, if you just leave like this, wouldn't it be a waste of our gifts? Victor asked as he looked at the military camp behind him. Waste? Of course not. I will make him spit out the same thing he took. Chu Zihong said in a deep voice with a fierce light flashing in his eyes. Boss, we are now in our current territory. Will this? As long as you don't go too far, no one will care even if the sky falls. Poroshenko suddenly interjected. Chu Zihong glanced at Poroshenko, and an evil plan began to grow in his mind. The KGB during this period had great power. It is probably similar to the Jinyui, Donchong, and Shichong of the Ming Dynasty. If they say you are a rebel, then you are. Dare to resist? Severe punishment awaits. Chu Zihong's idea was very simple. Since Joseph Pushkin was unwilling to cooperate, he could just replace him with someone else. Poroshenko, does Joseph have any enemies or people who are against him? Chu Zihong asked. Poroshenko did not respond immediately after hearing this. Instead, he thought for a moment and said, there is one. His name is Yelyanov. He is Joseph's deputy. He was supposed to succeed Joseph, but Joseph did something to stop him from taking office. Help me make an appointment with Yelyanov immediately. Chu Zihong's eyes lit up. Isn't the replacement here? So? To hell with Joseph Pushkin. Sir, Yelyanov is not in Kiev now. He has gone back to visit his relatives and will be back in 3 days, said Poroshenko. Then let's make an appointment in 3 days. Chu Zihong was slightly disappointed, although he couldn't teach Joseph Pushkin a lesson right now. But it's okay to discuss Joseph for 3 days. Think of this. He stretched out his hand and hooked it on Poroshenko's shoulder and said with a smile, Poroshenko, come here. I want to discuss something with you. The two got into the car arm in arm, and in the back seat they planned a conspiracy against Joseph. It is never too late for a gentleman to take revenge? Bullshit. Chu Zihong will never wait for revenge overnight. Is it so easy to take my hard-earned money? Chapter 72. Natasha arrives and starts the boxing championship. After Poroshenko left, Chu Zihong was in a much happier mood, and it could be said that his previous gloom was completely swept away. He held a glass of red wine, stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, and looked at the huge Kiev with a murderous light flashing in his eyes. Little guy, can I deal with you? Chinese culture has a history of 5,000 years, and there are countless dark tricks. So Chu Zihong uses the opponent's force to counter the opponent's force, which is more important than money. Sorry, I just have money. What's more, with the help of senior KGB agents, Joseph Pushkin was basically no longer a concern. As for his revenge, Chu Zihong is not afraid. He has many talented people under his command, including the USS Rapid Reaction Force, 3 former Umbrella elite teams, and the Alpha team. Isn't it more than enough to protect yourself? And even fight back? This is Chu Zihong's confidence. Boss, Miss Alice is here. Victor came over with a strange look on his face and reported. Who would have thought that Alice, a female secretary with almost zero presence, was actually a top female agent left behind by the boss's father? It's unbelievable. This unpredictable disguise is worthy of a top female agent trained by the Red Room. Fortunately, he was one of our own. If he was an enemy, it would be really scary. I don't know how he died. You're here so soon? Let her in. Chu Zihong was stunned for a moment. Then his expression lit up with joy. Uncle Phelps just said last night that he was sent to help me, and he arrived today? High efficiency, I like it. Soon, Natasha, wearing a black tie combat suit that perfectly outlined her devilish figure, came in front of Chu Zihong. As soon as I saw Chu Zihong, Natasha's charming eyes were full of affection, which made people's hearts beat wildly and made them lose their minds in love. Chu Zihong felt that his primordial power seemed to be slowly awakening. My dear, I miss you so much. Natasha threw herself directly into Chu Zihong's arms and gave him a bear hug, wishing she could get into Chu Zihong's body. Chu Zihong couldn't control himself anymore. The feeling was so soft and comfortable that he almost lost his grip on the wine glass in his hand. Today he finally understood why ancient emperors loved beauties more than their throne. Who can stand this? She is simply a seductive little goblin. But the next second, Chu Zihong felt something cold pressing against his chest. He lowered his head, and his expression suddenly changed. A small black Beretta pistol was pressed against his chest. Looking at Natasha again, there was no trace of the affectionate look she had just now. That angelic face was filled with a cold expression. Aliba, Natasha, what are you doing? Chu Zihong swallowed and felt for the first time that death was so close to him. Let go, boss. As the captain of NOCS, Victor naturally discovered this scene first. With a swish, he took out his Glock pistol and pointed it at Natasha. The NOCS members who heard the noise outside the door also rushed in. All of them held Glock pistols and aimed at Natasha, who was holding Chu Zihong hostage. Face all this. Natasha remained very calm and stared straight at Chu Zihong. He speaks fluent Chinese. Mr. Chu, your father wants you to develop a security company, not become a notorious arms dealer. I was wondering why you were not seen all day long. It turns out you went to the Soviet Union. Well, Chu Zihong was also surprised that Natasha could speak Chinese so fluently, but considering her identity, it was not surprising. But Natasha's words made him realize that Natasha was teaching him a lesson on behalf of her father. There is no hostility. Victor, let them put down their guns. We are all family. Chu Zihong waved to Victor and others and said, "Boss, but she." Victor pointed at the gun that Natasha was pointing at Chu Zihong's chest, feeling a little worried. "It's okay, put it down." "Yes, boss." Victor told his men to put down their guns, but they did not leave the room. "Natasha, I didn't mean to hide it. If I don't take this path, there's no way I can restore the legacy my father left behind." Chu Zihong reached out and easily removed the pistol from his chest. This woman didn't even turn on the safety. "Aren't you afraid of danger?" Natasha asked as she put away the pistol naturally. "Afraid? At worst, I'll be a brave man again in 18 years. Chu Zihong shrugged with an indifferent tone. Which arms dealer in the world is not walking on the edge of a knife? If he was really afraid, he would never have reached this point today. Your change really surprises me. I would have thought you were a different person. Natasha looked at Chu Zihong in surprise and said, "Cough." Chu Zihong almost couldn't breathe when he heard this. Damn, what Natasha said is so accurate. It really is a different person. Of course, he wouldn't admit it, because Chu Zihong believed that this woman would definitely kill him. The father of this body saved her life. Chu Zihong said calmly, "It was this world where the strong prey on the weak that changed me." Natasha gave Chu Zihong a good look, took the red wine from his hand, and drank it all. Chu Zihong's eyes jumped. This is Petrus red wine. The annual output is small, and the price is terribly high. This way of drinking is similar to his. After drinking, Natasha sat down on the sofa gracefully. A pair of straight and round long legs crossed, deeply seducing Chu Zihong's attention. The beautiful scenery that swept past was simply too beautiful. Natasha has long been accustomed to Chu Zihong's aggressive gaze. They both rolled up in bed. What have you never seen before? Especially for top female agents like them who have received special training, their body is their greatest weapon. The first lesson of training is to use your body to attract men, including some technical movements. In order to turn them into complete tools, they're even given contraceptive injections. This is not a contraceptive injection in the ordinary sense, but it makes these female agents unable to have children for their entire lives. If a woman cannot give birth to a child, she will never be a mother. Men cannot understand this kind of pain. This shows. The price women pay to become top agents is far more cruel and brutal than that of male agents. This is also the reason why Natasha faked her death and escaped from the Red House. Those dark years were a nightmare that she never wanted to recall in her life. Chu Zihong sent Victor and others out of the room, hung up a do not disturb sign, and locked the door. Then he hastened to sit down next to Natasha. A very pleasant fragrance came. Suddenly, one can't help but feel eager to do something. I hang out with a bunch of men every day and rarely meet women. Any man would be unable to resist suddenly encountering such a charming little devil. Knowing what Chu Zihong meant, Natasha did not refuse. Isn't her role to be Chu Zihong's female secretary and lover? The two of them feel like a newlywed after a short separation. Every corner of the presidential suite became a battlefield for their fights. How intense is that, you ask? Perhaps? Well, no less than a boxing championship. Chapter 73: Why offend Chu Zihong when there are so many other options? Kiev, Stalingrad Street. Most of the buildings here are in typical Renaissance style and have a strong humanistic atmosphere. Across the intersection is a pub called Ula. Judging from the sign and decoration, this should be a nearly century-old tavern with the style of the Russian Empire period. There were few people in the bar. A blonde waitress was wiping glasses at the counter. A middle-aged white man wearing a blackjack sat at the reception desk in front of her. This person looked lazy, holding a glass of wine with ice cubes in it, swaying there, savoring it carefully. Ding-ling! The wind chime hanging at the door rang softly, and the waitress almost subconsciously shouted, "Welcome." A tall, white young man wearing a windbreaker walked into the pub. He was quite handsome, a typical handsome guy from Wu country. The waitress' eyes lit up and the smile on her pretty face became even brighter. Sure enough, girls all act like this when they see handsome guys. It's pleasing to the eyes. The white young man glanced around the tavern, and finally his eyes stopped on the middle-aged white man named Blackjack at the reception desk. Then a smile appeared on his face, and he walked over. Obviously, the two men knew each other. "Sir, what would you like to drink?" The waitress threw a coquettish glance at the white young man, speaking in a coquettish tone. "Vodka, some Baileys, and ice, please." The white young man said casually, then sat down next to the middle-aged white man named Blackjack. "It's good to be young, drinking such strong liquor." The middle-aged white man Blackjack glanced at the young man next to him and sighed. Vodka and Baileys are a perfect match because vodka with Baileys added not only retains the strong flavor of vodka, but also has the rich aroma of Baileys. If someone who can't hold his alcohol tolerance drinks it, he will have a headache the next day. Because both of these are strong liquors, and strong liquor plus strong liquor will cause heartburn. But for Soviet men who cannot live without alcohol, that is nothing. Only after drinking can you have fighting power. Poroshenko, don't act so old-fashioned. You're only 30 years old. The white young man patted Poroshenko on the shoulder and said with a smile, I suffered too many injuries when I was young. I just turned 30, but my body is already equivalent to that of a 40-year-old. Poroshenko said, shaking his head. The price Poroshenko paid for being a senior special agent and being in charge of an action team was that he was covered in bruises. Senior agents at this age are basically past their prime. They had to withdraw from the front line and move into management positions to give young people more room to display their talents. Don't think too much. The white young man consoled her for a moment, then asked, You didn't call me to chat, did you? Markov, it's not convenient to talk here. Let's go out for a walk. Poroshenko took out 200 rubles and threw them on the table, then stood up and left. In the Soviet Union, where supplies were scarce, the price of 2 glasses of wine was much higher than usual. This is also the reason why there are few people in the pub, except for government officials. It's a problem for ordinary people to have food now, who can afford to drink. Markov drank the drink prepared by the waitress and hurriedly followed her out. There are few pedestrians on the snow-covered street. Poroshenko and Markov walked side by side on the empty street. Poroshenko, have you found a way out? Markov asked tentatively. The annual salary is 150,000 US dollars, and you will enjoy various benefits during the holidays, as well as a trip once a year. If you die, there will be a pension to your family. Poroshenko tightened his leather jacket and said, So good. A hint of surprise appeared in Markov's eyes. He had to admit that he was moved. The annual salary of the KGB was only 10,000 or 20,000 rubles, which was less than 60,000 or 70,000 knives when exchanged for rice. Will you join? Poroshenko asked, glancing at his former subordinates. Of course. Only a fool wouldn't join, Markov said without hesitation. The KGB had already received information that the government was on the verge of collapse. Their Ministry of Internal Affairs is needed to seal some confidential information. This has long been no secret within the KGB. So many people have started to find ways out for themselves to a greater or lesser extent. After all, they all have families. The Soviet Union collapsed, but they had to survive. One of them was Markov, head of the KGB's Internal Affairs Operations Group A. Welcome to Join Umbrella Corporation. Our company's mission is everything for world nuclear peace. Poroshenko stopped and stretched out his hand to Markov with a smile. That name sounds good, I like it. Markov grinned and shook hands with him. Since we are colleagues, there is something we need to do. Poroshenko calmed down and got to the point. What's the matter? Markov asked curiously. Joseph Pushkin offended his boss, who wanted to find evidence of his corruption, bribery, and trafficking in state property to bring him down. Joseph Pushkin? Markov was stunned and completely surprised. This is a lieutenant general and the head of an elite Air Force unit. It's difficult to bring him down, but it's not that difficult. But it's not easy either. There are too many things involved. Joseph Pushkin had many military leaders supporting him. If we bring him down, we will inevitably offend the bigwigs in the military. It's not an easy job, but what department are they in? KGB. Haven't you offended enough people? What the KGB fears least is offending people. Just a lieutenant general, no big deal. Boss, what do you want? Markov immediately put himself in the role and asked. When you join a company for the first time, you naturally have to perform in front of your boss. Try to make a good impression, and getting promoted and getting a raise in the future and reaching the peak of your life will not be a problem. Poroshenko didn't say anything, but just made a gun gesture and fired a shot in the head. His meaning is self-evident. Markov raised his eyebrows and asked, Shall we take action? If the boss wants to kill this greedy guy himself, just send him to him. Poroshenko shrugged and said, Okay, leave it to me. Markov nodded, and then thought of something. He added again, But we can't rely on ourselves. We need to bring someone in. Are you talking about Andrei from the GRU? Poroshenko understood and said, The GRU was proposed by the world-famous General Zhukov to establish a special intelligence and subversion force in the border military region. Once a war or pre-war crisis occurs, the force can sneak behind enemy lines and carry out sabotage activities. The current GRU is the abbreviation of the Soviet Union's main military intelligence directorate. Unlike the KGB, which was restructured and subject to public scrutiny, it was not affected by the collapse of the Soviet Union. The Bureau currently has 24 well-trained special commando brigades with a total of about 30,000 personnel. Its main tasks are to deter and prevent surprise attacks and strike behind enemy lines. The main base is located in the city of Chuchkovo. The GRU Special Forces remained secret until the collapse of the Soviet Union and have only recently become known to the public. It is a famous Special Forces unit in the Soviet Union besides Alpha and Signal Flag. That's right, Andrei obtains more intelligence than our KGB. With him, There will be no problem. Markov nodded and said, "It's not easy to pull him down. I'll try my best." Poroshenko smiled bitterly and continued, "This guy just won't listen to anything. But as long as we are human, we always have weaknesses." Poroshenko could only say that he had done his best, and that the GRU's confidentiality was slightly higher than that of the KGB. Naturally, there are more authorities with Andrei joining. The removal of Joseph Pushkin was basically a foregone conclusion. Suddenly Poroshenko was in mourning for Joseph Pushkin. Who else could he offend? To offend a petty and wealthy arms dealer. We can only blame him for being too greedy. This kind of person, usually, it doesn't end well. Chapter 74. Partying every night, a competitor appears. 2 days later, early morning, Chu Zihong stayed in the hotel for 2 whole days and didn't go out. As for what was done, of course, it is something that men all over the world like to do, but Chu Zihong still feels a little unsatisfied. In the land of gentleness, heroes are buried. He knew it was time to act. Although beautiful women are beautiful, don't drink too much. Otherwise, the loss outweighs the gain. Since the aircraft could not be purchased for the time being, Chu Zihong turned his attention to the Kiev military region. As for weapons and other things, the more the better. There will be constant regional wars in the next few years, so it won't hurt to stockpile more arms. You're going to the Kiev military district? Natasha was half lying on the bed, looking at Chu Zihong in an alluring manner. Chu Zihong swallowed his saliva when he saw it. The S-curve under the quilt was very charming. Well, stock up on more arms, not only to sell them, but also for our own company to use as well. Chu Zihong looked away and picked up the clothes thrown on the soft carpet. If he didn't divert his attention, he was afraid that he would not be able to control himself. "Take me there. I know some high-ranking people and can introduce you to them." Natasha was as lazy as a cat basking in the sun. She stroked her blonde hair and said, You know some high-ranking officials?" Chu Zihong felt that he could no longer control himself and could only suppress the urge in his heart. "Of course, don't forget, I came from the Red House, so it's normal for me to know some high-ranking officials." Natasha shrugged her snow-white shoulders, and the quilt covering her body slipped down a little inadvertently. The beautiful scenery appeared in front of Chu Zihong, which was heartwarming. Shwa, this flirtatious little goblin definitely did it on purpose. Damn, I can't stand it anymore. In shinobi or a man. Whoa. Chu Zihong pulled down his half-raised pants and pounced on him like a hungry wolf. Thunder from the sky and fire from the earth. The pagoda suppresses the river monster. 2 hours later, Chu Zihong appeared in the living room with a neatly dressed, sexy, and charming Natasha. Victor and a white young man had been waiting in the living room for a long time. See Chu Zihong coming out. He immediately went up to him and said, "Boss, the intelligence personnel from Luxia have a report." "What information?" Chu Zihong put his arms around Natasha's soft and boneless waist and sat down on the sofa. Natasha considerately poured him a glass of Play-Doh red wine and brought it to Chu Zihong's mouth. Chu Zihong now behaves like a chaebol in every way. A beauty by my side and red wine as companion. He was almost smoking a cigar, a real chaebol boss. "You come and report to the boss." Victor took a step back and gave his position to the quicksand intelligence officer behind him. The intelligence officer stepped forward and reported respectfully, "Boss, according to the intelligence we received, 3 major international arms dealers have entered Kiev, 2 of which are from Lockheed and Raytheon." Chu Zihong was not surprised that these internationally renowned arms dealers appeared in Kiev. As a businessman, his nose is sharper than that of a sheepdog. However, these 2 companies are strong and are a formidable competitor. Raytheon's famous products are the AEM-7 Sparrow missile and the Patriot missile. Not to mention Lockheed Martin, which is Uncle Sam's main defense supplier. For example, fighter jets such as the C-5 Galaxy, F-16, F-22, and F-35, U-2 reconnaissance aircraft, P-3 series of shore-based anti-submarine aircraft, and C-130 series of military transport aircraft. All of them are manufactured by their company, and their strength is even better than Thor's. It seems that I killed an agent from Lockheed Corporation before. What was his name? Forget it. He was too lazy to recall such trivial things. Chu Zihong took a sip of red wine and asked, "What about the remaining family?" "Boss, it's Mitsubishi Heavy Industries." Chu Zihong narrowed his eyes suddenly when he heard this. Mitsubishi Heavy Industries, which is notorious for its poor performance, has also gotten involved. Very good. I was just worried about having no fun. Now that it's delivered to my door, shouldn't I make things difficult for myself? Have you found out where they live? Chu Zihong asked, playing with Natasha's blonde hair. "Boss, they're staying in the executive suite below the presidential suite where you were staying." The intelligence agent pointed downstairs and said, "Oh, it's right before my eyes." An evil smile appeared on Chu Zihong's lips, and he had some ideas in his mind. "Any other information?" Some mercenaries have appeared in Kiev in the past 2 days. They hide during the day and come out at night. Their target should be you. If the Delta can't get in, just send some small shrimps over? Interesting. Chu Zihong knew, without even thinking, who hired these people. Although there was internal turmoil in the Soviet Union, it was only an internal matter, and the country was still strict with external affairs. The two major intelligence agencies, the KGB and the GRU, are not just for show. Delta has a special status, so naturally it cannot enter. Anything else? Boss, no more. Victor, take the money and the reward. Chu Zihong ordered Victor on the side. Victor nodded and immediately took out a 5,000-meter knife and stuffed it into the intelligence officer's hand. Suddenly, the intelligence officer was overjoyed. There's extra income? Boss, you are so generous. It's comfortable to follow a boss like this. Thank you, boss. Do a good job and continue to keep an eye on the external forces entering Kiev. Chu Zihong waved his hand and sent the intelligence officer away. Only when rewards and punishments are clear can your subordinates work harder for you. After the intelligence officer left, Natasha, who had been lying in Chu Zihong's arms, raised her head and said, "Do you need me to deal with those mercenaries? You alone? Can you do it?" Chu Zihong didn't doubt Natasha's ability, but he felt it was too risky. He finally had a way to vent, and he didn't want to lose it. There are grown men all around me, and it makes me depressed if I see too many of them. Are you doubting my ability? Natasha stared at Chu Zihong with a somewhat unfriendly tone. Hey, of course not. I'm worried that you would get hurt. I feel bad for you. Chu Zihong smiled and explained. A man's mouth is a lie. At this moment, it is displayed vividly. Smooth talk. As expected, Natasha was very impressed by this and gave Chu Zihong a blank look. I can't bear to let you take risks alone, so just let my men handle it. Chu Zihong lifted Natasha's beautiful chin and spoke gentle words. You are the boss. You have the final say. Natasha shrugged and stopped insisting. Hey, Chu Zihong gave another wicked smile, picked up Natasha, and carried her into the bedroom. Victor saw this and shook his head. In his opinion, the appearance of this female demon was really not a good thing. Boss, we have partying every day and every night now. Then he turned and walked out. At the same time, there is a hotel 10 kilometers away from the Katyusha 5-star hotel. Third floor, room 302. 8 mercenaries of different skin colors were crammed into a room of only 30 square meters. On the bed were 2 long black boxes containing various weapons, from small daggers to large assault rifles, sniper rifles, submachine guns, etc. In addition, there is also individual equipment. With these equipments, it is second only to an elite special forces team. At this moment, these mercenaries are choosing their own weapons from the boxes. Sitting on the sofa opposite the bed was a middle-aged white man with a gloomy look and a retro slick-back hair. And he is none other than the villain and leader of the blood-killing mercenary group, who is well known in the mercenary world. He killed people like crazy and was ruthless. He would do anything for money. Countless mercenaries died at his hands, but just as many civilians. At the same time, they're also a mercenary organization supported by the CIA, which has eliminated many enemies for Uncle Sam. But no amount of honor can wash away the blood on his hands. As the name suggests, villain. Chapter 75. Alpha Squad attacks and destroys the blood-killing mercenary group. Captain, do you need such good equipment to deal with an arms dealer? What do you know? Which of the security guards around the arms dealers isn't first-rate? A black man of Sam origin was assembling a large pineapple and glanced at the white mercenary who was speaking. TSK, how powerful can it be? Said the white mercenary with disdain. This mission is extremely dangerous. The security around the target is suspected to be from NOCS. Don't take it lightly. The villain on the sofa stopped the two from talking and spoke. Why are these Italian politicians and dignitaries around a Chinese arms dealer? A white mercenary holding a sniper rifle said with a hint of surprise. As long as you have money, you can recruit anyone to be around you. Someone said with a smile. Mike is right. If you have money, even God can call you dad. The villain also said with a smile. In his view, even God has to bow down to the huge interests. What about NOCS? Just when the blood-kill mercenaries were chatting and gossiping in the room, little did they know that danger was approaching them. At this moment, the entire hotel has been emptied. The innkeeper was tied up under the front desk with his own socks stuffed in his mouth. Woo woo woo. The boss struggled desperately, but the binding was too tight and struggling was futile. At the same time, the Alpha team, dressed in all black combat uniforms and modern individual combat equipment, quietly approached the door of room 302, where the blood-kill mercenary group was located like ghosts. The 8 members of Alpha Team were armed with modified AK-105 assault rifles equipped with silencers. The team members cooperated very well and stood on both sides of the door of room 302 in a standard offensive fighting posture. After hearing the voices coming from inside and confirming that all the targets are inside, the captain of the Alpha team made a gesture, and a team member came to the door quietly with a battering ram. Be ready and be prepared to knock on the door at any time. Inside the room, the villain sat on the couch and checked his equipment. But for some reason, he always felt a sense of panic in his heart. It seemed as if something bad was about to happen. Years of living on the edge of a knife had forced him to be vigilant. Speed machine, go to the door and check the situation. Okay, Captain. The speed machine responded and was about to walk towards the door. At the same time, the captain of the Alpha team outside the door made another gesture. Immediately, he took out a stun grenade and gently pulled the safety ring. The Alpha member on the opposite side also took out a stun grenade and pulled the safety pin. As long as the door was broken open, he would throw the grenade into the room with the captain. Action! As the captain of the Alpha team gave the action gesture, the team members holding door hammers immediately slammed against the door. Boom! With a loud bang, the door broke instantly. The speed scooter that had just reached the door was blown away by the impact and hit the opposite wall. Sudden situation. Suddenly, the expressions of the blood-killing mercenary group members in the room changed drastically. Just wanted to fight back. 2 stun bombs were thrown in like lightning. As luck would have it, it rolled to the feet of the villain. Oh shit! Shock bomb. The villain just cursed. An extremely dazzling white light suddenly burst out, accompanied by a deafening roar. This undoubtedly made everyone in the room unable to open their eyes. Not only that, my ears and head also started buzzing. My internal organs were shaken and everything in them was in turmoil. What a miserable group. But soon they felt better. The next second after the stun bomb was thrown in, Alpha team attacked. Even aiming without aiming. One by one, they fired madly and cleanly at the people inside. Harvesting heads is easier than drinking water. Puff, puff, puff. The glaring blood soon dyed the entire room 302 red. 3 seconds. It took Alpha Team only 3 seconds to eliminate all members of the Blood Kill mercenary group. But Captain Alyashko did not seem satisfied and glanced at the corpses all over the room. He looked at his players and said, Sublika, I asked for 2 seconds, and you took 3 seconds. A bunch of pigs, go back and practice hard. The members of the Alpha Team couldn't help but lower their heads in grievance. 3 seconds has already broken the world record. Okay? It still doesn't work? It takes 2 seconds? Sublika, is the captain crazy? They are human beings, not superhumans. Of course, they can only complain in their hearts. We still have to fight for this breath. 2 seconds is just 2 seconds, damn. After Alyosha finished cursing, he immediately said, retreat. After a while, Alpha Team disappeared in the hotel, just like ghosts. Come without a trace. Go without a trace. An hour after Alpha Team left, a large group of Wu police rushed over and surrounded the entire hotel. When Detective Paul and his men rushed into room 302, they immediately saw corpses with heads shot all over the floor. The blood dyed the entire room red, and the air was filled with a nauseating strong smell of blood. Some police officers who couldn't bear it any longer left the room, held onto the wall in the corridor, and began to retch. So bloody. Inside the room, Detective Paul looked extremely serious. In addition to these corpses with bullet heads, there were various European-made weapons scattered on the bed and on the ground. Obviously, the dead were not Wu people, but professional mercenaries. Sublika, how did these mercenaries transport these special weapons and equipment? And who killed them? Every shot hits the head, he is definitely not an ordinary person. Most likely a mercenary. If this matter is not investigated clearly, his position may... Think of this. Paul immediately gave the order. Quick, secure the scene immediately. Have you notified the medical examiner? We've notified them, and they're on the way, one of the men replied. Where's the innkeeper? Downstairs. Bring it up to me. Yes, Inspector. The men hurried out of the room, not daring to delay. Paul glanced at the scene and found that the bullet shells on the ground suddenly looked familiar. He quickly squatted down, picked up a few bullet shells from the ground, and looked at them for a while. Suddenly, Paul's eyes narrowed. As a veteran who retired from the Special Forces, he naturally recognized the bullet shell in his hand. 5.45 by 39 millimeters, M74 rifle cartridge. This is a bullet casing dropped from an AK-105 assault rifle. The ones who use this assault rifle are their Special Forces, as well as Special Forces under the KGB. Were these foreign mercenaries killed by their Special Forces? Considering the identities of these mercenaries, this possibility is not impossible. But why didn't they notify the police? Paul frowned, put the bullet shell into the evidence bag, stood up and shouted, Wagley, get in here. Here it comes. A young white policeman rushed in from outside the door. He was the one who couldn't stand it just now. I'll leave this to you. I'm going to the headquarters. Yes, Inspector. The Valkyr endured the unpleasant smell of blood and saluted. Paul also hurriedly left the hotel with the bullet shell. Since special forces are involved, he must report it. This is no longer something he can control. Katyusha Hotel, top floor. Inside the presidential suite, Chu Zihong now feels that the whole person he walks is a little light. Too much consumption. Natasha was half lying on the sofa eating fruit as if nothing had happened. It is true that there is no field that cannot be destroyed by plowing, only cows that can be worked to death. At this moment, Victor knocked on the door and came in. Boss, the Alpha team has successfully eliminated the mercenary team hired by the CIA. It was pretty fast. Is anyone injured? Chu Zihong pretended to be fine and sat down on the sofa. Nothing hurt. Very good. Let them lie low and not act rashly. Chu Zihong revealed a satisfied smile and explained. The destruction of a group of foreign mercenaries in Kiev, the Wu Kingdom, had an impact no less than detonating a mine on a calm lake. It will definitely make the local police station explode. It would be a good idea to let Alpha Team keep a low profile now. Chapter 76. Pressure? There is no word for that in my dictionary. The next day, early morning, it was snowing heavily and the whole Kiev was covered in white. It's winter outside, but in the western restaurant of Katyusha Hotel, it was warm and the fire was roaring. The blazing flames drove away the severe winter cold, as if spring had arrived. In addition, a pianist was playing Beethoven's Moonlight Sonata on the piano. Listen to elegant music, drink red wine, and eat hot steak. The extravagant life of the capitalists contrasts sharply with the depression outside. No wonder everyone in the world is eager to become a capitalist, because as long as you have money, even God will go crazy. But when capital comes into the world, it is covered in blood and filth from head to toe. In the restaurant by the window, Chu Zihong and Natasha were having breakfast face to face. Victor and Chris stood aside, like two guarding lions, motionless. Natasha, is the guy named Vladimir that you dated reliable? Chu Zihong stuffed the steak into his mouth elegantly and asked while chewing. Of course, if he dares not to come, you will find someone running naked on the streets of Kiev the next day. Natasha said calmly, shaking the red wine glass. Chu Zihong paused slightly, then smiled and shook his head. This is a female hooligan. Just then, two groups of people came to the Western restaurant. They're the spokespeople for the two major companies, Lockheed and Raytheon, who live downstairs from Chu Zihong building. The spokespersons for these two major military-industrial companies all look to be white men in their 40s, dressed in suits and looking respectable. And they all have the same characteristic, which is that they always have an arrogant look on their faces. The look on his face makes him want to glare at you with his nose turned up. Lockheed and Raytheon are both suppliers of homeland defense equipment for the United States, so they are naturally fierce competitors. Therefore, their spokespersons are extremely unhappy with each other. There is no other reason. Everyone wants to take a bite of the big cake of Kiev. Can someone who is competing with you still be nice to you? When the spokespersons of the two major arms companies were glaring at each other in dissatisfaction, the spokesperson of Mitsubishi Heavy Industries appeared. The tit-for-tat between the two major financial sponsors instantly dampened the momentum of the Mitsubishi Heavy Industries spokesperson. If Lockheed and Raytheon are stacked, then Mitsubishi Heavy Industries is the grandson. Perhaps, to be more precise, two masters and one eunuch. Face the master. How dare a eunuch show off his power? How dare he be so arrogant? Of course not. At this moment, the spokesperson of Mitsubishi Heavy Industries was groveling and smiling obsequiously. He didn't dare sit in the corner until his sponsors had taken their seats. In his daily life, he is a typical bully who only bullies the weak and fears the strong. And all this, naturally, all of this fell into Chu Zihong's eyes, making him sneer. The spokesperson of Mitsubishi Heavy Industries seemed to sense something and looked towards Chu Zihong. When I saw Chu Zihong, a Chinese man, the spokesperson for Mitsubishi Heavy Industries was slightly stunned. It was obvious that he did not expect to meet a Chinese person here. But soon, his eyes flashed with an ambiguous light. The Chinese appear here. Could it be that? No, we must not let these yellow-skinned monkeys obtain advanced weapons in the Witch Kingdom. That would threaten their island nation. But soon the attention of the Mitsubishi Heavy Industries spokesperson was attracted by the blonde, blue-eyed, charming Natasha sitting opposite him. In this world, it is difficult for a man to control himself in front of a sexy and beautiful blonde. Not to mention Natasha, a top female agent who has received special training, because they understand better how to use their bodies to maximize their charm. Then she will attract the man's attention deeply and make him fall at her feet. It's just like the saying goes, the more beautiful a woman is, the more deadly she is. Not only did the spokesperson from Mitsubishi Heavy Industries notice Chu Zihong and others sitting by the window, but the spokespersons for Lockheed and Raytheon also cast their eyes over. After all, There are only so few people in the Western restaurant, so it's hard not to attract attention. Compared to Mitsubishi Heavy Industries, whose attention was attracted by Natasha, their eyes were fixed on Chu Zihong. We have received intelligence long ago that a Chinese arms dealer is becoming famous in Black State. At Aided's birthday party, a Soviet Union's most advanced T-80 main battle tank was presented in a high-profile manner. He then went to Kanilia and sent his mercenaries to destroy other mercenary groups. It's hard not to pay attention to such a dark horse. When the Raytheon spokesperson saw Chu Zihong, his eyes flashed with thought. He seemed to be considering whether to win over Chu Zihong and make him an agent of their company. Such talents are rare. However, the Lockheed spokesperson stared at Chu Zihong with a look of deep hatred. Because his full name is Theon Edward, the Theon Stark that Chu Zihong sent Kataria to kill last time was his uncle. It can be said that when two enemies meet, they are extremely jealous of each other. Nothing can be truly perfect without the CIA's intelligence network. Naturally, the focus was immediately on Chu Zihong. This indirectly shows that Chu Zihong's Luxia intelligence network still has a long way to go before it can become the fifth largest intelligence agency in the world. Your competitors are watching you. Do you feel the pressure? Natasha glanced at the spokesman of the three major arms companies and asked, "Pressure?" The word pressure cannot be found in my dictionary. Chu Zihong retracted his gaze and smiled confidently. After decades of development, their strength has become a towering tree. Are you sure you have the confidence? In Natasha's opinion, it is important for a man to have confidence. But if confidence is excessive, it becomes arrogance. They all made money from war. If they can do it, why can't I? Chu Zihong put down his fork, wiped his mouth, and asked back. At present, the two major companies are indeed stronger than themselves. But once the Umbrella Corporation's headquarters is completed, Chu Zihong is confident that he can surpass the two major arms companies, Lockheed and Raytheon, within 2 years. The collapse of the Soviet Union is an opportunity for us to rise. What's more, he has Dr. Halsey and scientific research talents rewarded by the system under his command. It is only a matter of time before we surpass the two major companies. They will be the Umbrella Corporation, just a stepping stone for it to stand at the top of the world in the future. Then I look forward to that day. Natasha stared at Chu Zihong with shining eyes and suddenly smiled. This is the man I like, not bad. Domineering, I like it. It's a pity that she can't have children, so she can only be Chu Zihong's lover forever. The four forces have ulterior motives. This made the atmosphere in the restaurant a little subtle. The delicate atmosphere was not broken until a Soviet man in a major general's uniform appeared. This person is the middleman introduced by Natasha, Vladimir, the head of the logistics department of the Kiev military district. The spokespeople for the three major arms companies naturally knew Vladimir. After all, they all needed to go through him to buy what they wanted. I was very surprised to see his sudden appearance. After the surprise, the three spokesmen were about to stand up, but Vladimir didn't even look at them. He was so excited that he went straight to the window seat. Shit, that's where the Chinese guy is. Unexpectedly, when the two tigers were fighting, an unexpected Chinese person got the upper hand. Oh shit, that's terrible. Chapter 77. Look, someone is bragging again. Just as Vladimir was running towards Chu Zihong, Lockheed spokesman Edward couldn't help it. Are they just going to watch their enemies grow stronger and steal Lockheed's business? There are 3 types of people that Edward hated the most in his life. First, buying goods without paying. Second, they come to buy goods even though they have no money. Third, anyone who touches my cake. There is no doubt that Chu Zihong is the one who stole his cake. His uncle can tolerate it, but his aunt cannot. So Theon Edward quickly stood up and walked forward with all his might. When Vladimir was less than 5 or 6 meters away from Chu Zihong, he stood in front of him. But facing the Soviet general who was as tall as a giant bear, Edward, who was only 1.8 meters tall, looked very thin. Perhaps this is also the reason why the West was afraid of the Soviet Union. It's not just the overwhelming force, but also the absolute height advantage. Just in terms of momentum, the Europas have already lost. I don't have enough confidence, so I can only act like a grandson. As soon as the Soviet Union collapsed, European countries began to become arrogant again. These Western barbarians have shown their ugly faces of bullying the weak and fearing the strong to the fullest. General Vladimir, I'm sorry to bother you. I'm Sean Edwards from Lockheed. Do you remember me? Theon Edward tried his best to appear calm and composed, forcing a smile on his face. However, Vladimir just looked down at him. He spat out 2 words coldly. Get out. Theon Edward was stunned and a little confused when he heard this. Vladimir was chatting and laughing with me yesterday. Why is he like this today? He obviously didn't expect this result. General, can't you understand what people are saying? Vladimir didn't tolerate people who blocked his way, so he just forcibly pushed them away. That action is just like carrying a chicken. As the humiliated Theon Edward looked at Flamagel, He continued to walk towards Chu Zihong. I was so angry that my nose became crooked. Fuck. Theon Edward is now somewhat exasperated. The spokesperson for Raytheon, who was watching the show, couldn't stop laughing. Are you mentally retarded? Can't you see this? It is obvious that Vladimir has a special relationship with that Chinese person. Edward, this idiot actually blocked other people's way. Isn't this embarrassing for yourself? What an idiot. The little shrimp in the corner of the restaurant, the spokesperson of Mitsubishi Heavy Industries, looked extremely gloomy. How could he, as a younger brother, just sit back and watch his financial sponsor being humiliated? However, it is never too late for a gentleman to take revenge. Let's see the situation first. The chicken relies on the eagle's power. Whoever encounters it will be miserable. At this moment, Flamagel had already rushed to Chu Zihong's side. But he didn't look at Chu Zihong, but at Natasha opposite him, and he was very excited. He looked as happy as an 800-pound fat man. Natasha, you are not dead? That's great. If my mother knew, she would definitely be very happy. Is Grandma okay? Natasha looked a little uncomfortable and asked in a complicated tone. She's fine, but she feels sad every time she thinks of you. Vladimir sat down next to Chu Zihong and said, What? Natasha sighed when she heard this. An extremely complicated expression was revealed on that angelic face. When his dead father was sent to the Red House, his grandmother had always been against it. But after all, I'm a woman and cannot change anything. Later, the dead man's father died on the battlefield. Natasha in the Red House heard about it and was very happy. If it weren't for him, would I be in this nightmare hell? She hated him and wished he would die sooner.